Introduction. Zhang Tong, a fourth-year university student, faces challenges in his job search and, in a fit of frustration, returns to his rural roots to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. In the evidencing cycle of a millennium, rare agarwood emerges as the supreme fragrance, taking 8 centuries to mature. The venerable king of tea trees, aged 3,000 years, boasts branches that resemble mighty dragons and tender leaves as precious as jade. Lying serenely in the creek, the golden treasure, known as doghead gold, awaits discovery. On the sandy beaches by the sea, extraordinary pearls lie scattered, awaiting their rightful appreciation. Chapter 1. In anger, he returns to the village to cultivate sweet potatoes and unearths a new world. In a renowned enterprises conference room, Zhang Tong finds himself in the midst of a job interview. The interviewer poses a perplexing question. A bridge can bear a weight of 800 pounds, while a cow weighs 1,000 pounds. How can the cow cross the bridge? Without hesitation, Zhang Tong replies by taking a boat across the river. I was asking about crossing the bridge. The interviewer responds with a furrowed brow. Is there really a distinction between crossing a bridge and crossing a river? Zhang Tong retorts, staring at the interviewer in disbelief. The interviewer, now exasperated, slams his hand on the desk. I'm sorry, but you're simply not suited for our company. I once turned my heart towards the bright moon, alas. The moon only illuminates the ditches. Zhang Tong sighs deeply, his face etched with sorrow and indignation. Once an outstanding student at Xiangzhou University, consistently ranking at the top and receiving scholarships aplenty, he had aspired to work for a prestigious company. Yet after applying to dozens of firms, he faced continual rejections, each as varied as the next. They claimed he was overambitious, that his salary expectations were excessive, that he possessed a pride incompatible with corporate culture, and even that he refused to start from the ground up. Today's rejection was particularly absurd. They failed to offer any rationale whatsoever. In light of this, he resolved he would not serve them longer. He would return to the village and embark on his own entrepreneurial venture. In Xiangqing, Qingshan Town, Shaoshui Village, the morning mist tenderly envelopes the dilapidated old brick house's backyard, where a few peach trees glisten with dew, resembling pearls. A disheveled man, clad in shorts and a tank top, wields a hoe, perspiring profusely as he digs out a storage pit for sweet potatoes. He appears robust and fierce, and with his striking features and extraordinary aura, he is undeniably a handsome man. Clang! His tool strikes something unexpected, not a stone, but rather a remarkably flat slab. Upon lifting it, he reveals a hole approximately 2 feet in diameter. The hole is about 2 meters deep, and there seem to be additional passages along the sides. Could this be an ancient thief's tunnel? Is there a tomb hidden here? Perhaps this is the ancestral treasure of the Zhang family, buried with priceless artifacts? Intrigued, Zhang Tong peers inside. He rushes home to retrieve a dagger, a machete, a flashlight, and some candles before venturing into the pit for an exploration. At the bottom of the shaft, he discovers a lateral passage, a circular tunnel roughly 3 meters in diameter, smooth and polished. As he progresses, white light illuminates the surroundings, shimmering with a mysterious, almost technological aura. My heavens, where am I? An extraterrestrial base? Zhang Tong gazes in astonishment, grasping the surreal situation. When he regains his composure, excitement surges within him as he realizes he has stumbled upon something extraordinary. He quickly lights his candle and ventures further into the tunnel, emboldened by the discovery. After traversing about 300 meters, he reaches the exit. What lies outside is a world of breathtaking wonder. In the azure sky, 2 suns hang radiantly, one as large as a wheel, the other as small as a basketball, bathing the landscape in intense white light, creating a magnificent spectacle. Towering mountains rise in the distance, their summits crowned with pure, white snow. A mighty river snakes its way around the mountain's base like a colossal serpent. Lakes, resembling sparkling pearls, are nestled along the riverbanks, where formidable wild beasts can be glimpsed in pursuit of each other. Nearby, a dense forest stretches skyward, the trees so vast that it takes 10 men to encircle just one trunk. A gentle stream meanders through the woods, while peculiar birds flit and frolic among the branches. Additionally, gigantic birds, as large as planes, soar above, evoking the image of fearsome pterosaurs with their majestic but intimidating presence. The air is fresh, imbued with a soothing floral fragrance. Taking a deep breath brings unmatched rejuvenation. Clearly, the oxygen content is magnificently high. My goodness, is this truly extraterrestrial? Zhang Tong stands there, overwhelmed and astonished. He is certain this is not Earth. This is a new planet, existing beyond the solar system, perhaps in an entirely different galaxy. The distance to Earth must be unfathomably vast. Yet there is a mysterious conduit connecting the two, allowing one to traverse within mere minutes. It is incredible beyond belief. What kind of technological marvel is this? Which extraordinary civilization left this behind? Or perhaps it is the work of legendary deities. But why is the entrance on the Earth side buried and obscured from sight? Could it be that this planet underwent a cataclysm, causing the aliens here to vanish, leading to a corresponding disaster on Earth that sealed the entrance? Could it be that these once connected worlds now remain forever severed? Shaking off his unfounded worries, Zhang Tong steps boldly forth, standing at the cliff's edge above the passage. Instantly, he feels the weight of gravity pressing down on him, as though 100 pounds were resting upon his shoulders. He stumbles slightly, nearly losing his balance. My goodness, the gravity here is immense. It is at least double that of Earth's. Fortunately, his childhood training in martial arts has endowed him with strength, enabling him to withstand this pressure. As he brandishes his machete to clear the thorny brambles and bushes at the cliff's edge, he discovers that the drop is about 5 meters to the ground below, where a large camphor tree extends its branches to the cliff's edge. Zhang Tong leaps onto a branch and climbs down the tree. Brushing aside fallen leaves, he notes the rich black soil beneath, exuding fertility. Were he to establish a vegetable and grain farming base here, he could reap a considerable fortune. Yet, the gravity proves too burdensome. That doesn't seem practical. He shakes his head and cautiously approaches the stream. The crystal-clear water, scattered with beautifully varied pebble sizes, glistens as predominantly white stones catch the light. Schools of small fish dart joyously through the water. Clusters swim lively in unison. The banks are dotted with sparse trees, most of which he does not recognize, aside from the pines and camphor. Some trees are laden with fruits reds and greens, emitting an enticing aroma, but he refrains from sampling them for fear of poison. As he strolls along the stream's edge, his eyes widen suddenly. For there, a few meters away, lies an enormous golden object amidst the flowing water. Could it be gold? Zhang Tong's heart races with anticipation, his gaze fiery. He wades into the stream, hastening towards the object to examine and touch it closely. It is a sizable piece, resembling a horseshoe or perhaps a dog's head, glowing with a brilliant golden hue. Its surface is dotted with numerous honeycomb-like depressions. Oh my heavens, this is dog's head gold. I've stumbled upon dog's head gold. Due to his passion for precious materials, Zhang Tong has dabbled in amateur studies of gold and jade. He can recognize dog's head gold. Known also as horseshoe gold, while its name includes gold, it is in fact a naturally occurring mineral containing large, irregular nuggets of placer gold. Its rounded form often sports a pocked surface with some protrusions, earning its name from its resemblance to a dog's head or a horseshoe. The earliest records of dog's head gold can be traced back to the Ming Dynasty's geographical text, The Exploitation of the Works of Nature, in which the author Song Ingxing noted, the largest is called dog's head gold, the middle one is known as chaff gold or brand gold. In simple terms, dog's head gold refers to a low-purity gold ore. Yet its value surpasses that of pure gold. Many collectors cherish it, believing it to bring good fortune and appreciate in value. It must weigh about 80 pounds in Earth terms. That's approximately 40 pounds. Zhang Tong gleefully cradles the dog's head gold, measuring its heft with delight. This extraordinary piece of dog's head gold is exceptionally rare. It could easily outshine any previously discovered specimen on Earth. Calculated at the price of pure gold, it could be valued at over 7 million yuan. Chapter 2. The giant emerald stone rolling down the mountain. A fortuitous windfall. This is a treasure star, even with nuggets of gold. Let us name it the treasure star. Zhang Tong was overjoyed, bubbling with excitement. The sensation of having stumbled upon such a bounty was utterly exhilarating. Surely, there must be a gold mine nearby. Eagerly, Zhang Tong ventured upstream in search of more treasures. Before long, he made a discovery. Flecks of gold dotted the stream, some as large as soybeans, others comparable to grains of rice. Delight surged within him as he couldn't resist picking them up, for each speck was worth hundreds of dollars. It was akin to gathering money from the ground. Soon his hands were filled with gold. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed through the air that a colossal boulder came tumbling down from the heights, crashing through the trees and trampling the thorns in its path. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. "Oh no, a landslide!" Zhang Tong exclaimed, hastily fleeing for safety, racing down to the base of the cliff, and swiftly climbing up a camphor tree to his astonishment. The massive rock rolled to the foot of the tree and shattered into a dozen pieces. Some as large as baskets, others as big as winter melons, radiating a dazzling green light that was blindingly brilliant to my heavens. "Is this jade?" Zhang Tong's eyes widened with disbelief, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Gold has its price, but jade is invaluable. That high-quality jade is indeed worth far more than gold. Why bother collecting gold dust when I can simply gather stones to amass a fortune? He wondered about the quality of this jade. Zhang Tong promptly leaped down from the tree and began examining the jade pieces, comparing them with his limited knowledge of jade. It appeared that jade could be categorized into 4 primary types: glassy, icy, glutinous, and bean varieties. The type of jade refers to its texture and structure, which are crucial indicators of quality. All these jade pieces shared similar characteristics. Their surface gleamed beautifully, ranging from semi-transparent to fully transparent, producing a crisp metallic sound when struck and resembling ice crystals in appearance. They were colorless or minimally colored, with a uniform granularity, discernible crystal grains, and pure jade without impurities, exhibiting a fine, smooth texture, free from cracks or cotton-like inclusions. They should be classified as high icy jade, only slightly inferior to glassy jade. However, their value would ultimately depend on color, that a slight difference in hue could result in a tenfold price difference. The most valuable colors are imperial green and vivid green. In simple terms, the more vibrant the color, the higher the price. Lighter greens, apple greens, bluish greens, and spinach greens are typically less valuable. The colors of these jades were strikingly vivid. Likely vivid green, just a step below imperial green. This meant they were all high, icy, vivid green jade. Together, their weight could surpass 1,000 pounds. The potential value was undoubtedly immense. How much exactly? Zhang Tong dared not speculate, as he was only somewhat knowledgeable about jade, not an expert. Yet he understood that the unit of measurement must be in the billions. One might say that any single piece, even one the size of a watermelon, represented a fortune that a common person could hardly earn in a lifetime. Logically, Zhang Tong should have immediately taken these treasures back to avoid any protracted delays. However, he was tempted to conduct an experiment that he wanted to see if other stones were also jade rough. That if so, he could bring in a generator and a stone-cutting machine to extract the jade right here, making the process much easier. An endless stream of wealth would flow in, transforming him into a top-tier magnate. He quickly searched for other stones, finding only a few of moderate size, half buried in the soil. Zhang Tong unearthed a dozen pieces, some as large as footballs, others the size of his fist. He began smashing the stones together. Bang, bang, bang. After breaking open 3 pieces, one contained jade. High icy red jade, vibrant as blood. Extraordinarily beautiful that he smashed 3 more, and again, one revealed jade. Icy vivid green. This was conclusive proof that the stones in this vicinity, including those from the towering mountain, were indeed jade rough, and the probability of finding jade was remarkably high, with quality to match. Though he had yet to discover glassy imperial green, it undoubtedly existed. It was merely a matter of time before he found it. That if all the jade from this mountain were extracted and sold gradually, what would its worth be? Hundreds of millions, billions. Such thoughts were too daunting to calculate. Zhang Tong's face radiated joy and anticipation. Alas, he could not bring anyone with him. He would have to rely solely on himself. How long would it take to extract it all? In truth, simply collecting stones could yield him a fortune. Collecting stones was effortless. The mountain was steep, and all he had to do was push the stones down to the foot of the mountain. Right, there were many stones in the stream as well. Countless stones the size of watermelons, and many towering above him awaited. Just the stones in the creek could keep him busy for months. While he envisioned a prosperous future, he was blissfully unaware of the lurking danger that a large, robust white wolf stealthily approached, suddenly leaping from the underbrush with a fierce, killing intent and a gust of wind. lunging towards Zhang Tong's throat. Zhang Tong was paralyzed with fear, yet his reflexes were sharp. He swiftly slashed his knife across the wolf's face, sending it sprawling to the ground. Despite being a university student, he had practiced the ancestral Tongtian fist since he was 3, enduring harsh winters and scorching summers, honing his skills for 19 years. The Zhang family's lineage had once been renowned for their martial prowess, thanks to the Tongtian fist. Clearly, this martial art was no simple feat, though the wolf was not dead. It quickly regained its footing and fled, revealing a deep gash on its face, flesh torn and blood oozing. Yet, it did not retreat far, continuing to lurk and occasionally baring its teeth at Zhang Tong, appearing even more ferocious than wolves on earth. "You dare seek death?" Zhang Tong felt a chill run down his spine. Yet he refused to retreat. Instead, he advanced slowly, knife in hand. The wolf, cunning as it was, retreated when Zhang Tong closed in, only to pursue him as he backed away, a guerrilla warfare tactic. Zhang Tong felt a headache coming on. Without defeating this wolf, he couldn't carry away his treasures. Thus, he devised a plan, pretending to be utterly terrified and quickly sidestepping. Sure enough, the wolf took the bait, leaping into the air once more. "Just what I needed." Zhang Tong pivoted abruptly, crouching to evade the wolf's bite while delivering a mighty slash to its belly. The blade pierced deep. The wolf howled in agony, soaring over Zhang Tong's head before crashing heavily to the ground. Unable to rise again, its crimson blood stained the grass. Exhausted, Zhang Tong collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Just as he caught his breath, a powerful golden-feathered raptor swooped down with tremendous force, seizing the still writhing wolf and soaring gracefully into the sky in an instant. So swift. Zhang Tong was left dumbfounded, a sense of dread washing over him. Had this magnificent predator targeted him instead of the wolf, the outcome would have been catastrophic to AT that moment. He realized that while the treasures of the treasure star were plentiful and invaluable, they were also fraught with peril. The earlier boulder, the wolf, and the recent raptor all served as stark reminders of this truth. Next time he ventured out to seek treasure, he would need to prepare thoroughly. Moreover, he must strive to hone his martial skills. Stagnation was not an option. He needed to grow stronger. Only then could he truly be considered a competent adventurer. Fortunately, he encountered no further dangers. After considerable effort, Zhang Tong managed to haul the gold nuggets and all the jade pieces up to the cliff, transporting them back to the entrance of the cellar. He only took the gold nuggets out, of course, ensuring he sealed the entrance to the cellar to prevent anyone from stumbling upon the secrets hidden beneath his home. Chapter 3. The Antique Street, selling gold nuggets as dawn broke. Zhang Tong rose from his slumber, but he hefted 2 bulging burlap sacks and set them onto his tricycle. "Zhang Tong, are you off to sell sweet potatoes again?" inquired the toothless old man next door. Curiosity piqued that I'm selling ancestral treasures. Zhang Tong replied with a smile. The old man erupted in laughter. "Sweet potatoes are hardly what one would call ancestral treasures. They're not worth much. Not in a hurry to sell my treasures. Old friend, that I need one more for a game of mahjong. Can you hold my spot for me?" Mr. Li asked expectantly, stroking his mustache. "That I am the small village of Shaoshui, home to over 100 families and more than 500 residents. Most young people had ventured away for work, leaving behind only the elderly. Daily life consisted of playing cards or engaging in idle chatter, and they could discuss trivial matters for days without blinking." "I have no interest in mahjong," Zhang Tong chuckled, shaking his head. Competing against the elderly at mahjong was a guaranteed win. Their failing eyesight and sluggish wits made it easy for them to make mistakes. Winning their money felt unjust. He sped away on his tricycle. In times of chaos, gold shines. In times of prosperity, antiques flourish. Now was indeed an era of prosperity, with the antique business thriving as a provincial city. Xiangqing boasted a bustling antique street, home to dozens of shops that by 10 in the morning. The antique street was already teeming with activity. Stalls lined the street, displaying an array of coins, silver dollars, jade artifacts, paintings, and other items that could easily be mistaken for antiques or worthless trinkets. An overwhelming spectacle that dazzled the eye. Shouts rang out, urging passers-by. Authentic ancient paintings by Tang Bohu, absolutely genuine. Ancestral snuff bottles. 300 years of history, yours for just 100,000. Yet, the antique shops saw little interest from the crowd. The owners remained unfazed, as steady as ancient tortoises. This business often experienced 3 years of silence followed by 3 years of prosperity. Zhang Tong arrived at the antique street, finding a spot to set up his stall, enthusiastically calling out about his wares. Fresh sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potato chips, sweet potato flour. In such a vast market. All sorts of vendors were present. The largest antique shop, Huabao Pavilion, had its owner, Luo Hao, staring in disbelief, caught between laughter and tears that he initially thought Zhang Tong was just another street vendor selling trinkets or a rustic attempting to peddle treasures. Little did he expect him to be selling sweet potatoes. "Hey buddy, you can sell sweet potatoes, but could you tone it down? This is an antique street, not a snack street," cautioned a neighboring vendor. Wiping his forehead, "My apologies, I misspoke. It's a bad habit," Zhang Tong replied with a sheepish smile, quickly pulling out a dazzling golden object and shouting, "Gold nuggets! Ancestral gold nuggets weighing 40 pounds and one tail. Available at a premium price. As you pass by, do not let this opportunity slip away." The sunlight glimmers upon the gold in the shape of a dog's head, casting a dazzling light that captivates all who behold it. While various antiques and gold ornaments are commonplace, the doghead gold is a rarity birthed from nature itself, easily distinguishable between genuine and counterfeit, yet seldom seen. Its scarcity is astounding. The entire antique street buzzes with excitement. Numerous stall owners abandon their stands, rushing over to witness this marvel. The proprietors of antique shops, too, are stirred into action, flocking to the scene. Luo Hao finds himself unable to remain composed, cursing as he steps outside. Harboring a deep resentment within. Weighing over 40 jin, this doghead gold is undoubtedly the largest in the world, a true treasure with immense value. Had this young man chosen to sell it at Wabakshuan, Luo Hao could have acquired it at a bargain price, showcasing it as a centerpiece to enhance his shop's prestige, greatly benefiting his business. However, that opportunity has now slipped away, and he must confront all his competitors and the throngs of eager buyers drawn by the news. Luo Hao navigates through the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the doghead gold. "Greetings, I am Luo Hao, the owner of Wabakshuan. May I examine it?" "Of course." Zhang Tong nods that it is essential to authenticate your gold before a purchase is made. The crowd is overwhelming. "Would you prefer to conduct the appraisal at my shop? It's merely a few steps away." Luo Hao smiles. "This doghead gold has been in my family for 8 generations. Genuine and without deceit. You are all experts and can undoubtedly discern its authenticity at a glance, so there is no need for a formal appraisal at your esteemed establishment." Zhang Tong politely declines, intent on auctioning the piece here to maximize its selling price. Time is of the essence. As the crowd swells, securing the doghead gold will become increasingly challenging. Luo Hao mutters to himself, then suggests, "How about this? You place the doghead gold on the ground, and I shall authenticate it alone." "That sounds reasonable," Zhang Tong replies with a faint smile, placing the gold upon the ground. The onlookers step back, maintaining silence. The various antique shop owners begin to restore order. Luo Hao produces a magnifying glass, meticulously examining the piece. The throng of spectators grows, each person straining to catch a glimpse, murmuring in awe. "Good heavens, how could there be such a colossal doghead gold? It's simply unbelievable. The doghead gold is stunning. I adore it. I wonder how much it could fetch, perhaps several million. But what if it's a fake? It can't be counterfeit. Otherwise, why would they dare auction it in public?" Some even begin to call friends. "Wang Lao, hurry over. A 40 jin doghead gold has appeared in the antique street, and it looks genuine. Lao Zhao, you must come to the antique street. There's a beautiful 40 jin doghead gold here. I'm certain it's authentic. This is a rare find. Wouldn't you want to add it to your collection?" Luo Hao feels an urgent anxiety, hastening his assessment, that he asks Zhang Tong to weigh it using a scale meant for selling sweet potatoes, then proclaims loudly, "The color is a brilliant gold. Perfectly rounded, its surface adorned with numerous honeycomb-like pits and some protruding features resembling a dog's head. Thus, this is undoubtedly a genuine piece of doghead gold weighing 40.1 jin, the heavens. It truly is doghead gold. I desire it greatly. It could serve as a family heirloom and appreciate in value over time. The true worth of doghead gold lies in its significance. It brings good fortune. Doghead gold, dog luck. It's no mere myth." The crowd erupts with excitement. their gazes fervently fixed upon the gold, far more coveted than any other antique. That I bid 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 5.5 million, 5.8 million. Bidding commences as numerous antique shop owners join the fray, each displaying a fierce determination. 0.7 million. Luo Hao declares with immense confidence, sealing the bid. No1 dares to raise their offer further. It seems they have conceded. Young man, please provide your bank account details. I will transfer the funds. Luo Hao states that I will not sell for 7 million. Zhang Tong replies leisurely. Not selling? Then why invite us to bid? Luo Hao, flustered, reddens, veins bulging on his forehead. It hasn't reached my psychological price. I'm not running an auction house here. Zhang Tong's expression turns peculiar. It's merely a bidding exercise. Why the agitation? It appears this fellow is merely putting on a show. Chapter 4. A minor test. A million earned you. Luo Hao trembles with rage. I'll raise it by 100,000, making it 7.1 million. That this price surpasses the value of pure gold, and doghead gold contains many impurities. Still insufficient. Zhang Tong smirks inwardly. The deal you think I'm ignorant? Assuming I lack knowledge. You Luo Hao, exasperated, can hardly contain his fury. Young man, no one to stop. The lad is insatiable. Aside from boss Luo, no one else would offer such a high price. Antique shop owners begin to sway the bidding. Let us wait half an hour before proceeding. Zhang Tong closes his eyes to rest. What a spectacle! The antique shop owners nearly choke with frustration. The onlookers are entertained, thoroughly enjoying the drama. This young man is determined to secure his position, skillfully maneuvering the antique shop owners. Indeed, experts reside among the common folk. Half an hour swiftly passes. The antique street is packed with those drawn by the doghead gold. Of course, most are merely spectators. Few possess the means to purchase the gold, for in any era, the poor vastly outnumber the wealthy. Time us up. Let us get back to bidding, some impatiently urge, eager to continue their entertainment. For most, it is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, having never witnessed an auction, let alone stepping inside an auction house. Today, however, they are witnessing something extraordinary. Look, no one is bidding. 7.1 million must be the ceiling. Young man, don't waste your time. Give me your bank account details, and I'll transfer the money. Luo Hao reiterates. This esteemed gentleman has offered 7.1 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Zhang Tong calls out defiantly. I bid 7. 2 million. A newly arrived elder shouts. 7.3 million. 7.5 million. 8 million. Like the first domino falling, the balance is disrupted. Bids surge, echoing through the crowd as antique shop owners once again join the competition fervently. 10 million. A young woman, flanked by a bodyguard, parts the crowd and strides forward. Dressed in white heels and a blue dress that accentuates her curvaceous figure, adorned with a dazzling pink diamond necklace and a jade bracelet. She exudes an air of opulence. Her features are exquisitely crafted, as if sculpted by divine hands, with a strikingly three-dimensional appearance. Most captivating are her large, bright eyes, her skin as fair as snow, and her waist-length hair flowing gracefully. All the men cannot help but steal glances, admiring her beauty while fantasizing about romantic encounters. Zhang Tong, too, finds himself captivated, yet he quickly raises his voice. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This is an unparalleled piece of doghead gold. Miss this chance, and it may never come again. After a moment of silence, no one responds. Clearly, the price has reached an insurmountable height. Zhang Tong turns to the woman. Beautiful lady, would you consider adding just a bit more? No increase, no sale. Fan Bingxiang refuses, feigning to depart. Is she not one of those wealthy heirs who treat money as mere dirt, but rather a shrewd businesswoman? Zhang Tong, slightly puzzled, exclaims, all right, I shall sell it to you. Finally, it is in her grasp. A victorious smile spreads across Fan Bingxiang's face. She has taken quite a liking to this doghead gold, knowing it holds great potential. Upon receiving Zhang Tong's bank account details, the lady promptly transfers 10 million. The bank notification pings on his phone. Zhang Tong feels a rush of exhilaration mixed with disbelief. 10 million. Something he could scarcely hope to earn in 20 years of diligent work. Indeed, foregoing his job and returning to rural entrepreneurship was the right decision. Hasn't this just made him a millionaire? Once he sells the jade, his fortune may surpass $1 billion. He notices the lady. Surprisingly strong, Carrying the doghead gold herself, as she prepares to leave, he steps forward. Miss, could I have your contact information? I have more jade to sell. Point one client does not inconvenience another. This is a lucrative opportunity. The crowd watches with bemused expressions. Has the young man, having earned millions, suddenly grown bold and attempted to woo this obviously distinguished beauty? Fan Bingxiang, taken aback, stares at Zhang Tong, sizing him up, his handsome face. High-nose bridge and sun-kissed skin paired with a height of 1.8 meters stand tall and firm. Yet his tattered clothing, unkempt hair, and rough hands detract from his charm and demeanor. She merely replies coolly, "We are but strangers. There is no need to know each other. Step aside." The bodyguard, astute and aware of his employer's disinterest in this individual, steps forward and pushes Zhang Tong forcefully. Yet Zhang Tong remains unmoved, as solid as a mountain. With another shove, the bodyguard exerts more force but still fails to budge him. The bodyguard is astonished, suddenly lowering himself and attempting to tackle him. Yet he inexplicably misses, tripping over his own feet and crashing to the ground. His face bruised and dazed, shocked, he realizes, oh no, I've encountered a formidable opponent. This young man is incredibly strong. How did he take down the bodyguard so effortlessly? I couldn't even see what happened. Neither could I. It's truly impressive. The crowd stands in stunned silence, utterly astonished. Fan Bingxiang, too, is taken aback, suddenly realizing that the young man selling the doghead gold is far from ordinary. She has misjudged him based on appearances. I detest people like you, lacking real ability, yet relying on others for support. Was it merely a matter of exchanging a few words with your master that prompted you to come at me with such ferocity? Were it not for my good mood, I could have easily dispatched you with a single blow, Zhang Tong remarked disdainfully as he surveyed the fallen bodyguard. That my apologies, the bodyguard replied, his face smeared with dirt and embarrassment. Hastily offering his contrition, Zhang Tong chose to disregard him, instead leaning in to whisper to the bewildered Fan Bingxiang. In truth, I am an amateur treasure hunter, and I possess other artifacts that may pique your interest. Hence my request for your contact information. Despite being a freshly graduated university student, he was aware that there exists a cadre of individuals who specialize in treasure hunting, amassing wealth through their pursuits. If he were to embark on the path of treasure hunting himself, what else could he be but a treasure seeker? You are indeed an amateur treasure hunter. Is that true? Fan Bingxiang inquired. Her interest visibly piqued, her complexion brightening with excitement. That it dawned on her that the dog-headed gold must be a product of his endeavors. Of course, I have no reason to deceive you, Zhang Tong affirmed. Then let us speak further, Fan Bingxiang suggested, handing the dog-headed gold to the recovering bodyguard and leading Zhang Tong to a more secluded area, a smile gracing her lips. That in fact, I am acquainted with numerous treasure hunters, many of whom are quite renowned in the field in our country. There are few experts in treasure hunting, and I had not anticipated encountering such a rising star like yourself. Discovering the world's heaviest dog-headed gold will surely elevate your reputation. You flatter me. The dog-headed gold is indeed an heirloom. I speak no falsehoods, while my other artifacts are indeed the fruits of my treasure hunting. What other treasures do you possess? Fan Bingxiang inquired eagerly. Chapter 5. Selling jadeite to test the waters, earning another 50 million, several exquisite jadeite pieces, high-quality ice green, and a small chunk of ice red jade. Zhang Tong chuckled. How much is several? The high-quality ice green is quite substantial, nearly 1,000 jin, while the ice red jade is just a small piece, perhaps a few jin. Are you certain you are not jesting? Fan Bingxiang's countenance was one of disbelief, her astonishment evident. That high-quality ice green jadeite, nearly 1,000 jin. Even the owners of jadeite mines in Myanmar would hesitate to claim such a quantity. It is indeed true, Zhang Tong replied, that I could demonstrate the stone's quality on the spot. As most of it is semi-gamble rough material. That makes it even more puzzling that if it is semi-gamble rough material, how can you be so confident it is high-quality ice green? Unless you've fabricated it with glass. It is a massive rough stone that has been cut, nearly qualifying as a clear material. Only the outer skin remains uncut. Therefore, the quality is assured. That I see. That rough stone is indeed quite large. It seems you are bound to strike it rich. Are you interested? Nearly 1,000 jin? I have no desire for it. I do not engage in the jewelry business. However, I can introduce you to several buyers. all of whom are major players in the jewelry industry. You should find a venue and host a private auction that I will arrange for them to attend, that IT would be best to demonstrate the stone there. Agreed, that I will confirm the location and contact you. It should be within the next couple of days. Please inform them to prepare their funds. Allow me to express my gratitude. I shall treat you to a meal later. Do not mention it. It is but a small favor. By the way, do you possess any other treasures? Not at the moment. However, I am acquainted with several treasure hunters that if you seek any particular artifact, feel free to inform me. I am in urgent need of ginseng that is at least 300 years old, willing to pay 1 to 3 times the market price. Very well. I shall keep an eye out for you. After adding each other on WeChat, Fan Bingxiang departed with her bodyguard. Zhang Tong, in high spirits, rode his tricycle to the Jade Market Street. This area was teeming with jewelry shops, even boasting a gambling stone establishment. He was there to gauge the market. Understanding the landscape was crucial before conducting a private auction to avoid being taken advantage of. After all, in business, deceit runs rampant, particularly among those who have scaled the heights of entrepreneurship. Zhang Tong parked his vehicle next to a gambling stone shop, only to be greeted by a cacophony of excited voices. The stakes have risen. Regrettably, it was merely a case of glutinous jadeite. Yet profits were still made. Then the sharp crack of electronic firecrackers pierced the air, drawing many curious onlookers. Zhang Tong, clutching a bag containing a piece of jade, joined the throng. The crowd was dense, and the shop was filled to capacity. Leaving him to peer in from the entrance, it turned out that a young man had purchased a gambling stone for 30,000, only to have it yield a piece of glutinous jadeite as large as a basketball. His luck was extraordinary. "Young man, are you selling that jadeite?" inquired a jeweler who had come to investigate. "That I'll sell it if the price is right." The young man was shrewd, not committing to a firm answer. Revealing his experience, "That I'll offer 100, 000.110, 0.120, 000, bidding escalated among a dozen participants. Ultimately, an elder secured the piece for 350, 000, that the young man was elated, his smile beaming with satisfaction. As the crowd dispersed, with various shop owners exiting, Zhang Tong seized the opportunity to extract a piece of jade the size of a watermelon from his bag, proclaiming loudly, "Freshly cut, ice green jadeite. Who is interested?" This piece still bore its outer skin. Yet only a few inches of stone remained on the surface. The rest was pure jade, qualifying as clear material. "What? Ice green jadeite?" The eyes of the previous bidders gleamed with excitement as they swarmed around him, inspecting the jade closely, using flashlights to examine it. After all, they had not witnessed its extraction firsthand and were hesitant to bid without verification. Is it truly ice green jadeite, and of such immense size? It has been years since I have seen a top-grade jadeite of such magnitude. The young man was exceptionally fortunate. Ice green jadeite. It is simply stunning, exquisite. The air was thick with gasps of astonishment and admiration. The proprietor of the gambling stone shop hurried out, offering a cigarette and winking knowingly. "Sir, you acquired that jadeite from my establishment, did you not? You mentioned you would take it home to cut." Should Zhang Tong nod in agreement, his business would soar. The advantages would be substantial. Truly, in business, cunning reigns supreme. Zhang Tong mused inwardly, recognizing the fortuitous turn of events. His jadeite now had a provenance, traced back to this gambling stone shop. He nodded, affirming, "Your memory serves you well. I purchased this just yesterday from you. I prefer cutting stones myself for the thrill. Little did I know I would uncover such a grand surprise. Sir, your luck is remarkable. You stand to gain immensely." The shop owner was visibly excited and animated. A keen businessman, he began enthusiastically promoting the event, setting off electronic firecrackers to attract more spectators, and the bidding commenced. I bid 28 million. 30 million, 32 million, 35 million, 38 million, 45 million, faces flushed with fervor. Competition grew fierce as onlookers were left speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Zhang Tong was equally astonished. These jewelers were incredibly wealthy, bidding without hesitation. Gradually, the price climbed to 45 million, with subsequent increments dwindling to a mere million at a time. 50 million. A robust businessman in his 50s exclaimed boldly. The other bidders fell silent, expressions of regret etched upon their faces. 50 million was already a hefty sum. With slim profit margins, they could only hope to earn some processing fees. However, possessing such high-quality jadeite would be a treasure for their shops, elevating their status and drawing customers in. The hidden benefits were manifold. Unfortunately, their funds were insufficient, as they had come unprepared. Congratulations! This piece of jadeite is now yours. Zhang Tong was equally pleased. 50 million was no trifling amount. Who knew ice green jadeite could be so valuable? Before long, the transaction was complete, and Zhang Tong's bank account swelled by another 50 million. That my name is Sun, the owner of Jingtian Jewelry. That here is my business card. Should you come across more jadeite in the future, please contact me. Very well. Zhang Tong nodded. Thank you, thank you. The gambling stone shop owner congratulated Zhang Tong, then quietly asked, "May I put up a banner?" The message would read, "Our esteemed customer has gambled and struck high-quality ice green jadeite, reaping a profit of over 49 million. The owner's cunning was impressive. It was no wonder he could run such a large gambling stone shop. Zhang Tong marveled inwardly, pondering aloud, "I am in need of stone-cutting tools. Do you know where I might procure them? I have some stone-cutting tools available. I can sell them to you at a discount, saving you at least 10,000. The owner grinned. "All right, I will purchase a set." Zhang Tong replied that in truth he desired several sets, but obtaining them directly from the manufacturer would take time. Therefore, he settled for one set as a temporary measure. As for the banner, let him proceed. It was not his loss. Chapter 6. A fortuitous encounter with the campus belle. Zhang Tong arrived at Tianlan Manor by the Xiang River. Tianlan Manor is a luxury development by Guiyuan, featuring commercial apartments and opulent villas, with the latter dubbed Tianlan No. 1, making it one of the most prestigious properties in Xiangnan. The landscaping, building spacing, and decor were all beyond reproach, ensuring utmost satisfaction. The environment and location were first-rate, directly across from Xiangzhou University, a national key university directly under the Ministry of Education. IT is part of the double first-class initiative, boasting both 985 and 211 project status, and is among the first batch of pilot universities selected for the Education Ministry's Strengthening Foundation program. It is also a trial institution for 8-year medical education, medical doctorate degree, and the first in the country to train active military officers for master's degrees that integrate both professional and technical skills. Ranking first in Xiang Province, it is also Zhang Tong's alma mater. Nearby are Xiangnan University, Xiangnan Normal University, Xiangnan Normal University Music College, and Xiangnan Art Vocational College. Behind the development lies the renowned Xiang River, with the orange all visible in the distance and the picturesque Lijing Mountain rising prominently to the side, that if one were to purchase several properties in Tianlan Manor for the purpose of renting them out, substantial profits could certainly be realized. It is noteworthy that the Central Hunan University alone boasts over 58,000 full-time students, including more than 34,000 undergraduates, approximately 22,000 postgraduates, and over 1,600 international students. A 3-bedroom apartment, rented to 3 students at 1,000 each, would yield a total of 3,000, which is quite advantageous. Given the current economic downturn and the nationwide plummet in housing prices, the value of real estate in Xiangqing has been halved, making it an opportune moment to invest. However, Zhang Tong is not here to capitalize on the market. Rather, he intends to acquire a villa to serve as a venue for private auctions. This space will also be beneficial for hosting guests and socializing. The countryside is rather inconvenient, especially considering the significant secret harbored in the cellar, which is not suitable for entertaining. Additionally, he might occasionally wish to stay there. With wealth, one ought to indulge in life's pleasures. Amidst all this hustle and bustle, what intriguing sales tactics are being employed? Zhang Tong notices a throng of people gathered at the entrance of the Tianlan Manor sales office and wishes to join the spectacle, only to be halted by the security guard at the kiosk. "As tricycles are not permitted, I am here to buy a house," Zhang Tong asserts. "That is not permissible," the guard replies dismissively, casting a skeptical glance at Zhang Tong. He clearly doubts the financial capability of someone arriving on a tricycle. If only he had driven a car, perhaps it would have been a different story. Zhang Tong chooses not to engage in a dispute with the condescending guard. He finds a spot to park his tricycle and makes his way to the sales office, parting the crowd as he enters. What he sees is striking. Standing at the entrance is an exceptionally beautiful sales model, clad in a tight-fitting white mini dress and red high heels, with cascading red waves of hair and long, elegantly manicured nails. She stands at least 1.75 meters tall, with a curvaceous figure. Her legs are long, smooth and fair, and her delicate features reflect an ethereal beauty, with skin so flawless it appears almost fragile. She exudes a sensual charm that could drive any man to madness. Good heavens, the sales model is stunning. Zhang Tong thinks, comparing her favorably to the live-streaming beauties he has seen. How dare you compare a sales model to those live streamers? Someone interjects. The latter employs beauty filters, you know? This is a true paragon of beauty, akin to a celestial being. She is no less than a top-tier star. Such beauty and figure could easily grace the silver screen. Another chimes in, do you think becoming a star is easy? Without connections, without a degree from a film academy, and without engaging in dubious practices, no matter how beautiful one is, there is little chance for success. That it is perhaps best for such a beauty to avoid the entertainment industry. It could lead her astray. Onlookers gaze with fervent eyes, some drooling, while others incessantly snap photos. The sales model plays her part well, posing in various stances, displaying a range of expressions, from aloof to smiling, all of which are captivating and photogenic. Zhang Tong wears an odd expression. He recognizes the sales model. She is Zhao Qian, the campus belle of Central Hunan University, now in her sophomore year. Her extraordinary beauty has made her a well-known figure at the university, attracting admirers in droves, some even offering cars and houses. Yet she remains elusive, with no suitor having succeeded in winning her affection. Rumor has it she is biding her time, waiting for a super-rich suitor to appear. Zhang Tong has fervently discussed these speculations with classmates during his time at university, yet no conclusive answers were ever found. Zhang Tong refrains from greeting Zhao Qian as he steps into the sales office. Although they attend the same university, he has been too preoccupied with part-time jobs to pursue romantic interests. Consequently, while he knows Zhao Qian, she does not know him. They have never crossed paths inside the sales office. The atmosphere is rather desolate, with no potential buyers in sight. Only a few saleswomen sit idly, engaging in casual conversation. Alas, selling houses has become exceedingly difficult. There seems to be no interest whatsoever, one laments. The boss spent a fortune bringing in a prestigious campus beauty as a sales model, yet it has yielded little. All it has done is attract some lecherous onlookers that I haven't sold a single unit in 2 months. I might as well be eating dirt, another adds. Upon noticing Zhang Tong's arrival, they pay him no mind, as he is dressed in tattered attire that suggests a peasant background. Moreover, they had seen him being stopped by the guard outside. Such a person is unlikely to be a genuine buyer. He is merely there to gawk at the beautiful model. After all, with such a stunning sales model outside, there could be even more beauties within. The male gaze is predictable in this regard. Thus, from time to time, men enter only to retreat upon realizing the saleswomen do not meet their expectations, hastily fleeing as if avoiding a venomous snake. Why is no one acknowledging me? Zhang Tong stands there for a considerable time, feeling quite dejected. These saleswomen are utterly unprofessional. I am here to purchase a top-tier villa. Surely, the commission could amount to nearly $1 million. He decides that rather than letting someone else profit, he might as well give Zhao Qian the business. At least she is a fellow alumnus. Thus, under the scornful gazes of the saleswomen, Zhang Tong steps back out, halting before Zhao Qian with a smile. Beautiful lady, if you sell a house, would you be able to share in the commission? If so, I will purchase from you. Certainly, Zhao Qian replies with a smile. Are you truly interested in buying a house? Indeed, Zhang Tong replies earnestly. Sir, please follow me. She gestures for him to enter. Zhao Qian leads Zhang Tong inside, inviting him to sit on the sofa, offering him tea. May I ask your name? I am Zhang Tong. You seem familiar. Have we met before? Zhao Qian inquires, studying Zhang Tong's handsome face with hesitation. She struggles to recall if he is among the many who have pursued her. Could it be that he is using the pretext of buying a house to seek a private moment with her? Such occurrences are not uncommon. They happen daily, with 3 just yesterday, all students from Central Hunan University, which left her amused yet exasperated. Chapter 7. The 45 million villa. We are alumni. I am in my senior year, while you are a sophomore. Perhaps we have crossed paths on campus, where you have seen me playing basketball. Zhang Tong offers that I am not looking for a relationship at the moment, so I apologize. Zhao Qian responds regretfully that is that a rejection already. I had no intention of pursuing you, nor did I profess my feelings. Zhang Tong nearly faints, having been rejected twice in a single day. Beautiful women truly have such inflated self-regard. He attempts to maintain a nonchalant demeanor, insisting, I am genuinely here to buy a house. As a fellow alumnus, I sought you out. Must he continue to act Zhao Qian feels somewhat at a loss. She knows that alumni, especially those who are not yet graduated, often use this as an excuse to engage her in conversation. Alas, being too beautiful comes with its own set of troubles. Yet, since she has been invited to serve as a sales model, she must fulfill her duties. Otherwise, it would be an affront to her payment. Thus, she begins to introduce the properties. There are 3 types of model homes: a 2-bedroom, 1 living room of 70 square meters, a 3-bedroom, 1 living room of 100 square meters, and a 4-bedroom, 2 living room of 138 square meters. Last year, they sold for $15,000 per square meter, but now they are only $10,000 that the prices have nearly halved. This is the bottom, and they cannot drop further. If I had the funds, I would certainly purchase several units and enjoy substantial rental income. There are hundreds of thousands of university students in the vicinity, making these properties highly marketable with virtually no risk of vacancy. Are there any discounts? Zhang Tong inquires. There are indeed. We offer to cover the down payment, as well as appliances and furniture, she replies. The saleswomen observe coolly, whispering among themselves. This young man has quite the audacity. Even after being rejected, he persists. One can only attribute the allure of a super beauty to the obsession it incites in men, compelling them to pursue her by any means necessary. Our boss has wasted money. We have had the campus beauty as a sales model for several days, yet not a single unit has sold. Instead, we have attracted a swarm of lecherous onlookers. Shall we go see a model home? Zhao Qian inquires, noting that Zhang Tong does not appear ready to leave. You haven't introduced the villa yet. Zhang Tong responds. The villa? Zhao Qian places a hand on her forehead, realizing she had underestimated Zhang Tong's tenacity, that he seems intent on prolonging the encounter. I have already made my refusal clear. This is pointless. Do you not understand? However, she steels herself and begins to describe the villa. The average price is $40,000 per square meter. Are there fully furnished options with complete appliances, ready for immediate occupancy? Zhang Tong interjects, showing little interest in an unfurnished villa. There is one model villa that meets your criteria. That it has over 1,200 square meters of garden space and a house area of 737.15 square meters. With a total price of $45 million, let's go see it. Zhang Tong responds, his interest piqued. Today, he encounters someone with remarkable audacity, and he is determined to keep up the charade. Zhao Qian, torn between amusement and disbelief, thinks $45 million, not $500, that a mere senior student could hardly afford such a sum unless he were an extraordinarily wealthy scion. Yet, Zhang Tong does not appear to fit that description, putting aside her doubts. She rises and says, Very well, I will take you to see it. Leading him to view the model villa is, in fact, far more enjoyable than merely standing at the entrance posing. Thus, she hopes to rest a bit this way. The model villa is indeed impressive. The layout boasts favorable feng shui, flowing water, 2 small golden silk nama trees, which are not particularly valuable, a half-acre garden, a 3-story independent structure, a well-proportioned layout, south-north ventilation, ample lighting, and a tranquil environment. It features a gym, a media room, a collection room, and a lounge. There are 2 parking spaces at the entrance, a 6-meter living room, a pearl shell dining room, dual kitchens, Chinese and Western, guest rooms, bathrooms, a maid's room, and a living terrace. The master bedroom spans 5 meters, accompanied by a study, separate wardrobes for both genders, a luxurious en-suite bathroom, a children's room, a piano room, a sunlit art studio, dual en-suite bathrooms, dual view terraces, and a rooftop living terrace. The decor is exceedingly opulent, with furniture and appliances all from renowned brands. Upon entering such a villa, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of joy. Oh, and there is also a basement. Zhao Qian had nearly completed her introduction when she led Zhang Tong into the basement. The basement was quite spacious, measuring at least 100 square meters. That it was adorned with top-notch flooring, and the walls were pristine and flat. However, it was utterly empty, devoid of any furnishings such as a wine cabinet. Clearly, this was a cost-saving measure. It could easily be utilized for stone processing. The absence of a wine cabinet was indeed a stroke of genius. Zhang Tong, feeling satisfied, began to ponder, but suddenly his eyes widened as he stared into a corner, his face a portrait of astonishment. That corner was a pitch-black hole that seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of one he had encountered in a rural cellar. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he approached to peer down. It was about 2 meters deep, and at the bottom lay that enigmatic metallic pipe. How had it been transported here? Zhang Tong stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed by shock and filled with questions, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Zhao Qian inquired, bewildered. "To my apologies, I was lost in thought," Zhang Tong replied, regaining his composure and regarding her with a peculiar gaze, pondering that she had not mentioned this hole at all. Was it possible she could not see it? Was this entrance visible only to him? Moreover, had it followed him here? To the basement or the cellar? The basement was merely a place for storing wine, lacking any noteworthy features. "Shall we head back upstairs?" Zhao Qian suggested. "There seems to be a hole in this corner," Zhang Tong hesitated before tentatively stating. "A hole? I don't see it," Zhao Qian exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion as she gazed at the spot Zhang Tong was pointing to. "That I meant it feels uneven," Zhang Tong clarified, secretly exhilarated. Indeed, she could not see it. This was undoubtedly his unique advantage. How delightful! "Uneven, perhaps," Zhao Qian replied dismissively, as she could not discern any irregularity. Did he perhaps see it through a magnifying glass? The thought nearly made her laugh aloud. Upon returning to the villa's grand hall, Zhao Qian settled comfortably onto a genuine leather sofa. "So, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Fairly satisfied, Zhang Tong surveyed his surroundings with a discerning eye, yet could find no faults. 45 million. One could say it is made of gold. If purchased, one could move in today, as even the bedding is included and remains unopened. Then when you become wealthy in the future, do consider purchasing a villa like this, Zhao Qian remarked, asserting that by then, he would be able to attract any beauty he desired, and no one would be able to resist his advances. Even now, she did not truly believe Zhang Tong was there to buy a villa. Such a subtle refusal was quite the effort on her part. "Really?" Zhang Tong responded with a quizzical expression. "If I were to buy this villa now, would you become my girlfriend?" I did not mean it that way. Zhao Qian, concerned that Zhang Tong might persist, quickly added, "But if you wish to take it literally, you could interpret it that way." She had unwittingly dug herself a hole. What would her reaction be if he actually bought the villa? Zhang Tong nearly burst into laughter as he strode towards the door. Had he finally retreated? Zhao Qian chuckled triumphantly, convinced he would no longer dare to press her. "Goodbye, senior brother," Zhao Qian cheerily waved at Zhang Tong as she returned to the sales office. "Goodbye? What do you mean?" "Handle the purchase paperwork for me. I intend to move in today, as I need to host friends tomorrow." Zhang Tong raised an eyebrow. What did you just say?" Zhao Qian was taken aback, struggling to believe her ears. "That I said to handle the purchase paperwork," Zhang Tong reiterated. "You want to buy a house? Really? You're not joking." Zhao Qian still found it hard to believe that of course it's true. Zhang Tong replied, "Let us not waste time. Which one? Which villa are you referring to?" Zhao Qian pressed further. "Naturally, the model villa we just viewed," Zhang Tong stated. 45 million. "You are aware of that, correct?" Zhao Qian hesitated before answering. "Of course." Zhang Tong nodded. Zhao Qian was rather verbose, yet he was not annoyed. With attractive women, one could afford to be a bit more lenient. It was a privilege bestowed upon them by fate. You need to go to the bank to arrange for a loan. "Are you certain you can secure one?" Zhao Qian questioned, presenting various obstacles to deter him. Chances were that he was still clueless, merely playing the part. That was somewhat vexing. Though he was quite handsome, her patience had its limits. "Full payment, and no need to go to the bank," Zhang Tong declared. 45 million. All at once. How extravagant. Zhao Qian felt an overwhelming sensation of breathlessness wash over her. Could it be that she had encountered a wealthy tycoon? How much could she earn from this? With a 2.5 commission on 45 million, that amounted to 1.125 million, she was on the verge of striking it rich. Oh no. Earlier she had said that if he bought the villa, she would be his girlfriend. What should she do now? "Do you not believe me? Would you like me to show you my bank balance?" Zhang Tong, noticing her flushed cheeks and dazed expression, said with feigned regret. "My apologies. I truly did not mean to be misleading. It's just that you are exceedingly wealthy." Zhao Qian responded apologetically, quickly offering him a seat on the sofa as she busied herself preparing the contract. She also summoned the finance team. Soon the paperwork was completed, and the 45 million was swiftly charged to his account. My goodness, he actually paid in full. He is indeed a tycoon. Zhao Qian was left speechless. How could this be possible? A person who drives a tricycle can afford a 45 million villa, and to pay in full. That is over 120,000 in commissions. If I had approached him from the beginning, wouldn't he have been mine? The other saleswomen were each filled with regret, their envy palpable as they turned green with jealousy toward Zhao. Once the paperwork was finalized, Zhang Tong took the folder and keys. Preparing to leave, Zhao shyly accompanied him outside. "Senior brother, are you free tonight?" "What, do you truly wish to be my girlfriend?" "I thought that was just a jest of yours," Zhang Tong replied with a teasing smile. "Senior brother, with your looks, how could you possibly be without a girlfriend?" Zhao blushed. "That I don't believe that," she added. "Good looks are of little use. It is wealth that holds allure," Zhang Tong mused inwardly. Responding nonchalantly, "I really don't have anyone, believe it or not. Actually, I have no ulterior motives that I simply wish to treat you to dinner as a token of my gratitude for helping me earn over $1 million in commission." "It is something I could never have dreamed of," Zhao expressed her appreciation. "Whether we dine together or not is inconsequential. However, if you genuinely wish to thank me, I have a small favor to ask. Tomorrow afternoon, I will be hosting several important guests at the villa, and I would appreciate your assistance in receiving them," Zhang Tong stated, having already contacted Fan Bingxiang to discuss the auction's location and time. It would be quite impolite to have no one available to serve tea. Zhao, being a top-tier beauty, would lend both decorum and grace to the occasion. "What kind of guests are they? What sort of gathering?" Zhao face flushed with both shyness and anxiety. "Did I ask an invitation to a party?" "It is a private auction for jade," Zhang Tong replied. "All right, I agree." Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her smile radiant. This was a fortuitous opportunity, a chance to expand her network, which could prove invaluable in the future. She was not merely a pretty face. She was a student from a prestigious university, ambitious and aware of the importance of connections. "Then I shall see you tomorrow. Senior brother, shall we have dinner together tonight?" Zhao asked, her tone a blend of shyness and eagerness. "That of course, if you are busy. We can always reschedule. That I'm not busy." "Very well then, let us dine together." Zhang Tong found it difficult to decline, especially since she had invited him twice. After arranging the time and place, Zhang Tong departed. "Hey, beautiful, you're going to treat us to dinner." Several saleswomen quickly surrounded Zhao, their faces filled with envy. "That I'll definitely treat you all once I receive my commission," Zhao replied with a smile. As she continued her work as a sales model, her dedication waned, and she began to inquire in her university class group. "Does anyone know the senior brother Zhang Tong from the 4th year?" "I know him. He is a super scholar from the Department of Electronics, consistently ranking first in the entire department each exam season. A scholarship recipient, but he stands at 6 feet tall, handsome, and charming. It is said that he practices martial arts, truly a well-rounded individual. His parents passed away, leaving him quite impoverished. During his studies, he spent all his time earning money, avoiding social events. Therefore, not many know him. By the way, I heard he had trouble finding a job, so he returned to the countryside to start a business." "Thank you." Zhao eyes sparkled with interest. What an impressive young man. It seemed he had found success in his entrepreneurial endeavors. Zhang Tong exited the housing development, riding his tricycle towards the villa, only to be stopped once more by a security guard who informed him that tricycles were not permitted inside. "My name is Zhang Tong, the owner of the newly purchased villa, number 18, he explained calmly, retrieving his access card and keys. "Let me just make a quick call." The guard's heart raced, and in a flurry, he called the housekeeper. Receiving a confirmation to MY's sincerest apologies, the guard said nervously, "Not a problem." Zhang Tong waved dismissively. This was remarkably low-key. However, his demeanor exuded an undeniable grace. The guard watched Zhang Tong's retreating figure with admiration, feeling an inexplicable sense of enlightenment wash over him. It was as if his perspective had shifted entirely, an almost magical experience. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Tong transported the stone-cutting equipment to the basement. Noticing the hole still present, he jumped down to take a look. Indeed, there was that mysterious passage leading to boxing that IT had truly transferred here, and it was not merely an illusion. Ecstasy washed over Zhang Tong's face. Although this situation was unbelievable, it was an immense stroke of luck. He no longer needed to worry about secrets being exposed, nor did he have to remain confined to one location. All he needed was a villa with a basement, and he could access Baoxing anytime he desired. What sheer delight! Zhang Tong promptly began to survey his villa. Ascending from the first floor to the third, he stood upon the balcony, gazing at the river view with a beaming smile and a heart brimming with pride. From this moment forth, Xiaojiang No. 1 would also bear the mark of Zhang Tong. Chapter 9. The shared bicycle meets the Ferrari at 5:50 p.m. Zhang Tong stepped out of the villa and noticed a two-seater shared bicycle parked by the roadside, an uncommon sight in the university town. He hopped on and rode it to the sales office. Zhao Qian was still elegantly positioned at the entrance, surrounded by a throng of admirers. "Sorry, it's time to close," she announced, gesturing for everyone to disperse. As the clock struck 6, Zhao Qian let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a sleek blue Ferrari sped in like lightning, screeching to a halt at the entrance of the sales office. That a well-dressed man emerged, clutching a bouquet of red roses, striding purposefully toward Zhao Qian. "Alas, he is leaving." The crowd of men sighed in collective dismay, unable to bear the sight of their beloved goddess being whisked away by another. Onlookers paused to gawk at the spectacle. That a handsome man, a Ferrari supercar, and a beautiful woman. What could be more captivating? "Zhao Qian, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" the man boldly declared, oblivious to the presence of others. He knelt before Zhao Qian, raising the roses and a jewelry box high. Would the goddess acquiesce? The hearts of many men bled in anguish, while numerous women looked on with envy, admiring the suitor's wealth and charm. Dressed in designer labels and driving a Ferrari worth $3 million, to be pursued by such a man would surely be a ticket to a life of luxury. That if only I possessed her beauty. They mused. Isn't that young Master Lu? Zhang Tong thought, slightly exasperated, that Liu Fu, a rather pedestrian name, was a third-year student at Xiangzhou University, notorious for his playboy antics and persistent pursuit of Zhao Qian. Despite his many attempts at public declarations of love, he had never succeeded until now, arriving in a newly purchased Ferrari, clearly having made elaborate preparations. Why was he so relentless? Did he believe the Ferrari made him superior? Inwardly, Zhao Qian pondered how best to refuse him. Glancing around, her gaze landed on Zhang Tong, who had dismounted his bicycle and was watching with a bemused expression. She gently declined. "I'm sorry, but I already have plans." "He has come to pick me up." Who's picking you up?" young Master Lu exclaimed, bewildered, scanning the vicinity for another luxury vehicle. His eyes narrowed skeptically at Zhao Qian, suspecting her of deceit. "It's him," she thought to herself. Zhao Qian approached Zhang Tong and wrapped her arm around his, bashfully stating, "Shall we go?" In that instant, all eyes were cast upon Zhang Tong with envy and jealousy, especially young Master Lu, whose face turned crimson with rage. This was the campus belle, Zhao Qian, an ethereal beauty who had never accepted any man's advances. Yet here she was, intimately holding onto another man's arm. Was it possible Zhao Qian had a boyfriend? Who was this interloper? Lu Fu glared at Zhang Tong, his eyes brimming with hostility as he scrutinized his appearance. Clad in shabby attire, with disheveled hair and rough hands, he rode a shared bicycle, a clear indication of a laborer. How had he managed to win the affections of the campus goddess? Surely, it was a ruse. Perhaps Zhao Qian was merely using him as a decoy. "You, get lost now, or I'll make you regret it," young Master Lu bellowed at Zhang Tong. "Who are you talking to? Do we know each other?" Zhang Tong retorted, incensed, reveling in the softness of Zhao Qian's arm. Was it permissible for a rich second generation to bully others? This was utterly intolerable. The onlookers were equally incensed, rallying in support of Zhang Tong. Some even began recording the encounter. "Zhao Qian, I know you are just using him as a shield, but I'm genuinely fond of you. Let us go to the International Hotel for dinner. I've already made a reservation," Lu Fu insisted, attempting to regain control of the situation. However, he was not the type to be easily dismissed. His intelligence was evident. Having gained admission to Xiangzhou University with an admission score of around 660, that sensing the crowd's discontent, he refrained from further arrogance. "Beautiful lady, hop in. Let's south go for some street food. No reservations needed. The dishes are served as soon as you arrive," Zhang Tong invited, slapping the back seat of his bicycle. The crowd erupted in laughter, relishing the confrontation between the rich heir and the underdog. "Is this guy really trying to provoke me?" young Master Lu fumed. "Hey, do you want to fight?" Zhang Tong scoffed. "I could take on 100 of you. You soft-pillowed." Liu Fu's expression shifted as he realized Zhang Tong's imposing physique. He was clearly not someone to be trifled with. That a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict, he thought, stepping back and eagerly urging Zhao Qian, "Don't hesitate. Come on, lady. A rich second generation like him is utterly useless." "Get on my bike," Zhang Tong chimed in. The crowd erupted in laughter again, finding joy in witnessing the rich air being outmatched by a commoner, a sight that struck a chord with them. Who is this guy daring to offend me? Lu Fu seethed, his vision clouded by rage. The disparity between the wealthy second generation and the first was glaring, whether in demeanor or capability. Zhao Qian, now dismissive, decided not to linger any longer. She gracefully took her seat on the back of Zhang Tong's shared bicycle, wrapping her arms around his waist. Oh my, how could this beauty choose a bicycle over a Ferrari? The onlookers mused that hadn't it always been said that women would rather cry in a Ferrari than laugh on a bicycle? What was happening today? This was a renowned sales model, stunningly beautiful and unparalleled. Yet she opted for a shared bicycle that was utterly refreshing. My goodness. I believe in love once more. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly shocked. Some men felt a surge of hope. Perhaps they too could experience love one day. Just as the beautiful goddess had chosen this ordinary man that moment, they were reborn. How could this be? What is happening? Young Master Lu stood there, dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his face. This was not an act. Zhao Qian had genuinely chosen a commoner over him. He had prepared himself for rejection, but never had he anticipated defeat at the hands of a poor nobody. What on earth had led to this? What had she seen in him? The answer was simple. Because he was wealthier than you. The saleswomen exchanged knowing smirks, relishing the spectacle, allowing young Master Lu to savor the harsh lesson life had in store for him. Chapter 10. On the brink of an assault, the street food stall boasted flavors that rivaled high-end restaurants. Zhang Tong had dined here many times with his roommates, relishing dishes like spicy chili oil, eggplant casserole, and stinky tofu. Their appetites were insatiable. He could consume 7 bowls of rice, while the others managed 5 or 6, stacking their empty bowls high in a towering display. Zhang Tong led Zhao Qian into a nearby street food stall, Old Kai's restaurant, seeking an empty table. You two are quite the pair, Zhao Qian remarked with a smile, that I've eaten here before during a class gathering, that I recall the dishes being quite spicy, yet delicious, that I used to worry that the spice would affect my skin. So I came less frequently. There are non-spicy options, Zhang Tong assured her, confidently ordering several dishes, including steamed eggs and eggplant casserole, both mild. Suddenly, Zhang Tong sensed something was amiss. The once bustling eatery fell eerily silent. Lifting his gaze, he found himself the target of fiery glares from the male patrons, their eyes blazing with envy, that if looks could kill, Zhang Tong would have perished 1,000 times over. That am I being envied? He thought, bemused. Honestly, we're not in the relationship you think we are. He pondered whether an explanation would even matter. Zhao Qian's face flushed with embarrassment. This was her first time dining alone with a male companion during her 2 years at university. With her fame, every male student recognized her. After all, in this digital age, one misstep could lead to her being photographed and turned into a wallpaper for countless phones. That was no exaggeration to say that over 90% of the male students' phone wallpapers featured various images of Zhao Qian, providing solace during many lonely nights. Feel free to stare. It won't hurt. Zhang Tong decided to ignore their glares. As the food arrived, he encouraged Zhao Qian to dig in. Unbeknownst to them, a post had just appeared on the university BBS campus bell. Zhao Qian spotted on a date with a male student, complete with photographic evidence. The photograph captures Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian with remarkable clarity. Who is this scoundrel? I shall eliminate him. How dare he betray me? The vengeance for a stolen wife is one that cannot be overlooked. This scoundrel is doomed. Which restaurant is it? Just watch me deal with him. The crowd is seething with rage, filled with intense fury. What the hell? Is that not Zhang Tong? A chubby fellow also notices, feeling a mix of jealousy and admiration, but suddenly realizes, oh no, Zhang Tong might be in for a beating. He hastens to Lao Kai restaurant, eyes wide, and indeed, there they are. Zhang Tong is engaged in lively conversation with the campus belle, Zhao Qian, their expressions intimate. The goddess gazes at him as if electrified, radiating sweetness. Zhang Tong, hurry and leave, or you will be attacked. The chubby fellow rushes over, shouting anxiously, Luo Peng, aren't you supposed to be at work? What are you doing at school? Zhang Tong is taken aback. Bringing a beauty here for a meal, he had not worried about running into acquaintances, as most fourth-year students have jobs. Luo Peng, whose full name is Luo Ming, is one of Zhang Tong's roommates and a close friend for 4 years that I live on campus. I came back after work. Luo Peng explains, someone posted online that some of Zhao Qian's fervent admirers have threatened to come and beat you up. You must leave that in no way. Zhang Tong is skeptical. That sounds exaggerated. They won't actually act on it, will they? It's true. I ran out and already saw people yelling and rushing downstairs. Luo Peng insists, Senior, we should go. Zhao Qian feels a bit awkward and somewhat anxious. Alas, it seems that even at a prestigious university, there are still many hotheads. Zhang Tong sighs deeply, just as he intends to sneak away with Zhao Qian. It's too late that a dozen of Zhao Qian's ardent admirers storm in. Each one glares at Zhang Tong with fiery eyes. Scoundrel, who are you? An obviously wealthy young man angrily demands that I am your senior. A fourth-year student majoring in electronic engineering, consistently ranking first in my department, a scholarship recipient. What about you? Zhang Tong stands his ground. The young man momentarily falters, his face turning crimson that he desperately wishes to retort. But I am wealthier than you. However, at such a moment, he feels that voicing this would be shameful, likely provoking a storm of backlash. Thus, he remains silent. Yet another long-haired rich kid, lacking intelligence, bellows, Your grades are impressive. But what good does that do? After graduation, you'll still be working for someone else. My family's company employs countless individuals with higher qualifications than yours. They all respectfully address me as young master. You do realize that's your family's company, not yours. What do you have to boast about? Without your forebears, you wouldn't even be able to support yourself. You know that in the eyes of countless people, including the employees of your family's company, you are but a useless good-for-nothing. Zhang Tong scoffs. The long-haired rich kid is furious, brimming with rage. Yet he insists, I was born into privilege, and that is an advantage. Some are born into Rome, while others are born as beasts of burden. That I am the former, and you are the latter. That don't you understand? You pride yourself on being a waste, do you? Zhang Tong retorts, looking down on beasts of burden. Have you forgotten that your ancestors were once beasts of burden too? Don't you realize that Rome was built by them? You, a pauper, how can you compare to me? The long-haired rich kid, at a loss for words, resorts to personal attacks, claiming, my monthly allowance is more than your annual salary. Yet, I have secured a date with the campus belle, while you can only seethe in impotent rage. Zhang Tong declares, you infuriate me. The long-haired rich kid is so furious he could spit blood. He simply cannot counter the argument. The other boys, one by one, are seething with frustration. The words impotent rage strike too close to home. Is it not a reflection of all of them? This is too much. It is utterly immoral. Beat him, a rogue in the back shouts. Beat me. Don't you all care about your diplomas? Zhang Tong exclaims in astonishment. I have documented everything. Anyone who dares to strike will undoubtedly be expelled. Luo Peng, with a cunning expression, raises his phone. The crowd's faces change drastically, and they begin to retreat. The threat of expulsion is too formidable. It is beyond their capacity to bear. Zhao Qian seizes the opportunity to speak. Gentlemen, I reserve the right to choose whom I dine with and whom I date. Your behavior is utterly unreasonable. Return to where you came from, or else you will attract the police, and that will not end well. Alas, that let us leave. The multitude of boys, dispirited, walk away, each one in a state of despair. What else can they do? Must they watch the goddess flaunt her affection for that scoundrel? Zhao Qian, why do you like him? Why? Some refuse to leave, lamenting loudly. Then they are forcibly dragged away, for it is simply too embarrassing. Chapter 11. Becoming another's golden support at last. Peace is returned. Zhang Tong rubs his forehead, reflecting. Now you understand the allure of the campus belle, don't you? Luo Peng whispers in Zhang Tong's ear. Now be honest, how did you in the heart of the campus belle? I did not pursue her. She asked me out, do you understand? Zhang Tong replies earnestly to that boasting. Luo Peng is furious, so it turns out Zhao Qian is the one pursuing Zhang Tong. That is simply too heartbreaking. You must know that during their 4 years in college, the three roommates often speculated about what kind of outstanding individual could win Zhao Qian's affection. He must be immensely fortunate. Yet that outstanding individual, that immensely fortunate man, is actually Zhang Tong. Damn. Although she asked me out, it is not a romantic relationship. We are merely friends. Zhang Tong clarifies. Really? Luo Peng looks at him skeptically. Believe it or not, Zhang Tong replies irritably. When a man pursues a woman, there is a mountain between them. When a woman pursues a man, there is but a veil that I do not believe you can maintain this for long. Luo Peng shoots Zhang Tong a disdainful glance before turning to Zhao Qian. Great campus belle. When did you take a liking to my brother? I only met him today. Zhao Qian replies. What? Today you met. And you fell head over heels? Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian are both somewhat speechless and choose to ignore this fellow. Great campus belle. I heard you were working as a real estate model. How much do you make in a day? Luo Peng continues to flirt. 2,000. For 4 hours of work. 2,000 a day is quite a lot. Making money must be easy for a beauty. Luo Peng exclaims. His monthly salary is barely 10,000. Working 8 hours, often with overtime. Modeling is exhausting. Standing for 4 hours could leave one feeling shattered. Zhao Qian replies. Have you considered doing live streaming? You could certainly earn more that way. Luo Peng suggests that in the past, the three brothers had discussed enviously how if Zhao Qian, such a stunning beauty, were to do live streaming, she could easily earn a 6-figure or even 7-figure annual salary. I don't like that kind of work. It requires forced smiles, singing, dancing, and pandering to wealthy patrons. Zhao Qian states. Then what do you plan to do in the future? Zhang Tong inquires that I am a bit lost as well. Zhao Qian admits, next year will be my 3rd year, and graduation is not far off. That my major is English. If I find a job related to my field, it would probably be as a secretary or a translator. Neither seems particularly promising. That if I pursue a modeling career, the future is also uncertain, as it relies on youth. What will I do when I grow older? A man fears choosing the wrong career, and a woman fears marrying the wrong man. That I believe you should focus on marrying a good man. That would ensure a happy life. Luo Peng remarks, for instance, my brother Zhang Tong is talented in both arts and martial skills. He will undoubtedly rise to prominence in the future. For instance, I, Luo Ming, will also become a figure of great renown. You mean I should choose one of you 2 brothers? Zhao Qian asks, stifling a laugh. That is not what I meant, but it is not out of the question. Luo Peng boldly states, perhaps someone may not think highly of me. Zhao Qian casts a wistful glance at Zhang Tong. Since the day she met Zhang Tong, she has noticed that he has shown no interest in her whatsoever. His decision to buy a villa was not because she agreed to be his girlfriend. Rather, he genuinely intended to purchase it, and he was merely accommodating her as a fellow alumn, a super beauty. It is her first encounter with a man who is uninterested in her or unwilling to pursue her. This feels fresh yet frustrating to her. What the hell? Luo Peng is left speechless, utterly shocked. He can hardly believe his eyes and ears. Heaven help me, Zhao Qian is truly pursuing Zhang Tong. Yet Zhang Tong seems unwilling to accept her. Right now, I have no other thoughts. I merely wish to find a beautiful secretary. Zhang Tong states, for I am too busy. Without a secretary, it is simply unmanageable. What the hell, Brother Tong? Have you succeeded in your business? Luo Peng jumps up, his face filled with joy that if he had not succeeded, how could he dare mention hiring a beautiful secretary? I have made some money recently and will be registering a company. Zhang Tong reveals. What industry? Luo Peng eagerly asked that it could be considered the jewelry industry. Zhang Tong explains, though it is essentially treasure hunting. Treasure hunting involves seeking various treasures bestowed by nature, such as gold nuggets, gemstones, diamonds, rare stones, and precious plants, flowers, herbs. There is a term for it. Treasure hunter. Jewelry industry, treasure hunting. Luo Peng is dumbfounded. This bears no relation to his field of study whatsoever. After a moment of dazed silence, he glances at Zhao Qian, and a thought strikes him. Could it be that Zhang Tong has struck it rich through treasure hunting? Is that why such a stunning beauty is pursuing him? His heart races, and his breath quickens. Is there a guarantee of making money? That is hard to say, Zhang Tong replies. In any industry, some lose while others gain. It is just that in my field, it is somewhat easier to make money. Brother Tong, the job I found is subpar. It is merely computer maintenance, and the salary is quite low, not even reaching 10,000. How about I help you? Luo Peng inquired eagerly, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. What an astute individual he was. Zhao Qian cast a sidelong glance at Luo Peng, feeling a twinge of envy, for this portly fellow was about to latch onto a golden opportunity. Are you truly willing to assist me? Do you have no regrets? Zhang Tong asked with a serious demeanor. Of course, I have no regrets. I had presumed that after graduating from university, we would all go our separate ways and never meet again. If we can remain together and strive side by side, it would be an exceedingly joyous and beautiful affair. At worst, we might not earn much, but there is nothing to fear. I am quite robust and can withstand hunger. Luo Peng declared earnestly, patting his ample chest. Then come over tomorrow with the campus bell. Zhang Tong instructed that as for your salary, let us provisionally set it at 100,000. Make sure to bring those stones back when you return. Cutting stones tomorrow is a laborious task, and one person alone cannot manage it. With Luo Peng on board, it will be much easier. Moreover, there will be countless stones to cut in the future. If I rely solely on myself to cut stones at Baoxing, I would exhaust myself trying to finish. Therefore, the most I can do is split the stones in half there and bring back the jade for Luo Peng to cut. And it is essential that the person cutting the stones is someone I can trust at an annual salary of 100,000. Isn't that excessive? Until the company turns a profit, I don't need a salary. Just living expenses will suffice. Luo Peng remarked that I'm in a monthly salary of 100,000. Zhang Tong clarified, what? A monthly salary of 100,000? Luo Peng's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. That don't scare me like that. You were once my roommate and my first subordinate, so I'm giving you a bit more, Zhang Tong explained. From now on, let Luo Peng toil away cutting and processing stones, exhausting himself that 1 million annual salary isn't easily acquired. Boss, you are truly generous. I raise my glass to you, Luo Peng exclaimed, his face alight with joy, blissfully unaware that he was about to become Zhang Tong's laborer, destined for days filled with toil and dust. Yet the salary was indeed substantial, far beyond what he could currently earn. Just don't scold me in the future. Zhang Tong chuckled inwardly, that a monthly salary of 100,000. That's extravagant. Zhao Qian's eyes gleamed with envy. She even contemplated volunteering to become Zhang Tong's secretary, hoping to secure a similar salary, or perhaps even higher. Even if it meant compromising her principles, it might not be entirely unacceptable. Heavens, why am I thinking this way? Zhao Qian's face flushed with embarrassment. She was astonished. In the past, she had unequivocally rejected the advances of countless wealthy suitors, unperturbed by lavish gifts of cars and houses. Why now did she consider lowering her standards to become Zhang Tong's secretary? Could it be because he was simply too handsome? Chapter 12. Luo Peng's astonishment. The following morning at 7, Luo Peng appeared at the girls' dormitory with an energized demeanor, awaiting the campus bell, Zhao Qian. They were to visit Zhang Tong together, as he had not disclosed his address the previous night, leaving Zhao Qian to lead the way. After a considerable wait, Zhao Qian finally descended the stairs, clad in a black professional outfit that exuded both allure and innocence. Campus bell, don't you think today's attire is a bit conservative? It's not as enticing as yesterday, Luo Peng remarked. Is yesterday and today really the same? Yesterday, I was modeling for a real estate showcase. Today, I'm working as a secretary, Zhao Qian replied, slightly irritated that a temporary secretary then. Luo Peng inquired, intrigued. Kind of. Zhao Qian admitted that so, it's true that Brother Tong is looking for a beautiful secretary? Luo Peng speculated. Has he struck it rich? I'm not entirely sure. You should ask him yourself. Zhao Qian replied cryptically that in truth, she only knew that Zhang Tong had purchased a villa for 45 million and nothing more. Not daring to speak out of turn soon, the two exited the campus. Although they were seen by others on the way, it did not stir much attention, as they maintained a distance of a meter apart. Crucially, they were both aware that Zhao Qian had her sights set on a handsome senior in his 4th year, who was certainly not portly. Brother Tong lives here, Luo Peng asked as they entered Tianlan Manor. Indeed, Zhao Qian affirmed. The rent here must be exorbitant, right? Luo Peng queried. Naturally, after all, it is one of the most luxurious neighborhoods in Shanxing, Zhao Qian replied. What type of house does Brother Tong rent? Is it a few rooms with a living area? Luo Peng asked that he resides in a villa. Zhao Qian stated that a villa. Good grief, what is the monthly rent? Luo Peng gasped in astonishment that if we go by market rates, the monthly rent wouldn't be less than 100,000. Zhao Qian explained. What? 100,000? Luo Peng jumped in shock. That is utterly terrifying. The villa is worth 45 million. Zhao Qian remarked, and no wonder, Luo Peng sighed, utterly amazed that if you deposited 45 million in the bank, with an annual interest rate of 3%, that would yield 135,000, that a monthly rent of 100,000 isn't all that steep. But Zhang Tong is extravagantly lavish. Isn't he starting a business? Why isn't he being frugal? Could it be that he has truly struck it rich? Campus bell. Do you think Zhang Tong's treasure hunt and auction house venture is reliable? Luo Peng probed cautiously, sensing that Zhao Qian held some knowledge to is it reliable. You'll find out once you get involved. Zhao Qian replied that he is offering you 1 million annual salary, so I suggest you enjoy it quietly. If he can't earn any money, then offering me 1 million annual salary is meaningless, Luo Peng countered. That is true. So, you should really think it over. Zhao Qian teased, refusing to divulge that Zhang Tong had spent 45 million on a villa. You are quite the competent temporary secretary, keeping everything under wraps, Luo Peng exclaimed, nearly at a loss for words. That I adhere to professional ethics. Zhao Qian declared proudly, so, don't think you can pry any secrets about Zhang Tong from me. I am Zhang Tong's brother. Without my assistance, how would you be able to pursue him? Luo Peng threatened. Who said I wanted to pursue him? Zhao Qian retorted, both flustered and annoyed. Last night, Zhang Tong hinted that he wasn't looking for a girlfriend. Just a beautiful secretary. How mischievous, Luo Peng teased. You can't expect pearls from a dog's mouth, Zhao Qian shot back, her annoyance palpable as she quickened her pace. Soon, they arrived at Zhang Tong's villa. She pressed the doorbell. Did is this truly a villa worth 45 million? Luo Peng asked, curiosity and excitement bubbling within him, that he planned to take several photos to flaunt in their class group chat. You two arrived quite early, Zhang Tong greeted them, dressed in a black suit and shoes, his hair impeccably styled, exuding a strikingly handsome aura. After dinner the previous night, he had accomplished quite a bit, getting a haircut, buying clothes, tea leaves, red wine, beverages, soap, towels, and other daily necessities, and moving all the jade materials from the mysterious passageway to the basement. Though he had slept late, his diligence and youth allowed him to rise early, appearing quite spirited. You are looking exceptionally handsome, Luo Peng remarked, his expression a mix of envy and jealousy. You are more handsome than any star. Zhao Qian's heart raced inexplicably, wishing she could slap herself. The handsome man before her was not a good person. He was merely looking to take advantage of her. She must not develop feelings for him. Come in, Zhang Tong said, dismissing Luo Peng's comments. I was equally handsome when I had no money, but no woman took an interest in me. Thus wealth is paramount. Heavens, this is too extravagant. Luo Peng exclaimed as he stepped inside, his eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing 2 golden silk nama trees. It was truly a spectacle beyond imagination. As he wandered through the hall, marveling at the opulence, he lamented that poverty had indeed limited his imagination. He had never fathomed that a villa could be so extravagantly luxurious. It's merely worth 45 million. It's nothing extraordinary. There are even more impressive mansions worth hundreds of millions, if not billions, but they are mostly located in Hong Kong Island, Shenzhen, and Shanghai. The most expensive villa in our Xiangqing is valued at less than 200 million. Zhang Tong remarked. This villa is hardly remarkable, Luo Peng challenged, that if you're capable, then buy it outright. Don't rent it. What? Who said it was rented? Zhang Tong exclaimed, astonished. Am I that poor? What did you purchase it? Luo Peng's heart raced, glancing at Zhao Qian. Campus bell. What do you have to say? I can only tell you that yesterday Zhang Tong bought this villa outright from me for 45 million. And I earned over 120,000 in commission. Zhao Qian said with a mischievous grin, that my heavens. He bought the villa in cash for 45 million. Zhang Tong, where did you acquire such wealth? Luo Peng trembled, his face flushed crimson. It seemed Zhang Tong had indeed succeeded in his entrepreneurial endeavors. Otherwise, who would dare to be so extravagant? What is the big deal? Zhang Tong replied, let me show you something. He pulled out his phone and opened a news article featuring a banner from a stone gambling shop. Today, our esteemed guest has made a fortune in stone gambling, raking in over 49 million. You are that esteemed guest? Luo Peng asked, astonished. Zhao Qian's realization dawned on her. This was the source of Zhang Tong's funds for the villa. Indeed, Zhang Tong confirmed. However, my point is that treasure hunting also includes stone gambling. Do you possess X-ray vision? Luo Peng asked excitedly. That I actually do, Zhang Tong replied with a serious tone. Then the campus bell has been exposed to you. Luo Peng's thought process was uniquely whimsical. Goodness, you caught me off guard with that one, Zhang Tong said, rubbing his forehead, unsure how to respond to Luo Peng's antics. That I'm dying. You really do say the most absurd things, Zhao Qian exclaimed, covering her face in embarrassment. That I'm merely stating the truth. Aside from treasure hunting, isn't X-ray vision used to see beautiful women. That's how it's portrayed in novels. Luo Peng asserted confidently. All right, let us stop the jesting. Zhang Tong interjected that my stone gambling mainly relies on intuition and a bit of luck. However, in the future, our company will primarily depend on jade for profit. Luo Peng, you must learn the art of jade carving. Come, I shall escort you to the basement and teach you the techniques. Carving jade? I am quite fond of that, Luo Peng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with joy and anticipation. Chapter 13. The priceless red jadeite. May I have a look? Zhao Qian inquired eagerly. You still have other tasks to attend to. Please clean the villa and prepare the meal. I have already purchased the ingredients, Zhang Tong stated, having gone shopping early in the morning. The auction was set for the afternoon, making it inconvenient to dine out at noon. You consider me a mere servant? Zhao Qian expressed her discontent. With a commission exceeding 1.2 million, what is wrong with having you act as a servant for a day? Zhang Tong retorted sharply. Fine, fine. I shall clean up right away. Zhao Qian conceded immediately. Goodness, are you not being a tad rude to the campus belle? Luo Peng remarked, following Zhang Tong into the basement, marveling at the situation. Desireless. I have no pursuit of her. Why should I treat her with undue courtesy? Zhang Tong replied nonchalantly. Then you do not wish to be with her, Luo Peng teased, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Get lost, Zhang Tong shot back, infuriated. This fellow is utterly debauched, always preoccupied with thoughts of women. I, on the other hand, am in pursuit of wealth, as for women. I shall leave that to fate. Upon entering the basement and flicking on the lights, the jadeite rough material scattered across the floor instantly radiated a mesmerizing green glow, both beautiful and enchanting. This jadeite. How exquisite! Luo Peng mused, entirely unaware of its true value. Thus his reaction remained subdued. This is the jade cutter, and this is the polishing machine. Zhang Tong commenced his instruction, retrieving a vibrant red jadeite the size of a basketball, which emanated a stunning crimson light. Truly magnificent. How much do you think it could fetch? Luo Peng inquired, thoroughly captivated as he toyed with it. When someone arrives to purchase it, we shall see the bidding unfold, and then you will know, Zhang Tong replied, withholding the true value to avoid overwhelming him. Did you acquire all of this through gambling? Luo Peng remarked, impressed by the sheer volume. The origins of these jadeite roughs are a matter of business confidentiality. Do not pry or speculate, Zhang Tong instructed. Understood, Luo Peng affirmed. Patting his chest, he then commenced the carving process. These were semi-gambling materials. There was little concern about damaging them. Meticulous peeling would suffice. The plump man exhibited remarkable patience, and thus he worked with ease and delight. Earning a monthly salary of 100,000 invigorated his spirit, and he was untroubled by the thought of Zhang Tong being unable to pay him, given that Zhang Tong's fortune was at least 45 million. Take your time and extract all the jadeite, that I shall take a moment to rest. Zhang Tong said. As you wish, Luo Peng replied, engrossed in his task. This labor is rather enjoyable, Zhang Tong thought to himself, retreating to the hall to relax on the sofa with tea and a cigarette. Especially when he noticed the campus belle gracefully mopping the floor, his contentment grew. It seems I ought to hire a secretary as striking and alluring as Zhao Qian. Such a delight to the eyes. With your beauty radiating, would you care for a shoulder massage? Zhao Qian playfully chided. That would be delightful, Zhang Tong chuckled. Dream on, Zhao Qian retorted with a touch of pride before returning to her task. At 1:30, a procession of luxury vehicles arrived at Tianlan Manor. BMWs, Mercedes, Rolls-Royces, Porsches, Ferraris, coming to a halt before Zhang Tong's villa, from which emerged a cadre of impeccably dressed magnates escorted by bodyguards. Fan Bingxiang also arrived, stepping out of a Ferrari, instantly captivating the crowd in a pristine white dress complemented by red high heels, adorned with a ruby necklace and jade bracelet. She radiated brilliance and elegance, exuding an air of aristocratic grace. Such a noble and beautiful woman. Is this what they call a top-tier socialite? Zhao Qian mused silently as she welcomed guests at the entrance, filled with admiration. Perhaps this is the kind of regal beauty men yearn to marry? Welcome, Zhang Tong greeted warmly. Thank you all for coming to grace this private auction. This is Zhang Tong, a treasure seeker. My gold nugget was sourced by him. Just yesterday, he won a jadeite worth 50 million at Lao Kai's gambling den. Fan Bingxiang began the introductions, having shared Zhang Tong's jadeite fortune with her to embellish her own profile. The crowd of business magnates gasped in astonishment, showering him with praise. Thank you all for attending my humble private auction. I hope to meet your expectations. Zhang Tong invited everyone inside. The hall was spacious enough to accommodate the guests comfortably. Please enjoy some tea. Zhao Qian busily prepared the refreshments. Zhang, is this beauty your girlfriend? Fan Bingxiang inquired. Not at all. Her name is Zhao Qian, my junior from university. She is still in her second year. I invited her to assist. Zhang Tong clarified that Mr. Zhang, where is the jadeite? Let us see it. After a round of pleasantries, one of the magnates grew impatient. They are being carved in the basement, Zhang Tong replied. Shall we have a look? Certainly, the crowd of magnates rose, eager to see the jadeite they had come for. Before long, they descended into the basement, and Zhao Qian boldly followed, ostensibly to host the esteemed guests. But truly to catch a glimpse of the exquisite jadeite, the S.A. beauty, she held a keen interest in precious jewels. Luo Peng was still immersed in carving, his face dust-laden and hands soiled. Yet he found joy in his task, extracting stunning pieces of jadeite with a profound sense of accomplishment. How beautiful! The crowd's eyes widened, and they began to examine the pieces closely, each armed with a flashlight. All were of high-quality icy green jade. This must weigh over 1,000 jin. It has been years since we have seen such a large quantity of high-quality jadeite in one go. Ha, this visit was worth it, Mr. Zhang. You are truly remarkable to have gambled such an abundance of high-quality jadeite. You are simply extraordinary. The magnates expressed their delight. This piece of icy red jade is stunning. I must have it. No one else can claim it. Zhao, a woman in her 40s with lingering charm, clutched the red jade tightly, clearly enamored. Zhao, it's not yours just because you fancy it. The highest bidder wins. Someone protested, I bid 1 billion. Zhao retorted fiercely, goodness. Luo Peng nearly stumbled, stunned. Is she joking? 8 billion for a piece of jade. Surely, she must be jesting. Zhao Qian, too, was left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, astonishingly, the other magnates remained unfazed. With one quickly raising the bid, I offer 1.05 billion, 1.06 billion, 1.07 billion, 1.08 billion. That scarcity breeds value. Icy red jade, especially of such vivid hue, is exceedingly rare and thus highly prized. 1.1 billion. Zhao roared, her presence imposing. No further bids were made. They all conceded. Congratulations, Zhang Tong affirmed, swiftly agreeing. Soon, the transaction was completed, and 1.1 billion was deposited into Zhang Tong's bank account. Zhao, cradling the red jade, beamed radiantly. Luo Peng and Zhao Qian stood aside, utterly dumbfounded and questioning their existence. That is this truly worth 1.1 billion. Chapter 14. A windfall of 4.4 billion. Mr. Zhang, how shall we auction the high-quality, icy greens? One magnate inquired. We have yet to finish carving them. Zhang Tong replied that no need. They are practically clear materials, came the consensus. Shall we auction them individually? Given the quantity, that seems impractical. Let us do it by weight, suggested Qin, a fellow magnate. What price per jean shall we set? After some deliberation, Zhang Tong nodded. 0.3 million per jean. How does that sound? The crowd deliberated. Even Qin added, this is a fair price. You will not incur a loss, and we can still profit. You were recommended by Bingxiang. And, given your exceptional skills as a treasure seeker, we hope to forge a long-term partnership. Mutual benefit is the key to longevity. 0.3 million per jean. With likely over 1,000 jeans, that equates to 30 billion. Luo Peng's hands trembled, and his legs shook as sweat beaded on his forehead, filled with trepidation that if I were to damage even one piece, would I be liable? Now he understood why Zhang Tong offered him a monthly salary of 100,000, and why he dismissed Zhao Qian. She was unworthy. Zhang Tong would undoubtedly marry a top-tier beauty. I think I might faint. Zhao Qian nearly swooned. The wealth she once yearned for, the riches she tirelessly pursued, seemed to be encapsulated in a single piece of jade carved from stone. Yet, acquiring such jadeite was an arduous endeavor. However, for Zhang Tong, it was a mere trifle that if he were to gift her a piece, she could ascend to wealth and happiness in an instant. If one were to rely solely on personal efforts, it would undoubtedly be akin to navigating an endless sea of suffering. Very well. The price is set at 300,000 per pound. Zhang Tong smiled and nodded. This figure exceeds his own psychological estimate by a significant margin. Thus, it implies that the piece of jade sold yesterday was undervalued. However, without a point of comparison, the sincerity of these prominent businessmen would remain unknown. The crowd rejoiced and immediately set about dividing the spoils that in no time. Everything was distributed cleanly at a total of 1,100 pounds, amounting to 3.3 billion, that after the payment was settled, they were eager to depart. With such treasures at hand, it was unsettling to leave them unguarded. Esteemed gentlemen, I am on the verge of establishing a small auction house, which will feature numerous jade artifacts along with other treasures acquired by various treasure seekers, Zhang Tong announced, inviting everyone to grace the occasion. Certainly, we shall look forward to it, that we are very much anticipating it. Please do notify me when the time comes. The crowd eagerly agreed that if they could procure a substantial quantity of jade from Zhang Tong, there would be no need to risk their fortunes on the stone gambles in Myanmar. Moreover, the jade mines in Myanmar are nearly depleted, making the acquisition of jade increasingly arduous and prices continually soaring. Thus, this is indeed a tremendous opportunity. Zhang Tong promptly established a WeChat group, aptly named Tongtian Treasures, and added all the businessmen into it. From now on, any information regarding treasures or auction dates would be disseminated through this group. Quite ingenious, indeed. The younger generation's minds are remarkably agile. The businessmen were not only pleased but also deeply impressed. They soon took their leave, with Fan Bingxiang lingering to congratulate Zhang Tong. Congratulations on your windfall of over 4 billion. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, this would not have gone so smoothly. Zhang Tong expressed with gratitude. Come, let me treat you to a lavish meal. That don't need to be so formal with me. Fan Bingxiang waved her hand. I have matters to attend to. I must head to Changbai Mountain immediately. To Changbai Mountain for what? Zhang Tong asked in astonishment. The TO's search for ginseng that is over 300 years old. Fan Bingxiang stated solemnly. I am bringing along gold nuggets. Perhaps they will bring me good fortune. Finding ginseng that old in Changbai Mountain is quite uncertain, Zhang Tong thought to himself, shaking his head discreetly, that if you have no other pressing matters, would you accompany me? If you manage to find ginseng over 300 years old, I would be willing to purchase it at a high price, Fan Bingxiang invited. Very well. When shall we depart? Although Zhang Tong was reluctant to go to Changbai Mountain and preferred to seek treasures elsewhere, he felt he could not turn down such an offer. She had assisted him so significantly, and such connections would take him years to cultivate. T.O. refuse would be rather inconsiderate, that he could only acquiesce. We shall take a helicopter tomorrow morning, that I will return to make preparations, that we shall dine lavishly upon my return. I shall treat you, he declared. Fan Bingxiang was delighted and filled with anticipation, with a treasure seeker as formidable as Zhang Tong joining her. They were bound to achieve success, were they not? Once Fan Bingxiang departed, Luo Peng exuberantly exclaimed, Brother Tong, you have struck it rich, becoming a billionaire with over 40 billion. With such wealth, you could never spend it all in a lifetime. Could you not aspire to something greater? Zhang Tong replied, somewhat irritably, it is precisely these businessmen. Who among them does not possess hundreds of billions? Hundreds of billions? Surely not. Luo Peng recoiled in disbelief. They are all renowned jewelry company owners, and indeed, many possess fortunes in the hundreds of billions, perhaps even surpassing 1 trillion, that I have verified it on Baidu. Zhao Qian added. Wow. Luo Peng was left dumbfounded. Brother Tong, you are now so impressive. Your friends are all magnates. When might you surpass them? With such modest aspirations, why not aim to surpass the world's richest? Zhang Tong retorted. Brother Tong, your ambitions are truly lofty. I am in complete admiration, Luo Peng flattered, then inquired. While you are at Changbai Mountain, what should I be doing? Help me register a company, which shall be named Tianbao Auction House, with a registered capital of 500 million. Zhang Tong instructed. Additionally, find 1 or 2 appraisers. Also, please send out recruitment advertisements for a high-paying position for a beautiful secretary, with an annual salary of 3 million, so that I may conduct interviews upon my return. A beautiful secretary with an annual salary of 3 million? Luo Peng was somewhat taken aback, that I asked that not excessive. Only a high salary can attract a stunning and capable secretary, Zhang Tong insisted. Very well then, by the way, may I recruit a secretary as well? Luo Peng asked hopefully. You specialize in cutting stones. What need have you for a secretary? Zhang Tong replied with a frown. yet added, "However, you may find a trustworthy male assistant." "That is not fair," Luo Peng retorted, but quickly subsided, asking, "What about the company address?" "Purchase a floor in a nearby building, ideally on the ground floor, where we can construct an underground treasure vault," Zhang Tong stated. "Given the current downturn in the real estate market, we should be able to acquire it at a low price." "Excellent," Luo Peng nodded earnestly. "Perhaps we should forego hiring a secretary? I wish to give it a try." Suddenly, Zhao Qian wrapped her arms around Zhang Tong's, gently shaking him in a playful manner. "Wow, how scandalous!" Luo Peng's expression was a complex mix of emotions. "Goddess, have you fallen? Do you truly wish this? Do you have no regrets?" Zhang Tong's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Of course, I have no regrets whatsoever." Zhao Qian replied earnestly that an annual salary of 3 million could be deemed the pinnacle for a secretary. "And moreover, if I can win his favor, there may be additional rewards." Chapter 15. A couple seat. "Watching a movie, let's just drop it. I fear you may not be able to handle it," Zhang Tong remarked. "How could I not manage?" "You underestimate me too much," Zhao Qian retorted defiantly. "Pray tell, what does a secretary's duties entail?" Zhang Tong teased. "It is merely serving tea, massaging shoulders, rubbing backs, and helping the boss handle work-related matters. Essentially, a secretary is available for any task," Zhao Qian explained. "And what else?" Zhang Tong nearly burst into laughter. "What more is there? I am unaware, but I can learn." Zhao Qian blushed deeply. "Very well then, from this day forth, you shall be my secretary, with an annual salary of 3 million. However, you must truly study how to fulfill the role of a secretary. Upon my return from Changbai Mountain, there will be an evaluation. Should I find you lacking, you shall return from whence you came," Zhang Tong stipulated. "Understood, that I shall not disappoint you," Zhao Qian beamed, her smile radiant and enchanting. "An annual salary of 3 million has just fallen into my lap. How fortunate." She then playfully added, "Since I am now your secretary, allow me to handle the purchase of an office building." Seeking commission again, Zhang Tong rubbed his forehead. "That IT would be better for me to earn it myself." Zhao Qian confidently proclaimed, "I will ensure to purchase at the lowest price, leaving you utterly satisfied." "Very well, you shall handle it," Zhang Tong conceded. "Thank you, boss," Zhao Qian replied, her face adorned with a charming smile that rendered her even more alluring. "Let us provide each of you with a vehicle. You may purchase one, and I will reimburse you up to 1 million, Zhang Tong announced. "Wow, what a generous offer!" Luo Peng and Zhao Qian were both astonished. "The boss is exceedingly generous. What about yourself?" Zhao Qian inquired. "Should I order a vehicle for you?" "Just secure me a four-wheeler capable of carrying cargo," Zhang Tong replied. "You, a grand boss, desire a four-wheeler?" Luo Peng and Zhao Qian nearly fainted. "The four-wheeler is a work vehicle that we can discuss a personal vehicle upon my return," Zhang Tong said. "The company will also need to hire additional staff, right? Such as clerks or receptionists?" Luo Peng asked. His eyes filled with anticipation. "A few clerks and receptionists will suffice. Around 7 or 8 should do. A monthly salary of 30 to 50,000 should be adequate, but they must possess high attractiveness and be competent as well. Let us proceed with the recruitment advertisements," Zhang Tong concluded. After deliberating throughout the afternoon, they went out to celebrate with a lavish meal. "That I shall return home first." "You may take your time," Zhang Tong said. After the meal, Luo Peng, ever the opportunist, quickly slipped away. "Shall we go watch a movie?" Zhang Tong inquired, looking at Zhao Qian. "Certainly," Zhao Qian replied shyly. "At the cinema." The two settled into a couple's box. Zhao Qian felt both anxious and bashful. Whispering, "Is Miss Fan your girlfriend?" "No, I have only known her for 2 days, having met her through the gold nugget transaction," Zhang Tong explained. "Oh." Zhao Qian nodded, only to realize that Zhang Tong had taken hold of her hand. Her cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness. Yet she did not resist, allowing Zhang Tong to pull her closer, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "Please." Zhao Qian protested weakly, but her feeble resistance faded as she gradually melted into Zhang Tong's embrace. Their breaths quickened, and they began to share passionate kisses, entirely oblivious to the movie's plot. Upon exiting the cinema, Zhao Qian still felt flustered and bashful, wishing she could slap herself for losing composure so quickly. "I must return to school now. You should rest early as well," she stammered, unsure of how to face Zhang Tong, the man she ought to address as boss, who left her both flustered and enchanted. "Why not stay with me tonight?" Zhang Tong suggested. No, no way. Zhao Qian nearly fainted, fleeing as if in a panic. Once an unattainable goddess, now she was my secretary, even tacitly accepting the unspoken rules. Zhang Tong gazed at her retreating figure. A peculiar smile gracing his face, filled with an unprecedented sense of ease. This is the epitome of a perfect life. Zhang Tong drove his three-wheeled vehicle back to Xiaoshui village, eager to conduct an experiment to see if the mysterious passageway reappeared upon his return. Additionally, he needed to ensure that Wang Kai would not go hungry during his absence in Changbai Mountain. Wang Kai is a stray dog that Zhang Tong discovered. Remarkably intelligent, it has mastered the art of shadowboxing alongside Zhang Tong, performing with astonishing proficiency that if videos of Wang Kai boxing were shared online, they would undoubtedly leave viewers in awe. Zhang Tong even contemplated filming Wang Kai to earn some money. However, a serendipitous encounter in the underground cellar altered his plans. As the car came to a halt, the exuberant Wang Kai sprang up on its hind legs, resting its front paws on Zhang Tong's shoulders, eagerly licking his face, its tail wagging with unrestrained joy. Get off, Zhang Tong said, pushing the overly enthusiastic Wang Kai aside that a gaggle of elderly onlookers surrounded them, chattering excitedly. Zhang Tong, did you find a golden nugget? Sold it for $1 million? Nonsense. My family has had a golden nugget passed down for 8 generations. But no one has ever known about it. Recently, I planned to start a business, so I sold it. Zhang Tong replied earnestly. Goodness, your family possesses a legendary golden nugget. I never imagined the impoverished Zhang family had such treasures. Alas, I must be the truly destitute one, that their eyes brimmed with envy and suspicion, doubting the authenticity of Zhang Tong's claim, yet lacking evidence. Zhang Tong retrieved the packed ribs from the car and tossed them to Wang Kai. No longer caring about the $1 million, that jade was far more valuable, abundant, and devoid of concerns about government scrutiny, as there were no jade mines in the country. Wang Kai joyfully wagged its tail, as if to say, "These ribs are delicious. My master is making money, and that is wonderful." Meanwhile, the elderly crowd continued lamenting. Now that Zhang Tong has millions, could he finally marry a beautiful wife? Just $1 million, that is nothing. He moved feigned indifference, asserting that a beauty would never take an interest in him, as he was merely a sweet potato farmer with no prospects compared to civil servants or high-ranking white-collar workers. After a pause, he declared firmly, "In any case, a beauty like my daughter would never look his way. Indeed, your daughter is a golden phoenix. You might as well wait to enjoy your fortune." Once Wang Kai finished the ribs, Zhang Tong led him to the backyard to inspect the cellar. The mysterious passageway had indeed reappeared below, almost as if it appeared and vanished at will, a truly remarkable phenomenon, with ample time at hand. He decided to gather some stones from Baoxing for Luo Peng to play with. Eagerly, Zhang Tong took a machete and a short hoe, and with Wang Kai in tow, he swiftly ventured into the mysterious passage. Arriving at Baoxing under the cloak of night, the 2 moons illuminated the sky in harmony, and the stars twinkled densely like rain, far more colossal and radiant than those seen from Earth. Chapter 16. The superhuman and the superpowered dog Wang Kai seemed immensely curious about the outside world, dashing out eagerly, only to find itself precariously perched on a cliff, instantly overwhelmed by the terrifying force of gravity. It lay flat, questioning its canine existence. What is this place, and why is it so frightening? After some time, it adjusted somewhat and managed to scramble back into the passage, fearful of venturing out again. Useless creature, Zhang Tong frowned. He had hoped to take Wang Kai on adventures at Baoxing, as it could serve as an early warning for dangers. However, he had not anticipated that Wang Kai would be unable to withstand the gravity of Baoxing. This posed a slight dilemma. Without further delay, he stepped out, standing firm, having mentally prepared himself. The surroundings became clearer. Despite the presence of 2 moons, the light remained inadequate, difficult to compare to daylight that a fierce wind howled, casting eerie shadows everywhere. There were also ferocious beasts prowling in the darkness, battling and roaring. Far more perilous than during the day, that it was not safe to descend at night. Zhang Tong's face reflected trepidation. Yet he was unwilling to retreat so easily that he began practicing the ancestral Tongtian fist on the cliff. The space was sufficiently broad, spanning several dozen square meters, allowing him to fully extend his movements. Each move was executed slowly, as though he were burdened with immense weight. Soon, Zhang Tong felt an invigorating warmth coursing through his body, his heart racing, yet his breathing slowed. After a while, he inexplicably sensed that he was absorbing the moonlight into his being, transforming into a cool energy that permeated his organs, blood, and every cell. His body felt increasingly agile. Once he completed the sequence of punches, he found himself compelled to repeat them, continuing for a total of 9 cycles. Only then did he awaken from his trance, realizing his strength had surged, at least doubling, making him fully acclimated to the formidable gravity, rendering it no different from Earth. He was astounded, feeling as if he had achieved the legendary Tongtianjin. The Tongtianjin marked the initial mastery of the Tongtian fist, allowing one to refine the energies of heaven and earth and enhance their physique, potentially extending lifespan to 200 years. It was worth noting that no one in the Zhang family had cultivated the Tongtianjin for 300 years. Yet here was Zhang Tong, achieving it at merely 22 years of age. "I must possess remarkable talent," he murmured, pondering that it must be due to Baoxing. This meant that Baoxing was conducive to cultivation, enabling him to break through in a single night, since this place was a sanctuary for training. Allowing him to grow stronger swiftly, Zhang Tong resumed his practice. Unfortunately, the earlier rapid progress was no longer present. Although the Tongtianjin was growing, it was at a sluggish pace. To reach the second level of Tongtianjin could take half a year or even longer. Then, a peculiar thought suddenly surged in his mind. What if Wang Kai practiced the Tongtian fist here? He promptly called out, "Come out, practice your punches." Wang Kai looked at Zhang Tong bewildered, as if to say, "I don't understand." "Could you explain, master? Punching, do you comprehend?" Zhang Tong gestured, then forcefully pulled Wang Kai out, holding its paw to guide it in practicing punches. This time, Wang Kai understood and began its laborious training. Gradually, a miraculous event unfolded. The silvery moonlight seemed to flow, inhaled by the dog's nose, and an ethereal glow enveloped its form. Goodness! Zhang Tong was left speechless to end his earlier trance. He had missed witnessing such a phenomenon. Now he could see it clearly. This world was truly remarkable. Even a dog practicing the Tongtian fist could absorb moonlight. Slowly, Wang Kai entered a magical state of cultivation, obsessively continuing its punches, growing increasingly spirited. After practicing diligently for a total of 81 repetitions, it finally came to its senses. It had also cultivated the Tongtianjin, its strength surging threefold. No, it should have increased by 3 times, for before breaking through, strength would double, and post-breakthrough, it would surge again. Thus, Wang Kai was now far more agile than on Earth. Remarkably, Wang Kai too had experienced a breakthrough, confirming that the phenomenon was due to this world, not any other reason. That a smile spread across Zhang Tong's face. Henceforth, he would not fear Wang Kai faltering during explorations of Baoxing. However, tonight was not suitable for adventures. The night on Baoxing was perilous, and he needed to prepare for tomorrow's trip to Changbai Mountain. Zhang Tong practiced for a while longer before exiting the cellar with Wang Kai. With a swift leap, Zhang Tong ascended like an arrow, emerging from the 5-meter-deep cellar. Wang Kai followed suit effortlessly. Zhang Tong leapt once more, this time reaching an impressive height of 10 meters, easily grasping a tree branch to swing. "Goodness, I've become a superhuman." Zhang Tong marveled inwardly, elated. The Tongtianjin was indeed extraordinary. Wang Kai, not to be outdone, also leaped 10 meters high, clamping onto a branch and swinging with pride, happily barking and wagging its tail. As if to declare, "Master, I've become a super-powered dog." "Isn't that impressive?" At last, dawn broke. Though Zhang Tong had not slept a wink, he felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Fan Bingxiang, instructing him to prepare for her imminent arrival. "I'm heading back to the countryside, to Shaoshui village. Can you come pick me up?" Zhang Tong inquired. "Why are you going back to the countryside?" Fan Bingxiang replied, astonished that I'm bringing some equipment. Zhang Tong explained, "Oh, I see. I'll be there shortly," she responded. Zhang Tong had indeed prepared an array of gear: a hoe, a dagger, a machete, pots and pans, grains, fruits, and more, all stored within the mysterious passage. Once they reached Changbai Mountain, if needed, they could dig a cellar or find a cave, likely leading to the reappearance of the mysterious passage, allowing him to retrieve supplies. That an unwed young man rises early. The toothless old man remarked as he opened the door, spotting Zhang Tong, "That you're up early too. It's been decades without a woman." I suppose you've gotten used to it, Zhang Tong teased. Are you headed somewhere far? The old man inquired. Yes, to Changbai Mountain, Zhang Tong replied. Waiting for someone to pick you up? The old man asked, surprise, a hint of envy in his tone. Having money is indeed wonderful. You can travel anywhere without worrying about your health. Indeed, Zhang Tong agreed. You should find a girlfriend soon, the old man advised, adding, I think Yimu's daughter, Hiyu, would be quite suitable. She's a top student from Hucking University and quite beautiful. What do you think? Interested? I could play matchmaker. I grew up with Hiyu. We know each other too well for that it's best to let it be, Zhang Tong responded. But Hiyu is indeed very pretty. And her university is impressive, but I just don't feel anything, he continued. Growing up together made them childhood sweethearts. Knowing each other so well is a good thing. Can you honestly find a woman better than Hiyu? The old man pressed. How dare you look down on my daughter? Himu cursed as she stormed out the door. What the hell? Did that woman hear me? Zhang Tong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, the sound of thudding blades broke the tension as a helicopter soared through the sky and descended slowly onto the flat ground before Zhang Tong's home, capturing the astonished gazes of the villagers. A stunningly beautiful woman stepped off the aircraft, flanked by several formidable bodyguards, exuding an air of innate nobility that took one's breath away. Chapter 17. Searching for ginseng in Changbai Mountain. Zhang Tong. Do you live here? As Fan Bingxiang disembarked, curiosity danced across her features. This place is rather dilapidated. The mountain need not be high. It is renowned for the presence of immortals. Zhang Tong replied with a faint smile. Are you ready? Fan Bingxiang inquired. All set, Zhang Tong replied, shouldering his pack, with a dagger tucked into his leg and a machete at his waist. Let us depart, she declared, and the group climbed aboard, with Zhang Tong following suit. Wang Kai, refusing to be outdone, nimbly leaped aboard as well. Should we bring the dog? Fan Bingxiang asked. Yes, its strength is not to be underestimated, Zhang Tong affirmed. Soon, the helicopter took off and quickly vanished into the sky. Good heavens! The toothless old man and the other villagers remained in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the enormity of the situation. Is Zhang Tong really so impressive now? Is he mingling with such formidable beings? The helicopter finally arrived at Changbai Mountain, landing amidst the low-lying birch forests. Ginseng could only be found above 1,800 meters. Of course, aside from ginseng, the area was home to precious wildlife such as cicadere, martens, and Siberian tigers. As for the scenic area of Changbai Mountain, it was unlikely to harbor ginseng, thus rendering the trip unnecessary. I have already hired dozens of ginseng hunters to scour the mountain. But after over a month, not a single 100-year ginseng has been found, let alone a 300-year specimen. The moment she stepped off the helicopter, Fan Bingxiang expressed her frustration. I am willing to pay 3 times the market price for it. They would not conceal any findings. Surely they haven't found anything. I am counting on you now. After all, you have discovered doghead gold before. Your luck must be remarkable. The pressure is quite intense. Zhang Tong inhaled the fresh air. But have you considered that while Changbai Mountain is vast with its fair share of primeval forests, it has also nurtured ginseng, attracting many hunters. Among them are experts who dare to venture into the most perilous and hidden places. Therefore, I fear that the 300-year ginseng may be elusive. Otherwise, I would have certainly found it. I say, brother, you are inflating your prowess, aren't you? A burly man scoffed. There are numerous treacherous areas in Changbai Mountain that even the bravest dare not tread, including the depths of the volcanic crater. To seek out ginseng, it would be wise to split up. Only then can we cover more ground. Zhang Tong completely disregarded the burly man, stating, leave the dangerous areas, including the depths of the volcanic crater. To me, is there a map marking the hazardous zones? You. The burly man was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. This is Yu Chong. He is quite familiar with Changbai Mountain. Fan Bingxiang introduced. Yu Chong, please draw a map for him. Certainly, Yu Chong nodded, demonstrating his skills by swiftly sketching a map of Changbai Mountain, marking the perilous areas. There were 3 hidden volcanic craters alone, with numerous perilous ravines, over a dozen in total. All ginseng hunters are expected to return here within 10 days. You should too, because after 10 days, even if we find the 300-year ginseng, it would be meaningless. Fan Bingxiang urged, I will explore all the perilous realms within 10 days and return, hoping for a fruitful outcome, Zhang Tong said confidently as he examined the map. Complete exploration within 10 days? You must be dreaming. Yu Chong sneered derisively. Wang Kai, let us go. Zhang Tong continued to ignore Yu Chong, calling out to Wang Kai, and in a swift motion, he was already several meters away, and in another moment, he vanished into the distance in mere instants. He was gone lightness skill. Yu Chong was taken aback it was at that moment he realized Zhang Tong was far from ordinary, rivaling even the world's top treasure hunters. So strong. Fan Bingxiang was equally surprised, having initially overestimated Zhang Tong's abilities, yet now realizing she had still underestimated him. Did you see that? That dog leapt over 10 meters in a single bound. How is that possible? Even a cheetah or tiger couldn't manage such speed. One bodyguard exclaimed in disbelief that a superpowered dog. While it was understandable for a human to possess such strength, the notion of a dog being equally formidable was unfathomable. How on earth was it trained? Enough of this discussion. Time is of the essence. You all should search for ginseng. One person staying behind to protect me will suffice, Fan Bingxiang insisted. Time passed swiftly, and soon 5 days had elapsed. Some ginseng seekers returned, having been searching for over a month. I apologize. Our findings were meager. Only a few decades-old ginseng were uncovered. I too had no fortune. I did discover a 10-year ginseng, but I did not harvest it. They appeared disheveled and utterly exhausted, having genuinely exerted themselves. Fan Bingxiang's disappointment grew. This volcanic crater is unexpectedly deep. It's terrifying, but I finally made it down. It was then that Zhang Tong appeared in the depths of the volcanic crater. A vast expanse measuring several thousand square meters, overgrown with flora and thorns. Yet, after scouring every corner, he found no ginseng over 100 years old. Only a scant few 10-year specimens. How can there be no century-old ginseng in such a perilous place? Zhang Tong pondered, but upon discovering human footprints, he suddenly understood. This so-called perilous realm had long been explored by others, repeatedly. After all, the world is never devoid of daring and powerful individuals. It seemed Fan Bingxiang would be left disappointed. Zhang Tong sighed deeply. Losing the desire to search any other perilous realms. 1 can only see a glimpse of the leopard through the tube. There is unlikely to be any fruitful outcome. Rather than waste time, I might as well explore the treasure star, he murmured to himself. He felt reluctant to return so soon, fearing it would create a rift in Fan Bingxiang's mind. Helping others requires one to give their all. If nothing was found, it would not be held against him, but he did not wish to squander time. Thus, venturing into the treasure star became the only option. He soon found a very secluded cave and crawled inside. Indeed, the dark entrance appeared like a specter. Wang Kai, let us go, Zhang Tong said with a mysterious smile. Leading Wang Kai into the cave, he quickly located the supplies he had hidden inside and feasted heartily before leaping off the cliff. Fortune smiled upon him. It was daylight in the treasure star, but he cautiously approached the stream, exploring upstream. Progress was slow due to the need to clear thorns. Woof, woof, woof. After traversing several meters without finding doghead gold or jadeite raw materials, Wang Kai, who was rummaging through the thorns, suddenly barked excitedly. Had he discovered treasure? Zhang Tong eagerly approached, only to find a set of eerie white bones lying quietly in the underbrush. The skeletal remains spanned over 10 meters in length. Unbelievably massive. Nearby were traces left from a life-and-death struggle. Good heavens. Zhang Tong felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Such enormous bones surely belonged to a powerful beast. What could have slain it? Caution was necessary. One must not be careless. The dangers of this world far exceeded expectations. He prepared himself for any imminent danger, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Thus, he sought a flat and fertile spot. Using a small hoe to dig out a patch of earth, he buried several sweet potatoes and sowed some seeds, watering them with stream water. This was merely an experiment to see if Earth's plants could survive and if there would be any changes. Suddenly, Wang Kai excitedly bit into a bright red fruit, devouring it greedily, as if it were an extraordinary treasure. Don't eat recklessly, Zhang Tong exclaimed in alarm. Would Wang Kai succumb to poisoning? Chapter 18. The little elephant and the giant stone. Zhang Tong wanted to intervene, but it was too late, as Wang Kai had already swallowed the fruit. However, it seemed there were no adverse reactions. An hour later, Wang Kai remained lively, even venturing into the stream to catch fish. Zhang Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Plucking a red fruit and taking a bite, that was sweet, fragrant, and juicy. Its taste was astonishingly delightful. How can it be this delicious? Zhang Tong was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. He had never tasted such exquisite fruit before. Perhaps he should gather a few to sell? Priced at 100 yuan per gene, they would likely be in high demand. After all, it was a unique business with a delightful flavor. This could be a long-term venture, especially since the mountains were filled with red fruit trees. Some trees stood only about 2 meters tall, yet their branches were laden with fruit, easily within reach. This was undoubtedly more promising than selling sweet potatoes. With this thought, Zhang Tong's face broke into a radiant smile. At last, his adventure bore fruit. He had indeed found a reward. He consumed a few more red fruits, feeling invigorated, completely free from hunger, and growing ever more delighted. As it meant he could explore for a longer duration, that he continued upstream along the creek, hoping to uncover true treasures. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai once more signaled a warning, fixating intently on the mountainside across the stream. Almost simultaneously, a young elephant, the size of a wild bull, emerged from the woods, extending its long trunk to drink water. An elephant. Zhang Tong felt a sense of familiarity. This was an animal also found on Earth. A herbivore, presumably posing no danger. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Upon quenching its thirst, the young elephant suddenly spotted Zhang Tong and charged toward him, trumpeting loudly with unwavering determination. Good heavens! Zhang Tong swiftly dodged to the side, while Wang Kai, not to be outdone, circled around to the back of the young elephant, biting its leg. However, it seemed that there was no break in the skin. With a sudden crash, the little elephant missed its target and charged forward, colliding forcefully with a tree as thick as a thigh. The tree splintered and crashed down with a thunderous sound. Dazed, the little elephant turned to face Zhang Tong, still appearing ready to attack. I harbor no ill intent, Zhang Tong thought, his face betraying an expression of harmlessness. The little elephant seemed to sense Zhang Tong's goodwill and ceased its assault, merely stamping its feet and swinging its trunk in warning, evidently wishing to drive Zhang Tong and Wang Kai away. Very well, let us depart, Zhang Tong decided, unwilling to provoke the young elephant. Should a herd of elephants be summoned, it would spell significant trouble. He retreated a short distance with Wang Kai. The little elephant, indeed, relaxed and began to munch on leaves, ignoring them entirely. The area above was likely the elephant's territory. The bones they had seen earlier might well belong to an elephant, Zhang Tong speculated silently, feeling rather pleased. Being close to the elephant's domain should be a relatively safe place. After all, elephants are the undisputed monarchs of the land. He chose to explore downstream along the creek. Soon, however, trouble arose once more. Roar Point 2 leopards emerged from the thicket, their icy gazes closing in menacingly, that a palpable aura of lethal intent filled the air, far more formidable and terrifying than the wolves Zhang Tong had previously slain. Clearly, the downstream area was within the leopard's territory. Wang Kai, prepare yourself, Zhang Tong commanded, unflinching as he drew his machete and raised it high. Bark, bark, bark. Wang Kai barked loudly, seemingly affirming, understood. Whoosh. The two leopards, savage and relentless, sprang into action simultaneously, leaping high as they lunged toward Zhang Tong. Completely disregarding Wang Kai, bark, Wang Kai, incensed, could not bear being ignored by the super canine. He was determined to teach them a monumental lesson today. Crouching low, he launched himself forward with even greater speed, crashing into one leopard's flank. With a thunderous impact, he sent the leopard sprawling. Without hesitation, he pounced again, sinking his teeth into the leopard's throat, shaking his head violently as he tore at it. The leopard let out a horrific scream, struggling in vain, gradually succumbing to stillness. Meanwhile, the other leopard had already met its demise, its head cleaved in half by Zhang Tong's blade. With their formidable powers honed to perfection, both Zhang Tong and Wang Kai proved themselves more than capable of dealing with leopards. All right, Wang Kai, let go, Zhang Tong instructed, giving Wang Kai a gentle pat on the head. Silly dog, the leopards are dead. Why do you still cling on? Aren't you tired? Bark, bark, bark. Wang Kai released his grip, proudly wagging his tail at Zhang Tong, seemingly seeking praise. Very well, very well. I shall reward you with a leopard leg shortly. Zhang Tong was quite satisfied with Wang Kai's performance. Even before the leopards approached, Wang Kai had sensed them, and he had even killed one. Future expeditions would undoubtedly be much safer. He proceeded to eviscerate the leopard, skinning it and seasoning the meat with prepared spices and salt for grilling that a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Bark, 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 Wang Kai drooled, eager to devour the feast. Here you go, Zhang Tong said, tearing off a leg from the leopard and tossing it to Wang Kai. Wang Kai devoured it hungrily, showing no signs of poisoning. Only then did Zhang Tong begin to eat with confidence. The flavor was delightful. The meat was slightly tough yet pleasantly chewy. After their meal, they explored a bit longer but yielded no further discoveries as night fell. Zhang Tong returned to the cliff, resting for half the night before practicing his martial arts for the remainder. He soon realized that a night on Baoxing was as long as a day, a full 24 hours. The following morning, Zhang Tong descended the cliff with Wang Kai, arriving at the land they had cultivated the day before. The sweet potatoes had sprouted, sending forth vines over a foot long. Small cabbages, large cabbages, scallions, garlic sprouts, wheat, corn, potatoes, and rapeseed had also emerged, standing as high as his fingers, vibrant and tender, swaying in the gentle breeze, exuding a vigorous vitality. They were growing at an astonishing pace, at least 3 to 5 times faster than on Earth. Zhang Tong marveled with both astonishment and joy. With this, he need not worry. Even if he were to explore here for a year, he would not go hungry, that he could grow his own food, provided he brought in salt. Perhaps this world also produced salt. He had simply not found it yet. He took out his cooking pot and bowl, preparing to brew leopard bone soup while cooking a pot of noodles with a small cabbage and scallions. The resulting dish turned out to be unprecedentedly delicious. The small cabbage was particularly sweet and tender, while the scallions were incredibly fragrant, nearly making Zhang Tong swallow his own tongue. Vegetables from Earth seemed to undergo mutations on Baoxing, becoming far more delectable. Zhang Tong concluded. Crossing the creek, he ventured uphill, with Wang Kai leading the way and occasionally marking territory. After advancing over 20 meters, they encountered a massive boulder resting beneath a great tree, at least the size of half a truck. Zhang Tong wondered if it contained emeralds. Without hesitation, he pushed the boulder down the mountain. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon a peculiar tree with a smooth, straight trunk, resembling a long spear. Striking it produced a ringing sound akin to steel. Even his machete could not penetrate it. Iron tree. Zhang Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement that he retrieved a small, exquisite saw, a tool designed specifically for cutting through steel. He sawed down a tree with a trunk the thickness of his wrist, gradually shaping it into a 2-meter-long spear, sharpening its tip. With a flourish, Zhang Tong thrust the spear into the trunk of a large tree. Thud, that it sank half a foot deep. Ha ha! Zhang Tong laughed heartily. Now equipped with a long weapon, that he felt unafraid of aerial predators. A single thrust to the belly would be fatal for any foe. Chapter 19. The Treasure-Seeking Mouse and the Millennium Ginseng Bark. Bark, bark. Wang Kai had made a discovery and began to alert Zhang Tong. Ahead, in a low-lying area, stood a towering giant tree, its branches laden with fruits as large as a truck. One of the fruits had even opened a window at its base, revealing a furry little head peering cautiously at Zhang Tong and Wang Kai. A squirrel? Zhang Tong's face lit up with delight, having recognized another familiar creature. It felt so endearing that he had seen at least dozens of bird species over the past 2 days. Yet none had been recognizable. Whoosh! The squirrel, evidently frightened by Zhang Tong and Wang Kai, darted from the fruit and vanished in an instant. Climbing up the tree, Zhang Tong quickly reached the fruit where the squirrel resided. Peering inside with curiosity, he found a vast space filled with various nuts, reminiscent of a wealthy family's granary. The shells of the fruits were incredibly hard, impenetrable even to Zhang Tong. Could this also be a type of coconut? Zhang Tong speculated, severing one of the fruits. When he opened it, he discovered water inside. Wang Kai came to test it for poison. Zhang Tong poured out the water, and Wang Kai eagerly licked it up, beaming with delight. Clearly, it tasted quite good. After a while, with no signs of poisoning, Zhang Tong took a sip himself. It was refreshing and sweet, truly reminiscent of coconut water. Zhang Tong proceeded to cut down dozens more, rolling them down the mountain. The water inside was drinkable, while the shells could serve as water tanks or bathtubs. Useful for winter. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrel returned from an unknown location, appearing on the tree trunk. It waved its tiny fists at Zhang Tong, seemingly protesting. This is my private property, sacred and inviolable. How adorable. Zhang Tong took out an ear of corn from his bag and approached, offering it as a treat. "What is this delicacy? I've never seen it before." The squirrel's eyes widened with curiosity, eager yet slightly fearful. Zhang Tong placed the corn on the ground and stepped back a bit. The squirrel jumped down, happily clutching the corn and nibbling away, its tiny mouth moving rapidly. "It was simply too cute. Is it delicious? Rest assured, I mean you no harm." Zhang Tong beamed with friendliness, while Wang Kai wagged his tail, presenting a demeanor of kindness. Unfortunately, the little squirrel would not allow them to come closer, quickly retreating back up the tree that so timid. Zhang Tong shook his head and continued his ascent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hefty black bird, weighing over 10 kilograms, swooped down from nowhere and grabbed the squirrel in its claws. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The squirrel screamed in terror, struggling desperately, but to no avail. It was doomed. Zhang Tong turned around, instantly filled with rage, and hurled his spear with all his might. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, piercing the black bird's body and pinning it to the tree trunk. The squirrel fell to the ground with a cry. "Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. Let me see your injury." Zhang Tong rushed over to catch the squirrel, soothing it gently. The little creature had several blood wounds on its neck, blood trickling slowly. Zhang Tong took out scissors, trimmed the fur, applied some medicinal powder, and placed a band-aid over the wounds. However, whether the squirrel would survive remained uncertain. Such a tiny creature, with 5 wounds, the injury was undoubtedly severe. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrel lay pitifully in Zhang Tong's arms, pointing in a direction. "The squirrel is indicating the way." Zhang Tong seemed to understand the squirrel's intent and hurried forward while cradling it. Climbing over a small hill, they arrived at an area where trees were sparse but underbrush was denser. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrel pointed toward a thicket beneath a large tree. There, amidst the grass, grew a plant that Zhang Tong recognized well. 64 leaves, topped with a cluster of red seeds. The little squirrel urged Zhang Tong to approach the plant, and it began to laboriously eat the red seeds. In a matter of moments, the squirrel appeared to recover significantly, even managing to stand. Clearly, this was a miraculous healing herb. "Oh my, it's ginseng!" Zhang Tong exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, he hadn't recognized it because this ginseng bore 64 leaves, whereas conventional ginseng typically has only 3 to 7 leaves, a substantial difference in quantity. So many leaves. Could this be millennium ginseng? Zhang Tong was overwhelmed with excitement. Ginseng can live for a millennium. Yet on Earth, a century-old ginseng is exceedingly rare and commands a hefty price, often fetching millions. Millennium ginseng has become the stuff of legend, with no one having truly encountered it before. Zhang Tong gently placed the little squirrel on the ground and meticulously began to dig with a short hoe. Gradually, he unearthed a plant he suspected to be a millennium-old ginseng. It was undeniably ginseng, and indeed, a super-colossal specimen. The main body was ancient, with an exceedingly dark hue that exuded an aura of age, measuring approximately 54 centimeters in length. The tubers were densely packed, numbering over 1,000, while the roots were scarce but notably long, extending about 468 centimeters. The age of ginseng can be inferred from its tubers, body, and roots. Typically, a new tuber grows each year, and the greater the density of the tubers, the older the ginseng. That if ring patterns develop, it indicates that the ginseng is not of short age. Ginseng thrives in harsh natural environments for decades, even centuries, and this is reflected in its appearance. The older the ginseng, the darker and more weathered its skin becomes. Consequently, as ginseng ages, its roots become sparser, resulting in a more streamlined appearance. By these criteria, this specimen was undoubtedly over 1,000 years old. Zhang Tong also retrieved a spring scale from his bag and weighed it, recording a weight of 3,100 grams. 7 tails signify ginseng, and 8 tails signify treasure. Could 3,100 grams not be ancient ginseng? Unexpectedly, while he had found no centennial ginseng in Changbai Mountain, he had discovered it in Baoxing. Exhilarating. This was a priceless treasure. Zhang Tong's eyes sparkled with joy. The millennium ginseng could undoubtedly revive the dead, which explained the squirrel's severe injuries. After consuming a few seeds of ginseng, it had recovered. Now, it was lively and energetic, hopping onto Zhang Tong's shoulder one moment and onto Wang Kai's back the next. Perhaps it was because Zhang Tong had saved it that the squirrel had grown affectionate towards him, even extending its warmth to Wang Kai. From now on, you shall be called Hui Hui. Do you understand? Zhang Tong inquired, gesturing towards the ginseng for quite some time. The little squirrel was intelligent, quickly comprehending and bouncing off to lead the way. They soon discovered 9 more millennium ginseng plants. Naturally, there were a few that were hundreds of years old. But Zhang Tong chose not to excavate them, opting solely for the millennium ginseng, as their lifespan was nearing its end, that if left unharvested, they would wither and decay, that we should depart now. Hui Hui, you must hide safely at home and be cautious when you come out, Zhang Tong advised, noticing that the hour was late and darkness was descending, that he gently patted the little squirrel's head and spoke softly. You are a treasure-finding squirrel, a master in seeking ginseng. Zhang Tong treasured it dearly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hui Hui perched atop Zhang Tong's head, playfully tugging at his hair with great delight, utterly oblivious to Zhang Tong's words. Upon reaching the tree where the squirrel resided, Zhang Tong carefully lifted Hui Hui off his head and placed it on the trunk, pointing toward its home. The squirrel understood and joyfully hopped into its abode, peeking out with reluctance to bid farewell to Zhang Tong. That I will come to see you next time, Zhang Tong promised. Feeling a pang of reluctance, and I will bring you delicious treats. Chapter 20. A surprise the 10 days they had agreed upon were swiftly approaching. Apart from Zhang Tong, the other ginseng gatherers had already returned. More than 50 in total. Among them, over 20 were professional ginseng collectors, while another 30 were renowned adventurers and treasure hunters from around the world. These were not the faux adventurers who profited from live-streaming their exploits, but seasoned treasure seekers who had faced life and death, possessing formidable combat skills and exceptional wilderness survival abilities, each with a storied past. Some had discovered sunken ships beneath the sea, while others had unearthed pirate treasures on islands or found gold and diamond mines in the mountains. There were even those who had uncovered countless treasures in ancient tombs. However, this time, they had not made significant gains. That IT was not due to a lack of ability, but rather because Changbai Mountain simply did not harbor any ginseng over 300 years old. The greatest find was a Russian adventurer who had harvested a 90-year-old ginseng, which could fetch nearly $1 million. Alas, it seems we have failed, sighed Fan Bingxiang. Zhang Tong has yet to return. Perhaps he will have something to show for his efforts. Yu Chong consoled. Is there anyone else? Asked a bewildered treasure hunter. Indeed, there is one more person who arrived just 10 days ago, Fan Bingxiang replied, not wishing to offend any treasure seekers, as she might need their assistance in the future. Is that so? Who? Inquired Daevsky, his curiosity piqued that he is the one who found the 90-year-old ginseng. His name is Zhang Tong, a fellow from Arhuagua, aged 22 this year, Fan Bingxiang explained. Zhang Tong has discovered doghead gold and acquired jade worth 3 billion. He must have some renown in the treasure-seeking community. Perhaps these world-renowned treasure hunters are familiar with him. Zhang Tong? I haven't heard of him, someone remarked. Neither do I, another added. Haha, he must be a novice in the treasure hunting scene. Came the derisive laughter, that we have all searched for over a month without finding any ginseng older than 300 years. How could he possibly find any? There's no need to wait for him. Let's head back. The expressions of the treasure hunters were filled with mockery, that it wasn't a lack of decorum. Rather, in the treasure-seeking world, merit was what mattered. That a young person seeking treasure was essentially a joke. One must endure years of training and gain extensive experience to achieve success and recognition. The fact they did not recognize Zhang Tong surprised Fan Bingxiang. However, considering he was only 22, she felt reassured. In truth, before their departure, she had not held high expectations for Zhang Tong. It was only after arriving at Changbai Mountain that he exhibited extraordinary agility that piqued her interest. After all, of the many treasure hunters invited, only a handful possess such skills. That let's wait a bit longer. There are only a few minutes until our agreed time, Fan Bingxiang suggested. All right then. The treasure hunters were not overly insistent. A few minutes would not matter. They settled down to feast and boast, even discussing potential collaborations to explore some mysterious locales. Zhang Tong is back, Yu Chong exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting him first. Zhang Tong emerged from the dense forest. Striding confidently with 2 bulging sacks and accompanied by Wang Kai, he moved swiftly, each stride covering several meters. The bags contained something. Had he found ginseng? Fan Bingxiang's face was alight with anticipation. Haha, Miss Fan. You may be in for a disappointment. A treasure hunter scoffed that if it were ginseng, it couldn't possibly fill 2 sacks. It's likely some ordinary herb or mountain fruit. Treasure hunters have a habit of not wanting to return empty-handed. Each treasure hunt requires them to bring back something. Indeed, Fan Bingxiang felt as if a cold bucket of water had been poured over her, chilling her to the bone. Alas, this mission has utterly failed. Several bodyguards sighed deeply as well. Before long, Zhang Tong approached the crowd. "My apologies for the delay. Thank you for your patience," he said. "Zhang Tong, did you find anything?" Fan Bingxiang could not help but ask. "Indeed, prepare for a significant revelation," Zhang Tong replied with a smile. "Really? Hurry and show me," Fan Bingxiang exclaimed, her face brimming with joy, while the others looked bewildered. Especially the treasure hunters, who were left stunned. These seasoned experts had scoured Changbai Mountain for over a month without discovering any ginseng older than 300 years. How could anyone else possibly find it? Impossible? Absolutely impossible. There is no ginseng over 300 years in Changbai Mountain. "You didn't just dig up a wild radish, did you?" one person said in disbelief. "Who is this guy?" another remarked, astonished by his certainty. Zhang Tong did not ridicule them. Instead, he regarded them with respect and focused intently on a tall, robust Russian man who radiated formidable energy and presence. Clearly a skilled individual. Whether it is a wild radish or ginseng, let the experts determine. Zhang Tong withdrew a ginseng root from one of the sacks and held it aloft. This ginseng, with its body and main roots combined, measured over 500 centimeters in length. Over 5 meters. The roots cascaded down like a waterfall, blanketing the ground in white, reminiscent of an ancient sage with flowing white hair. The sight was breathtaking. My heavens. How can there be such a colossal ginseng in the world? All eyes widened in disbelief, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Breathless and awestruck, they were not mere treasure hunters, but ginseng collectors. Well-versed in their craft, yet they had never encountered such an enormous specimen in their lifetimes. "Mr. Sun, do you think this is ginseng older than 300 years? Fan Bingxiang asked eagerly, snapping back to reality. Mr. Sun, named Sun Sigu, aged 54, had been collecting herbs and ginseng in Changbai Mountain since childhood, and he was well-versed in the ages of ginseng. "This is not merely 300 years old. It must far exceed that," he declared. "Quick, weigh it and see how much it weighs." Sun Sigu trembled with excitement. "Did I weigh it? It is 3,089 grams. Zhang Tong stated. "That is over 6 pounds. How astonishing. Even 100-year ginseng would only weigh a mere 10 to 20 grams. Could it truly be the legendary millennium ginseng?" Fan Bingxiang asked. "Zhang Tong, your eyesight is sharp. Count how many tubers there are." Sun Sigu exclaimed in shock. "Over 1,000 tubers," Zhang Tong replied. "That truly is millennium ginseng. The fabled millennium ginseng actually exists. It can undoubtedly bring the dead back to life. Extending a few years of life is certainly within reach," Sun Sigu affirmed with conviction. "This is wonderful. My grandfather will be saved." "Zhang Tong, thank you," Fan Bingxiang exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "You're welcome." Zhang Tong replied with a slight smile. "By the way, Mr. Sun, could you please appraise the value of this millennium ginseng?" Fan Bingxiang inquired, her spirits soaring. "This is an invaluable treasure. It cannot be priced. However, it is certainly worth 10 times the price of a 100-year ginseng, and it would not be surprising if it fetched several tens of millions more at auction. I believe that if taken to auction, 50 million should pose no problem. After all, for certain elite tycoons, spending 50 million to gain a few additional years of life is quite a bargain," remarked Sun Sigu. "Zhang Tong, I am willing to offer you 200 million for this millennium ginseng. What do you think?" proposed Fan Bingxiang. Chapter 21. The 10 stalks of millennium ginseng left the treasure hunters astounded, yet just moments ago. Mr. Sun appraised it at merely 50 million. Zhang Tong's expression remained impassive, tinged with dissatisfaction. "What sort of estimation is this?" Mr. Sun's valuation is far too conservative, failing to recognize the immense value the wealthy place on longevity. Fan Bingxiang asserted. "Indeed, 200 million is a fair price." "Very well, it shall be 200 million, Zhang Tong acquiesced. Although he felt he was still selling at a loss, he acknowledged that the other party had previously assisted him. Thus it was an act of gratitude. "Mr. Zhang, greetings. I am Smith, a treasure hunter from the United States." "Mr. Zhang. Hello, I am Daevsky." A multitude of treasure hunters surged forward to make Zhang Tong's acquaintance, presenting their business cards. Zhang Tong earned their respect through his prowess. Hello, hello. Zhang Tong displayed no arrogance, shaking hands with them warmly. Through a unique intuition, he discerned that these treasure hunters were formidable individuals, each possessing extraordinary martial prowess. Akin to himself, had he not cultivated the celestial might, his combat capabilities might not surpass theirs. Being acquainted with such world-renowned treasure hunters was immensely beneficial for him, as it would ensure that his newly established auction house would not face scrutiny regarding the provenance of any treasures auctioned. Mr. Zhang, we have scoured Changbai Mountain, but found no century-old ginseng. What secret location did you discover to unearth millennium ginseng? Smith inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. The others perked up their ears, eager for insight. This is a commercial secret, and I cannot disclose it. Zhang Tong replied, however, there is no doubt that I found the millennium ginseng in Changbai Mountain. You are quite humorous. The treasure hunters were not angered. After all, a land capable of nurturing millennium ginseng surely harbored other treasures of immense value, that IT would be foolish to reveal such information, lest they miss out on the opportunity to excavate ginseng themselves and reap substantial profits. Is it just one stalk of millennium ginseng? One treasure hunter asked with curiosity. Yes, merely one stalk, for it is indeed millennium ginseng, Zhang Tong confirmed. Then what are those 2 bags you carry? Just some ordinary medicinal herbs. It is clearly millennium ginseng. I can see it, exclaimed another, peering closely. My goodness, it truly is millennium ginseng. Someone gasped in astonishment. Zhang Tong could no longer conceal the truth and allowed them to extract the 9 additional stalks of millennium ginseng from within the bags, laying them out in a magnificent display upon the grass. My heavens. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock. Zhang Tong had merely circled Changbai Mountain and returned with 10 stalks of millennium ginseng. Valued at 2 billion, IT was swifter than robbing a bank. Remarkable, terrifying, and utterly unbelievable. Fan Bingxiang was momentarily speechless, having thought Zhang Tong had merely found 1 stalk, only to discover he had unearthed 10. This was simply extraordinary. What treasure hunting prowess did he possess? It would not be an exaggeration to call him the king of treasure hunting, would it? Ladies and gentlemen, I have established an auction house, Tianbao Auction House, which will soon commence operations. Specifically dedicated to auctioning the various treasures we treasure hunters procure, Zhang Tong seized the opportunity to announce, Smith, Dayevsky, that all of you present may also join in and auction your treasures at my auction house. The service fees and commissions will undoubtedly be the lowest in the world. What a splendid idea! I am very interested. Remark 1. That be by the way, Mr. Zhang, when will the remaining 9 stalks of millennium ginseng be auctioned? I am eager to participate in this auction. The crowd buzzed with excitement, some expressing keen interest in collaboration. Let me set an auction date. December 1 SD that we will not only feature millennium ginseng, but also other extraordinary treasures. The location will be in our Xiangqing, Zhang Tong stated, asking everyone to help promote the event. Testing the waters with the auction of millennium ginseng seemed prudent, given that there were still many more on Baoxing Mountain that he could not possibly use alone. Certainly, we will assist in promoting it, and we will also come to participate, bringing along some treasures. Dayevsky assured him, I have a friend who has been researching the secrets of longevity and has long been interested in the legendary millennium ginseng. Zhang Tong, you must not sell even a single stalk privately, Smith said earnestly. Rest assured, I am a man of integrity, Zhang Tong promised, secretly elated. His trip to Changbai Mountain had yielded great rewards, allowing him to meet so many world-class treasure hunting experts and earn their friendship and recognition. With their support and potential participation, his future auction house would undoubtedly attract clients. After all, any renowned treasure hunter has connections with numerous wealthy individuals. Soon, 2 helicopters began transporting individuals down from Changbai Mountain. Zhang Tong and Fan Bingxiang were the first to board, flying directly to Xiangnan without delay. Fan Bingxiang's face radiated joy, expressing her gratitude toward Zhang Tong. He too felt lighthearted and jubilant, contemplating the auction house's affairs on the flight. With 9 stalks of millennium ginseng up for auction and so many treasure hunters promoting it, he anticipated that a multitude of world-class tycoons would attend, that it seemed imperative to prepare thoroughly and embark on further explorations on Baoxing Mountain to unearth additional rare and precious treasures, ensuring a resounding success that would elevate Tianbao Auction House to global acclaim. Finally, the helicopter arrived in Xiangnan, landing on the flat ground in front of Xiangxiu Sanatorium. that moment, in a high-end hospital room. An elderly man with white hair lay motionless in bed, adorned with an oxygen mask, utterly unconscious, resembling a wilted flower or a decaying tree on the brink of death. "Dad, please don't leave us." Fan Qian implored, tears streaming down his face. Engulfed in sorrow, "That my dear, do not grieve. Your father is grown old. What can be done? Aging and mortality are inescapable." A graceful woman consoled softly that it was none other than Fan Qian's wife. "Madame Fan and the mother of Fan Bingxiang, that I cannot accept this," Fan Qian lamented, his face etched with despair and anguish. His father had once been so robust and vigorous, full of life, yet now he resembled a leaf caught in the wind. A single serious illness had altered everything. Father is 83 years old. That is considered a ripe old age, and his recovery capacity is naturally poor. Madame Fan added, 83 is merely a number. Many live into their 90s and remain quite healthy. There are plenty who reach 100. Fan Qian retorted, "If only we could find a 300-year-old ginseng, my father would surely recover." Although Dr. Sun had suggested this, it was not an absolute guarantee. Sometimes the potency of medicine could be limited. Madame Fan replied. The Fan family had scoured the world in search of 300-year-old ginseng, even enlisting numerous renowned treasure hunters to explore Changbai Mountain, with Fan Bingxiang herself leading a team, yet they had been unable to locate even a century-old ginseng, let alone a 300-year-old one. What could they do? It seemed Changbai Mountain might not yield any 300-year-old ginseng. Thus, she could only comfort her husband that Dr. Sun had indicated that her father could last no more than 3 days. If they did not find the 300-year-old ginseng today, it would truly be too late. Fan Qian sighed deeply, alas. Madame Fan sighed in unison. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Fan Bingxiang dashed in, her face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad, I found millennium ginseng. Grandfather is saved." Chapter 22, A Revival from the Brink of Death. What? Millennium ginseng? Both Fan Qian and Madame Fan jolted, widening their eyes in disbelief. They beheld Fan Bingxiang cradling a large box, within which lay an immense, ancient ginseng root. Such a colossal ginseng? Joy erupted on their faces, and Fan Qian exclaimed, "To say nothing of a millennium, even a 300-year-old would suffice for medicinal purposes. That if it truly is millennium ginseng, it would be almost guaranteed to work wonders, as the legendary millennium ginseng is said to bring the dead back to life and extend one's lifespan effortlessly. It is indeed millennium ginseng. It has been verified," Fan Bingxiang declared, her excitement palpable. "It was found by my friend Zhang Tong." She gestured to Zhang Tong, who followed behind her. "This is Zhang Tong. This is my father, and this is my mother. Greetings, greetings. Thank you for bringing hope to my father's grave illness." The Fan couple welcomed him warmly, filled with gratitude. An elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow was invited in. He was a folk doctor named Sun, rumored to be a descendant of Sun Simiao, tasked with verifying the ginseng and preparing the medicine. My heavens, millennium ginseng truly exists, and its quality is exceptional. Undoubtedly harboring extraordinary medicinal properties, that it can surely revive the dead and perhaps even extend life by a decade or more. Dr. Sun marveled, observing the ginseng closely, that he even snipped a root tip from which a white sap emerged, exuding an incredibly rich fragrance. Breathing it in felt euphoric and utterly delightful, prompting him to declare, "This is fantastic." The Fan family was overwhelmed with joy. Could it be that the millennium ginseng produced on Baoxing Mountain is even more potent? Zhang Tong began to ponder, realizing that his knowledge of Baoxing was still woefully insufficient. However, the mere practice of martial arts with Wankai alone serves to illustrate the extraordinary and unique nature of Baoxing. Perhaps it truly is a sacred land, as spoken of in legends, perfectly suited for one's cultivation. The production of 1,000-year-old ginseng, capable of extending life by several years, is not beyond comprehension. One might even say it is quite normal. It is possible that Baoxing harbors other miraculous treasures, awaiting one's gradual exploration. Yet, the vastness of Baoxing is immeasurable. Thus far, I have not even fully explored a single mountain. To thoroughly investigate Baoxing would likely take countless years. Perhaps in my lifetime, even with a lifespan of 200 years, I may never fully uncover its secrets, unless, of course, I can continue to break through with the Tongtian fist and extend my life further. I shall prepare the medicine, You can all wait and witness the miracle unfold, the Dr. Sun said with enthusiasm, then began to busy himself. Utilizing dozens of traditional Chinese herbs, along with a few slices of thousand-year-old ginseng, he concocted a potion that he then proceeded to administer acupuncture to Old Master Fan in an instant. Old Master Fan awoke from his stupor. Yet, he was nearly exhausted, lacking even the strength to speak. Rest assured, Chairman, you will not perish. Your granddaughter is dutiful. Having procured thousand-year-old ginseng, combined with your family's miraculous ancient formula, which will surely bring you back from the brink of death. Once you consume this potion, you will experience significant recovery, Dr. Sun stated with a smile. The thousand-year-old ginseng? Old Master Fan's eyes sparkled. Who wouldn't wish to live if given the chance? He immediately exerted himself to swallow it down. Soon, miraculous changes began to occur. His pallid complexion transformed, regaining a healthy hue, and his spirit improved significantly. He was even able to sit up unaided. Did I feel much better? If it weren't for this fleeting moment of clarity, I might truly recover and live for several more years. Old Master Fan remarked. Chairman, I can assure you, this is not merely a momentary resurgence. It is the extraordinary efficacy of the thousand-year-old ginseng, which nourishes and revitalizes your body, effectively extending your lifespan. Living several more years is certainly not the limit. But at least a decade more, Dr. Sun expounded, before adding, the effects of thousand-year-old ginseng surpass even the legends, verging on the miraculous. Splendid. Grandfather shall be fine and surely live to 100. Father, it's good to see you recovering. The Fan family radiated joy, the atmosphere more heartwarming than ever. Alas, the rarity of thousand-year-old ginseng is lamentable. To find even one is a stroke of extraordinary luck that if only there were more, many could benefit from prolonged life. Dr. Sun sighed again, contemplating the potential for research into longevity medications. Can we not study this single specimen? Old Master Fan inquired. If a longevity drug can be developed, I would gladly embrace death with a smile. This specimen can only be used for a small trial. To create longevity pills as documented in ancient texts. Consuming one can extend life by a month, and I estimate we could produce 120 pills, thereby extending life by a decade, Dr. Sun explained. However, true research must focus on understanding why these pills extend life, leading to the development of alternative medications. The quantity required for such research is substantial. Certainly, we could begin our studies directly on the thousand-year-old ginseng, but achieving results will be more challenging. After all, the lifespan extension from consuming thousand-year-old ginseng alone is limited, necessitating a greater quantity. In fact, Zhang Tong had discovered a total of 10,000-year-old ginseng roots. 10 roots, where Dr. Sun's eyes lit up and a look of unrestrained joy spread across his face. Here, Zhang Tong set down the sack he was carrying and opened it. My heavens! Dr. Sun reverently extracted the roots, his face a portrait of astonishment, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Such treasures! 10 roots. This is nothing short of a divine gift from nature to humanity. That he then turned to Old Master Fan, earnestly stating, Chairman, our company must acquire these 10 ginseng roots for research into longevity medications. Should we succeed, it may alter the limits of human lifespan and yield immense wealth. That I must apologize, but these 9 roots are already slated for auction. Zhang Tong interjected, anticipating Old Master Fan's potential decision, which could lead to an awkward situation. Indeed, that is the case. Fan Bingxiang confirmed that in that case, our family shall compete vigorously at the auction, that we must secure at least 1 root. If not more, Old Master Fan declared. Yes, Fan Qian responded respectfully, his demeanor growing serious. Achieving this goal would not be easy, as they would be up against nearly all the world's wealthy individuals and various pharmaceutical companies, colossal entities in their own right. Although the Fan family is not weak, the odds of successfully bidding on a root remain uncertain. The miraculous properties of 100-year-old ginseng have long been established, and several pharmaceutical companies have been clandestinely researching it, albeit hindered by its extreme rarity, which has slowed progress. In today's era of rapid technological advancement, numerous scientific breakthroughs regarding longevity have emerged, such as blood transfusions, intermittent fasting, research into specific anti-aging enzymes within the human body, and studies on telomeres. What was unattainable for Qin Shi Huang may well be within the reach of contemporary scientists. Surely, Baoxing must possess even more thousand-year-old ginseng. Its value is immense. Zhang Tong secretly rejoiced, contemplating that if numerous research companies indeed commenced investigations into the secrets of ginseng's longevity, the value of thousand-year-old ginseng could skyrocket. For him, this is a monumental opportunity. Chapter 23. Has Zhao Qian been bullied? Zhang Tong returned to the villa, 2 sacks in hand. Upon entering, he found Zhao Qian mopping the floor, clad in a black miniskirt that showcased her long, fair legs, appearing both alluring and enticing. Was she intentionally trying to seduce me? Zhang Tong's gaze became transfixed, captivated by the enchanting sight. "Boss, you're back," Zhao Qian exclaimed with delight, fluttering over like a butterfly, inviting Zhang Tong to sit on the sofa and offering him fragrant tea. During this time, she had diligently studied how to be a competent secretary, and now she was putting on quite a performance. After all, she was genuinely concerned that if she failed in her role, she would likely be dismissed in favor of a more suitable secretary, leaving her to search for a job with a 3 million annual salary elsewhere. "Come, report on your work," Zhang Tong said, patting the sofa beside him. Zhao Qian, her cheeks flushed, took her designated seat and summarized 10 days' worth of work. They had purchased the first floor of the nearby Jinmao Tower, covering an area of 3,200 square meters, along with a 300 square meter basement, for a total of 320 million, with an average price reaching 100,000. The first floor of a building is often the most expensive, as the upper floors typically do not command high prices. The Tianbao auction house has also been successfully registered, and Luo Peng is busy with renovations. As for hiring staff and purchasing vehicles, that has yet to be addressed. Well done. Zhang Tong embraced Zhao Qian's slim waist. Impressed by her competence, Zhao Qian blushed fiercely and pulled away, reluctant to be subjected to such unwelcome advances so soon that if it comes too easily, a man will not cherish it. Hurry up with the renovations and recruitment for experienced auction staff. We must get our auction house operational as soon as possible, that we have an auction scheduled for December 1 SD, Zhang Tong commanded. "Yes, boss," Zhao Qian replied respectfully, her heart inwardly elated at his apparent tolerance. It was clear he was not angry with her, indicating a favorable attitude. However, she knew she must tread carefully. "Did you find anything during your trip to Changbai Mountain? Did you discover any ginseng?" Zhao Qian inquired curiously. "The treasures are in the bags. Take a look for yourself," Zhang Tong replied. Could it be that he truly unearthed ginseng? Zhao Qian felt a mix of anticipation and disbelief as she opened the sack. Her jaw dropped in astonishment, eyes wide in shock. Heavens, so much ginseng. So enormous. "Boss, how many years old is this ginseng?" Zhao Qian asked, trembling with excitement. 1,000 years old. "There are 10 in total. Fan Bingxiang purchased one for 200 million. The remaining 9 are right here, and they will be auctioned at our company on December 1 SD, when the world's wealthy will gather, and we must prepare accordingly," Zhang Tong explained. "What? 200 million each? 10 roots would amount to 2 billion. Zhao Qian's eyes bulged, her face a mixture of disbelief and shock. Zhang Tong made 20 billion from a single trip to Changbai Mountain. What incredible earning power! Had others not found any? Zhao Qian finally regained her composure and asked curiously. There were over 50 skilled individuals, about 30 of whom were treasure hunters. Yet they all had poor luck and returned empty-handed, Zhang Tong lamented. Finding thousand-year-old ginseng is not an easy endeavor. It requires not only skill but also luck and, ultimately, divine favor to uncover true treasures. "Boss, you are truly remarkable," Zhao Qian exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, instinctively wrapping her arms around Zhang Tong's neck, her charming smile and captivating gaze making her resemble a beguiling temptress. "Dare you tempt me?" Zhang Tong found himself unable to resist her allure and had no intention of doing so. She was his beautiful secretary, and a little flirtation was harmless. He embraced her tightly and began to kiss her passionately. After all, it was not their first encounter. They were well acquainted to know. Zhao Qian protested playfully, her cheeks flushed, feigning resistance while gradually succumbing to the blissful moment. Suddenly, the barking of Wang Kai pierced the air, followed by Luo Peng bursting through the door. Exclaiming, "Boss, you've finally returned. I've been utterly exhausted, unable to sleep for days." He then caught sight of the inappropriate scene unfolding before him. Hasten to open your eyes wide and observe, while shamelessly uttering, "I did not see anything. Please continue." The flawless image of the campus goddess crumbles within his heart, To his astonishment, she actively seeks to become Zhang Tong's secretary and now boldly flirts with her boss. This is utterly disappointing. Alas, it appears that wealth is the ultimate truth. Even the most beautiful goddess will willingly offer her affection. Zhang Tong reluctantly releases Zhao Qian, allowing her to shyly flee, then shoots an annoyed glare at Luo Peng. Aren't you supposed to be overseeing renovations at the company? What brings you back so suddenly? Luo Peng retorts, indignant and aggrieved. Is it not you who summoned me to report on the work? Luo Peng, he continues, let me share some extraordinary news. Our boss has struck it rich again, earning a staggering 20 billion. That Zhao Qian promptly shifts her focus that in truth, she cannot contain her feelings any longer. What? You made another 20 billion just by visiting Changbai Mountain. Are you, perhaps, the reincarnation of the god of wealth? Luo Peng stares, utterly dumbfounded, his astonishment palpable. Now he comprehends why Zhao Qian would seek to ingratiate herself. The allure of a wealthy patron is simply irresistible. Were he a beauty, he would undoubtedly do the same. That I rely on my formidable abilities, Zhang Tong asserts, not on mere luck. Formidable abilities? Luo Peng exclaims. Bewildered, could you provide an example? Just watch closely, Zhang Tong declares, determined to showcase his strength. He intends to procure even more treasures in the future, and these two individuals are the most significant to him. He must instill in them the notion that Zhang Tong is exceptionally powerful, making the acquisition of various treasures a commonplace occurrence. With that, he dashes out of the hall like a gust of wind, leaping suddenly into the air, soaring to a height of over 10 meters, plucking a leaf from the crown of a decorative tree. What on earth? Is this the legendary lightness of body? Luo Peng and Zhao Qian stand utterly astonished, their disbelief palpable. Zhang Tong is indeed a Superman? No wonder he could be a treasure hunter and amass such wealth. I am not a Superman. I have merely honed my martial skills since childhood. That I in truth. Any exceptional treasure hunter is a master of martial arts. There is no need for surprise, Zhang Tong explains. You are both employees of my Tianbao auction house. When conducting business, do so with confidence. Do not be timid or servile, and fear no one. That I and the company are your backing. That yes, they are both new to the workforce and lacking in experience. Failing to instill confidence in them might hinder their performance. Thus, in the past 10 days, they have only managed to purchase a floor and register the company. No cars have been bought, nor have any employees been hired. Boss, I have been severely bullied, and I have no idea what to do. Zhao Qian says, her eyes bright with indignation. That you've been bullied? Surely not. Zhang Tong responds incredulously. How could anyone dare to bully such a stunning beauty? Countless suitors would undoubtedly rush to her defense. Indeed, I have been bullied. Luo Peng agrees. Zhao Qian is your woman. Since you are a legendary martial artist, you must reclaim her dignity. Luo Peng is in dire need of a lesson. Zhang Tong's expression darkens. How has Zhao Qian become my woman? She is merely my secretary. Such words should not be carelessly spoken. Luo Peng, you fool, if you cannot speak wisely, then do not speak at all, Zhao Qian admonishes upon sensing Zhang Tong's displeasure. Did I say anything wrong? Luo Peng retorts dismissively that if Zhang Tong has slept with you, then are you not his woman? Forgive me for inadvertently revealing the truth. Are you not pleased? I am no outsider. I shall not spread it. What exactly transpired? Speak up. Zhang Tong inquires impatiently. Zhao Qian begins recounting her tale. It turns out that the one who bullied Zhao Qian was none other than the owner of Tianlan Manor. Zhao Qian worked as a sales model for 7 days, earning a remuneration of 21,000 yuan. Though she received that sum, the commission of 1.225 million yuan for selling the villa was being withheld by the property owner, who offered various excuses for the delay. Is the owner male or female? Zhang Tong asks, his temper flaring. What a peculiar thought process. Luo Peng, utterly bewildered, struggles to comprehend. Does the handling of matters differ based on gender? The original contact was a female manager. However, she has since left the company. In reality, I have never even met the owner. All communication has been through the new sales department manager, but the refusal to pay the commission is a fact. Zhao Qian explains that is it possible that the new manager intends to pocket your commission? Zhang Tong muses, thinking that such a large owner would not engage in such unscrupulous behavior. After all, it would reflect poorly on them. And how would other saleswomen perceive it? Would they dare to continue selling properties? Thus, a simple phone call to the property owner should resolve the issue. However, without the owner's contact information, there is no way to reach them. If we cannot get in touch, is there no other way? Students lacking experience are indeed easy targets. Zhang Tong reflects quietly, then states, "Let us go meet that manager," but he decides to provide the two with a lesson on how to avoid being bullied. The trio proceeds to the sales office, where they find the newly appointed manager, a woman in her 40s, still possessing a certain charm, perhaps once beautiful, that Ms. Liu. "Is it? I have heard that you wish to withhold Zhao Qian's commission?" Zhang Tong coldly inquires upon their meeting. "And who are you to advocate for her?" The manager sizes Zhang Tong up, her face full of disdain, that "I am Zhang Tong, the owner who purchased the villa for 45 million. Zhang Tong states, "As Zhao Qian is still my secretary, do you have a problem with me defending her?" Mr. Zhang, the matter is as follows. The previous manager did not specify a commission in the contract. It merely stated a daily wage of 2,000. Ms. Liu quickly clarifies, her expression shifting, that we engage sales models for remuneration. The number of properties sold and the commission is of no concern to her. However, the previous manager did mention that if I sold a property, there would be a commission of 2.5. Zhao Qian interjects, her anger palpable. The contract did not specify that, Ms. Liu counters. Then I would like to ask, who received the commission for the villa I purchased? Zhang Tong retorts with a mocking smile, striking at the heart of the matter. Ms. Liu's face pales, a sheen of cold sweat forming on her forehead. "Since you cannot answer that, let us involve the police," Zhang Tong scoffs. "Zhao Qian, call the authorities." "Yes, boss," Zhao Qian responds, pulling out her phone to make the call. "That no, please don't." Ms. Liu immediately crumbles, kneeling before them, "that I was blinded by greed. Seeing that the contract did not specify a commission, I intended to keep it for myself. That I was wrong. I will promptly pay the commission. Is it really that simple? Why did I not think of that?" Luo Peng and Zhao Qian stand agape, a mix of shame and astonishment washing over them. It seems there is a reason Zhang Tong has amassed such wealth. The gap between them is staggering. "Since you acknowledge your mistake, I shall grant you leniency this time. However, should you dare to bully anyone again, rest assured that there will be no such mercy in the future. You will deeply regret it." Zhang Tong declares after a moment of contemplation, extending his generosity. Thank you. Thank you." Ms. Liu repeatedly expresses her gratitude. She quickly transfers 1.125 million to Zhao Qian. It turns out she had already received the commission, which was in her own account. Thus, the matter concludes rather effortlessly. Zhang Tong did not rely on any connections, nor did he use his wealth to intimidate. He did not pursue vendettas. That woman was truly wicked for attempting to withhold my commission. As they exit the sales office, Zhao Qian remains incensed. "Boss, why did you not call the police? That would have provided her with a significant lesson. A few years in prison would serve her right." Luo Peng adds, equally discontented, "It is quite simple. I do not wish to create enmity with such a worthless woman." Zhang Tong replies that I am not afraid for myself, but it would not be beneficial for Zhao Qian. After all, if we involve the police, she would be imprisoned, and retaliation against Zhao Qian would not be out of the question. Why not reporting her? She will still face consequences, yet she will not blame Zhao Qian or us, leaving us free from future troubles. What consequences? I fail to see any, Luo Peng responds, utterly confused. All the saleswomen witnessed it and are aware of her misdeeds. Surely someone will aspire to be the manager and will secretly report her to the property owner. The owner will undoubtedly dismiss her without hesitation, and she will receive no compensation whatsoever. Thus, she will lose her job in the future. She may even hesitate to list her experience as a sales manager on her resume, making it difficult for her to secure a high-paying position, Zhang Tong elucidates. Consequently, her resentment will be redirected towards the informant or the property owner, leaving us entirely uninvolved. Wow, this scheme is quite cunning. Boss, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you have become a wealthy magnate. I can only aspire to be your subordinate. Luo Peng exclaims, astonished, gazing at Zhang Tong as though he were a monster. He is filled with utmost admiration for Zhang Tong's exceptional capabilities. Zhao Qian, too, is filled with profound respect. Her gaze toward Zhang Tong transformed into one of reverence, that a feeling of admiration washes over her. She begins to entertain the thought that should she become his woman, even if only in secret, she would undoubtedly feel exceedingly secure, with no fear of being bullied and no worries about finances. Given his prowess, Earning money would surely be effortless. Even now, he has already accumulated over 60 billion, and his company has only just been established and not yet fully operational. What astonishing achievements might he attain in the future? Such a man, how could she ever hope to possess the ability to control him? It seems prudent to remain his dutiful secretary, tightly embracing his thigh. She surrendered to him. This was indeed the proper way to interact. This thought, her charming face flushed with crimson. Boldly linking her arm with Zhang Tong's, she said, "Boss, thank you for standing up for me. I invite you to dinner. Are you not inviting me? I may not have merit, but I do have my troubles." Luo Peng interjected, slightly aggrieved, that if you wish to be a third wheel, by all means. "Come along." Zhao Qian shot him a glare. Luo Peng understood instantly, hastily concocting an excuse to slip away, secretly envious and green with jealousy. Zhang Tong was truly in a delightful position. The campus belle had been thoroughly conquered. With both wealth and high intelligence, the formerly proud beauty had shown no resistance and surrendered outright. Chapter 25. Luxury cars and models. After sharing a couple's meal, Zhang Tong, accompanied by Zhao Qian, made his way to the office. The spacious 3,000 square meters felt very expansive. The office and auction hall were already partitioned, and the flooring had been laid. The basement's vault was under construction, with a deadline set for completion within a month. For each day completed ahead of schedule, a reward of 100,000 yuan would be granted, escalating with each additional day saved. Zhang Tong commanded with flair. "Yes, boss," the numerous renovation workers responded, their faces alight with joy. Energized, their work pace surged. "Now, Zhao Qian and I are off to purchase a car. What do you desire?" Zhang Tong inquired of Luo Peng. "Are you really arranging a car for me?" Luo Peng exclaimed, both surprised and delighted, albeit slightly embarrassed. With a monthly salary of 100,000, receiving a company car felt overly generous. He felt undeserving. Although Zhao Qian's salary was higher, with an annual income of 3 million. He harbored no envy, knowing she had to exert much more effort. "You are our company's stone-breaking master. A car is a necessity," Zhang Tong asserted earnestly. With ample funds at his disposal, only Luo Peng and Zhao Qian remained among his capable subordinates. Not having a car would be a significant downgrade. "Then let's go for an Audi A4L, Luo Peng suggested. "You do indeed favor Audis," Zhang Tong remarked with a peculiar expression. "That I in the past." Luo Peng had longed to own an Audi, a dream that seemed entirely out of reach until now, thanks to his brother Zhang Tong. Otherwise, even the cheapest Audi would remain a distant fantasy. "And what about you? What car do you desire?" Upon exiting the office, Zhang Tong wrapped his arm around Zhao Qian's slender waist, smilingly inquired, "That I'm not sure." Zhao Qian replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness, yet she made no effort to break free. "Do you fancy sports cars?" Zhang Tong asked. "That I like them, but not too expensive," Zhao Qian said nervously. "The Ferrari 812 is stunning, priced at over 5 million. What do you think?" Zhang Tong proposed that no. I'm merely a secretary. I cannot have such an extravagant car. It would cause you trouble. Just arrange a car under 1 million for me." Zhao Qian hurriedly declined. She was not the kind of woman who was insatiably greedy. She had a clear understanding of her position. Merely a beautiful secretary who could be subject to unspoken rules, never daring to aspire to be Zhang Tong's girlfriend. This was precisely what Zhang Tong anticipated. That in truth, he wasn't particularly keen on dating. That a girlfriend would inevitably pressure him into marriage, concoct various demands, and attempt to control his finances. Such scenarios were far from comfortable. Of course, if the girlfriend were a wealthy beauty with her own career, it would be much more agreeable. However, Zhang Tong, coming from humble beginnings, had very few acquaintances among the affluent. To date, he had only met Fan Bingxiang, and there had been no spark between them. Thus, Zhang Tong had not considered pursuing a girlfriend, nor did he feel any urgency. At just 22, he was in the prime of his youth. Additionally, having cultivated a formidable martial prowess, he could potentially live up to 200 years. That if he continued to break through his limits, his lifespan could multiply further. With ample time to enjoy life, it was entirely reasonable to postpone thoughts of romance for another decade or two. Moreover, with both of his parents deceased, there was no one urging him to marry. "A car under 1 million? That seems a bit low in stature, considering you are my secretary," Zhang Tong remarked. "Nevertheless, let's first go see what options are available." Zhao Qian's eyes brimmed with affection, her face radiating warmth. Her voice unusually charming as she said, "Boss, there is a car exhibition today. showcasing various luxury vehicles, including supercars worth tens of millions. The organizers reached out to me, wanting me to model, but I declined. Should we go take a look? A car exhibition? Of course we should. Zhang Tong's eyes sparkled, excitement coursing through him that in the past, he and his two roommates had been particularly fond of car exhibitions, reveling in the sight of models and taking countless photographs to admire later. Regrettably, Luo Peng could not attend today due to renovation duties, and another roommate, Yang Bo, had gone to work in the Magic City, boasting to Zhang Tong and Luo Peng about the grander scale and more beautiful models there. He had determined to toil in the Magic City with hopes of marrying a stunning model one day. Zhang Tong wondered if that rogue had achieved his dream or caught the attention of a model. Half an hour later, Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian arrived at the car exhibition venue. It was vast, with an expansive hall filled with a myriad of luxury vehicles, both new and established models. Likely due to promotional activities by manufacturers, the models were exceptionally beautiful, with the top-tier one rivaling Zhao Qian herself. Countless men gawked, jaws agape, snapping photos with their phones and cameras. "Boss, isn't that model stunning? Do you like her?" Zhao Qian pointed at the most beautiful model, her tone laden with meaning that I merely appreciate her beauty. Zhang Tong replied earnestly, "I can't say I have a preference, that I know that model. Her name is Lu Qingxi, and she is 19 years old. Actually, she is a beautiful streamer, and modeling is merely a side gig." Zhao Qian informed him. "What do you imply by that?" Zhang Tong glanced at her, "That I'm merely concerned you might be captivated by her." Zhao Qian remarked, "After all, she is exceptionally beautiful. No man could resist." "Is your relationship with her strained? Are you enemies?" Zhang Tong asked skeptically. "Our connection is quite ordinary. We merely worked as models concurrently." Zhao Qian replied that if she tries to entice you, do not engage with her. "Even if you do not let your emotions sway you. Are you certain she would attempt to entice me?" Zhang Tong questioned, intrigued. Having attended many car exhibitions before, he understood models well. Models, particularly the most stunning ones, tended to be very proud and famous. They were unlikely to pursue men directly. "Definitely, because you are exceedingly handsome and a man of considerable wealth," Zhao Qian stated. "Moreover, you might be here to purchase a luxury car. How could she not take notice?" "Then let us wait and see," Zhang Tong chuckled. They continued browsing, soon setting their sights on three cars. A red Porsche 911 2023 Carrera T3.0T, priced at $1.5 million. An Audi A8L for $830,000, and a Mercedes GLS for $1.06 million. That instead of making an immediate purchase, they approached the most expensive car in the exhibition to examine it closely. It was a white Ferrari LaFerrari. Dazzlingly cool and undeniably appealing to any man. Valued at over $20 million, that the most beautiful model stood beside this supercar, striking poses and flipping her hair. Observing her more closely, Zhang Tong noted her height was at least 1.76 meters, and with red high heels, she stood nearly at his level. Her waist was remarkably slender, yet her bust was impressively ample, seemingly on the verge of bursting from her outfit. Her legs were long and fair, her features exquisitely defined, with flawless, delicate skin. Overall, she radiated sensuality, allure, and beauty, rivaling Zhao Qian's charm. But she's stunning. Zhang Tong couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, even feeling a twinge of anticipation for her to entice him. Not out of desire for intimacy, but rather enjoying the thrill of being pursued. Chapter 26. Luxurious cars and beautiful women. Indeed a delight. What a handsome man. Could he be a super-rich heir? Zhang Tong wondered, as Zhao Qian, who typically paid no heed to men, clung to his arm throughout, her words laced with flattery. The model Lu Qingxi had indeed noticed Zhang Tong as he approached. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Zhao Qian, bring someone over. I wish to buy a car." Zhang Tong had developed a deep fondness for the LaFerrari. Recognizing its exceptional prowess, it featured the most advanced hybrid power system, a combination of an intake engine and an electric motor, collectively generating a staggering 708 kilowatts of power. It also boasted an energy recovery system, converting excess heat from braking into electrical energy to provide additional power, driven by a V10 engine, achieving an astonishing 1,000 horsepower. Furthermore, it was nearing the end of production, difficult to obtain even through orders. Encountering one was indeed a stroke of luck. "Excuse me, is Zhao Qian your girlfriend?" Lu Qingxi inquired alluringly after Zhao Qian had stepped away. She is my secretary, Zhang Tong replied, casting a glance her way. Was Zhao Qian correct? Was this stunning model attempting to entice him? A secretary? Lu Qingxi expressed her surprise and amusement, almost bursting into laughter. Zhao Qian, oh Zhao Qian, how far you've fallen becoming a secretary. I expected you to have found a wealthy boyfriend. Who would have thought otherwise? Zhao Qian, I look down on you. You are truly regressing, in that moment. She felt a profound sense of superiority. Soon, a woman in her 30s approached, introduced herself as Manager Wu Li, and asked, "Hello, are you looking to purchase a car? I wish to buy 4 cars. The red Porsche 911, 2023 Carrera T 3.0T, the Audi A8L, clad in black, Mercedes GLS, resplendent in silver. And let us not forget the Ferrari LaFerrari. May I collect the keys today?" Zhang Tong remarked nonchalantly. What? For vehicles? Among them, the Ferrari LaFerrari, valued at over 20 million. Manager Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Qingxi was equally taken aback, her delicate form trembling. Good heavens, what a terrifyingly wealthy individual. Could it be that he possesses hundreds of billions? After all, even Wang Tsong would not dare to flaunt such opulence. Only true magnates would spend with such abandon. Yes, you can collect the car today, and the license plate can be arranged as well, Manager Wu stated, his excitement palpable. Then let us proceed with the paperwork, Zhang Tong replied with an air of indifference. A mere 20 million is trivial for him, not only because he possesses tens of billions, but also due to the treasures he owns on a certain star. Just the Jade Mountain alone should be worth trillions. It merely requires time to liquidate. Manager Wu immediately began the necessary procedures, with Zhao Qian handling the coordination, as is customary for a capable secretary. Throughout the process, Zhang Tong simply retrieved his identification and swiped his card. Sir, once you finalize the paperwork, I'll be off work. May I trouble you for a ride home? Lu Qingxi asked shyly. Goodness, is she truly attempting to entice me? Zhang Tong was taken aback, feeling a wave of exhilaration wash over him. However, without hesitation, he declined. I'm sorry, but I'm busy today. Lu Qingxi paused, momentarily incredulous that a world-class model like herself had been rebuffed. Yet she refused to give up, casting a flirtatious glance and sweetly inquiring. May I add you on WeChat? Certainly. This time, Zhang Tong did not refuse. Such a stunning model was someone he wished to keep in touch with. However, he remained somewhat wary of Lu Qingxi, as he did not know her well. In contrast, he felt at ease with Zhao Qian, a fellow alumnus, who he trusted enough to take on the role of secretary, fulfilling a dream from their university days. Soon, the paperwork was completed and the license plate was affixed. Zhang Tong then drove off in the Ferrari LaFerrari, with Zhao Qian handling the Porsche 911, all while Lu Qingxi watched, filled with envy and admiration. The other 2 vehicles were driven by Manager Wu and another staff member, destined for Zhang Tong's villa. Zhang Tong refrained from reckless driving, taking care on the road. Although he had a license, his driving experience was limited, and he could only familiarize himself gradually. Zhao Qian felt the same way. Nervous behind the wheel of such an extravagant car, fearful of an accident. Secretary Zhao, from now on, you'll drive the Porsche 911, while Luo Peng will take the Audi A8. Please keep the receipts for reimbursement. Zhang Tong instructed upon returning to the villa. Thank you, boss, Zhao Qian replied, her face alight with gratitude and joy. Come, let me take you for a spin, Zhang Tong beckoned Zhao Qian. Yes, boss, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed with delight. This was, after all, a luxury vehicle worth over 20 million. The most beautiful women, regardless of their extraordinary looks, may never have the chance to ride in such a car. Wang Kai. Get on the roof. Once Zhao Qian was settled in, Zhang Tong called for Wang Kai to join them on the roof before starting the car, executing a graceful drift as they sped away. Whoosh, like a silver lightning bolt or a swift arrow, they disappeared from the neighborhood and surged onto the main road, roaring into the distance. Wang Kai, truly an extraordinary dog, stood confidently atop the car, as if welded to it, occasionally barking with pride, seemingly flaunting his own prowess. Wow, a luxury car with a beautiful woman. What a thrill, my goodness. Is that a Ferrari LaFerrari, worth over 20 million? And there's a stunning beauty aboard. Who is she, driving a multi-million supercar with such an enchanting lady? Who is that beauty, to capture the attention of such a wealthy individual? And did you see the dog on the roof? What an impressive creature. How unbelievable. Passers-by, drivers, and even dogs on the roadside gasped in awe, consumed by envy and admiration. Indeed, a luxury car with a beautiful woman is a delightful sight. Zhang Tong felt a rush of excitement as well. It turned out that driving a Ferrari LaFerrari required the company of an extraordinary beauty to truly appreciate the experience. Otherwise, the thrill was simply lacking. "Boss, I love you." Zhao Qian unexpectedly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and exhilaration. Her smile radiant, her beauty unparalleled in that moment. She felt she had reached the pinnacle of her life. What has her so agitated? Zhang Tong glanced at Zhao Qian and accelerated, speeding down the road. After half an hour of joyriding, Zhang Tong returned to the countryside, parking in front of his childhood home. My goodness. Zhang Tong has returned with such a flashy car and an extraordinary beauty. Is he here to flaunt his wealth? Last time, he left in a helicopter, and today he drives back in a supercar. It seems Zhang Tong has truly struck it rich. The elderly onlookers could not help but express their envy. "Boss, where are we?" Zhao Qian asked sweetly as they disembarked. "This is my hometown. It's where I grew up," Zhang Tong replied. "Take note, we need to hire a construction team to demolish this old house and build a villa. Just handle everything without needing to supervise daily." "Yes, boss. Tonight we shall stay here," Zhang Tong declared. Zhao Qian felt a rush of nervousness, her cheeks flushed with an added allure. Chapter 27. A Night in the Mountain Village. Zhao Qian shyly followed Zhang Tong into the main room, immediately busying herself with making tea, then smiling brightly as she kneaded Zhang Tong's shoulders. Today, Zhang Tong had secured over $1 million in commissions for her and provided her with a portion 9/11 worth $1.5 million. She was overwhelmed with joy and excitement, eager to please him. Perhaps her high heels made her unsteady, or perhaps it was Zhang Tong's lack of initiative, but she suddenly stumbled, falling into his embrace. Sparks ignited between them as they began to share an impassioned embrace, entwined in fervor. "Boss, please," noted as Zhang Tong carried her into the room. Zhao Qian's initial protest was laced with both resistance and invitation. After an exhilarating encounter, Zhao Qian felt utterly spent, lying on the bed, unable to move, her flushed face still glowing with the remnants of their passionate encounter, shy beyond measure, akin to a blooming begonia in spring. At last, her long-held dreams had come to fruition. Zhang Tong felt refreshed, satisfied, and proud. During their university days, he had undoubtedly harbored feelings for Zhao Qian, but had lacked the courage to express them, let alone approach her. His greatest fantasy had been to win her affection, becoming the envy of every other man. The root of his hesitance had been his poverty. Yet unexpectedly, that once fanciful dream had become a reality. Zhao Qian had taken the initiative to become his secretary, and now she lay in his bed, shyly nestled in his arms, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, Zhang Tong's phone rang, indicating someone was trying to reach him. "I bet it's Lu Qingxi trying to flirt with you," Zhao Qian teased playfully. "Do you believe it?" "Surely not." Zhang Tong was skeptical, but upon checking his phone, he was stunned to find it was indeed Lu Qingxi reaching out to him. "Mr. Zhang, have you returned home? It really is her. You must be quite the charmer," Zhang Tong exclaimed, looking at Zhao Qian in astonishment. "What can I say? You are an extraordinary handsome man and an incredibly wealthy individual," Zhao Qian replied with a smirk. "Though Lu Qingxi is beautiful, she certainly dreams of something more with you." "Does she often behave this way?" Zhang Tong asked, a hint of concern furrowing his brow. "Not really. She only shows such interest in someone of your stature," Zhao Qian giggled. "But she is rather materialistic. If you wish to win her over, be prepared to spend lavishly. I have no intention of pursuing her," Zhang Tong sighed, scratching his forehead in exasperation. "I refuse to believe that a woman like her wouldn't attract any suitors." "That is not entirely true," Zhao Qian replied, feigning indignation. "You're being too narrow-minded." Zhang Tong's expression was bemused. Indeed, being a secretary and a girlfriend were worlds apart. It was refreshing to engage in honest conversation without the usual jealousy, creating a comfortable atmosphere. "Boss, let me respond to her. Would that be all right?" Zhao Qian asked playfully. "Feel free." Zhang Tong handed her the phone, intrigued to see how she would tease Lu Qingxi. He watched as Zhao Qian mischievously typed, "I am home." "Where do you live?" Lu Qingxi's eyes lit up, her heart racing with excitement. "Wonderful," she replied. "Could this be a sign of interest? What do you think?" I can't guess, bro. Want to hit the nightlife? Nightlife? No way. I have plenty of women as is. Then why not add another? Shall I come find you? Zhang Tong was utterly taken aback, struggling to comprehend Lu Qingxi's boldness. Was it truly possible for a goddess like beauty to be so forward? The prerequisite, it seemed, was wealth and good looks to capture her heart. No, I am not that kind of man. But you are rather the opposite, Zhao Qian teased. I am not easy. I've never had a boyfriend or gone out with anyone. This is my first time, and it's because you are so handsome that I fell for you at first sight. Huh. Zhao Qian's response conveyed her disbelief that I reside at the Xiangshan Villa and would love for you to visit me when time permits. This evening would also be splendid. Lu Qingxi perceives her opponent as overwhelmingly formidable, feeling unable to conquer, and is contemplating retreat. That I refuse to believe it. Your strategy is merely to summon me over, only to demand extravagant gifts in return. It takes millions to satisfy your whims. Lu Qingxi punctuated her frustration with 6 ellipses. She was genuinely at a loss for words. That it appears she has encountered an exceptionally seasoned, affluent individual. To captivate him is an arduous task. Alas, even with unparalleled beauty, success is not guaranteed. This woman is on the brink of despair. Zhao Qian smirked mischievously. Zhang Tong wore a peculiar expression, seemingly enlightened. Brother, could you join my live stream? I am about to go live, and I'll dance for you. Lu Qingxi resolved to retreat and fell silent, clearly having commenced her broadcast. Her approach is akin to fishing with no bait. She does not genuinely desire you, but merely wishes to flirt and extract benefits from you. After her failure, she still hopes to entice you to watch her live stream, preparing to gradually win you over. Zhao Qian solemnly advised, so, boss, you must not develop feelings for her. Otherwise, you shall surely be hurt. It seems women understand women best. Zhang Tong sighed deeply. Boss, tonight is my first time. You are my first man. I love you and shall always treat you well. Zhao Qian cast aside her phone, wrapped her arms around Zhang Tong's neck, her gaze laden with affection, exhaling sweetly. I wish to be your secretary for life. Will you never let me go? Is that agreeable? As long as you continue to treat me well, I shall undoubtedly reciprocate, ensuring you enjoy a life of luxury and splendor. Rest assured. Zhang Tong glanced at the plum blossoms on the bedspread and smiled. I shall make you the happiest man in the world. Upon receiving this promise, Zhao Qian was overjoyed, her face radiant with happiness. She felt as though she had seized the world itself. She was acutely aware that, being alumni, Zhang Tong understood her well, recognizing her as the most beautiful campus belle, the dream goddess of countless boys who had never dated and had turned down countless wealthy suitors. Thus, Zhang Tong held a remarkably favorable impression of her. She was undoubtedly his former dream lover. With such sentiments in play, a foundation of happiness was established. She must cherish it and strive to love him deeply, to enter his heart and become the most significant woman in his life. This was a night of exquisite sweetness. Zhang Tong reveled in the experience, reflecting on the richness and vibrancy of a wealthy lifestyle that in merely a fortnight since his extraordinary turn of fortune. He had acquired a villa, luxury vehicles, and a company, transforming his former dream goddess into a beautiful secretary, now nestled in his embrace. Furthermore, he was being actively courted by stunning hosts like Lu Qingxi. He had indeed reached the pinnacle of life, experiencing unparalleled joy. What was even more promising was that his journey as a wealthy individual had only just begun. Countless treasures awaited him in the cosmos. His remarkable skills could continue to advance, and his lifespan could significantly extend. Haha, my future is as vast as the stars and the sea. How thrilling. Chapter 28. The comical Luo Pang and Yang Bo, the enchanting night, eventually faded. As dawn broke, the sun ascended the horizon. Zhao Qian finally awoke, glancing at her phone, her expression shifting drastically. Oh no, I'm going to be late. As a sophomore, she had classes to attend. Then you can take my car. I'll sleep a little longer, Zhang Tong replied lazily, reluctant to rise. You need to get up too. Let us leave together. There is nothing appetizing here. What if you get hungry? Zhao Qian struggled to rise, her movements somewhat cumbersome. Fortunately, youth aided her swift recovery. Otherwise, she might have truly found it difficult to get out of bed. It's all right. I'll whip up something quick. That I also need to go treasure hunting in Dakingshan. Zhang Tong mentioned, but I want to be back for a few days. Going treasure hunting again? Zhao Qian exclaimed, bewildered. What treasure could possibly be in Dakingshan? There are certainly treasures. I'll return with a fortune. At least several billion, well. I wish you a bountiful return. Zhao Qian remained skeptical, but refrained from voicing any discouraging remarks. She did not leave immediately, for she prepared a bowl of noodles with 2 eggs, which she brought to Zhang Tong's bedside before departing contentedly. Being late was inconsequential. After all, skipping class was not a novel experience. Zhao Qian first returned to Zhang Tong's villa, switched to her Porsche 911, and then headed to school. The Ferrari Raphael was too extravagant for her to drive to campus. It might cause quite a stir and invite endless gossip that on the road, she encountered Luo Peng, stopping her car to say, "Boss, I bought you an Audi A8L for the villa. Here are the keys that an Audi A8. That's impressive," Luo Peng exclaimed, his face alight with joy, but he quickly feigned indignation, saying, "But isn't the boss a bit too focused on appearances, getting you a Porsche 911 worth over $1.5 million. I am the esteemed secretary, representing the company's image. What's wrong with having a Porsche 911? You merely a stone analyst, shouldn't you be content with an Audi A8? Zhao Qian retorted. Content. Luo Peng immediately raised his hands in surrender, then curiously inquired. What car did the boss buy? A Ferrari Raphael and a Mercedes, Zhao Qian replied. Wow, that's outrageous. Luo Peng gaped in astonishment, utterly awestruck. The boss earned billions in a single trip to Changbai Mountain. What's a few tens of millions on a car? Indeed, Zhao Qian casually remarked. The boss is incredibly impressive, exceptionally profitable, and undeniably handsome. He has the ultimate heartthrob at this juncture. Luo Peng couldn't help but feel envious. It was evident that Zhao Qian had returned from off-campus, having undoubtedly spent the night with Zhang Tong. Whatever transpired last night could easily be inferred. Being wealthy is undoubtedly advantageous. The top campus belle actively sought to be the secretary. When there's work, she fulfills her duties. When there isn't, well. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts and asked, Where's the boss? He is still asleep. Zhao Qian replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, having inadvertently revealed too much. Even a fool like Luo Peng understood that she had spent the night with Zhang Tong. Tong Ge must be exhausted. He can't even get out of bed. How alarming! Luo Peng was secretly astonished and exuberantly declared. I'll head to the villa to prepare black-bone chicken and goji berry soup for him, that he is not at the villa. He is at his family's old home in the countryside. Besides, he won't be coming today. He is off to Dakingshan for treasure hunting, claiming he'll return with billions, Zhao Qian explained, her face inexplicably flushed. She was also secretly astonished, thinking, isn't this guy a bit too much of a sycophant? Can you really prepare black-bone chicken and goji berry soup for him? I might be able to, but you... Going treasure hunting again? Earning billions? Luo Peng gazed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Yet, Zhang Tong had already demonstrated miraculous feats. After a trip to Changbai Mountain, he had returned with 10,000-year-old ginseng worth billions. Earning billions in Dakingshan was not beyond the realm of possibility, as he shook his head, dispelling nonsensical thoughts, and inquired. Does the boss have any new instructions? He asked me to find a construction team to build a villa in the countryside and he wants to purchase a small truck that he has mentioned hiring staff for the auction house. Hasn't he? You know what to do. Make haste, and don't delay the opening, Zhao Qian instructed. The renovations are now formalized. Don't hover too closely, I'll start recruiting today. I'm going to hire the most beautiful receptionists. Just as Tong Ge suggested, with salaries ranging from 30 to 50,000. Luo Peng's face lit up with excitement and eagerness, convinced he could recruit super beauties. Are you truly going to follow his lead? 30 to 50,000 is excessive. That would disrupt industry norms. I believe 1,000 is sufficient. 1,001 attracts super beauties. Zhao Qian protested that if you follow his advice, I'll be the one to take the blame. Luo Peng mused inwardly, asserting, our company generates substantial daily profits. What's wrong with hiring receptionists at 30,000 a month? One simply isn't enough. We need 2 to alternate shifts, and we should recruit several top-tier beauties as clerks. Offering 50,000 monthly. The boss definitely won't object. He once told me that if he started a company, he would hire many super beauties. Even if not for romantic pursuits, they would be a feast for the eyes. You're speaking nonsense. He is not that kind of person, Zhao Qian retorted, infuriated, This left her utterly flabbergasted by Luo Peng's antics. Yes, the boss is not that kind of person, but I am. Luo Peng said with a sly grin, as a subordinate, one must always be prepared to take the fall for the boss. Thus, this burden falls on me, you. Zhao Qian was at a loss for words. Yet she had no means to retaliate against Luo Peng. Moreover, she had no desire to report him, that would only label her as jealous. I refuse to believe that Luo Peng can truly recruit super beauties. Do you think they are as common as cabbages? Perhaps this rascal is merely toying with me. Ignoring him, she sped away, leaving Luo Peng in her dust. It seems the secretary has consented. I wonder how many super beauties she will recruit? Luo Peng's face radiated with mischief and anticipation that he eagerly contacted another roommate. Yongbo, senpai, how are you? I have fantastic news to share. I've secured a job with a monthly salary of 100,000. The company is teeming with beauties, any of whom rival the campus belle Zhao Qian. Are you envious? Still in dreamland, are you? Indeed, everything exists in dreams, Yongbo quickly replied. Zhang Tong is even more impressive. Living in a villa, driving luxury cars, with the campus belle in love with him. Isn't that exhilarating? Luo Peng paid no mind to whether Yongbo believed him, continuing to boast. Last night, Zhang Tong must have shared the dream with you. Right. The company provided me with an Audi A8L. Are you envious? Disregarding your daydreams, I am quite busy, with my beautiful secretary urging me to hasten my pace. How dare you? If you had a beautiful secretary, I would be astonished that if you two truly succeed, I would drink my own urine while standing on my head. Goodness, the day may come when you actually drink urine. Luo Peng erupted into a torrent of curses. Calling him an idiot, Chapter 29. Return to the Treasure Star, the mysterious iron nail. Zhang Tong ventured back to the Treasure Star, where he installed a generator and stone cutter at the base of a cliff. These tools had been ordered prior to his journey to Changbai Mountain. Now, they had arrived at the Treasure Star. With immense strength, he effortlessly moved the equipment. Soon, the installation was complete, and after a brief test, he found it to be functioning perfectly. Zhang Tong felt a wave of relief wash over him, that he began to cut stone, specifically the massive boulder he had previously pushed down the mountain. This rock was remarkably sturdy, having rolled down without breaking, concealing its secrets within. Thus, it was imperative to slice it open. This stone was even larger than the last one, that if there were jade within, its value would undoubtedly be staggering. Zhang Tong was filled with anticipation. Woof woof. Wankai was curiously circling the stone cutter, treating it as a toy. Wankai, keep a vigilant watch and ensure no monstrous beasts approach unnoticed. Zhang Tong admonished. Finally, the stone was cut open. Zhang Tong stood there, bewildered and astonished. There was no green or red jade, but rather a brilliant yellow. The cross-section was a dazzling, translucent yellow. It was of high clarity, almost approaching the highest grade of icy jade. The color was rich, resembling the exquisite hue of chicken oil, breathtakingly beautiful and resplendent. Could this be the fabled chicken oil yellow jade? Zhang Tong's eyes widened in ecstasy. He was keenly aware that high-grade chicken oil yellow jade was exceedingly rare. Its worth rivaling that of ice-type red jade, second only to the glass-type imperial green. My heavens, how much could it be worth? 20 billion, 30 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion. Zhang Tong's heart raced with excitement. Although the jade's cross-sectional area comprised only a small fraction of the stone, it was still substantial, roughly the size of a half-door panel. Comparatively, the previous piece of ice-type red jade, only the size of a half-basketball, had fetched 11 billion. What a thrill! Zhang Tong beamed with joy, feeling the weight of stress lift away, all his worries dissipating into the ether. Establishing a company came with considerable pressure, particularly regarding payroll for employees, especially since Zhao Qian earned an annual salary of 3 million, that if he failed to generate income, it would be a source of great concern. However, with the successful cutting of this colossal stone, all worries vanished. Indeed, life is a balance of gains and losses. He had acquired what could be worth tens of billions, if not more, of chicken oil yellow jade. While shedding his anxieties, that he chuckled, thinking he would leave this stone for Luo Peng to handle, predicting he would be busy for a day or two, exhausted by the endeavor. Zhang Tong grinned mischievously, and with Wankai, he dashed up the mountain. Eager to explore, he resolved to quicken his pace. intending to thoroughly explore this vast expanse. This was an endless planet. Without diligence, he might never fully uncover its treasures within a 10-mile radius. Which would be tragic. Who knew what other valuable treasures lay hidden in the distance? This was an alien world, not Earth, where conventional reasoning did not apply. Soon, he arrived beneath a colossal coconut tree, where a small squirrel leapt down with a chirp, landing on Zhang Tong's shoulder, chittering and playfully tousling his hair into a mess. Zhang Tong, rather than scolding, chuckled and retrieved a handful of peanuts from his pocket. The squirrel, thrilled, quickly peeled them, its little mouth moving excitedly, a truly adorable sight. Thus, the trio continued their ascent. Before long, they reached an unfamiliar area, and their pace naturally slowed. Some regions were steep. Thankfully, both Zhang Tong and Wang Kai possessed extraordinary abilities. With great strength and speed, pressing onward with determination, they encountered numerous stones that might contain jade, yet these appeared to have grown from the mountainside. Extracting them would be quite challenging, conflicting with Zhang Tong's principle of treasure hunting. So he chose to disregard them. What was that? Zhang Tong spotted an enormous tree, its trunk so wide that it would take a dozen individuals to encircle it. Indeed, it was golden silk nim. Zhang Tong recognized it well, as he had two such trees in his villa. This tree must be thousands of years old, he mused, approaching to touch its trunk with awe. This was a priceless treasure. Should he ever need money, he could sell this tree. Suddenly, Wang Kai and the squirrel alerted him, simultaneously. Two elephants emerged from the forest, one of which was the young elephant Zhang Tong had encountered previously. The other was colossal, towering at 7 or 8 meters and stretching over 10 meters in length. The mother elephant swung her long trunk, glaring at Zhang Tong with malice. Her massive foot lifted suddenly, crashing down with a thunderous stomp. The ground crumbled beneath, sending golden glimmers scattering, resembling gold dust at a gold mine. Zhang Tong's eyes widened, and his heart raced. This truly was a treasure trove. Not only were there potential jade stones, but also gold deposits, along with an abundance of red fruits and the golden silk namu. Unfortunately, the elephants had claimed this territory as their own. As Zhang Tong did not retreat, the mother elephant grew furious, charging with ferocious intent and overwhelming force. Her trunk, resembling a massive iron whip, swung menacingly, snapping trees as if they were twigs. It was a terrifying sight. Zhang Tong's heart raced with fear. He swiftly turned to flee with Wang Kai. Despite his strength, he knew he was no match for such a massive creature. Its weight possibly exceeding several thousand pounds, he dared not throw his spear, primarily out of a desire to avoid harming the elephant. Knowing its thick skin would likely resist any attack, the elephants, with the young one in tow, aggressively drove Zhang Tong down the mountain, like a farmer herding ducks. How unreasonable! Reluctantly, Zhang Tong abandoned his exploration of the mountain, leading Wang Kai and the squirrel downstream towards a creek that he considered exploring. Other areas that in the distance lay a vast grassland, which could harbor ferocious beasts. Zhang Tong was acutely aware that the African savanna was home to lions, crocodiles, and wolves. Thus, even with the squirrel and Wang Kai alerting him, he remained cautious, proceeding slowly. Eventually, he arrived at a lake, broad and expansive, covering several kilometers. The surface shimmered, remarkably clear, with giant fish swimming beneath, creating towering waves, perhaps even water monsters. Along the lake's edge, dense wild grasses flourished, rustling in the breeze, indicating the presence of fish lurking within. Suddenly, Zhang Tong's eyes widened in shock. At the lakeshore, a patch devoid of aquatic plants stood out. Surrounded by numerous rocks, upon one stone column rested an object that appeared metallic, rusted, and corroded. Could it be an iron nail? Zhang Tong's expression turned serious. If it were indeed an iron nail, it would imply the existence of intelligent beings on this planet, potentially the architects of the mysterious passageways. Could there be extraterrestrials on the treasure star? Chapter 30. The ancient sword and the flying clam. It was improbable that extraterrestrials existed. Otherwise, the exit of the passageway on Earth would not remain buried underground, but rather cleared. Thus, it seemed the aliens had perished long ago, leaving only remnants and technological artifacts. Zhang Tong quickly regained his composure, analyzing the situation to bolster his courage, that if he were to discover the relics of an alien civilization and unearth technological materials, Could it not propel Earth's technological advancements to unprecedented heights? Suddenly, a thought surged through Zhang Tong's mind. Yet he soon shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic notion. Even if such extraterrestrial technology could be found, he would not dare to bring it to Earth. Perhaps this alien civilization had become extinct due to their advanced technology spiraling out of control, leading to their demise. Therefore, until the mystery of the Treasure Star civilization was unraveled, it would be wise to exercise caution. He approached carefully, observing closely. The object did not resemble an iron nail. Rather, it appeared to be a hilt. Could it belong to a sword or a dagger? Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Tong grasped it firmly and pulled with all his might. With a crisp sound, it came free that it was indeed a sword, measuring only 2 feet in length, with a blade that bore no signs of rust, seemingly made of bronze. Unremarkable at first glance, the hilt, however, was rusted, likely due to copper oxidation, yet it did not detract from its handling done on Earth. Discovering a bronze sword would be unremarkable. On an alien planet, however, it was an entirely different matter. This indicated that the Treasure Star had indeed hosted a civilization, and it was possible that it had once been connected to Earth, with someone having brought it over. How could a bronze sword penetrate solid stone? Zhang Tong pondered as he casually thrust the sword into a nearby rock. To his astonishment, it pierced effortlessly, as if the stone were mere tofu. Sinking deeply, without a sound, in disbelief, Zhang Tong exclaimed, "Incredible!" Was the stone exceptionally soft? He drew his machete and struck it forcefully against the rock. The sound echoed with a resounding clang, sparks flying, yet it left no mark whatsoever. Clearly, this rock was exceptionally hard, a result of eons of weathering. Yet, the bronze sword had sliced through with ease. Fascinating. Zhang Tong continued to experiment, striking the sword against the machete. With no resistance, the machete split in two, demonstrating the sword's extraordinary sharpness. This confirmed it could cut through metal effortlessly. This was truly a revolutionary find, given the current technology. Crafting weapons of such caliber was unthinkable. Zhang Tong was elated, having stumbled upon an unparalleled treasure. Its value was astronomical that he handled it with reverence, but in his excitement, he inadvertently nicked his skin, blood oozing out. How perilous! Zhang Tong was enveloped in a chilling sense of dread. Hastily, he procured a piece of wood and fashioned a scabbard for his sword, securing it at his waist, grasping the hilt with his right hand. He was instantly filled with boundless valor and an imposing presence. With such a formidable weapon at his side, he felt invincible, undaunted even in the face of the most terrifying beasts. His sense of security significantly heightened. Zhang Tong resumed his exploration, cautiously meandering around the lake, that he harbored an unwavering belief that treasures lay hidden within its depths, perhaps even remnants of ancient civilizations. The sword embedded in the stone pillar served as irrefutable evidence of this possibility. Suddenly, a cacophony of barks and squeaks erupted. Wang Kai and Huai were on high alert. In that very moment, a monstrous creature erupted from the lake, resembling a colossal clam the size of a truck. To his horror, the clam shell sprang open violently, attempting to ensnare Zhang Tong within its grasp, evidently intent on feasting upon him. Zhang Tong swiftly retreated, drawing his sword and delivering a powerful blow to the clam's shell. The strike was utterly silent, yet the shell fractured, a deep fissure forming within it. With a resounding crash, it plummeted to the ground, writhing and rolling, desperately attempting to escape back into the lake. Not on his watch. Zhang Tong would not allow the clam to return to the water. In a swift motion, he closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of strikes, reducing the clam to a mere pulp. It lay motionless thereafter, definitively deceased. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Tong realized the clam resembled an enormous flying saucer, its thickness measuring 2 to 3 meters and weighing well over 1,000 kilograms. What perplexed him was the clam's ability to fly. It had just soared from the depths of the water to attempt to consume him. Was it leaping? It had no legs to propel itself. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Tong began to pry open the clam's shell. Driven by the hope of discovering pearls within, to his astonishment, he unearthed 3 luminous white orbs, one large, the size of a peanut, and 2 smaller ones, akin to beans. They were light and lacked perfect roundness. Their appearance rather unimpressive. Even if they were pearls, he suspected they held little value. Dismissing the two smaller pearls, he decided to retain the larger one. Perhaps it might be worth something. However, Wang Kai, ever the mischievous one, sniffed at the pearl and subsequently clamped it in his mouth, seemingly intent on devouring it. What transpired next was nothing short of extraordinary. Wang Kai began to levitate, soaring straight upward as though tethered to a colossal helium balloon. Fortunately, Zhang Tong, quick of reflex, seized Wang Kai and pulled him back down. The dog, terrified, promptly spat out the pearl, returning to normalcy. Could it be that the pearl possessed the ability to grant flight? Did one merely need to hold it in their mouth? Overwhelmed by endless questions, Zhang Tong swiftly gathered the two smaller pearls and boldly placed the remaining one in his mouth. Instantly, he felt his body become weightless, lighter than air if liberated from the burden of gravity. He began to ascend, the speed of his ascent gradually increasing. Could this truly allow one to fly? What a miraculous treasure this was! In sheer astonishment, Zhang Tong hastily expelled the pearl and fell back to the ground. Yet his experimentation continued, yielding further revelations. Holding the pearl allowed him to float, but even the slightest opening of his mouth would alter his trajectory, enabling him to control his ascent and descent. The larger pearl facilitated flight as well, but at a velocity 3 times that of the smaller ones. After a series of trials, Zhang Tong mastered the technique, floating gracefully in the air. Leaning forward propelled him ahead, while leaning back sent him in reverse. Gaping wide, he began to descend, that he reveled in the exhilaration of this newfound ability, filled with elation at the prospect of fulfilling his dream of flight. Remarkably, this pearl required no charging and consumed no energy. However, whether it could sustain flight indefinitely remained uncertain, necessitating further study. With uncontainable joy, Zhang Tong dubbed this remarkable treasure the Flying Pearl. Chapter 31. Terrifying Avian Creatures. The Flying Pearl saves the day, continuing along the lakeside. Zhang Tong observed dozens of flying clams frolicking in the water, yet they refrained from attacking him. Perhaps the clams possessed a modicum of intelligence, recognizing Zhang Tong's strength and opting not to provoke him. Nevertheless, he dared not venture into the water to capture them. Wary of the potential presence of other fearsome beasts that he resolved to return after some time, confident they would forget his presence, allowing him to hunt them once more. Not wishing to squander time, Zhang Tong departed the lake and followed the stream downstream. Yet, scarcely had he traveled a few dozen meters when a terrifying spectacle unfolded. The sky darkened with the arrival of countless enormous birds, each the size of a helicopter. Meanwhile, a multitude of beasts scurried frantically on the ground. Horned wolves, scaled serpents, creatures resembling kangaroos, and deer-like animals, all bearing subtle differences from Earth's fauna. With a relentless swoosh, the colossal birds dove downward, preying on these wild creatures with deadly precision, snatching them into the air and casting them down to their demise before savoring their meals. Zhang Tong's heart raced with fear. He dared not continue his exploration, nor could he conceal himself among the bushes, having witnessed creatures hidden therein being dragged out by the enormous birds. Their keen eyesight allowed them to detect even the slightest rustle, uncovering any hidden prey. Clutching Huai and accompanied by Wang Kai, he transformed into 2 streaks of light, sprinting towards the nearby mountain. Yet, even then, they could not outrun the giant birds. One such creature, in the blink of an eye, overtook them, descending with lightning speed, its claw poised to strike Zhang Tong in a desperate bid for survival. Zhang Tong raised his sword and struck the claw. With a shattering crack, the giant bird's claw splintered and tumbled to the ground, emitting a ghastly shriek. Zhang Tong's expression shifted, his heart pounding with trepidation. The resistance he felt as his sword met the claw indicated its formidable hardness, rivaling that of steel. This was a predatory avian species, likely the apex predator of the skies. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled, wasting not a single second. Wang Kai followed closely behind, having lost its bravado in the face of such terrifying foes. Perhaps Zhang Tong's counterattack had incited the wrath of the giant birds. For a dozen or so began to pursue him, diving down in unison to attack. Zhang Tong barely managed to sever one bird's claw before another seized him, lifting him skyward, only to release him moments later. With the force of a meteor, Zhang Tong plummeted to the ground, the chorus of victorious cries from the giant birds ringing in his ears. Wang Kai emitted a heart-wrenching wail, sensing its master's impending doom. Nevertheless, Zhang Tong remained unfazed. He retrieved the larger flying pearl from his pocket and placed it in his mouth. The speed of his descent dramatically slowed, and when he finally landed, he emerged unscathed. With renewed vigor, he dashed away, swiftly putting distance between himself and the pursuing birds. The giants, taken aback, could hardly believe their eyes. What sorcery was this? How could he survive such a fall? Without hesitation, they resumed their pursuit. Realizing he was still far from the cliff, Zhang Tong found himself momentarily trapped. Suddenly, he leaped, delivering a fierce strike to the abdomen of one of the descending birds. The blow carved a massive wound, blood gushing forth like a river. With a shriek, the wounded bird plummeted to the ground, unable to regain flight. The remaining birds were momentarily stunned, hesitating to attack as they ascended to observe the unfolding situation. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tong and Wang Kai fled. Finally reaching the cliff's base, he flopped down into a crevice. He gasped for breath, realizing only then that he was drenched in sweat, his limbs trembling with exhaustion. The sheer terror of the encounter had drained him. Were it not for the flying pearl, he would have surely met a grim fate that in the embrace of his arms. Huai, equally terrified, finally mustered the courage to voice its fear. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, oblivious to danger, barked defiantly at the circling giant birds above. A few of the birds swooped down, but upon discovering the narrowness of the crevice, they gave up and returned to hunting other beasts, feasting until their bellies were full before vanishing into the horizon. Had Zhang Tong grown complacent due to his mastery of the skyward strength, he began to reflect and draw lessons from his experience. He realized he should not venture too far in a single direction, but rather explore the surrounding areas of the cliff, allowing for a swift retreat in the face of danger. Today, he had indeed committed a cardinal sin of exploration, that he acknowledged his own weakness and resolved to train diligently, striving to reach the second level of skyward strength as swiftly as possible, enabling him to explore beyond the lake's confines. In the future, he would also practice with the flying pearl, enhancing his flying abilities if he could achieve the speed of the giant birds. His chances of escape would undoubtedly improve. Additionally, he needed to refine his swordsmanship and combat skills. Above all, he reminded himself not to rush. He had ample time to explore this world, amass great wealth, and savor the joy that riches could bring. Having concluded his reflections, Zhang Tong began to tally his spoils. This adventure had yielded immense rewards. 2 extraordinary treasures. The first, a bronze sword, was not only a means of defense, but also a tool for cleaving stone. With it, he could effortlessly slice through rock, making it far more convenient than any stone-cutting machinery. Had he possessed the bronze sword earlier, he would not have needed to lug around tools and generators. The second treasure was the 3 flying pearls, each a priceless gem. Truly, fortune favors the bold. In the ensuing days, Zhang Tong dedicated his nights to rigorous training while devoting his days to constructing a base. He procured a substantial amount of cement and bricks, installing a sturdy iron gate at the exit of the mysterious passage, designed to thwart the entry of venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. Zhang Tong then selected a location beneath the cliff and began excavating with a bronze sword. The rock was incredibly hard, yet it yielded as easily as cutting through tofu. Incredible! It's green. This truly is an emerald mine, Zhang Tong exclaimed in astonishment, digging with renewed vigor. Before long, he unearthed a small cavern, its walls gleaming with verdant hues from the emeralds. After affixing the iron gate, he redirected stream water into the cave and constructed a skylight for ventilation, even creating a space to cook. Once he brought in a bed, desk, chairs, and provisions, his satisfaction grew immensely that he now possessed a dwelling on the treasure star, a refuge for rest and slumber, eliminating the need to ascend the cliff repeatedly, especially since water was scarce up there. Indeed, the stream water was drinkable. Wang Kai had tested it for toxins and found it delicious. With a subtle sweetness, undoubtedly the finest mineral water. Over the past few days, Zhang Tong had also collected various stones, slicing them open with his bronze sword, sending any emeralds into the mysterious passage, amassing a considerable stash of raw emerald material. Now, he had become quite adept at flying with the floating pearls, should he ascend to the mountain peak for a look, no matter how formidable the elephants. They could not take flight to challenge him. On this day, Zhang Tong could no longer resist the call of adventure. Chapter 32. Is Hui truly a treasure-seeking mouse? The morning on the treasure star was shrouded in ethereal mist, breathtakingly beautiful. However, with two suns in the sky, the temperature soared, and the morning fog quickly dissipated, leaving the sky stark and clear. Occasionally, large birds soared high above, their sizes far surpassing those of Earth's avian inhabitants. Zhang Tong stood at the base of the cliff, scrutinizing the heavens, that he observed no flocks of birds, nor even solitary ones, which were exceedingly rare. Without hesitation, he left Wang Kai to guard the home and, clutching the floating pearl, soared into the air with Hui, rapidly ascending towards the mountain's summit. His flying skills had improved significantly over the past days, now rivaling those of aerial masters like pigeons on Earth. Yet, compared to the premier avifauna of the treasure star, he still felt a considerable gap in prowess. Thus, Zhang Tong proceeded with caution, unwilling to act recklessly. The mountain was not excessively high, at most 3,000 meters. Flying to that altitude should pose little danger unless fate conspired against him. That he reached an altitude of 2,000 meters. His eyes sparkled with delight at the stunning landscape below. Green and red intermingled. The verdant foliage contrasted beautifully with the ruby-red fruits adorning the trees. These edible red fruits, previously only partially ripe, now gleamed fully crimson, each the size of a duck egg. Sparkling like rubies, what a bountiful harvest! Zhang Tong lamented, so many fruits, they will soon rot. This is practically a crime that if only I had time to gather some for sale, even selling half would be worthwhile. Not for profit, but to let such bounty go to waste is shameful. That he pressed on, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, prepared to fend off any aerial threats. Fortunately, he encountered no danger. While solitary giant birds circled above, they showed no interest in him. Thus, Zhang Tong successfully glided to the mountain's peak, landing atop a towering rock formation. He paid no mind to whether the stones were raw emeralds, as they grew from the mountain itself, violating his treasure-collecting principles. After all, he had more than enough treasures to gather without disturbing the environment. The mountaintop was overrun with a peculiar vine, thick as an arm, climbing the towering trees that scraped the sky. The vines were laden with clusters of what appeared to be purple gem-like fruits, each the size of a goose egg, with a single cluster likely weighing dozens of pounds. Small birds fluttered about, contentedly feasting on these fruits, pecking through the skin and savoring the flesh within. One fruit sufficed to sustain them for half the day. The rich aroma of fruit wafted through the air, and Zhang Tong began to salivate. Hui, unable to contain itself, leapt onto the vine and plucked one to indulge in. However, Zhang Tong's attention soon shifted to the mountain's rear. To his astonishment, beyond the mountain lay a tumultuous sea, stretching infinitely. Countless birds soared above the ocean, occasionally diving to seize large fish. Strange creatures also emerged from the depths, snatching birds mid-flight and dragging them into the water. Zhang Tong even spotted a familiar sight, a giant flying clam, as large as a house, emerging from the sea, its shell snapping shut around a massive bird before plummeting back into the depths. Indeed, there were countless other marine monsters, some capable of flight like the clam, while others relied on extraordinary leaping abilities to snatch birds from the air. Some fish even sported wings, soaring gracefully above the surface. What a marvelous world! Zhang Tong was utterly astonished and overwhelmed with joy. The ocean teemed with countless flying clams and thus countless floating pearls, treasures beyond compare. If he could collect a multitude of floating pearls and transport them to Earth, it would surely usher in an era of flight. Everyone would soar through the skies, rendering automobiles obsolete. Zhang Tong's mind wandered into fanciful thoughts, but soon he chuckled to himself. While the world was replete with flying clams, they were undeniably formidable, particularly the colossal ones. Even with his sword, it would be challenging to defeat them. That a strike against a flying clam would likely feel akin to a mosquito bite. Barely a scratch. Moreover, there were so many terrifying birds and sea beasts. Thus, while it was possible to acquire floating pearls, amassing them in significant quantities would be arduous, unless he managed to break through to a higher level of power, amplifying his strength manyfold. But how easy would that be? In such a vast ocean, how many treasures lay hidden? Zhang Tong sighed, joy radiating from his face. The treasure star belongs to me. Any treasures it yields are mine by right. Once my strength increases and I am adequately prepared, I shall venture to the seaside and perhaps discover extraordinary treasures. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hui clutched a giant grape, offering it to Zhang Tong's mouth. Did I guess it delicious? Zhang Tong asked with a smile. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hui danced with delight. As if to say, delicious, truly delicious. You must try it. Zhang Tong was unperturbed by the risk of poisoning. After all, so many birds, including Hui, had consumed them without any adverse effects that he accepted and tasted one. It was like a grape with a thin skin. Biting into it released a burst of sweet, fragrant, juicy flesh devoid of seeds. These goose-sized grapes were simply divine. Zhang Tong found it hard to stop, consuming 10 or so in rapid succession until his belly was full and content. He rubbed his stomach in satisfaction. Then he began to harvest the giant goose-sized grapes, plucking them in bunches and stowing them in a burlap sack. However, he soon ceased, overwhelmed by the abundance. Everywhere he looked above 2,000 meters was filled with these grapes. There was no need to cultivate crops. Sustenance was readily available in the form of fruit. Zhang Tong marveled at the bounty. Suddenly, Hui noticed something, scratching at the ground but unable to unearth it. Excitedly squeaking. What had it discovered? Zhang Tong approached to investigate that a red object was nestled in a crevice of the stone, barely visible from the outside. It was clear Hui could not extract it. What could it be? Curiosity piqued. Zhang Tong drew his sword and chipped away at the stone to reveal a fist-sized red stone, glistening like pigeon blood, radiating a dazzling brilliance in the sunlight. It was extraordinarily beautiful, breathtakingly exquisite. Good heavens, could it be a ruby? Zhang Tong exclaimed, both shocked and elated. So massive. It must weigh at least 500 grams. The Tio put it in perspective, the largest and most flawless ruby in the world. The Rosser Reeve Star Ruby from Sri Lanka weighs 138.7 carats. Yet compared to this gem, it pales in comparison. This ruby is undoubtedly a peerless treasure, worth a fortune. Could it be that Hui is indeed the legendary treasure-seeking mouse? Endowed with extraordinary treasure-finding abilities? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hui suddenly pointed excitedly at the stone, as if it had discovered yet another treasure. Chapter 33. A bountiful return. Zhang Tong glanced over and couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that a hint of green had emerged from the stone he had just sliced open. Clearly, this stone was also raw emerald material. That as for the quality of the emerald within, that remained to be seen. However, since it was found atop the mountain, it contravened Zhang Tong's treasure-collecting rules, and he dismissed it from consideration. Nevertheless, it served to affirm Hui's sensitivity to treasures. It truly was the fabled treasure-seeking mouse. Hui, see if you can find more of these treasures. Zhang Tong pointed to the ruby. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hui understood and began to bounce around eagerly, eventually uncovering 2 more rubies, both hidden beneath fallen leaves and resting in the soil. One was the size of a goose egg, the other a chicken egg. Both were stunningly beautiful. Zhang Tong adored them. Holding 3 exquisite rubies, his face radiated joy. The appearance of these 3 rubies was simply too magnificent, surpassing even the red emerald he had previously obtained. For their value, Zhang Tong dared not speculate. While rubies can be synthetically produced, the artificial ones are typically small, weighing only a few grams. In contrast, natural rubies exceeding 100 grams are undeniably rare and valuable. However, these supersized rubies, weighing several hundred grams, likely defied even expert valuation. Only an auction could reveal their true worth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hui suddenly spotted something else, jumping and squeaking with excitement. Below, a herd of elephants appeared, some towering several meters high, while others were as small as calves, looking adorably endearing. Among them was the little elephant Zhang Tong had encountered previously. They are consuming the leaves and lush tender grass. Occasionally, they indulge in gooseberry grapes, and even feast upon red fruits. That is so many colossal elephants. Zhang Tong was astonished and somewhat apprehensive. These creatures possess a formidable territorial instinct and are rather unfriendly towards nearby animals. Even prone to aggression, they reign supreme on this mountain. Zhang Tong found himself unable to coexist peacefully with them, forced to keep his distance. Roar, roar, roar. Bang, bang, bang. The elephants finally spotted Zhang Tong atop the mountain and immediately erupted in fury, trumpeting and stomping their feet, preparing to drive him away. Can you even reach me? Do you dare to chase me? Zhang Tong retorted with irritation. The segment of the mountain he occupied was quite steep. Given the elephant's immense weight, it seemed improbable they could ascend. However, Zhang Tong was soon left dumbfounded that a few young elephants charged forward, trumpeting as they bounded towards the summit with remarkable agility, even leaping effortlessly. Several massive elephants followed suit at a leisurely pace. Upon encountering a cliff, they coiled their trunks around the giant trees growing there and effortlessly climbed up, showing no signs of struggle. Truly impressive. Zhang Tong was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Well, these are not the elephants of Earth, but rather those of Baoxing. Scaling mountains and ridges was as easy as walking on flat ground. How could he not be intimidated? Zhang Tong summoned Huai onto his shoulder, clutching a sack filled with gooseberry grapes, and took to the air, gradually descending the mountain. The multitude of elephants stared up at him, their expressions bewildered, gazing at Zhang Tong as if he were a monster. They seemed unable to comprehend how this creature without wings could fly. Could he be a relative of the giant clam? Zhang Tong hovered above the elephants and said curtly, "We are neighbors. So let us cease the threats and hostility. Shall we coexist peacefully from now on? If you persist in your aggression and truly provoke me, know that I am not to be trifled with. I could easily annihilate you all." Roar, roar, roar. All the elephants sensed his formidable intent and became utterly enraged, wildly flailing their trunks as if preparing to attack Zhang Tong, though they were out of reach. "Would you care for some grapes?" Realizing that a confrontational approach would yield no results, Zhang Tong shifted tactics, retrieving a cluster of gooseberry grapes from his sack and presenting it before the elevated trunk of an elephant. The trunk halted abruptly, coiling around the grapes and drawing them into its mouth. Zhang Tong repeated this action for the other elephants, and something peculiar occurred. All the elephants grew quiet and docile, no longer threatening Zhang Tong. They began to munch contentedly on grass, leaves, and grapes. It turned out that food could convey goodwill. Now that the elephants sensed his benevolence, they ceased their hostility. Zhang Tong felt a surge of joy. The elephants atop the mountain remained a significant threat. Should they ever descend and wreak havoc, all of Zhang Tong's efforts would be in vain. He had cultivated a vast expanse of land beneath the cliff, planting a variety of crops, wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, and an assortment of vegetables, all flourishing and yet to be harvested. He certainly did not wish for the elephants to destroy his hard work, given the current indications. Perhaps peaceful coexistence was indeed possible. Zhang Tong collected another sack of gooseberry grapes and flew down the mountain. He then returned to Earth, accompanied by Huai, who insisted on following him, resembling the squirrels of Earth with no cause for concern. It was around 10 o'clock at night, and the elders of Xiaoshui village were already fast asleep, enveloped in tranquility. The four-wheeled vehicle Zhang Tong had requested was parked on the flat ground before his home. The keys hidden in a spot he specified, delivered by Zhao Qian. Zhang Tong had already utilized it to transport cement, bricks, and iron gates. After more than half an hour, he returned to the villa, greeted at the door by Zhao Qian and Luo Peng. "Boss, welcome back, loaded with treasures." Luo Peng had already spotted the vehicle brimming with goods, evidently treasures unearthed by Zhang Tong, and he rushed forward to embrace him enthusiastically. However, Zhang Tong deftly evaded him, instead wrapping Zhao Qian in a fervent embrace. That night, Zhao Qian had dressed with great care. Beneath her light yellow princess dress were a pair of creamy long legs that sparkled under the lights. Her upper figure was ample, seemingly straining against her attire. She exuded an aura of both sensuality and allure, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful campus flower at Xiangzhou University and the dream goddess of countless boys. The reunion was akin to a newlywed couple. Upon meeting, their emotions surged uncontrollably. Wow, how can one be so unfeeling in the presence of the opposite sex? Luo Peng nearly choked with indignation. Yet he was soon distracted as Wang Kai leaped gracefully from the vehicle. This was not surprising, considering he was an extraordinary dog. What was peculiar, however, was that a small squirrel was perched on Wang Kai's back, blissfully munching on peanuts. Huai was in high spirits, realizing that upon arriving on Earth, he had transformed into a superpowered squirrel, light as a feather, with enhanced strength and speed, capable of leaping over 10 meters high, thanks to the reduced gravity. "You brought back another pet. How adorable." Luo Peng rushed over to play with the little squirrel, but Huai vehemently refused to let him touch it, instead leaping onto Zhang Tong's shoulder, shaking his tiny fists, baring his teeth in a mock-fierce manner. Utterly adorable. Chapter 34. Luo Peng was so shocked he began to question his existence. Go play with Wang Kai. Zhang Tong, however, disdainfully brushed Huai aside, embracing the bashful Zhao Qian as they entered the room. Wow, this is utterly rude and arrogant, isn't it? Do you not see me here? Luo Peng felt utterly disregarded. Though I work for you, I still have my dignity. You know, confused and dejected, Luo Peng couldn't help but feel an overwhelming envy, for this was the unattainable dream goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Yet she was all too willing to indulge Zhang Tong's whims. Indeed, money could grant one the freedom to do as they pleased. After reflecting for a while, Luo Peng regained his focus and began to inspect the treasures inside the four-wheeled vehicle. What marvelous items lay within! Could they truly be worth the billion Zhang Tong had boasted about? Unlikely, for otherwise he wouldn't have neglected the treasures to indulge in romantic pursuits with Zhao Qian. He busied himself with the examination and soon discovered that the uppermost layers of the cargo were filled with bulging sacks brimming with two peculiar types of fruit. Wow, could this be grapes? But why are they so enormous? What was this red fruit? It resembled neither an apple nor a peach, something he had never encountered before. Luo Peng's face was a picture of bewilderment. He was a foodie, particularly fond of fruits, and recognized all fruits in the world. Except these two that unable to resist, he sampled a couple. They were extraordinarily sweet and fragrant, leaving him in awe. How could such delicious fruit exist? It was utterly delightful. Luo Peng's face lit up with joy, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Such exquisite fruit must surely be valuable. It must have been procured by Zhang Tong from the depths of the Daqing Mountains. The vehicle was filled to the brim. It could easily fetch tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dollars, that it could be said he had returned with a treasure trove. Luo Peng felt quite satisfied with Zhang Tong's treasure hunt this time. He began unloading, determined to set aside several sacks for himself. However, beneath the fruit lay stones. Could they be jade rough? Luo Peng's heart began to race. His eyes gleaming with fervor, he quickly grasped a piece, only to unveil a smooth, radiant yellow interior. How beautiful! Could this be the legendary chicken oil yellow jade? High-ice chicken oil yellow? Or perhaps glass chicken oil yellow? Luo Peng gasped in astonishment, utterly overwhelmed. Recently, he had read numerous books on jade and had gained a certain understanding of its quality, as he would soon be responsible for jade identification as the chief master, but he eagerly examined each stone. One by one, was this chicken oil yellow or another? Wow, finally a piece of ice-type yang green, as big as a winter melon. Is this a purple jade? The legendary violet. Why is the color so intense? My heavens, this must be glass-type yang green. This jade was simply stunning. Luo Peng shouted with excitement atop the vehicle, ultimately clutching a piece the size of a basketball, suspecting it to be glass-type yang green jade. Bouncing with joy, his face radiated pure delight. After all, glass-type yang green jade is one of the most precious varieties of jade, dazzling and vibrant, capable of captivating anyone. Luo Peng was no exception, my goodness. How much is this entire cargo of jade worth? Perhaps over $1 billion. This scoundrel was nothing short of extraordinary, having brought back such immense wealth from the mountains. And he was so nonchalant about it, leaving it here unattended while he pursued merriment. Were it not for me, Luo Peng, it would have undoubtedly been stolen in an instant. Luo Peng was beside himself with excitement, practically desperate to burst into the room and interrogate Zhang Tong about the source of such high-quality jade. Could it be that there was a jade mine deep within the Daqing Mountains? Was Zhang Tong secretly mining it? No, I mustn't ask that he had previously stated that the source of the jade was a company secret, the very foundation of their business. Wang Kai, guard this place that if any thieves come, bite them to death. Luo Peng commanded Wang Kai. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai responded proudly, as if to say, with me, the extraordinary dog, around, no thief would dare come to their demise. And what of Huai? I am a super-powerful dog knight and an exceptional treasure-hunting squirrel. Leave the thieving to me. Huai sat atop Wang Kai's back, waving his tiny hands with great bravado. Luo Peng huffed and puffed as he unloaded the jade from the vehicle. Though exhausted, he felt exhilarated. Who else could claim to have transported such valuable treasures? Only I, Luo Peng. Inside the room, passion reigned. 2 hours later, Zhao Qian, utterly exhausted, could scarcely move, her delicate visage adorned with a flush akin to the evening glow of the horizon or the brilliance of a rainbow after a gentle rain. Exquisite and captivating. Zhang Tong sat at the bedside, indulging in a cigarette, a look of sheer contentment etched upon his face. After the treasure hunt, a cigarette was indeed a delightful reward. "Boss, did you find anything of value in your treasure hunt?" Zhao Qian finally regained some strength, gracefully donning her attire while curiously inquiring, having been too preoccupied moments earlier that everything's in the car. "A quick glance will reveal all," Zhang Tong replied with a mysterious smile. "Could there be a monumental discovery? Could it be worth billions?" Zhao Qian's anticipation surged, and her excitement was palpable as she swiftly exited the room and descended the stairs. Luo Peng, of course, had not left. Seated at the entrance of the villa, smoking a cigarette, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixated on the multitude of jade rough strewn across the ground. Wang Kai also sat at the entrance, his gaze keenly observant of any movement. Hui Hui was even more impressive, dangling his tail from a golden silk nama tree, surveying the area as if it were a battlefield, ever vigilant against thieves. "My heavens, so many jade roughs!" Zhao Qian exclaimed, both astonished and elated. "Do you think what lies on the ground is all there is?" "There are more in the car," Luo Peng replied with a sardonic chuckle. Indeed, there were two enormous pieces, weighing several 100 pounds each, which he could not manage to bring down. "Utterly useless," he scoffed. Zhang Tong, having descended as well, cast a disdainful glance at Luo Peng, then leapt into the vehicle, effortlessly lifting one massive stone in each hand as if they were mere bubbles, and hopped down with ease that my goodness, truly is superhuman. Luo Peng was left in stunned disbelief. Zhao Qian, equally flabbergasted, struggled to comprehend the display of strength. No wonder his stamina was so formidable and his attack powers so fierce. She flitted around the two colossal jade roughs like a delicate butterfly, her voice filled with awe. "These two yellow stones are enormous and incredibly beautiful. Are they jade? Are they valuable?" Although she had researched jade quality and market trends following the last auction, her knowledge was superficial, prompting such inquiries that, of course, they are jade and of the finest quality, known as chicken oil yellow. As for their worth, if these roughs are fully transformed, their value should exceed 100 billion, Luo Peng declared nonchalantly, as if dismissing the significance of such an astronomical figure. Zhao Qian was momentarily speechless, her heart nearly skipping a beat. 100 billion? Good heavens, what staggering wealth! Is this what Zhang Tong has amassed in just over 10 days? And we haven't even accounted for this piece, which is glass-type yang green, the Empress of Jade. Worth a fortune. Luo Peng placed the jade he had cradled in his arms onto the ground, stating coolly, "The King of Jade is the glass-type Imperial Green. Naturally, the Empress is the glass-type yang green." Incredible! Luo Peng truly knows how to flaunt. Zhang Tong regarded him as if he were an anomaly, that I had no idea he possessed such talents. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Moreover, this fellow has progressed swiftly. He can actually appraise jade now. What? Glass-type yang green. Zhao Qian, well aware of the rarity and value of glass-type jade, gazed in astonishment, her eyes gleaming with fervor as she cradled the stone. Heavens, how can such breathtaking jade exist in this world? "Gagaga, how do you like my showmanship?" Luo Peng raised an eyebrow at Zhang Tong, exuding immense pride. Your showmanship is trivial," Zhang Tong retorted, pouting. "Let me show you how it's done." He retrieved a black plastic bag from the vehicle's cabin, declaring, "I also discovered another treasure, which may rival the glass-type yang green jade. Perhaps even more valuable." He opened the bag, revealing 3 large rubies that shimmered with a radiant red under the light. Crystalline and translucent, resembling a cascade of rosy mist. They were breathtakingly beautiful, rendering observers breathless. Heavens, what treasures are these? Both of their eyes widened to the maximum, radiating a fervent glow, fixated on the rubies as if they were entranced. Rubies, the largest and most exquisite in the world. Each one could easily claim the title of the finest. Zhang Tong remarked casually, "I merely happened to relieve myself atop the mountain and discovered them. Bringing them back. Perhaps they could fetch 10 billion. Goodness, that your boasting is flawless, that I'm impressed," Luo Peng said, extending his thumb to Zhang Tong, "that Tio casually find 3 such massive rubies while relieving oneself. It's utterly absurd." How can one boast so shamelessly? Zhao Qian, filled with delight, played with the rubies, reluctant to set them down, her heart racing with excitement. Zhang Tong was truly remarkable, effortlessly returning with over 100 billion in treasures. Hee. If I were to present the bronze sword and the flying beads, I imagine you would be even more astonished, Zhang Tong mused quietly. However, these two treasures were far too precious to reveal easily. The bronze sword, a superlative relic, was not something he would disclose lightly due to potential complications regarding its provenance. The flying beads, on the other hand, could be presented as treasures sourced from lakes or oceans, making them suitable for auction since they were not unique. Presently, he possessed three. He would keep the largest for himself. Besides, the treasure star still had many flying clams, each containing flying beads. However, the beads' extraordinary properties could incite global attention if auctioned, potentially leading to numerous complications. Hence, careful consideration was essential. That night, he resolved to stay awake and extract all the jade, securing it in the safe for peace of mind. Once they had relocated these treasures to the basement, Luo Peng eagerly prepared to commence his work. Indeed, he had purchased 3 safes, yet they could hardly accommodate the vast quantity of jade roughs. Just the jade alone was barely manageable, and they would have to resume extraction the following day. Zhang Tong, however, was unperturbed. After all, no one else knew of the jade's presence here. Moreover, Wang Kai was there to guard them, firmly ushering Luo Peng away. Zhao Qian wished to leave as well, but Zhang Tong held her back. I really can't take it anymore. Why not find a girlfriend or a beautiful secretary? Zhao Qian suggested shyly. Ridiculous. Zhang Tong shot her a glare, suspecting she was speaking in jest. Honestly, I mean it. You should really find a girlfriend. Fan Bingxiang would be a perfect match for you. Zhao Qian responded earnestly. By the way, Fan Bingxiang has been looking for you. It seems she has something urgent to discuss. You should give her a call. Fan Bingxiang is looking for me again. Zhang Tong was taken aback, her enchanting visage suddenly resurfacing in his mind, both icy and fragrant, a unique allure. However, it was quite late now. He certainly wouldn't contact her, but instead pulled Zhao Qian back into the room. He held a lingering affection for Zhao Qian. After all, she had been his dream girl during university, and they had shared countless beautiful fantasies. Now that those fantasies were materializing, he intended to savor each moment. The next day, when Luo Peng arrived to process the jade, he was astonished to find that it had already been completed, thanks to Zhang Tong's swift work with the bronze sword. He had even posted in the treasure community, announcing that he had acquired another significant batch of jade, including glass-type yang green and high ice-type chicken oil yellow, to be auctioned alongside a millennium-old ginseng on December 1st. Numerous jewelry industry magnates were elated and agitated, hastily arranging funds to participate in the auction. Subsequently, Luo Peng reported on his work progress, revealing that renovations would be completed in about 10 days. Recruitment advertisements had already been posted on various school bulletin boards, and he had enlisted the help of headhunters. Well done. This month, I'll award you a bonus of 100,000, plus a 3-bedroom apartment. IVE instructed Zhao Qian to handle the purchase. Henceforth, every employee will have their own unit, which will be transferred to them after 10 years of service, Zhang Tong stated with satisfaction. Thank you. Boss, Luo Peng exclaimed, his face brimming with joy. Unable to contain himself, he messaged Yang Bo to boast, Senpai, I have great news. Don't be envious. This month, I'll not only receive 100,000 salary, but also 100,000 bonus. Plus, I'm getting a luxury apartment. Isn't that fantastic? Hee envious. Do you know how much I spent on my secretary last night? A full 300 million. The deal you think I'm exaggerating? I'm speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, don't blame me later. Do you think I'm lying? I truly have a secretary, damn. Look at my luxury car. Luo Peng sent a photo of his Audi. Then look at my luxury car. Yang Bo responded with a picture of his Koenigsegg. Get lost, Scram. The two glared at each other with disdain, while Zhang Tong drove towards Fan Bingxiang's residence. For she had invited him over for dinner. Chapter 36. I alone am the aristocracy. Zhang Tong, driving a Ferrari LaFerrari, arrived at another opulent villa, the Bayun Villa, under the envious and reverent gazes of many. He parked before the Fan family residence, where Fan Bingxiang greeted him warmly. Today, she had dressed with care, wearing a delicate, light makeup look. The fitted pink and white short dress accentuated her stunning figure exquisitely. With red lips and manicured nails, adorned with top-tier jewelry, she emanated an even more noble aura. Zhang Tong was secretly awestruck. She was breathtaking, rivaling Zhao Qian, perhaps even surpassing her slightly, as her inherent nobility was something Zhao Qian had yet to cultivate. Welcome, welcomed up. Mr. Fan rose from the sofa, his face radiating warmth and friendliness. His complexion was rosy, and his spirit appeared vigorous. Clearly, he had genuinely recovered. Congratulations to the esteemed elder for his recovery. Zhang Tong smiled as he spoke. It is all thanks to the millennium ginseng you procured. Now I can sleep and eat well. I feel as though I could live for another decade at least, remarked Mr. Fan with a chuckle. At this point, you seem as youthful as a young man. I would wager you could live for several more decades, Zhang Tong replied. Thus, the elder and the youth engaged in casual conversation while seated on the sofa. Mr. Dot and Mrs. Fan emerged from their room to join their guest. Having previously met, coupled with Miss Fan Bingxiang pouring tea and water, Zhang Tong felt no discomfort, and the atmosphere remained pleasant. Young Zhang, have you settled down yet? Inquired Mr. Fan. I am merely 22 years old, without even a girlfriend. How could I possibly settle down? Zhang Tong replied, gathering his composure. Indeed, such youthful promise, Mr. Fan exclaimed with admiration. Miss Fan, we have known each other for quite some time. Yet I remain unaware of your profession. Zhang Tong asked curiously. That I work at our family's Chongqing pharmaceutical company. My father is the general manager, and I serve as the vice president, Miss Fan Bingxiang replied. Astonished that Zhang Tong was not familiar with her family's situation. Chongqing Pharmaceuticals? Zhang Tong said, slightly taken aback, that I am well aware of this publicly traded company, valued at nearly 100 billion, that this implies the Fan family possesses a fortune of at least several hundred billion. In his earlier days, Zhang Tong would have envied such wealth immensely. But now, with a net worth exceeding 100 billion, and considering the value of Feizhu and the bronze sword is not included, along with a yet-to-be-explored treasure star, he found himself as a wealthy individual in his own right, surpassing the Fan family significantly. Are you not even younger than I, serving as the vice president of a publicly traded company? How impressive! Zhang Tong complimented that my daughter is a renowned talent. Having graduated from Hucking University at the age of 19 to now at 20, after a year of work, her position as vice president is entirely due to her abilities. Mrs. Fan stated proudly. Miss Fan is both beautiful and talented. Undoubtedly, she must have a boyfriend by now. Zhang Tong inquired with a smile that no, the suitors for my daughter are as numerous as the fish in the river. Yet none have captured her fancy, Mrs. Fan replied on her daughter's behalf. Perhaps her standards are simply too high, Zhang Tong chuckled. Zhang Tong, we wish to reserve a millennium ginseng from you. Essentially, you auction off 8 roots, and we will purchase them at the average price, ensuring you do not suffer a loss. What do you think? Miss Fan Bingxiang skillfully shifted the conversation, feeling uncomfortable discussing her lifelong commitments. That won't do. I have stated that I will auction 9 roots, and 9 roots it shall be. No fewer, Zhang Tong asserted. Then we shall have no choice but to bid vigorously, Miss Fan Bingxiang replied, casting an exasperated glance at Zhang Tong. Feeling he was being rather inconsiderate, that if you do not win the auction, you may still approach me privately to purchase, Zhang Tong suggested. But if they are all auctioned off, what will remain for you? Miss Fan Bingxiang exclaimed in surprise, who said there are only 10 roots of millennium ginseng. Zhang Tong replied calmly that it appeared that Zhang Tong had indeed discovered a wondrous secret within the Changbai Mountains, yielding even more millennium ginseng, that if the Fan family could acquire it, they might be able to develop a miraculous longevity elixir, one that could be widely distributed, resulting in an exponential increase in wealth. The eyes of the Fan family glimmered with an extraordinary light. This young man's fortune undoubtedly exceeded 100 billion, making him a fitting son-in-law for the Fan family. Should they initiate a union? The gaze of Miss Fan Bingxiang, Mr. Fan, and Mrs. Fan all turned towards the elder Mr. Fan. The weather today is splendid, yet a storm is predicted for tomorrow, as I have seen in the weather forecast. Mr. Fan said, quickly regaining his composure and diverting the conversation. The Fan family, based on ancient prescriptions, has already confirmed the efficacy of a miraculous pill made from ginseng over 300 years old, which extends life by a month with each pill. They are currently researching its principles and alternative medications. With just 1 more root of millennium ginseng, combined with the remaining pills, achieving research breakthroughs should not be overly difficult. Why should they lower their status for a marriage alliance? If he proposes it himself, then it might be worth considering. Zhang Tong, have you been treasure hunting again? Have you discovered high-quality jade? Miss Fan Bingxiang inquired. Redirecting the conversation, she had seen Zhang Tong's posts in the treasure trove group. Indeed, Zhang Tong replied with a radiant smile. Remembering the rewards from this treasure hunt, he felt exceptionally joyful. What might its value be? Miss Fan Bingxiang asked with curiosity. Perhaps around 100 billion. Zhang Tong responded nonchalantly. That is remarkable, exclaimed Miss Fan Bingxiang, her eyes lighting up, as did Mr. Fan and Mrs. Fan. 100 billion, along with the mini millennium ginseng and the 40 billion from the previous jade sale. Zhang Tong's fortune must exceed 200 billion. He rivals the Fan family. While the Fan family stocks could be liquidated, it was utterly impossible to cash out 200 billion at once. Do you have any other treasures? Miss Fan Bingxiang asked again. There is also a ruby, Zhang Tong declared, pulling out a ruby the size of an egg from his bag. Under the illumination, the ruby reflected a dazzling red light. Crystal clear and radiant, exquisite beyond compare. Heavens, such a magnificent ruby! The four gazed at it with fervor, utterly mesmerized, speechless. Yet their admiration only intensified, longing to seize it immediately. Such a treasure would entice anyone who laid eyes upon it. Given your vast experience, could you estimate its worth? Zhang Tong inquired. That IT may be valued at nearly 1 billion. Given its size and beauty, that IT is undoubtedly the finest in the world. Mrs. Fan trembled as she spoke. It seems a substantial profit is on the horizon, as I have discovered 3 in total. And this one is the smallest. Zhang Tong added cheerfully. 0.3. And 2 are even larger. The members of the Fan family were taken aback, both envious and resentful. Zhang Tong's luck was extraordinary. He had unearthed so much millennium ginseng, and now he had also found jade and ruby worth 1 to 200 billion. Thus, Zhang Tong's fortune was nearing 300 billion. All while remaining unmarried and without a girlfriend. He was indeed a golden son-in-law. The union must be arranged. Consequently, the 3 members of the Fan family began to engage in subtle maneuvering, making various insinuations. Zhang Tong, at 22, you ought to find a suitable girlfriend and marry soon. My daughter, at 20, is accomplished and beautiful, yet still without a boyfriend. Chapter 37. Self-indulgence. Goodness, if you're interested in me, just say it plainly. Do not hint at it, forcing me to propose or confess, Zhang Tong said, his expression darkening. Feeling quite uncomfortable, he detested such pretentious displays from wealthy families that, of course, even if they were to propose, he would still decline, as he was not inclined to find a girlfriend so soon. His thoughts were entirely focused on treasure hunting and making money. Moreover, he had the beautiful secretary Zhao Qian, whose looks could rival those of Miss Fan Bingxiang, and she was obedient and sweet-natured. Thus, he feigned ignorance, refusing to make his stance known. After dinner, he bid farewell and departed without delay. This fellow seems displeased. What gives? Mrs. Fan exclaimed in frustration. That he has a beautiful secretary. Apparently, Miss Fan Bingxiang replied with a frown. Just earned a bit of money and already gone astray. Men are all like this. Mrs. Fan's face darkened. You must not cast a wide net and blame all men. Mr. Fan interjected. Are you not also guilty of the same? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your indulgent lifestyle, surrounded by women? Silence. All of you. Mr. Fan's temper flared as he scolded them, then turned to Miss Fan Bingxiang, saying, Zhang Tong is a fine young man. You should consider pursuing him in matters of romance. The pursuit by men is like crossing a mountain, while the pursuit by women is akin to a veil. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Understood, grandfather, Miss Fan Bingxiang replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Tong drove to Xiangnan Arts Academy, intent on viewing the job advertisement posted by Luo Peng, hoping to avoid any embarrassment. Given Luo Peng's reserved nature, the recruitment ad would surely not overlook the beauty-laden Arts Academy. The advertisement board was brimming with notices, the majority concerning rental properties or second-hand computers, and even anonymous love letters that elicited a smile from Zhang Tong, recalling some amusing incidents from his university days. Back then, Luo Peng had developed a crush on a strikingly beautiful girl named Tan Jia, the belle of the electronics department. However, he faced a formidable rival, Hu Kuan, who was both more handsome and wealthier than Luo Peng. Luo Peng sought advice from his close friend Zhang Tong, and Yang Bo Zhang Tong suggested a rather mischievous plan. Luo Peng should compose a disgustingly sweet love letter to Tanjia, signing it with the name of his rival, Hu Kuan, and posting it on the advertisement board. This led to a wave of laughter among students and disgust from Tanjia, who subsequently ignored Hu Kuan. Enraged, Hu Kuan could not ascertain who had orchestrated the humiliation. However, Luo Peng did not achieve his desired outcome. Even with his powerful rival out of the picture, Tanjia still did not develop feelings for him. Luo Peng spent 4 years as an infatuated admirer, never even holding her hand, let alone becoming a backup option. An undeniable tragedy. Soon, Zhang Tong located the recruitment ad pinned by Luo Peng. The content was roughly as follows. Our company is named Tianbao Auction House. Located at. The owner is 22 years old, a prestigious university graduate, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion, that the villa is valued at 45 million, and the vehicle is a Ferrari Raphael, worth 22.5 million. This line was handwritten with an official seal for verification. Our company specializes in the auction of jewelry and cultural relics. The appearance of our staff is the face of the company. Hence, we are seeking to hire 2 front desk clerks and 4 administrative staff. High beauty standards and excellent physiques preferred, ideally school beauties. Compensation. Monthly salary ranging from 30,000 to 50,000. Work schedule of 2.5 days per week. Each employee will receive a 3-bedroom apartment, which will be transferred to you after 10 years of service. This section was newly added and sealed for verification. Interview date. November 26th. Year, month, day. Official seal. The advertisement was filled with scrawled comments. May the scammers perish. Scammer, if I see you, I will end you. This is a grand deception. Ladies, do not fall for it. Zhang Tong was left utterly speechless. His frustration palpable. What he encountered was not a recruitment advertisement at all, but rather a matrimonial solicitation directed at him. And he was even mistaken for a fraud. That it was simply absurd. Luo Peng was nothing short of a fool, and he vowed to confront him upon his return. Good day, sir. Are you the owner of Tianbao Auction House? Suddenly, a girl, exuding a delicate fragrance, appeared beside Zhang Tong. Her voice was enchanting, rendering listeners weak at the knees. She stood at least 5'9", with a slender waist, long legs, and a curvaceous figure. Her skin was as white as snow, and her thick black hair cascaded like satin behind her. Her large, sparkling eyes seemed to contain a beautiful world within them, animated and expressive. Her cherry lips were enticingly sensual. Where did this beauty come from? Such exquisite allure. Zhang Tong was utterly captivated, entranced by her presence. This enchanting woman was nothing short of a divine creation, a splendid gift to men. Indeed, this advertisement was posted by one of my employees without my consent. That I apologize for the confusion, Zhang Tong explained. Hello, my name is Luo Wei, a junior at Xiaonan Art College. It is a pleasure to meet you. Luo Wei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she extended her delicate hand. That I am Zhang Tong. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. Zhang Tong grasped her hand, feeling a jolt of electricity. It must be said that certain beauties can instill an immediate fondness, and Luo Wei was certainly one of them that I will be applying at your esteemed company. I hope to have your guidance, Luo Wei said gracefully, bowing slightly, her curves becoming even more pronounced. That I eagerly anticipate your arrival, Zhang Tong replied with a smile, feeling immensely pleased. However, he dared not linger as numerous girls approached, eager to surround him. Indeed, the moment the Ferrari LaFerrari rolled onto campus, it caused quite the commotion. Valued at over 20 million, such a supercar was beyond the reach of even the most privileged second-generation wealthy individuals. In Xiangnan, the number of affluent individuals was far fewer than in the bustling cities of Modu or Yanjing. Thus, even at an art college renowned for its beauty, it was rare to see luxury vehicles worth several million, let alone those exceeding 10 million, that coupled with the uproar caused by Luo Peng's recruitment advertisement, which had drawn widespread criticism, it became common knowledge that the owner of Tianbao Auction House had arrived. Was the recruitment advertisement genuine? Were the high salaries real? Any attractive girl was filled with curiosity, excitement, and anticipation, unable to resist the urge to catch a glimpse of the 22-year-old handsome boss. Even the beauties attending classes either took leave or snuck away. Excuse me, ladies, Zhang Tong reacted swiftly, but he was still unable to escape. That as soon as he entered his car, he was surrounded by hundreds of girls, unable to move an inch. Oh my! This truly is the $20 million Ferrari LaFerrari. It is stunning, so handsome, so young. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Hey, handsome, come down and chat. Since you're here for recruitment, why hide in your car? The ladies refused to back down, their excitement palpable as they buzzed with chatter. The crowd was a sight to behold, with beauties of all shapes and sizes, each a testament to the art college's allure, though Luo Wei remained the most striking. Zhang Tong was overwhelmed, but he certainly had no intention of exiting the vehicle, fearing his clothes might be torn away. Chapter 38. The fruit vendor of extraordinary wealth students. He is indeed the owner of Tianbao Auction House, and the recruitment is genuine. Interested students should apply on the designated date. Now, please disperse. Do not impede the boss's business, Luo Wei shouted, prompting the girls to gradually calm down and step back. Zhang Tong managed to exit the campus unscathed, then drove to Xiangnan University, Xiangnan Normal University, and the music college, effectively advertising his recruitment. Otherwise, students from other universities might dismiss the advertisement as a hoax and refrain from applying, which would hinder the selection of the best candidates. Alas, it was all Luo Peng's fault for being unreliable. Leaving Zhang Tong to pick up the pieces that asked the boss, he was genuinely concerned about the situation. All the recruitment advertisements were manually supplemented with information and stamped with an official seal. It must be noted that Luo Peng was quite diligent in his work. One could only wonder if he had faced any repercussions for his actions. Without exception, every beauty at the schools was intrigued, flocking to catch a glimpse of the car and the handsome future boss or potential husband. Each of them adorned in vibrant, stunning attire, providing Zhang Tong with a feast for the eyes. In contrast, the male students were furious, glaring at Zhang Tong with resentment. Some even attempted to capture photos of him, seeking an opportunity to confront him. Though Zhang Tong was unafraid, he hastily donned a mask and sunglasses to avoid being blindsided. Luo Peng, I almost forgot to mention, you need to recruit 10 formidable security personnel to maintain order on the day of the recruitment. Zhang Tong instructed over the phone that he refrained from berating Luo Peng. Despite the recruitment advertisement's dubious implications, the outcome was favorable, attracting numerous talented individuals. However, he was concerned that the recruitment day might attract an influx of male students. Without security, Luo Peng might end up battered. As for Zhang Tong, he was confident he could escape unscathed. He was no ordinary person after all. Time was running short, with only 3 days remaining. Although I've posted several advertisements, it seems no one believes them. So I doubt many beauties will come to apply that we probably won't need security. Luo Peng responded that I'm the boss. If I say to do it, you should do it. Why are you being so difficult? Zhang Tong retorted that I'm just looking out for your safety. You don't want to cut corners, do you? Fine, I'll think of something. By the way, I have a retired Special Forces compatriot. Early the next morning, Zhao Qian awoke and tiptoed to get dressed, wary of waking Zhang Tong. Yet he stirred, wrapping his arms around her waist. Why are you up so early? Come back to bed for a while, that I have so much to do today. Zhao Qian pouted. Yesterday, I bought 30 houses and need to arrange for wardrobes and furniture. Primarily, I wish to move in sooner. Staying at Zhang Tong's villa every day is not appropriate. I'm merely his secretary, not his girlfriend. That IT could lead to gossip that tarnishes our reputations. There's an endless list of tasks and rest is crucial. Come on, let's do some morning exercises together. 3 hours later, Zhang Tong sat in the living room, smoking and sipping tea, feeling rather bored. Zhao Qian had gone to work, and Luo Peng was busier than ever. The boss. He found himself without any tasks. That I need to find something to do. I can't just sit here idly. Zhang Tong mused, his eyes suddenly lighting up. An hour later, he drove a 4-wheeled vehicle filled to the brim with fruit. Arriving at the bustling roadside, he saw an open space and began to cheerfully shout, "Fruit for sale! Exquisite fruits, miraculous fruits from the deep mountains, guaranteed to be unlike anything you've ever tasted. If you recognize them, I'll give you £100 if my fruit isn't the best in the world. Feel free to strike me." Of course, the fruit was the rare duck egg fruit and goose egg grapes from boxing. That it wasn't about making money. It was a disgrace to waste such delectable fruit. If these delightful fruits were left to rot in the mountains, that would be a travesty. Emerald, jade, dogtooth gold, gemstones, those could be collected any time without fear of spoiling. But fruit, once out of season, would indeed perish. Who dares to claim that there are fruits I don't recognize? Once I identify them, we'll see if you truly grant me £100. A crowd of passers-by chuckled, flocking towards him, eager to claim the £100 of fruit. Yet, they were soon left in shock. What are these 2 types of fruit? I've never seen anything like them. One resembles a peach, yet is unlike one. And another looks like a grape, yet is the size of a goose egg, with bunches weighing dozens of pounds. Could these be two previously undiscovered fruits? Zhang Tong, seeing the astonished faces of the crowd, felt a swell of pride, chuckling to himself. You think you can earn 100 pounds of fruit? Dream on. If you don't recognize them, you truly haven't seen them before. What exactly are these fruits? Are they tasty? The crowd felt awkward and a bit frustrated, but their curiosity was piqued. Make way. I am claiming that 100 pounds of fruit. I am a botanist, and I recognize every fruit on Earth. A refined university lecturer stepped through the crowd, exuding confidence that it was Professor Wang Qingshan, a botany professor from Xiangzhou University. Zhang Tong recoiled slightly, nearly fleeing, for he had attended one of Professor Wang's classes. Given that he was a super scholar who had aced his exams, it was likely that Professor Wang recognized him. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask and sunglasses, and it had been 2 years since they last met. The arrival of the botanist was met with laughter from the crowd, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Upon entering, Professor Wang's eyes widened as he examined the fruits, only to be left dumbfounded that he strained to recall various fruits. Yet none matched what he saw. These two types of fruit were ones he had never encountered in his life, nor had they been mentioned in any book. How could this be? He couldn't help but pick up the fruits, inspecting them from every angle, his face flushing as he failed to identify them. That it was both embarrassing and thrilling. Encountering two previously undiscovered species on the street, and high-quality fruit at that. Professor, please tell us. What are these two fruits? Can they be eaten? Some eager food enthusiasts could hardly contain their excitement, that as long as the professor declares them edible, regardless of their taste, one must procure several kilograms to sample. These are two newly discovered fruits, appearing to be of exceptional quality, rivaling the finest fruits we are familiar with. That I suspect these two fruits originate from outer space, proclaimed Professor Wang with a resonant voice. What? Zhang Tong's expression shifted drastically, cold sweat beading on his forehead, nearly prompting him to flee. Chapter 39. Are you joking about the wealthy from outer space? Professor, you must be jesting. The crowd was visibly shocked, struggling to comprehend. Haha, of course, it's a joke. After all, if I'm unfamiliar with these fruits, it's improbable that other botanists would recognize them. Professor Wang chuckled. Nevertheless, miracles do exist in this world, perhaps in some primordial forest. There are numerous undiscovered species, and these two fruits are among them. You nearly frightened me to death. Zhang Tong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Where do these two fruits come from? Professor Wang failed to recognize Zhang Tong. Commercial secret, no comment, he replied. Zhang Tong dared not press further, knowing that speaking too much could lead to mistakes. Wang Qingshan is a renowned botanist. Come on, you're not being fair. Didn't you just say they come from the deep mountains? Someone interjected. Wild fruits from the deep mountains? How marvelous! Professor Wang mused, eager to inquire further, but Zhang Tong had already begun to peddle his wares, exclaiming magical fruits from the deep mountains, duck egg fruit and goose egg grape, 100 yuan per kilogram, that if they're not delicious, you pay nothing. What? Are you afraid they're toxic? Let me assure you, I've consumed many and am in perfect health, capable of slaying a tiger. He promptly devoured two fruits, his face alight with enjoyment. Could they truly be that delectable? Many food enthusiasts felt a stir of desire. Although pricey, this was a unique venture, featuring fruits they had never tasted before. Thus, some began to purchase. 3 kilograms for you, 2 for me. After sampling, they were all quite satisfied. Some referred to them as the king of fruits, while others claimed they were the most delicious fruits in the world. After a flurry of activity, he managed to sell nearly half. The crowd began to dwindle, as 100 yuan per kilogram still seemed a bit steep. Few were willing to spend, but Zhang Tong remained unperturbed. He could sell at a leisurely pace. After all, he had no pressing engagements to at that moment. Even Baoxing was basking in daylight, unsuitable for practicing martial arts. As for adventures, they could wait until the company launched. Every expedition required a considerable amount of time. Zhang Tong? Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up to the curb, and a well-dressed young man emerged, a mocking expression plastered on his face. Old classmate. Long time no see. Are you selling fruit? It was none other than Kai Xian, Zhang Tong's university classmate, with whom he shared a very poor relationship. Between individuals, encounters can spark camaraderie or animosity. They were undoubtedly of the latter ilk. Zhang Tong hailed from humble beginnings, yet excelled academically, earning the title of super scholar. Conversely, He Kaixian came from a privileged background, his grades mediocre at best. Having secured admission through connections to Xiangzhou. Otherwise, with his scores, he would require an additional 50 points to gain entry. Throughout university, He Kaixian frequently faced retakes for exams, and there were several subjects he failed to pass even on retakes, necessitating a final opportunity before graduation. Without success, he would not receive his diploma that He Kaixian had once approached Zhang Tong, seeking to cheat during an exam. University examinations allowed for flexible seating. If Zhang Tong agreed to cooperate, he could easily copy answers from behind him. Zhang Tong, however, declined, not due to a lack of social acumen, but rather a fear of being discovered by the instructor, which could jeopardize his scholarship. Such a predicament would be troublesome for him. Thus, enmity was born, with He Kaixian harboring deep resentment toward Zhang Tong that I end their final year. He Kaixian leveraged his connections to secure a position at a well-known company, earning a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Much to the envy of his classmates, which inflated his ego. Now, witnessing Zhang Tong selling fruit, he could not resist the urge to taunt him. Indeed, selling fruit, Zhang Tong showed no signs of shame. Zhang Tong, once the super scholar, consistently ranking first in the department and receiving first-class scholarships year after year. Who would have thought that upon graduation, you would be unable to find a job and resort to being a fruit vendor? Meanwhile, He Kaixian, with grades at the bottom, often retaking exams, have secured a good position and now serve as an assistant manager, earning 50,000 a month. Truly, 30 years on the east bank of the river. 30 years on the west. Life is unpredictable, but He Kaixian chuckled derisively, his face radiant with satisfaction. That moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of superiority, exhilaration coursing through him, as if electrified that a mere clown dares to mock me. Zhang Tong scoffed disdainfully, regarding him as one would a fool. Let your classmates witness your disgrace. He Kaixian, with a sinister grin, announced to the group of classmates, "Dear old friends, today I returned to school for my final retake, and, by sheer luck, passed. Guess what I saw by the roadside? Haha, something you could never dream of. What did you see? A pig climbing a tree." The class group erupted in laughter. They were not yet graduates, but would be soon, with thesis defenses coming up after the new year, so they remained closely connected, frequently chatting in their group. The discussions predominantly revolved around work, complaints, boasts, or conversations about beautiful colleagues and their alluring attributes. In the past, Luo Peng had been the most active participant, often discussing attractive women, exhibiting a rather repressed demeanor that I just saw the academic prodigy, Zhang Tong, He Kaixian declared with a laugh, selling fruit. Can you believe it? No way. A scholar selling fruit? I don't believe it. You're talking nonsense. Show us proof. He Kaixian promptly snapped several photos of Zhang Tong and sent them to the group in an instant. All were left speechless. Even the skeptics were forced to accept the truth, for Zhang Tong was not merely selling fruit from a stall. He was operating a four-wheeled cart, clearly having engaged in this business for some time. They began to express their astonishment that it was not that they believed Zhang Tong would earn little selling fruit. Perhaps he earned as much as they did in their jobs. Rather, they felt he was too talented for such a role. A case of great talent being underutilized. Had those 4 years of university been in vain? Had they known this would be the outcome, they might have skipped university altogether and gone straight into fruit selling. Moreover, selling fruit ultimately offered no future. Their jobs, in contrast, allowed for promotions and salary increases. With each job change, their income could skyrocket. Their futures were filled with promise, while Zhang Tong's appeared bleak and desolate. Zhang Tong, you refused to help me cheat back then, but I too have graduated now and will soon receive my diploma, He Kaixian taunted. But I'm not like you. You've fallen to the depths. Reduced to selling fruit, I could lend you a hand. Our company is in need of a janitor. Would you be interested? The salary would surely satisfy you, at least 3,000, I'd rather you keep it for yourself. Zhang Tong replied, looking at him as if he were mentally challenged. Truly, a dog biting El Dongbin. Unable to recognize a benefactor's heart, He Kaixian attempted to continue his derision, but his eyes suddenly widened. A flush of excitement rising to his cheeks, that a Porsche 911 had parked by the roadside, and a stunningly beautiful woman emerged. Chapter 40. The first stinging slap. Zhao Qian had skipped a day of classes for work, only to be discovered by her teacher. The instructor was furious. demanding she come see her immediately or face the consequences. This was a teacher infamous for her ruthlessness, known as the extermination master. Thus, Zhao Qian purchased some gifts to present to the teacher, hoping to plead for leniency. However, on her way, she unexpectedly spotted Zhang Tong selling fruit, leaving her both amused and incredulous. The wealthy were truly living in a game of extravagance. She decided to stop the car and report her day's work to Zhang Tong. Dressed in a red short dress and white high heels, her perfect figure was on full display. Her long, graceful legs moved elegantly, her wavy hair danced like flames, and her slender waist twisted enticingly, while her pert backside swayed alluringly. Now worth over 10 million, her confidence surged, enhancing her poise. Recently nourished, her fair skin radiated, looking so delicate one could almost draw water from it, a beauty to rival all. Enchanting beyond compare, her arrival captured the attention of countless onlookers, all mesmerized by her allure. Some were so captivated they ran straight into lampposts. Nearby, many vendors had initially been entertained by the spectacle of Zhang Tong and Xian, eager to see them clash, but now they shifted their focus entirely to the extraordinary beauty. Zhao Qian was a vision unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Her beauty left them breathless, bodies trembling. Moved to the brink of tears, Xian, filled with anticipation and excitement, felt his heart racing wildly as Zhao Qian approached him. Zhao Qian was the most celebrated beauty at Xiangzhou University, and Xian certainly recognized her. He had fantasized countless times about winning her affection and had even prepared gifts to confess his feelings, only to face a merciless rejection. This had always been a source of pain for him. Could it be that now, the campus belle recognized his newfound status and had reconsidered? Was she coming to see him, perhaps to pursue a romance? If true, it would be a tremendous stroke of luck and would undoubtedly make Zhang Tong envious. Zhao Qian, your gaze is truly discerning. You spotted me. Xian quickly adjusted his attire, smiling as he approached, his voice taking on a particularly magnetic quality, sounding remarkably pleasing. Who are you? Do we know each other? Zhao Qian shot him a cold glance, completely failing to remember Xian, as there had been countless suitors vying for her attention. Every day, several boys confess their feelings to her, and she receives numerous love letters. Did she disembark not to meet me? Has she completely forgotten who I am? Xian was taken aback. The beautiful fantasies he harbored crumbled into nothingness in an instant, but in infinite agony, an overwhelming despair. And a boundless fury engulfed him, rendering him nearly inconsolable. The throngs of street vendors and passers-by could hardly suppress their laughter. Surely, this must be the epitome of social humiliation, perhaps one of the most awkward moments imaginable. What is the magnitude of this fellow's psychological shadow? I am Xian, a senior student at Xiangzhou University, majoring in computer science. That I in the past, I even confessed my feelings to you. Now I have entered the workforce. As an assistant manager, earning a monthly salary of 50,000, with a Mercedes as my vehicle, that Xian, still unwilling to concede, clung to a glimmer of hope. Hastily introducing himself, that it finally dawned upon him that the campus belle Zhao Qian had halted her vehicle. Not to meet him, but rather to purchase some fruit. He had misinterpreted the situation. Yet it could still be a fortuitous misunderstanding. Perhaps he might seize the opportunity to confess once more, to win the heart of the goddess Zhao Qian. From that moment forth, he would be the happiest man alive, causing Zhang Tong to envy him to the point of drooling. Excuse me, please step aside, or I will call the police, Zhao Qian said coldly. She felt a surge of irritation, detesting men who overestimate themselves, yet possess no substance, that a monthly salary of 50,000, flaunting a Mercedes. Look at Zhang Tong, whose net worth exceeds 100 billion, driving a Ferrari Raphael. Has he ever boasted in comparison? It was akin to a chasm separating clouds from the earth. Step aside, call the police. Xian was lost in pleasant thoughts, his spirits soaring, but Zhao Qian's words struck him like a resounding slap. Leaving his face bruised and his heart shattered, it felt as if he had been struck with a heavy blow, causing stars to dance before his eyes and his heart to feel as though it might burst. It turned out that all was merely a figment of his imagination. The campus goddess had never regarded him as a classmate, but rather as a harasser, that he even suspected that in Zhao Qian's eyes, he might not be considered human but rather a beast. The blow was undeniably severe, leaving him momentarily unable to comprehend. Dazed and bewildered, he stood there, an emblem of despair. Puffed. This fellow is so devastated he is questioning his very existence. Is he dazed or about to go mad? Haha, the beauty is merciless, delivering a resounding slap. The stunning beauty paid him no heed, not intending to insult him. She simply viewed him as an unfamiliar nuisance. Had he once confessed to her? Yet she had completely forgotten, failing to remember his existence. A crushing blow indeed. He might not recover from this for 3 days. The onlookers could no longer contain their laughter, each one delighting in the spectacle, nearly breaking into applause, especially the vendors, who relished the moment, for He Kai-shian had previously expressed extreme disdain for them, and witnessing his comeuppance brought them joy. Still not moving? Do you truly wish for the police to be called? Zhao Qian, feeling inexplicably furious, found herself harassed while walking, and he stubbornly refused to leave, were it not for the presence of her boss. She would have indeed called the authorities. That I'm sorry, that He Kai-shian finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly stepping aside, gazing mournfully as Zhao Qian approached Zhang Tong. She was indeed there to buy fruit. What brings you here? Zhang Tong smiled as he embraced Zhao Qian, inhaling the delicate fragrance that wafted from her, utterly intoxicating. Today, he was bold enough to embrace her in public. Zhao Qian, blushing fiercely, clung tightly to Zhang Tong's muscular waist, her face alight with affection and deep yearning. This man entranced her completely. She was enamored by his embrace. She could remain in his arms until the end of time. That I came to school. Saw you, so I came to throw myself into your arms, Zhao Qian cooed. Heavens, the super beauty driving a Porsche 911 has thrown herself into the arms of a fruit vendor. And with such depth of feeling. The spectators were left to gape, utterly stunned and unable to believe their eyes. How could such a stroke of fortune elude me? What could this exquisite beauty possibly see in him? Indeed, the world is vast. And anything can happen. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He Kai-shian felt as if his eyes would burst, his jaw nearly unhinged, his lungs on the verge of exploding. The goddess Zhao Qian, whom he had desperately pursued, had now thrown herself into the embrace of the very man he had just scorned. How could this be? It was a fabrication, a mere illusion. I must be dreaming. This was nothing short of a devastating blow, one he could scarcely endure. Chapter 41. One beauty departs, another arrives. Who is the lucky suitor? After embracing for quite some time, Zhao Qian remembered she had to meet with a teacher. Otherwise, she would fail her course, which would have severe consequences. Reluctantly, she released Zhang Tong, promising, I will return quickly to cook for you. She pecked him on the cheek before shyly departing. That, oh my heavens, this stunning beauty is truly his partner, living together and even cooking for him. The crowd was left in shock, filled with endless envy, finding it utterly unbelievable. Perhaps this is the essence of opulent love. Love, indeed, is a luxury, not something everyone can possess. This infuriates me. He Kai-shian was driven to the brink of madness, ready to explode. Now, he finally understood Zhao Qian's intent. She had come to throw herself into Zhang Tong's arms because she had fallen deeply in love with him, and they were already living together. How could it be that Zhang Tong, now a mere shadow of his former self, had once been a university top student and was now reduced to selling fruit? Why did the campus goddess still favor him? Why, with all his qualities, his looks, and his prowess, did the goddess disdain him, viewing him as an intrusive stranger? Why, once more, he began to question the very fabric of his existence. Zhang Tong took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of He Kai-shian. He sent them to the class group, stating, This fellow has been standing on the street in a daze for half an hour. What should we do? What has happened to He Kai-shian? The classmates were all taken aback, unable to believe their eyes. That I end the photos. He Kai-shian's face bore an expression of confusion and sorrow, as if contemplating whether to end it all. His demeanor was pitiful. Had he suffered the greatest blow of his life? Zhang Tong, what just transpired? A classmate inquired. That I didn't even touch him. Don't jump to conclusions. He simply encountered the goddess Zhao Qian, couldn't contain himself, confessed again, and was met with a harsh rejection, only to witness Zhao Qian throw herself into another man's arms. And that's how he ended up like this. That I feel great sympathy for him, but I don't know how to comfort him, Zhang Tong explained. Ha, so he was once again rejected by Zhao Qian. Deeply wounded and hurt. That no worries. He will soon come to his senses. Just ensure he doesn't wander aimlessly into the street and get hit by a car. That I heard the goddess Zhao Qian has fallen for some senior from our department. I wonder who it could be. The one she just embraced must be him. Truly remarkable. I admire him so much, I could bleed from envy, another classmate remarked. Zhang Tong, do you recognize the man Zhao Qian has fallen for? Which classmate could it be? Very handsome and tall. He looks familiar, probably from our school, but I don't know his name. Zhang Tong replied, knowing he could never reveal that it was himself that he then shouted. Fresh fruit from the depths of the mountains. You have never seen anything like it. Absolutely delicious, utterly delectable. So good you'll swallow your tongue. Selling fruit was actually quite enjoyable. Sitting in the shade of a large tree, watching beautiful women stroll by, witnessing the antics of clowns, while earning tens of thousands. Before long, Zhang Tong sold several £100s, pocketing several thousand more. However, no one believed that Zhang Tong had made a fortune, as high-quality fruit came with exorbitant costs. Zhang Tong, how did you manage to win Zhao Qian's heart? Surely, you didn't resort to underhanded tactics. He Kai-Xian finally came to his senses when a classmate called him. Concerned. Upon reviewing the chat history, he was immediately enraged. Zhang Tong had the audacity to take pictures of him and share them in the group to humiliate him, and then claim not to know who Zhao Qian had fallen for? How could anyone be so despicable and shameless? Pursue her? I never pursued her, Zhang Tong said earnestly. The position of secretary was entirely Zhao Qian's own request. Initially, I intended to hire a secretary whose beauty rivaled Zhao Qian's. After all, with a sky-high salary, even a celestial being would come down to apply that you're talking nonsense. He Kai-Xian trembled with rage, furious to the point of madness. How could you possibly have a secretary as a fruit vendor? Who would believe such an absurdity? He Kai-Xian retorted in exasperation. Who says a fruit vendor can't have a secretary? Who made that rule? Zhang Tong regarded the other person with a gaze reminiscent of someone simple-minded. Some wealthy individuals indeed built their fortunes from the fruit trade, amassing hundreds of billions. How could it be possible for them to lack beautiful secretaries? Regardless, I refuse to believe it. Zhao Qian could not possibly be your secretary. He Kai-Xian exclaimed in anger. Ask anyone else who would believe it. He scanned the surroundings, seeking someone to echo his sentiments. Yet no one paid him any heed, their eyes fixed intently on the far end of the street. Another breathtaking beauty approached. Her beauty and figure rivaled that of Zhao Qian. She wore a deep V-short dress adorned with lace on her back. With red stilettos, her long, snow-white legs gleamed under the sunlight, reflecting a dazzling radiance. She was indeed a vision of vibrant allure, stunning beyond compare. What was truly captivating was her model-like stride. Amidst the waves of her cascading, satin-like black hair, she moved gracefully with the wind. Overall, she exuded an irresistible charm, sensuous by nature, and utterly enticing. Countless onlookers were left mesmerized. Some trailed behind her, entranced by her presence, while others covered their noses, yet blood still gushed forth. Was it the beautiful live streamer Lu Qingxi? He Kai-Xian trembled with excitement. His face flushed, and he had a penchant for watching beautiful live streams, and he held a particular fondness for Lu Qingxi's broadcast that he often showered her with gifts, hoping to capture her attention, perhaps even garnering a chance to pursue her. Now, by sheer luck, he had encountered Lu Qingxi in person, more enchanting than ever on screen, that he was utterly entranced at his delight. Lu Qingxi seemed to notice him, her face lighting up with surprise as she quickened her pace toward him. Could it be that she recognized him as her fan? Luo Kai-Xian felt a mix of surprise and joy, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Indeed, if one door does not shine, another might. If not Zhao Qian, then Lu Qingxi. My romantic fortune has finally arrived. Chapter 42. Dancing in the street for you. Lu Qingxi approached with a radiant smile, swaying gracefully as she walked directly toward He Kai-Xian, basking in the fervent gazes of many admirers. Surely, she must be coming for me. She must be. That He Kai-Xian's expression was one of eager anticipation, his heart brimming with hope that he felt somewhat entranced, desperately wishing Lu Qingxi would come to wash away the humiliation he had just faced and restore his confidence. However, he retained a modicum of awareness. Despite being a fan, it was clear that Lu Qingxi would not recognize him. Thus, he refrained from initiating contact, fearing he would become the subject of ridicule once more. Although the probability was 90% that Lu Qingxi was approaching him, there remained a 10% chance she was merely shopping for fruit. She drew nearer, finally standing before He Kai-Xian, yet she disregarded him entirely, opting instead to circle around and approach Zhang Tong. giggling, "Handsome, what a coincidence. We meet again today, and you're looking even more dashing. You two are becoming increasingly beautiful." Zhang Tong replied, somewhat speechless. This was indeed a serendipitous encounter. Lu Qingxi had spotted him while selling fruit, leaving him with no means of evasion. That it was worth noting that during this time, Lu Qingxi frequently flirted with him on WeChat, and when her advances failed, she invited him to watch her live streams. However, he seldom responded and had never attended her broadcasts, as he spent most of his time exploring Baoxing and was often accompanied by his secretary Zhao Qian. Really? Lu Qingxi's beautiful eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushing a lovely shade of red, rendering her even more captivating. "Of course, I never flatter others," Zhang Tong remarked, his admiration evident. Although he knew she was quite materialistic, it did not detract from his perception of her. After all, is there a beauty who is not materialistic? The pursuit of a better life is instinctual. In truth, men share the same trait. They too can be quite materialistic, that if presented with two beauties, one a wealthy heiress and the other merely beautiful but poor, men would undoubtedly choose the former. Zhang Tong harbored concerns that Lu Qingxi's interest in him was motivated by a desire to become his girlfriend, and he suspected she might frequently engage in such pursuits with numerous wealthy individuals. Thus, he was reluctant to foster any deeper connection with her. Nonetheless, he could not help but admire her beauty and allure. "Then why have I invited you multiple times, yet you never came to watch my live stream?" Lu Qingxi playfully pouted. "I've been too busy," Zhang Tong replied evasively. "You must have misunderstood me. I'm not the type of woman you think I am. Although I am a beautiful live streamer with many financial backers, I remain pure and untouched, having never met anyone in secret." Lu Qingxi expressed her grievances, her eyes reflecting a sense of longing. "I truly fell for you at first sight, which is why I took the initiative to invite you. After your rejection, I understood that I was unworthy of you. I merely wished to befriend you, to chat with you, and meet occasionally would be enough to satisfy me." Everyone around them was stupefied, their faces a mixture of disbelief. Heavens! This fruit vendor is astonishingly impressive. Moments ago, a super beauty was his secretary, living with him, and now another super beauty live streamer is pursuing him, yet he has rejected her? A beautiful woman is pursuing him, and he has refused her. How could he possess such extraordinary charm that super beauties flock to him? He is merely somewhat handsome. I am handsome too. Hello, beautiful, I am your fan. He Kai Xian, filled with rage, could hardly contain himself. He stepped forward, agitatedly asserting, "Don't be deceived by Zhang Tong. He is nothing but a pauper with nothing to his name. Besides, he has a stunning secretary whom he is involved with. Why do you still have feelings for him? You are quite shallow, aren't you? Do you really think women are only attracted to money? Let me tell you, I adore him for his lack of wealth. I appreciate his character and integrity, in the eyes of the sordid, the beautiful secretary, and he have an ambiguous relationship, while in my eyes, their bond is profound and enviable." Lu Qingxi regarded him with disdain and contempt. This was yet another blow. He Kai Xian's face flushed crimson, a mixture of shame, anger, and boundless confusion washing over him. In that moment, he questioned his existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Am I truly such a sordid individual? My heavens, is this true love? It is overwhelmingly moving. The onlookers were filled with reverence. This beauty was indeed extraordinary, far from superficial, truly a virtuous woman. If only I could meet such a woman too. "Beautiful lady, I will watch your live stream when I have time," Zhang Tong said with a smile. "You should return now. Too many people are watching and it's not good for you. I still worry you might be brushing me off. So I've decided to dance right here for you, allowing you to witness my enchanting performance," Lu Qingxi declared. With that, she played the accompaniment on her phone, her melodious voice filling the air. "Just a glance at you amidst the crowd, and your visage has lingered in my memory, dreaming of the day we might meet again." As she danced gracefully before Zhang Tong, her figure resembled a willow branch, delicate and ethereal. Her bright eyes and radiant smile were utterly captivating, stirring the hearts of countless onlookers, who were entranced by her every movement. Kai Xian, however, felt even more bewildered and shaken. What on earth did Zhang Tong possess? Lu Qingxi was dancing in the street for him, unveiling her most exquisite dance. Could it be that she had truly fallen for him simply because she had glanced at him in the crowd? So beautiful, Zhang Tong too was lost in her stunning song and dance that he finally believed that Lu Qingxi did not need to date a wealthy man. Her dancing alone could earn her a fortune. For heaven itself seemed to provide for her. Both her physique and beauty were exceptional, and she possessed a golden voice, alluring and resonant, capable of evoking deep emotions. She must be quite famous on the streaming platform. At last, as Lu Qingxi concluded her performance, the crowd erupted into frenzied applause. Yet she remained unfazed, her gaze solely fixed on Zhang Tong, hoping to move him. Unfortunately, Zhang Tong was preoccupied with his phone, leaving her feeling disappointed and melancholic. Was he truly so cold-hearted? Suddenly, a notification of a transfer appeared on her WeChat, exactly 1 million, an amount transferred by Zhang Tong, accompanied by the message, "Thank you for dancing for me. I am very pleased. This is your reward." "Thank you, big brother. I love you," Lu Qingxi exclaimed, her face alight with joy and astonishment. As a super beauty live streamer, she had encountered many affluent patrons, yet no one had ever gifted her 100,000. Zhang Tong's generosity was unparalleled, bypassing the platform to send the money directly via WeChat, thus avoiding any commission fees. This was a solid 1 million. It would take a year of streaming to earn that. Now, this is a true wealthy patron, so extravagant. Quickly head back. It's a sea of people here, and cars cannot pass that I worry for your safety, Zhang Tong advised. Yes, do call me when you have the time. I am always at your service. Lu Qingxi replied before planting a kiss on Zhang Tong's cheek, then leaving with a sense of delight, her lingering fragrance enticing thoughts. The multitude of onlookers were left speechless, filled with envy and admiration, revering Zhang Tong to the point of wanting to kneel and worship him. He was no mere vendor. He was a romantic sage. Chapter 43. Someone is jumping, and I want to intervene once Lu Qingxi departed. The crowd dispersed reluctantly, each person sighing in disbelief. He Kai Xian left, his expression one of profound confusion. For a long time, he would likely find himself questioning his existence, struggling to return to the way things once were. Zhang Tong exhaled in relief. That nuisance had finally departed. Otherwise, it would have been unbearable. Finally, after selling all the fruit, Zhang Tong was ready to drive back when suddenly a shout pierced the air. Heavens! Someone is about to jump. Could it be He Kai Xian? Zhang Tong's heart raced as he turned to look that on the edge of a skyscraper's rooftop stood a long-haired woman trembling in the wind, clearly contemplating a tragic end. Of course, it was not He Kai Xian. Zhang Tong had worried needlessly. The woman appears remarkably young. What could have driven her to such despair? My goodness, standing precariously on the edge of the rooftop. How perilous this is! A misstep could send her plummeting. From such dizzying heights of 50 or 60 floors, a fall would undoubtedly be fatal. Come, let us go and see. Perhaps we can offer some assistance. The faces of the crowd are etched with compassion as they rush forward. Zhang Tong is among them. Upon arriving at the scene, the area beneath the building is already crowded with people. The fire brigade has also arrived, setting up an air cushion below, though its efficacy is uncertain given the difficulty of accurately targeting such a height, especially with the strong winds today. Someone is shouting through a megaphone, offering various words of comfort, yet it seems futile. The woman shows no sign of response, her face a mask of resignation. Rescue personnel have reached the upper floors, but none dare approach. Her position is far too dangerous, and any sudden movement might precipitate her jump. What rational woman would engage in such a perilous act? Who is this woman, and what has driven her to such extremes? We must uncover the reason to effectively intervene. Does anyone know her? The rescue team below anxiously inquires. That I know her. A woman in her 30s replies through tears. Her name is Yang Qing. She is 30 years old, a graduate of a prestigious university, and initially worked in finance. She later resigned to trade futures, amassing a fortune of several million. However, the recent market downturn has left her with only a few million that she could have made a comeback. But then she fell prey to a scammer who deceived her emotionally and took all her money to make matters worse. Her mother has developed uremia, and without funds for a kidney transplant, it's a dead end. Thus, she has succumbed to utter despair, contemplating death. This is truly tragic. The crowd trembles in sympathy for the unfortunate woman. Had she lived a life of mediocrity, losing everything would not have been such a blow. But having once basked in glory, having felt the thrill of success, How could one not shatter under such relentless adversity? A kidney transplant costs only 500,000. I once had a fortune of tens of millions. How could I have ever regarded that as significant? Yet now I am destitute. Mother, I cannot save you. I can only accompany you in this descent. Yang Qing laughs bitterly from the rooftop. How, you scoundrel! You have deceived my affections, stolen my wealth, and jeopardized my mother's life. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. Even in death, it is over. No one can save her today. The crowd is filled with regret, and all rescue personnel shake their heads in helplessness. Please don't jump. It's merely a few 100,000 that we will raise funds for you that if you fear death, why not embrace life? Miss, come work at my company. I will offer you an annual salary of 500,000 and allow you to draw a year's salary in advance. Countless voices below clamored with urgency, desperate to prevent this tragedy. Yet the woman remains unresponsive. That it is not merely a financial issue. She has endured professional failure and emotional betrayal, leading her to distrust everyone. An expert observes, alas, how young and beautiful she is. It would be such a waste for her to perish. Perhaps she is even pregnant. I sense her abdomen is slightly swollen. Pregnant? That scoundrel deserves to die. Zhang Tong feels a tremor in his heart, unable to bear such a tragedy, that if he lacked the means to save her, it would be one thing, a mere regret. But to have the ability and not extend a hand would haunt him for a lifetime. With this thought, he pushes through the crowd. Friends, we shall meet again in another life. Yang Qing finally resolves herself, lamenting before making the leap, plummeting like a shooting star to no. It is too late. She has leaped beyond the cushion's reach. It is over. It is over. The crowd's faces are etched with anguish and sorrow, their hearts aching as some close their eyes, unable to witness the impending disaster. Just as the tragedy seems inevitable, a miraculous event unfolds. That a young man suddenly soars into the air from an alley. Ascending with a whoosh, he swiftly embraces the woman, falling a short distance before ascending rapidly again. Dressed in reverse clothing and wearing two masks, one covering his mouth and nose, the other concealing his forehead, with two eye holes cut out, he appears otherworldly. Who are you? Are you a deity? Yang Qing is bewildered and astonished, questioning if she is dreaming that Tio be caught mid-leap by someone from the sky. This is utterly absurd. My heavens, what is happening? How could he fly? Is he defying gravity? He must be a practitioner of the mystical arts. It is truly remarkable. I had thought the tales of immortals were mere myths. Yet here is living proof. The crowd below is in an uproar. The rescue personnel are equally stunned that this still earth. How could someone possibly fly? I've been filming. I caught it all. I'm going to be rich. A woman exclaims joyfully, broadcasting live. Indeed, many others have captured the moment as well, which explains why Zhang Tong donned a mask and reversed his clothing. You are stunning, full of life. You will surely overcome this crisis. Please do not seek death any longer. With your talent, securing a job with a salary in the hundreds of thousands will be effortless. You have now garnered attention. The state will aid you, and kind-hearted individuals will support you. Scammers are but a minority. Zhang Tong comforts her gently while suspending her in midair. He refrains from extinguishing her will to live. Saving her this time does not guarantee her safety in the future. If this rescue proves meaningless, it could lead to numerous complications. The authorities will undoubtedly investigate, and the ensuing troubles will be manifold. Thus, he is reluctant to see his monumental efforts go to waste. Are you a deity? Yang Qing gazes at Zhang Tong, bewildered. I am not. That I do not believe you. How else could you possibly fly and carry someone with you? Even if you're not a deity, you must be a master of the mystical arts, she asserts. Did you heed what I just said? Zhang Tong feels an urge to lose his composure. That I heard you. I will not die. That I want to cultivate with you. No, I want to practice the mystical arts, Yang Qing declares. Zhang Tong. Chapter 44. Shocking the world. Although Yang Qing's reasoning seems peculiar, Zhang Tong cannot help but feel elated that she has abandoned her death wish. His goal has also been achieved. He swiftly ascends to the rooftop, placing Yang Qing there. Aware of Zhang Tong's intentions, she clings to him tightly. That do not leave. You must take me with you. I want to cultivate with you. No, practice the mystical arts. However, Zhang Tong easily breaks free as several rescue personnel rush toward them, and he ascends into the sky. No, Yang Qing cries, attempting to leap after him, but is restrained by the rescue personnel. With her chances of jumping again thwarted, she watches helplessly as he ascends higher. Countless people are feverishly recording the event, even those in nearby buildings leaning out to film. This completely shatters their understanding of reality. Zhang Tong feels a shiver run down his spine, a sense of vulnerability washing over him. He fears being shot down or caught in the act. Knowing he must eventually descend. Suddenly, the weather shifts dramatically. Dark clouds gather ominously, thunder rumbles, and fierce winds howl as torrential rain begins to pour. Visibility is obscured, blurring the sky and everything within it.my heavens. Is he attempting to transcend the heavens above the city? Some spectators' imaginations run wild. Many widen their eyes in disbelief, catching glimpses of a man suspended in midair, seemingly enveloped in lightning. Is this not the very act of transcending? Goodness. Zhang Tong feels a chill. Should he be struck by lightning, he would likely be reduced to so young he is, with countless beauties yet to behold. He dares not linger in the sky any longer. Using the rain as cover, he swiftly descends into an uninhabited alley. Unnoticed, he quickly removes his mask and sheds his clothing, using it to conceal his face in such a downpour. Who could capture a clear image? Thus, he harbors little concern about being exposed. Before long, Zhang Tong returns to the fruit-selling area. Many vendors have similarly returned, taking refuge under various awnings and engaging in lively discussions. Naturally, the topic of conversation revolves around Zhang Tong and his extraordinary feat of flight. Zhang Tong feigns excitement and shock, mingling with them before driving away. Upon returning home, he finds the internet ablaze with activity. His heroic rescue has gone viral, overshadowing even celebrity weddings, presidential visits, and billionaire speeches. Countless videos spread like wildfire across the web, igniting fervent discussions in various groups and forums, even drawing the attention of international netizens. Indeed, the mystical arts exist. I must find him and become his disciple. The mystical arts are mere superstition. I refuse to believe it. Perhaps he is an alien concealed on Earth. Would an alien be so kind as to save someone? Perhaps he is from Mars. It is said that humanity originated from Mars. Where his clothing is specially designed to enable flight. He could simply be a scientist. That he is the legendary Superman, known as the Flying Man. Mr. Flying Man is incredible. Truly magical. The mysterious East, the enigmatic Mr. Flying Man. Zhang Tong admires the creativity of these individuals, their imaginations boundless, but they will find it challenging to uncover the truth in an instant. Luo Peng called boss. Why do I feel that the cultivator is you? They look exactly the same. Nonsense. How could it be me? I'm selling fruits and was watching with many vendors at the time. Zhang Tong's succinct words dispelled Luo Peng's suspicions. Shortly after, Zhao Qian called. Boss, that cultivator is you, right? In the past, you could leap over 10 meters. It turns out you were a cultivator. If I were a cultivator, would I still be so low-key? I would have already unified the earth and gathered dozens of beautiful women into my harem. Zhang Tong replied. Thus, Zhao Qian was also convinced and no longer harbored doubts. However, Lu Qingxi also messaged via WeChat, bro, the man who saved people today looks just like you. A cultivator who sells fruits. Who runs a company? Who has beautiful secretaries? Zhang Tong retorted. Lu Qingxi was rendered speechless but could not help but flirt habitually, bro. Shall we date? Zhang Tong responded with 6 ellipses as the exquisite image of Lu Qingxi dancing flashed before his eyes. It was simply too alluring, too radiant, that if he let such a woman slip away, readers would send him death threats. Should he agree? He had never been in a relationship, nor had he dined with a wealthy benefactor. Lu Qingxi added, I truly am not a promiscuous woman. Then I shall come find you. Zhang Tong replied. I await your arrival, Lu Qingxi exclaimed joyfully. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked upon. The wealthy benefactor I had longed for had arrived. Lu Qingxi's heart brimmed with elation as she quickly opened the door, and indeed, it was Zhang Tong. She greeted him with a radiant smile, ushering him inside. The apartment was a tidy 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Approximately 100 square meters, impeccably clean. There were no signs of a man's belongings, indicating she truly lived alone. In truth, this apartment was rented by Lu Qingxi. At merely 19 years of age, she had impressively secured a 3-bedroom place through her own efforts. Lu Qingxi invited Zhang Tong to sit on the sofa and served him fragrant tea. Then she settled beside him, engaging in delightful conversation filled with subtle hints. Yet, Zhang Tong remained unmoved, keeping their exchange to mere casual chatter. "I am going to take a shower," Lu Qingxi said shyly. "Then I shall take my leave." Zhang Tong stood to depart. "What does it mean to be a wealthy benefactor, since we've made plans? Since I'm here, how can I not feel moved? Am I not beautiful enough?" Lu Qingxi pondered, somewhat helpless. Why was it so difficult to cling to the wealthy benefactor's leg? "Don't leave. Let us talk some more," she urged, gripping Zhang Tong's hand. This time, she set aside her flirtations and insinuations, opting for a genuine, normal conversation, ultimately asking curiously, "Bro, one moment you're buying luxury cars, the next you're selling fruits. What exactly is your profession?" Now that's the right way to converse. Zhang Tong smiled slightly, that he explained that he was a treasure seeker, specializing in uncovering various hidden treasures, such as ginseng, jade, gemstones, and diamonds. Is there really such a profession as a treasure seeker? Lu Qingxi inquired, astonished. "And aren't they all formidable individuals, trained in martial arts from a young age?" "You are correct. All treasure seekers are martial arts experts, even more powerful and extraordinary than depicted in novels." Zhang Tong chuckled. "Then you must also run a company. Otherwise, how could Zhao Qian possibly be your secretary?" Lu Qingxi remarked that I've established an auction house, and it's set to open soon in a few days. Dozens of exceptional treasure seekers from around the world will attend my auction. Zhang Tong replied with a smile. "Does your company still need staff? May I work for you?" Lu Qingxi inquired eagerly. "Isn't your live streaming income quite substantial? I've heard some earn tens of millions in a single live session," Zhang Tong said in surprise. "But I don't do live stream selling. I'm not particularly famous." Lu Qingxi explained that in reality, live stream income isn't as lucrative as one might think. Many operate on a money laundering model where most of the tips are refunded, leaving only a small fraction, even if it's a genuine wealthy benefactor. Their intentions are often ulterior, merely seeking to seduce you that if you refuse, they won't tip again. Thus, I've offended quite a few wealthy benefactors, and my income has been quite unstable, making life quite difficult. "So you believe that following me would be better than live streaming?" Zhang Tong asked, bemused. "Because you're a true wealthy benefactor. I've never encountered anyone as generous as you, which is why Zhao Qian is devoted to you." "I feel the same." Lu Qingxi blushed. "I believe that if I accompany you, you would never treat me poorly." Implicitly, she expressed her desire to become the second Zhao Qian. Zhang Tong felt an inexplicable thrill. It turned out that being a wealthy benefactor was such a blissful and exhilarating experience, with stunning beauties vying for his attention. With just a beckon, they would climb into his bed. "That I only have a small auction house that hasn't even opened yet. I can't possibly hire 2 beautiful secretaries, can I? That would be laughable." Zhang Tong politely declined. "I could be the auctioneer. Think about it. With my looks and figure, wouldn't that be a highlight? I am confident I can excel. My eloquence and quick-wittedness are quite good." Lu Qingxi insisted. "That aren't you trained in dance?" Zhang Tong asked. "That I have talent. I honed my skills as a streamer," Lu Qingxi replied. "Bro, please agree to this. I promise I won't let you down." "But do you have an auctioneer certification?" Zhang Tong inquired. "That I don't, but I believe that education and certifications don't equate to capability." Lu Qingxi assured him. "Rest assured, I am definitely not just a pretty face. If you hire me, I will obtain the auctioneer certification promptly. I'll think it over." Zhang Tong was indeed somewhat tempted. They still needed an auctioneer, and headhunters were looking, but results had yet to materialize. After all, there were very few with auctioneer experience. Lu Qingxi, being articulate and quick-witted, indeed seemed suitable for the role. However, the auctioneer needed to be someone trustworthy who knew all the treasures of the company. "Bro, if I become yours, I will certainly remain loyal and steadfast to you." Lu Qingxi seemed to sense Zhang Tong's thoughts and said sincerely, "I'm not trying to be your girlfriend. My abilities are more than adequate. Currently, you only have Zhao Qian, right? She still has to study. How can she always be by your side? Isn't that quite inconvenient? But I can. This wasn't about finding a woman for himself, but rather an auctioneer. How about this? Prepare a resume, and in 2 days, go for an interview at Tianbao Auction House. Whether you succeed depends on your abilities," Zhang Tong said, touching his nose before smiling. I will attend the interview." Lu Qingxi cheered, her face alight with joy. During this period, she had been secretly observing Zhao Qian, realizing that the Porsche 911 Zhang Tong purchased was indeed being driven by Zhao Qian, who had earned over 10 million in commission because of Zhang Tong. Even a decade of streaming wouldn't match Zhao Qian's recent earnings. Today, she had finally witnessed the generosity of a wealthy benefactor. Merely for a single dance, he rewarded her with $1 million. Such a benefactor was not one to let slip away. With her unparalleled beauty, she had resisted countless temptations and turned down innumerable wealthy second-generation suitors, all in anticipation of his arrival. Now, the opportunity had finally come. This was entirely a chance she had tirelessly fought for. I have things to attend to. Let us chat next time. Zhang Tong stood to leave. Are you really leaving? Stay and chat a bit more. Lu Qingxi sent him off, pulling Zhang Tong's hand, her eyes filled with allure. There's always tomorrow. Zhang Tong replied, quickening his pace. Tomorrow? I look forward to it. Lu Qingxi blushed, then began searching on Baidu, Tianbao Auction House. Although she knew Zhao Qian worked at Zhang Tong's company, she had never managed to uncover the name before, as it hadn't opened yet. Soon, she found an abundance of information, mostly related to a job advertisement. It garnered attention from countless women and drew criticism from many men. What? The salary for front desk and clerical positions is $30,000 to $50,000 a month, only requiring good looks. Plus, each person gets a 3-bedroom apartment. After 10 years, they can obtain ownership. This is too extravagant. Lu Qingxi exclaimed, her excitement and blush evident, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of hope. She had finally found a lifelong financial supporter and would no longer have to live stream dances. Groveling for money. She only needed to please him. As Zhang Tong descended the stairs, he noticed the rain had ceased, and a dozen women were surrounding his luxury car, taking pictures with faces gleaming with excitement. This was a luxury vehicle worth over $20 million. They had never even seen one before. Now that it was parked below, how could they not take pictures to commemorate the moment? What a gorgeous Ferrari, LaFerrari. I want to snap a few photos too. Zhang Tong feigned surprise and awe. Rushing over. One rather attractive young lady blocked Zhang Tong as he queued up, worried he might cut in line. All right, I'll wait my turn, Zhang Tong complied, standing patiently behind her while curiously asking, whose luxury car is this? Do you know, beautiful? Most likely, it belonged to Lu Qingxi's suitors. The young lady wore an expression of envy and jealousy. Wow, it must belong to a super beauty, right? Zhang Tong's excitement was palpable. Of course, she's a super beauty, even more stunning than a celebrity. She's the most beautiful streamer of Feiyu, and the number of men pursuing her is like a flood. Wealthy individuals frequently arrive in their luxurious vehicles to pursue her fervently, yet they are utterly unsuccessful. This is because she possesses formidable ambition, seeking only a truly affluent benefactor. I believe the owner of that luxury car might stand a chance. The young lady is quite loquacious. Without waiting for Zhang Tong to inquire, she rambles on extensively. Thank you, dear lady. You are truly kind. Zhang Tong expresses with gratitude, feeling reassured. It is imperative to conduct a personal investigation. One cannot rely solely on the accounts of Zhao Qian or Lu Qingxi. Patiently waiting for the individuals ahead to finish taking their photographs. When it is Zhang Tong's turn, he opts not to take a picture. With the press of a button, the car door unfurls like a butterfly, and Zhang Tong enters with poise, speeding away. My goodness, did I just have an extensive conversation with a wealthy tycoon? The young lady is left dumbfounded, her expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 46. Trouble approaches Wu Nan. Have you been speaking ill of me? Lu Qingxi appears before the still-dazed young lady, her demeanor grave and serious. No, absolutely not, Wu Nan stammers. Feeling anxious, did his previous remarks count as disparaging Lu Qingxi? Could this lead to adverse consequences? What exactly did you say? Relate it to me word for word, Lu Qingxi demands. Rest assured, I will not hold it against you. I merely fear you may have misunderstood and spoken ill of me, which I could then address. Wu Nan recounts every detail meticulously. No worries. What you said was merely the truth. I appreciate your assessment. Lu Qingxi finally allows a smile to grace her face, though secretly, she feels apprehensive. Had her former self been unable to resist temptation, it would have surely led to undesirable rumors. The earlier tactics were chilling. As he had feigned a photo opportunity while casually conversing with Wu Nan, Wu Nan, lacking vigilance, divulged everything she knew. It is not easy to deceive a wealthy individual. Mere beauty is insufficient to secure such a benefactor. One must also possess excellent character, devoid of flaws. I see your admirer. Qingxi, Wu Nan inquires enviously. Certainly not. How could someone of his stature possibly pursue someone as ordinary as me? Lu Qingxi responds with self-deprecation. Then how did he come to be here? Wu Nan's face is filled with confusion that I sought employment at his company. He came to learn about my character indirectly, Lu Qingxi explains. Wow, he must think highly of you. You are bound to succeed, the young lady exclaims, her eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Coincidentally, in another location, another woman is being interrogated. Relay verbatim everything he has shared with you. It is of utmost importance. Do you understand? This woman is Yang Qing, and the one questioning her is a strikingly intelligent and capable woman accompanied by a dozen robust team members, including an elderly man with long eyebrows and white hair. They exude an aura of power, clearly not ordinary individuals. Who are you, and what gives you the right to interrogate me? Yang Qing retorts defiantly that we are from the Anomalous Phenomena Handling Bureau. I am team leader Wu Na. The woman presents her credentials. You wouldn't harm him, would you? I believe he is a good person. Yang Qing's expression shifts, worry etched on her face, as long as he is a good person. How could we possibly harm him? Wu Na reassures her. This is merely a routine investigation. After all, he is quite exceptional. All right, I trust you. Yang Qing divulges everything that Wu Na's team takes Yang Qing away and begins to display video footage, projecting it onto a pristine white wall, solemnly asking, we are aware of the events that transpired. Let us discuss our perspectives. What is this person's background? How is it that he can fly? Yang Qing inquires if he is a celestial being. He replies that he is not. He might be a cultivator, she asserts, but he makes no denial that he is highly likely to be a cultivator. A team member suggests that he is certainly not a cultivator. The elderly man counters. Since the depletion of spiritual energy on Earth a century ago, cultivation has become impossible. Even as a prodigy, I have only achieved the second level of qi refinement after 120 years of arduous practice. I lack the ability to fly. This individual, no matter how talented, cannot surpass me. He is not an ability user either. We have studied abilities for many years and have never encountered anyone with such formidable flying capabilities. No other country possesses such an entity. A particularly powerful team member states. Could he be an extraterrestrial? One suggests. Although we have yet to discover aliens, perhaps he is the first, another speculates. Regardless of his identity, we must uncover the truth and thoroughly investigate his circumstances. That I believe he has been residing in Xiangqing, masquerading as an ordinary person, allowing him to intervene in emergencies swiftly. That if we meticulously question the residents surrounding the building, especially the street vendors, we are bound to uncover clues. Action. We must conduct inquiries and locate him with utmost urgency. That evening, the investigation yielded results as a team member returned with a report. Team leader, we have identified a suspicious target. Zhang Tong, a 22-year-old student from Xiangzhou University, a treasure seeker, involved in jade auctions, discovered a 1,000-year-old ginseng, resides in a villa, drives a luxury car, and on the day of the incident sold 2 unfamiliar fruits while maintaining close ties with 2 stunning beauties. Wu Na scrutinizes the report. This includes his photograph. A beauty was seen dancing for him, captured clearly. The team member presents the phone. The attire matches, and their heights are nearly identical. It is highly likely to be him. Oh, what good is a disguise? You cannot evade us, that Wu Na scoffs repeatedly. Team leader, he is not a criminal. There is no need for him to flee. A team member cautions that apologies, it's a habit. Wu Na feels slightly embarrassed. Yet who could assert that he is innocent? Team leader, you cannot act this way. Without evidence, one cannot suspect him of a crime. A team member states, rubbing his forehead, that he is so powerful, capable of soaring through the skies and acquiring immense wealth through crime, leaving little evidence behind. The temptation he presents is overwhelming. I want a thorough investigation into all aspects of him, that Wu Na declares. Shouldn't we confront him directly? A team member eagerly suggests, eager to unveil the secret of his flying ability. And what if he refuses to admit it? That would certainly alert him that if he truly is a master cultivator or an alien hiding on Earth. That would be catastrophic, Wu Na explains. Thus, we must be thoroughly prepared to understand everything about him, allowing us to devise an appropriate response. Whether it be apprehension or otherwise will depend on the circumstances. That night, Zhang Tong does not stay at the villa since Zhao Qian has moved into her newly purchased home. The residence is exceptionally lavish, a duplex suite spanning over 200 square meters. exquisitely decorated, with all the necessary furnishings and appliances, that it is not a case of her misusing her position. She is well aware that Zhang Tong will frequently stay there, that if the house were too ordinary, it would be a disservice to Zhang Tong. Thus, she even refrained from reporting this matter. As expected, Zhang Tong did not criticize her. Instead, he was elated and offered her praise. Naturally, Zhao Qian handed Zhang Tong a key, indicating that he could visit at his leisure, essentially granting him a second home. Occasionally, staying in a smaller residence is also quite comfortable, providing a unique charm. Zhang Tong reclines on the sofa in the living room, relishing Zhao Qian's shoulder massage, utterly content that he remains blissfully unaware that he is under investigation. Even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. The mysterious portal is incredibly powerful, allowing him access to the treasure star at any moment. Being a solitary individual, should trouble arise, he could simply retreat to the treasure star for 100 or 80 years of cultivation, then return to Earth with the capability to dominate everything. Your Majesty, it is my honor that you appreciate this place. Allow me to assist you in disrobing. Zhao Qian beams with a radiant smile, her voice sweet and alluring, sending shivers down one's spine. How delightful life can be. Zhang Tong silently marvels. Chapter 47. Lu Qingxi comes for an interview. Zhao Qian is furious on the morning of November 26th. Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian arrive at the company. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Secretary Zhao dressed in a tailored suit. Luo Peng welcomes them at the entrance. Good morning, Zhang Tong nods, entering the company under their attentive gazes, taking a tour. The renovation has been completed, and the quality is commendable. The underground vault, in particular, is a true marvel of high technology, secured by a heavy iron door that requires both the administrator's retina scan and the correct password for entry. The vault's floors and walls are reinforced with thick steel plates, making it nearly impossible to breach even with explosives. Inside the vault, there are over a dozen massive safes, capable of housing numerous treasures. Zhang Tong is delighted to discover that the mysterious portal appears in a corner of the vault, invisible to Zhao Qian and Luo Peng. From now on, Zhang Tong can conveniently access the treasure star through the vault, retrieving various treasures with ease. The auction hall is expansive, measuring over 2,000 square meters. Additionally, there are the chairman's office, secretary's office, manager's office, employee offices, finance office, appraisal room, 2 conference rooms, and a stone analysis room. The office supplies have already been procured, mostly thanks to Luo Peng's efforts, with Zhao Qian's assistance as well. Very good, very good. Reward. Zhang Tong immediately transfers 100,000 to both of them. Thank you, boss, Luo Peng and Zhao Qian exclaim, their faces alight with astonishment. This is extravagance at its finest, especially for Luo Peng, who is ecstatic. He has never possessed such a sum of money. Zhang Tong had promised 100,000 as a bonus, and he had been eagerly anticipating it. Now his dreams have finally come true. The feeling of being the founder of the company is simply unparalleled. Zhang Tong stepped into the spacious, bright, and opulent office of the chairman. Taking a seat in the imposing boss's chair, he gazed out at the expansive river view through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Feeling an unprecedented sense of joy, the chairman offered him tea, and Zhao Qian presented an exquisite brew, all the while beaming as she began to massage Zhang Tong's shoulders. The feeling of being the boss was undeniably exhilarating. Zhang Tong mused to himself, and oh wonder so many aspire to entrepreneurship and seek success. Boss, today's work schedule is as follows. In the morning, we will conduct interviews for security personnel, followed by management candidates. Zhao Qian announced with a melodious voice. In the afternoon, we will interview clerical staff and receptionists. Time was rather tight. It would be entirely feasible to postpone the interviews for the clerical staff and receptionists until tomorrow. Zhang Tong felt a twinge of concern. An entire afternoon might not suffice, especially given that many attractive women were likely to apply due to his efforts, that if the interviews extended into tomorrow, it would merely mean more opportunities to behold beauty sooner. Luo Peng's face bore a lascivious expression, that I'm just afraid you might be dazzled by their beauty and want them all. I wonder how you would handle that. Zhang Tong chuckled inwardly. During their university days, Luo Peng was the quintessential shy admirer, full of desire, yet lacking the courage. The more beautiful the woman, the less he dared to pursue her. His pursuit of Tan Jia was said to have had its reasons, ultimately leading him to become a devoted admirer. Zhang Tong wondered if there had been any change since then, noticing that there were still 20 minutes until the official start of work. Zhang Tong sauntered onto the office balcony to take in the scenery. Luo Peng, ever the sycophant, offered him a cigarette and lit it. Tong Go, do you remember saying during our studies that you would work for a few years to gain experience before starting your own business? Who would have thought that no company would want you? It seems you were forced into entrepreneurship, and now you've effortlessly achieved success with a fortune exceeding 100 billion that you even purchased this entire floor. And the campus beauty has become your secretary. How does it feel? One word to describe it. Exhilarating. 2 words. Immensely pleasurable. 3 words. Absolutely fantastic. Zhang Tong smiled subtly, adding, for words, triumphant and liberated, that if those companies that turned him down were to discover his current status, they would surely be astounded, feeling utterly ashamed. Luo Peng, brimming with excitement, proposed, should we send invitations to those companies, inviting them to our grand opening? That won't be necessary. After all, we have no business relations or personal connections. Zhang Tong replied with a chuckle, in due time, they will come to know. Your perspective is truly lofty, boss, Luo Peng remarked, giving a thumbs up, his face full of admiration, before the security interviews had even commenced. A stunning woman arrived, none other than Lu Qingxi, dressed more exquisitely than ever in a deep V-back short dress paired with white high heels, showcasing her long, fair legs. Her flowing black hair cascaded down her back like silk, and she wore delicate makeup, exuding a captivating fragrance. She resembled a mesmerizing enchantress, or perhaps a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Lu Qingxi, what brings you here? Zhao Qian sensed trouble and blocked her entrance with a frown. I am here to apply for the auctioneer position. Lu Qingxi replied with a smile. As arranged with your boss, it seemed that this enchantress had indeed managed to catch his attention, considering they had already connected on WeChat. And she often flirted with him. Zhao Qian felt frustrated and replied curtly, aren't you a beautiful streamer? Why are you applying for the auctioneer position? Weren't you a student? Why aren't you focusing on your studies instead of becoming a beautiful secretary? Well, we're both in the same boat. Neither of us can be his girlfriend, so let us not harm each other, Lu Qingxi said amicably. You shameless enchantress, who would want to be your sister? Zhao Qian retorted, gritting her teeth in anger. This enchantress posed a significant threat to her, and she coldly remarked, you've arrived too early. Haven't you? Are you that eager for him to notice you? Just because you've caught his eye doesn't mean you can guard against me. What is the point? You're merely a beautiful secretary, Lu Qingxi responded. The 2 women engaged in a war of words, exchanging barbs in a heated battle. Suddenly, Zhang Tong and Luo Peng emerged, and upon spotting Lu Qingxi, Luo Peng was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Heavens! How can there be such an extraordinarily beautiful woman in the world? She is the very embodiment of beauty, a natural goddess, that I'm smitten. My heart is racing. From now on, you shall be my dream goddess. Luo Peng had never encountered someone like Lu Qingxi, a top model and the most beautiful streamer, who maintained her perfect figure through daily exercise. Good morning, Chairman, Lu Qingxi greeted, quickly dismissing Zhao Qian and approaching with an intoxicating fragrance that left one breathless, her charming smile and alluring gaze almost lethally enticing. Since you arrived early, let us conduct your interview first, Zhang Tong suggested. They had entrusted a headhunting firm to find a suitable auctioneer, yet no candidates had materialized by today. Zhang Tong felt a sense of urgency. Perhaps he would have to step in personally. Now that Lu Qingxi was indeed applying for the position, he needed to assess her capabilities. After all, having such a stunning auctioneer would undoubtedly elevate their status. In the conference room, Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian sat side by side, while Lu Qingxi elegantly settled across from them, with Luo Peng seated nearby, ostensibly for the sake of observing beauty. Zhang Tong glanced through Lu Qingxi's resume. 19 years old. A native of Wu Province, a graduate of the Wu Province Dance Academy, skilled in dance and singing, currently learning the art of auctioneering with some experience, and devoid of any romantic history. She was hardworking and unwaveringly loyal. Her work experience included modeling and live streaming, spanning 4 years. Salary expectation: the same as Zhao Qian, the secretary to the board. Upon reading this, Zhang Tong felt an urge to slam the table in exasperation. What kind of nonsense resume was this? Zhao Qian, too, felt a surge of indignation. This vixen was clearly targeting her. Was it that she simply could not stand to see her rival, It wasn't as if they had not both worked as models. Competing equally to I earn $3 million a year. Do you expect to receive the same? This is an outright seduction and insinuation. How shameless. You hail from Wu Province, and your alma mater is also in Wu Province. Why venture to Xiang Province for work? Zhang Tong decided to endure for now. It seemed that modern beauties often sought shortcuts, and he was that shortcut. That it was a bitter truth. Lu Qingxi had keen insight into this reality. Because my parents divorced, I followed my mother back to Xiang Province, Lu Qingxi succinctly explained. Our company lacks any reputation. Why do you seek employment here? Zhang Tong inquired, adhering to the traditional interview format. As it was his first time as a boss and conducting interviews. Having fortuitously met you, I find you exceptionally handsome and intelligent. You are a brilliant scholar, destined for greatness, that I firmly believe that your company will achieve monumental success and that you will rise as one of the world's wealthiest individuals. That is why I seek a position here, hoping for better development. Lu Qingxi flattered him profusely. Zhao Qian rolled her eyes. This woman was utterly shameless. Luo Peng, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, nearly bursting into laughter. A stunning top model and super streamer was vying to be the second Zhao Qian. The insinuations and temptations were almost overt. Where had her modesty and dignity gone? Zhang Tong felt immensely fortunate and exhilarated. Being a wealthy magnate certainly had its perks. Lu Qingxi was no ordinary woman. She had accurately gauged his potential. Despite knowing Lu Qingxi was flattering him, Zhang Tong could not deny that she had touched upon an undeniable truth that it was indeed extraordinary. I have a precious gem. Why don't you simulate an auction? Zhang Tong decided not to dilly-dally. The truth would reveal itself in due course that he retrieved a ruby the size of a fist and placed it on the table. Its radiant red glow transformed the entire conference room into a vivid crimson spectacle, sheer beauty incarnate. Boss, I am not a gem appraiser and lack the expertise. Please introduce this treasure, Lu Qingxi exclaimed, her face reflecting shock and intense admiration. This is a ruby birthed by nature, weighing 528 grams. Over 4 times heavier than the largest ruby in the world. Its hue is crystalline, its brilliance dazzling, making it the pinnacle of gemstones. Worth a fortune. Zhang Tong explained my heavens. Such a precious gem. Lu Qingxi's heart trembled with excitement. Indeed, this was the world's foremost magnate presenting her with the finest ruby for her interview. Just this gem alone could be valued at over $1 billion. That incredible. My dream man, I have finally found you. She did not immediately begin her performance, but instead conducted research on ruby auction history via her phone. Preparing thoroughly before simulating the auction. Standing gracefully with the ruby in hand, her speech was rapid yet clear, her voice vibrant and melodious. Her words were concise yet profound. One could only describe her performance with 2 words: perfection. Excellent, excellent. Zhang Tong applauded, realizing that Lu Qingxi was not merely a decorative figure, but an incredibly talented woman. Until now, she had simply lacked a platform to showcase her abilities, hence her obscurity. While her fame as a model and streamer stemmed largely from her beauty, her talents had remained largely unrecognized. After all, many streamers excel in dance and singing, yet few achieve true fame. Who would have guessed that this woman possessed such remarkable talent? Zhao Qian felt a pang of jealousy. Yet she remained unfazed. During his time at Zhang Tong University, he envisioned her as his dream goddess, a foundation that Lu Qingxi lacked. Furthermore, Zhang Tong had stated that as long as she remained loyal to him, she would forever hold the position of his secretary. His character was impeccable, and he was a man of his word. Boss, do you think I am suited for this position? Lu Qingxi inquired with anticipation. This is merely a simulation, not a genuine auction. That I have one concern. When you stand on the auction stage, facing a multitude of imposing wealthy individuals, will you feel intimidated? Zhang Tong pondered aloud. I've been live streaming, facing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of viewers that I have never faltered. Not even when I dance for you on the street with so many onlookers. So, rest assured. Lu Qingxi replied with great confidence. You make a valid point. Zhang Tong nodded, then asked, what are your salary expectations? It must be a specific figure. Whatever Secretary Zhao earns, I shall earn as well. I have modest demands. Lu Qingxi responded swiftly. Why do you feel the need to compare yourself with me? Zhao Qian retorted angrily, nearly rushing to grab her hair and deliver a sharp slap. Secretary Zhao, please do not be upset. I am applying for a full-time position, available every day. Moreover, the role involves many preparatory tasks, familiarizing oneself with the auction items, various studies, and so forth. However, you are part-time, primarily assisting the boss and unable to handle matters independently. To speak frankly, I can do everything you can do, and more than my request for equal treatment is already quite modest. Lu Qingxi argued with eloquence and conviction that I am equally capable, and I can also fulfill the role of an auctioneer. Zhao Qian was infuriated. Enough, enough. Let us cease this argument. Zhang Tong interjected, concerned that the two might come to blows. You are both valuable talents in my company, both stunning beauties whom I hold in high regard. Henceforth, your compensation will be identical, with an annual salary of 3 million, that I hope you will work together harmoniously to create value and achieve greatness for our company. That oh my, I have successfully secured the position. The joy on Lu Qingxi's face was unmistakable. An annual salary of 3 million. A luxury car worth 1.5 million. And a house. What an astonishingly generous offer. This is truly remarkable. I am so fortunate. Chapter 49. The most extravagant security interview. Lu Qingxi was overjoyed at her success. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Qian was in the restroom, she boldly stated, "Boss, I have vacated my apartment and have nowhere to stay tonight. What shall I do? The company has housing available. After you gather your belongings, have the security guard, who is starting tonight, assist you with the move using my small vehicle." Zhang Tong remarked, scratching his nose. Isn't that a bit too bold and open? Were it not for his prior investigation into her, he might have suspected her of being an inherently seductive temptress. It was precisely because she knew Zhang Tong had looked into her that Lu Qingxi dared to be so proactive. Given such an attractive salary, she understood that something must be given in return. Otherwise, with her qualifications, earning 500,000 would have been a stretch. That I understand. Lu Qingxi shot Zhang Tong a flirtatious glance. Her allure palpable. Good things are worth the wait. The longer the wait, the better they become. Besides, I've already landed the job. Oh my, I have acquired yet another stunning beauty. Being a wealthy benefactor is indeed delightful. Luo Peng thought enviously, sending a secretly taken photo of Lu Qingxi to Yang Bo, saying, "Senpai, is this beauty not exquisite? The beautiful streamer Lu Qingxi. How could she not be?" Yang Bo replied, "What do you mean by sending her photo? From now on, Lu Qingxi will no longer stream live. Instead, she will be cherished by Zhang Tong in his golden abode." Luo Peng declared that in the future, both she and Zhao Qian will be Zhang Tong's lovers, not girlfriends. Mind you, don't get it wrong. Zhang Tong is offering her a salary of 3 million, along with luxury cars and a mansion. That is, oh, you mean Zhang Tong is keeping Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi? Yang Bo questioned. That yes, get lost, you lecherous fatso. Always spouting nonsense. It's utterly ridiculous. How am I being ridiculous? Luo Peng retorted, fuming that I've been hinting for you to come and cling to me, yet you refuse to believe it. Truly, you are beyond comprehension. That I have seen the photos of Zhang Tong in the fruit business. You think you could be keeping two top-tier beauties? Huh. You take me for a fool. With your intellect. You can't even blow your own horn properly. Damn, I forgot about the photos of Zhang Tong selling fruit that Kaishin posted in the group. Has Yang Bo really bought into this? Luo Peng rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. Alas, this child is fated to lack wealth. His life is indeed difficult. He believes the unbelievable and disbelieves the credible. Forget it. I shan't save you. Just endure the trials of society in this metropolis. The security interview commenced. Over 300 tall, muscular men stood in the auction hall, each one eager to pass the assessment. The remuneration was enticing. A monthly salary of 30,000, along with a shared apartment. And a property deed after 10 years. Securing a position here would be a monumental leap. They had never encountered such a wealthy company, prompting many to travel great distances. Naturally, they were all connected through Luo Peng's assistance. Thank you all for attending the interview. However, I did not anticipate such a large turnout, so we will conduct a preliminary screening, Zhang Tong announced. Retired Special Forces, step forward. With a clamor, over 50 retired Special Forces personnel stepped out, forming an orderly line. The recruitment requirements clearly prioritized veterans, hence the abundance of such candidates. The ratio was indeed impressive. We are not denying you an opportunity. If anyone can lift over 300 pounds, they may remain. Zhang Tong addressed those at the back, Many sighed and departed, realizing their inability to lift such weight. Only one individual remained. A remarkably tall man, standing at 2 meters, robust and formidable, yet seemingly simple-minded. Introduce yourself, Zhang Tong prompted. That my name is Niu Gao, hailing from a rural area in the northwest that I have trained in martial arts since childhood. I possess great strength and appetite. That my mother said she could not afford to raise me, so she urged me to seek employment. How strong are you? Zhang Tong inquired. I can lift 500 pounds, Niu Gao replied. This piece of jade weighs 500 pounds. Why not give it a try? Zhang Tong uncovered a large piece of chicken oil yellow jade from beneath a plastic sheet. That was a hasty decision, lacking preparation for a test weight, so he used a piece of jade worth billions as a substitute. How extravagant! What kind of auction house is this, using jade as a test weight? Everyone stood in stunned silence, jaws nearly dropping. Even Lu Qingxi, watching from the side, appeared bewildered. This jade. It must be quite valuable. I fear breaking it. Niu Gao scratched his head, asking innocently. This is high-ice chicken oil yellow, one of the finest jades, valued at billions. It belongs to our boss, so there is no need for concern. You won't be held liable for any damage, Luo Peng remarked nonchalantly, seizing the opportunity to show off, leaving Zhang Tong a bit speechless. It seemed he would need to reprimand Luo Peng privately for being so ostentatious. Do you truly believe this jade was won through gambling? Let me reveal the truth. You will be utterly astonished. What? Worth billions? The retired Special Forces personnel, especially Niu Gao, trembled in fear. Goodness, who would dare lift jade worth billions? Lu Qingxi's breath quickened, her heart racing. Oh my, I have indeed encountered a super wealthy benefactor. My luck is extraordinary. Thankfully, I met him when I worked as a car model. I won't lift it. I'd rather die than attempt it. Niu Gao exclaimed, drenched in sweat and shaking his head repeatedly. It won't break. I've got this, Zhang Tong declared, effortlessly lifting the jade above his head with one hand, as if it were made of foam, possessing no weight. Zhang Tong had been diligently training at Baoxing, absorbing considerable amounts of natural energy, enhancing his physicality. Lifting 1,000 pounds with one hand was well within his capabilities. 500 pounds was but a trivial task. By demonstrating this feat publicly, he not only alleviated Niu Gao's concerns, but also showcased his formidable strength to intimidate the other candidates. After all, the stronger the boss, the more obedient and diligent the security personnel would be, instinctively avoiding any attempts to deceive him. Coupled with the high salary, loyalty among the security staff would be assured. Should there be any exceptions, termination would follow. Lifting 500 pounds with one hand? How absurd! Clearly a prop, utterly laughable. The retired Special Forces waiting for their interviews erupted in laughter. This boss is quite amusing. He testing Niu Gao's character. It seemed Niu Gao had passed the test. Would you like to give it a try? Zhang Tong gently set the jade down. All right. Niu Gao agreed this time. Since it was a prop, he had no cause for concern. He grasped the jade with one hand, attempting to lift it, but his expression changed instantly. Hastily, he switched to both hands, shouting, and managed to lift the jade off the ground. He squatted down, raising the jade above his head, yet his face flushed, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, it was a tremendous effort. What on earth? Is this not a prop? Is this truly jade worth billions? Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. This boss is incredibly strong. Lifting 500 pounds with one hand, moreover, he appears to do it effortlessly. This is likely far from his limit. How astonishing! Lu Qingxi's beautiful eyes sparkled, her heart racing wildly. This is an unbeatable golden opportunity. Chapter 50. The front desk interview. A sea of beauties. This individual undoubtedly harbors secrets. His strength is far too extraordinary. Perhaps even the renowned king of strength, Pang Dun, could not surpass him. One of the Special Forces personnel exchanged furtive glances, swiftly sending out a message. Lifting 500 pounds as if it were made of foam. How impressive! Could he truly be a master of cultivation? Wu Na gazed at the text message, her expression shifting subtly, betraying a palpable sense of trepidation. This matter must be handled with utmost care. Recklessness could lead to grave consequences. Changmei Daozhong, do you still maintain that he is not a cultivator? Wu Na inquired solemnly, elucidating the situation. Could it be that he has truly succeeded in foundation establishment? Has he transformed his body using true essence, thereby gaining immense strength? Can he wield spells that allow him to soar through the skies or vanish into the earth? Changmei Daozhong appeared utterly astonished and perplexed. Yet, from where would the spiritual energy for body transformation originate? The essence of the sun and moon might be present in the sunlight and moonlight on earth. But devoid of spiritual energy to neutralize the heat and toxins, it would be poison. Ingesting too much would undoubtedly lead to death. Indeed, you did not lie. You can indeed lift 500 pounds. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the security guard for my company, with a monthly salary of 30,000, residing in a 3-bedroom apartment that as long as you remain loyal and protect the company's assets. Zhang Tong assisted in placing the jade on the ground, scrutinizing his identification, and after observing him practice a few punches, he discovered that his martial prowess was genuine and formidable, thus accepting Niugao. "Thank you, boss. I will work diligently to safeguard the company's belongings," Niugao exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Such a splendid arrangement was simply exhilarating. "Once I earn enough money, I shall return home to marry Tsuehua. She will surely not reject me now. Who among you dares to attempt lifting?" Zhang Tong inquired that I shall. Several individuals stepped forward. Attempting the feat, only 3 succeeded, clearly exceptional former Special Forces soldiers who had continued to train even after retirement, thus retaining their strength. Zhang Tong inquired about the backgrounds of these 3 and was extremely satisfied. Directly hiring them, 0.6 more were needed, but their qualifications were uncertain, so this number was tentative. "Now, I would like each of you to showcase your specialties," Zhang Tong commanded. "Yes, boss," the crowd responded with fervent enthusiasm. Each possessed remarkable skills. 1 demonstrated terrifying proficiency with concealed weapons, accurately striking with iron nails. Another exhibited astonishing speed, his movements lightning fast and incredible. A 3rd showcased formidable combat abilities that instilled fear. Zhang Tong selected 6 individuals from among them, bringing the security team to a total of 10, appointing a 30-something man, the strongest among them, as the security team leader. His name was Wang Hao, a genuine king of soldiers in his prime. Zhang Tong instructed them to don their security uniforms and commence their duties immediately. The atmosphere transformed dramatically. 10 robust and fierce security guards stood in 2 lines by the entrance, elevating the company's stature significantly. Hiring such formidable security personnel was indeed an impressive feat. Luo Peng felt a swell of pride within. Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi also felt a surge of prestige. Zhang Tong proceeded to interview additional candidates, hiring 3 staff members, a financial manager named Li Yun, age 36, and 2 appraisers, one named Luo Fong, a 51-year-old woman skilled in identifying jewels, ivory, and rare stones, and the other named Zheng Wen, a 48-year-old man adept at appraising calligraphy, antiques, and porcelain. Luo Peng's position was also established, human resources manager. With a bronze sword in hand, Zhang Tong could effortlessly undertake the task of extracting gems from the treasure star, merely wielding a few strikes to achieve success. Bringing back jade would be far easier. Of course, a vice president was still needed, but there was no rush. For now, Zhang Tong could manage on his own and would seek out a candidate in the future. Haha, I am the HR manager. Does that mean I will participate in the afternoon interviews? I wonder how many beautiful women will come. Luo Peng thought joyfully, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Brimming with confidence and vitality, lunch consisted of a simple, yet sumptuous meal. Lu Qingxi chose to stay and assist, claiming she had few belongings and could easily move. Thus, during the meal, Zhang Tong found himself flanked by Zhao Qian on his left and Lu Qingxi on his right, both stunningly beautiful and smiling radiantly at him. Luo Peng, envious, felt his eyes grow red with jealousy. This was indeed the daily life of a wealthy magnate, exhilarating and utterly delightful. That it was hardly an exaggeration. Many second-generation wealthy individuals like Wang Tsong routinely accompanied several supermodels, each day presenting a new selection. That a security guard clapped Luo Peng on the shoulder, grinning as he remarked, "Our boss is a super-rich magnate, a first-generation wealthy individual. Just 2 beautiful women. What does that even amount to?" "You are right that I was indeed superficial." Luo Peng nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging the truth. "Our boss is simply too extravagant." The security guard began to inquire about Zhang Tong, employing conversational techniques that caught Luo Peng off guard. Naturally inclined to boast, he shared numerous details about Zhang Tong. Before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a throng of several hundred beautiful women arrived outside the Tianbao auction house, each more resplendent than the last, as if spring had suddenly sprung forth overnight. Many passers-by were curious. Could it be that a modeling agency was recruiting? Yet this company was undeniably the Tianbao auction house. What was happening? So many beauties coming to apply for jobs. But we are only hiring 6 women. Perhaps we should discuss with Zhang Tong about establishing a modeling agency, bringing in all the suitable candidates? Luo Peng was dazzled, his heart racing with excitement, but he could hardly wait to begin the interviews to engage in face-to-face conversations with the beautiful women and perhaps even obtain their contact information. The sheer number of applicants promised fierce competition, presenting a considerable challenge. Another young woman named Tan Jiao arrived later, discovering that the entrance had already been overwhelmed by countless beauties, including the campus queens of art and music academies, as well as a plethora of other stunning candidates. She, however, was slightly older at 22 and could not quite compete with the campus queens. After all, she was merely the flower of the electronic department at Xiangzhou University. My only advantage is my ability to work full-time, as I am in my 4th year. Unfortunately, I received the news too late, and my interview may be delayed. The competition would undoubtedly be fierce by then. Still, this opportunity is rare and must be seized. Otherwise, survival would become exceedingly difficult. Fresh graduates without work experience face a dire plight that I toil endlessly, exhausted, yet my salary is a mere 8,000 at my devoted admirer. Luo Peng is even worse off, having lost considerable weight due to his tireless efforts, leaving him with little time to pursue me. Thinking of Luo Peng made her chuckle. This devoted admirer lacked both looks and physique. Hailing from a rural background, impoverished to the core, yet he relentlessly pursued her without any self-awareness, failing to realize that he didn't even qualify as a backup option. However, now that he had faced the harsh realities of society, he no longer pursued her. Yet whenever I express a desire for a gift, he would sell everything he owned to fulfill my wishes. That I, in truth, Luo Peng is not the most unfortunate. That title belongs to Zhang Tong. He thought that good grades would guarantee him a good job. No connections, no prospects. How could he ever secure a desirable position? Thus, he finds himself laboring tirelessly at a fruit stall. What a tragic waste of his education. Chapter 51. Interviewing Luo Wei. So beautiful it makes one cry, boss. There are so many beautiful women. I estimate around 500 to 600, mostly university students. The campus queens and department flowers from nearby universities seem to have all gathered here. My recruitment advertisement certainly did well, didn't it? Luo Peng beamed with pride, seeking praise. If it weren't for my efforts to fill in the gaps, would we have such a turnout? Zhang Tong thought to himself with a silent smirk, though he refrained from voicing this to avoid dampening Luo Peng's enthusiasm. With so many beauties, how could they possibly conduct interviews? Luo Peng felt both ecstatic and troubled that we should interview 20 at a time, selecting those with the highest looks. Zhang Tong had already devised a plan that I estimate akin to selecting models in heaven's paradise. Luo Peng's eyes lit up. Isn't this a beauty pageant? Delightful. Roughly speaking, as long as they are as attractive as Lu Qingxi or Zhao Qian. They qualify directly, Zhang Tong remarked with a raised eyebrow. Haha, I think the same. It's as if great minds think alike. Luo Peng chuckled. The two schemers seemed rather lewd in their approach, treating the process lightly. Lu Qingxi nearly burst out laughing, while Zhao Qian shot them a disapproving glare. However, they were the boss and the HR manager, respectively, and how they chose to conduct the interviews was beyond their purview. You come in for the interview. Zhao Qian began to call in candidates, not adhering to any particular order, but rather selecting 9 ordinary beauties and 1 extraordinary one to streamline the process for Zhang Tong and Luo Peng. Ensuring high efficiency, fortune smiled upon them, as the first group included me. It seemed Zhao Qian's discerning I was indeed sharp. No wonder she was the top campus queen at Xiangzhou University. Luo Wei felt elated. She was well aware of Zhao Qian's considerable reputation, as they both resided in the university town. Even if they had not met, they had likely seen each other's photographs. Zhao Qian, recognizing Luo Wei, the top campus queen from the art school, was amiable and polite. After all, they would soon be colleagues and perhaps even close friends. Wow, the top campus queen from the art school, Luo Wei, upon seeing the neatly arranged 20 beauties before him. Luo Peng's gaze immediately landed on Luo Wei. who truly stood out like a crane among chickens, radiating brilliance and prominence. Wow, the black stockings hugging her curves, accentuated by a revealing waist and high heels, further emphasize her figure, rendering her even more enchanting and alluring. It seems she has made a special effort to dress up today, clearly placing great importance on this job interview. Zhang Tong's eyes also lit up, his heart racing. This is a natural response upon encountering a stunning beauty, an instinct inherent in men. Some men refer to this reaction as love at first sight. Indeed, it is quite easy for men to fall for a top-tier beauty at first glance. However, that is where it often ends. Usually, they find it impossible to pursue her or even dare to approach, for fear of being seen as unworthy, thus elevating her to the status of an unattainable goddess, leading to such infatuation. Nevertheless, Zhang Tong's reaction is merely an appreciation for beauty, a fondness for exquisite things. The two interviewers seem rather smitten, gazing at Luo Wei in a daze. Have they truly been captivated? The other beautiful candidates appear disheartened, sensing their chances slipping away. The roles of secretary and front desk attendant are essentially indistinguishable, often interchangeable. Zhang Tong eventually regains his composure and begins the interview. He inquires about their educational backgrounds and work experience, before instructing them to leave their resumes and await a call. Soon, only Luo Wei remains. She is invited to take a seat and offered a cup of fragrant tea. After perusing her resume, Zhang Tong asks Luo Wei, "What is your salary expectation? Would 50,000 suffice?" Luo Wei's eyes sparkle, her heart racing wildly. It seems she may have succeeded, being the first to be asked about her salary expectations. The job advertisement mentioned a monthly salary of 30 to 50,000, so she boldly states the maximum figure. After all, who wouldn't aim high? Yet it seems the employer is not inclined to negotiate on the spot. Zhang Tong, pained, rubs his forehead and remarks, "I have always respected beauties of your caliber, wishing for their happiness without reliance on any man. But can a monthly salary of 50,000 truly bring you joy? What is this ploy? What does he intend to do?" Luo Wei is bewildered. Has anyone ever negotiated in such a manner? Is he truly willing to break his own ceiling of 50,000? My goodness, what is the boss trying to achieve? Luo Peng is equally taken aback. How am I supposed to cooperate with this? This wasn't in the plan. Well, I suppose it would be rude not to say anything. So I might as well go along with his wishes. After all, she has plenty of money. It seems inexhaustible. Thus, he slams the table and declares, "Whenever I see those beauties of your stature toiling tirelessly for a living, or forced to sell their charms to survive, I feel a profound sense of grief and indignation. Luo Wei, a beauty of your caliber deserves more than a mere 50,000. It is woefully insufficient. It must be increased. The collaboration is commendable." Zhang Tong discreetly gives Luo Peng a thumbs up. "How much more can you add?" Luo Wei stands stunned for a moment before coming to her senses. "Surely, these two aren't just playing a prank on me, are they? Am I the subject of their amusement? Oh my, how could I encounter such a bizarre situation?" However, she had heard a rumor outside that morning. During an interview for a security position, they tested strength using a piece of jade worth billions. Such extravagance is beyond description. Given the limited number of auction house staff, offering a terrifyingly high salary might not be impossible. Thus, she tentatively suggests perhaps 1/3 of what the secretary and auctioneer earn. Zhang Tong responds, "Although it's a bit low, it should suffice for your living expenses. That if it's still inadequate, work hard, and the bonuses will surely satisfy you. Indeed, our company offers substantial bonuses. This month, I distributed 100,000 in bonuses, so do not complain about it being too little." Luo Peng interjects, "What is 1/3 of the secretary and auctioneer's salary?" Luo Wei asks, confusion etched on her face. "Their annual salaries are 300,000. Do the math, and you will understand," Zhang Tong replies. "You can start work tomorrow." "Thank you, boss." "Thank you," Luo Wei exclaims, her face brimming with joy and excitement. A dance major like herself is offered a salary of 1 million, and bonuses too. This feels like a windfall from the heavens, and not just any windfall, but one made of gold. What a delightful surprise. Yet, is there a catch? Will I be subjected to unspoken rules? Tentatively, she inquires, "What will my job entail?" As a front desk attendant or secretary, rest assured, there will be no expectations of serving drinks or anything untoward. Any unreasonable demands can be refused, and this will be stipulated in the contract. Zhang Tong assures her sincerely that we are a very legitimate company. Our profits are the highest in the world, making $1 million annual salary quite ordinary. Therefore, you need not worry at all. Boss, you are truly kind, and I love you, Luo Wei exclaims, nearly moved to tears, as she rushes over to embrace Zhang Tong and plants a kiss on his cheek. What a sudden kiss! Zhang Tong is momentarily stunned, realizing he didn't react in time. Chapter 52. The super campus belle of the Music Academy. Luo Wei joyfully exits, her heart brimming with delight that I too can earn $1 million a year. I can become an esteemed white-collar worker. To all those wealthy suitors pursuing me, begone. Do not think that a handful of money can sway me. Luo Wei, you got the job, right? The beauties from the Art Academy swarm around her, eagerly inquiring. It's a secret, Luo Wei teases, though her radiant smile betrays her excitement. Her roommate, Sun Jiejia, quickly catches on and asks expectantly, what is the salary, 30,000 or 50,000? You have no idea how extravagant the boss is, and how passionate he is. I stated a monthly salary of 50,000, and he insisted it was too low, saying it must be raised to an annual salary of 1 million. Luo Wei finally relents and recounts her interview experience. Are you serious? Sun Jiejia gasps, incredulous. That is there truly such absurdity in the world? Absolutely, Luo Wei affirms. Zhao Qian is the secretary, and a beauty named Lu Qingxi works as the auctioneer, both earning 300,000 a year. I want to give it a try too. Do you think I could succeed? Sun Jiejia asks, her eyes tinged with envy. You aren't even a department belle. You might as well give up. 9 department belles were eliminated just now. Luo Wei replies. What? Luo Wei got the job and an annual salary of 1 million. Zhao Qian also makes 300,000. Tan Jia, who had been eavesdropping, is stunned, her mind racing with thoughts that is there a way for me to succeed in an interview. Soon, she devises a plan and approaches Zhao Qian, who is selecting candidates for the next round of interviews, and whispers, as an alumnus, could you possibly help me secure a successful interview? Our company generally selects front desk and secretary positions based on appearance. With so many campus belles around, I can't help you, Zhao Qian replies, looking conflicted. You are the secretary. Surely you have some influence. Please help. I'm barely getting by. Tan Jia pleads earnestly that I can only give you a hint. The boss and the HR manager in charge of interviews are both seniors from our Xiangzhou University. Graduating in half a year, Zhao Qian reveals, her heart softening. This secret will soon be hard to keep. Once the first auction is held, it will undoubtedly gain widespread attention, and anyone with intent will uncover Zhang Tong's background. The boss is actually my classmate, and we graduated in the same year. Tan Jia is both astonished and thrilled, her excitement reaching new heights. Perhaps I might know him. With this connection, I may have a chance. An annual salary of 1 million. How exhilarating that would be. Thank you, Secretary Zhao. Tan Jia expresses her gratitude and implores, could you let me interview in this round? That is certainly not a problem. Zhao Qian agrees without hesitation. It is a trivial matter. Thank you so much. Tan Jia rejoices, aware there are 5 slots available. She considers herself quite the beauty, merely a step behind the campus belles. Coupled with her connection to the boss, whom she may even know, how could she possibly be eliminated? Soon, she and 19 other beauties enter the conference room, lined up like a blooming garden, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. It is a breathtaking sight. Tan Jia, unable to contain her eagerness, glances over and is left utterly speechless. What on earth am I witnessing? Zhang Tong? Luo Ming? Of course I know them. They're my classmates. But the familiarity is so profound it leaves me in disbelief and filled with questions. Zhang Tong was selling fruits, wasn't he? Just days ago, He Kaixian shared a photo of him in the group chat, and I couldn't help but mock him for a while. And what about Luo Ming? The devoted admirer who was earning a mere few thousand at a company. Why is he here? Could it be that Zhang Tong's fruit selling was merely a side endeavor, while he is in fact a remarkable treasure hunter? Perhaps he has unearthed many treasures such as jade and ginseng, thus ascending to the ranks of the wealthy. So now he has established an auction house, offering $1 million annual salary for secretarial and front desk positions. Luo Pang, your goddess from 4 years ago, has arrived. What are your thoughts? Zhang Tong immediately notices Tan Jia, playfully nudging Luo Pang. The stunning beauty in the center must be the most beautiful belle from the Music Academy. Qing Xiang, Luo Peng, however, is oblivious to Tan Jia and instead gazes ardently at the beauty in the middle. Hua Chang Xiang. A lovely name. It evokes the essence of flowers and the moon. Zhang Tong cannot help but look as well. With cherry-red lips and a slender waist, she embodies the grace of a flower. Most remarkably, she exudes a unique fragrance, not of perfume, but reminiscent of floral notes. Perhaps her name is connected to this enchanting quality. Truly beautiful, yet another rare top-tier beauty. Zhang Tong silently admires her, feeling an immense sense of pride. It is precisely due to the irresistible allure of an exceptionally high salary that so many top-tier beauties have been drawn to apply for jobs. Only someone of immense wealth, like myself, possesses the qualifications and capability to gather such enchanting women under my wing, thus providing them with protection, that he instructed Lu Qingxi to collect resumes from 18 candidates, telling them to await a phone call. Meanwhile, Tan Jia and Hua Qingxiang were retained for further inquiries. Naturally, it was Hua Qingxiang who was questioned first, and the amusing scenario unfolded once more. You are the belle of the music academy. And indeed, you are breathtakingly beautiful. I shall not inquire why you have come to interview. Instead, I ask, what salary do you desire? Zhang Tong inquired, to be bold. Do not be afraid, encouraged Luo Peng. Would 50,000 suffice? Hua Qingxiang was already elated at the prospect, wondering if she had passed. She was studying at the music academy, specializing in the eru and xiao, instruments that seldom offer promising career paths, now in her final year. She had yet to secure an internship, and graduation loomed ominously, signifying potential unemployment. Certainly, with her beauty, she could rely on men, but that would be unsatisfactory in the end. Hence, she was fervently eager for this lucrative position. Our company's salary is determined by looks, and based on your beauty, you perfectly match a 1 million annual salary. Are you satisfied? Zhang Tong stated an annual salary of 1 million. Hua Qingxiang was momentarily stunned before awakening from her reverie. Exclaiming with excitement, I am satisfied, truly 1 million. When do I start? Tomorrow. Zhang Tong replied that is today an option. Hua Qingxiang asked, slightly embarrassed, I would prefer not to spend money on a hotel. That is acceptable. Please take a seat and rest for a while. You can assist with the screening process, and later, we shall assign you a room. There will be a dinner gathering tonight, Zhang Tong said gently. With a clear understanding, Hua Qingxiang likely faced considerable hardships. Hence her eagerness to commence work immediately. However, this also indicated her excellent character. After all, it is often said that a woman who turns to a life of vice does so only for wealth. Especially one as stunning as her. Chapter 53. For years of devotion, 2 tears. Today, the goddess rises and kneels. Hua Qingxiang settled beside Zhang Tong, instantly enveloping him in her intoxicating fragrance, bringing him immense comfort and joy. The mood shifted to one of delightful ease that a harmonious pairing of the sexes makes work less burdensome. He mused. Please enjoy some tea, Lu Qingxi offered, presenting a cup to Hua Qingxiang. Feel free to indulge in the fruits on the table. Do not be shy. She held a favorable impression of Hua Qingxiang, perhaps due to an unspoken connection. Thank you, Hua Qingxiang said, casting a grateful glance at Lu Qingxi, thinking to herself how strikingly beautiful she was. Rivaling her own allure. What position does she hold? She pondered, perhaps due to hunger. She plucked a grape from the table, savoring its sweetness, quickly succumbing to temptation as she devoured one after another, marveling at their deliciousness. How on earth did these 2 rascals become so successful? Their interviews are nothing short of comedic. Determining salaries based on appearance is utterly absurd. Tan Jia's mind was a tumultuous mess, and she couldn't help but envy Hua Qingxiang, who had effortlessly secured a position with a 1 million annual salary. How exhilarating! Finally, Luo Peng's gaze fell upon Tan Jia, his expression oddly contorted, muscles twitching in a mix of excitement and anguish. After all, she was the goddess he had pursued for 4 long years without success. Yet today it seemed beauty was not invincible. Compared to a campus beauty, there was still some disparity. Observing Zhang Tong, who had already taken 2 campus beauties, Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi, under his care, he wondered if mingling with Zhang Tong would afford him the chance to pursue one of the many beauties in the company. Why remain fixated on a single tree when so many others abound? Yet, why did his heart still ache? This interview is primarily about you, Zhang Tong said. granting Luo Peng a significant opportunity. The IT allowed Luo Peng to relish the changes in status that accompanied his new identity. Bidding farewell to the past. After 4 years of unrequited devotion, he had gained a position of authority, where his decisions could determine the fates of his former goddess. "Thank you, boss," Luo Peng expressed with profound gratitude before turning to Tanjia. "Please introduce yourself." His voice lacked any emotional inflection, perhaps a result of recent experiences that had enlightened him to the essence of love. Wealth begets love, while poverty drives even the most devoted away. "My name is Tanjia." Tanjia's heart turned icy in an instant, yearning to charm him into softness, but fearing the wrath of Zhang Tong, the true arbiter of her fate. Regret began to creep in. Had she accepted Luo Peng's advances in the past? Would she not be basking in a 1 million annual salary today? Since you already have a job, there is no need to occupy resources. Other beauties are in greater need of work, Luo Peng stated flatly. "Luo Ming, in truth, I hold affection for you, that I did not accept you because I was waiting for your rise," Tanjia confessed. "The company I work for is abysmal. I endure daily overtime with meager pay. And I truly cannot continue living like this." Her complexion paled as she pleaded. I doubt Luo Peng's heart ached sharply. How could 4 years of devotion be devoid of emotion? Tanjia had committed no wrong. Merely the consequence of his own poverty. Was it a mistake to keep him as a backup? Surely not. She had awaited the day he would rise, and had that day not arrived? "I am sorry, but our company requires candidates of exceptionally high beauty. You do not meet the criteria. Perhaps there will be another opportunity in the future." Luo Peng replied that if you wish, I could support you financially. "And you need not work," he added. Alas, he remained a devoted servant, unable to escape his nature. Zhang Tong was infuriated, nearly choking on his anger. Did Luo Peng truly believe he could support her? Did he suppose Tanjia held any genuine affection for him? "If you truly cared for me, you would allow me to work, granting me the same treatment as Hua Qingxiang. Otherwise, what kind of affection is that?" Tanjia retorted that "I am sorry, but your beauty does not qualify. You are eliminated. You may leave now," Luo Peng shrugged, raising his hands in resignation. The final opportunity had slipped away, and with it, her future. Not bad, not bad. He has finally matured, Zhang Tong thought, secretly pleased and satisfied with Luo Peng's progress. How can this be? Tanjia was left utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Was Luo Peng not still enamored with her? Had he not been a devoted servant? In the past, whatever she desired, he would go to great lengths to provide. Why would he now refuse to grant her even a simple request? "Leave now. Do not hinder our work," Luo Peng said impatiently. "No, Luo Peng, you cannot do this," Tanjia exclaimed, agitated. "That I was wrong. Is that not enough? I will comply with your wishes. Tonight, I can let you sleep." Her tone shifted to one of desperation, tears streaming down her face. Luo Peng's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. "That I end the past?" He had pursued Tanjia, who had always kept him at arm's length, accepting gifts yet refusing any intimacy. To think that such a scenario could now unfold was utterly surreal. This reversal is astonishing. 4 years of devotion, and now the goddess kneels. How exhilarating! "I apologize, but it is too late now. You may leave," Luo Peng said coldly. "Luo Ming, you are utterly heartless. Was it not you who conspired against me when Hu Kai pursued me? Was that embarrassing letter not your doing, causing me to miss my chance with Hu Kai? Now he earns 20,000 a month, owns a car, a house, and has a girlfriend, while I am left to envy from the sidelines." Tanjia finally played her trump card. "That IT was not me, not me," Luo Peng stammered, his complexion shifting dramatically. This embarrassing incident was undoubtedly his fault. Zhang Tong felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, secretly admiring Tanjia's cunning intellect as she deftly played her hand. This situation had become quite troublesome. Cause and effect were at play, and the two rascals would have to make amends for the seeds they had sown. "Not you. I suspect it was not just you alone. It was you both working together," Tanjia exclaimed furiously. "To you sit idly by while I sink." Turning to Zhang Tong, she implored, "Boss, please allow me to work. I promise to dedicate myself wholeheartedly." She could not fathom how a slight deficiency in beauty could render her unfit for a clerical position. It was nothing short of ludicrous. "Any position at the auction house is unsuitable for you," Zhang Tong stated. "Here is what I propose. I offer you two choices. Point one is a salary of 500,000 to sell fruit for me. The other is that I provide you with fruit, and you bear the risks and rewards yourself, which I believe is far superior to working for me. This is vindictive. I merely jested about your fruit sales, and now you wish for me to sell fruit. Could you not be a bit more magnanimous? Tan Jia pouted. Yet internally, she was overjoyed. A guaranteed salary of 500,000 was far more appealing than selling fruit. Which option do you prefer? Zhang Tong inquired that I would like the first option, but I wish to know the duration of employment. Would a 10-year contract suffice? Tan Jia asked, worried she might not last long. Haha, I can guarantee you a lifetime of employment. As long as you are capable of working, you may continue until you apply for retirement, Zhang Tong replied. This woman, though shrewd, had chosen a rather solitary path. Had she opted for the second choice, earning tens of thousands in a day would not have been an issue, given the unique nature of the business. Thank you, boss, Tan Jia exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Luo Peng. I will wait for you to finish work. Tonight I will stay with you. She then exited, her demeanor coy and bashful. Luo Peng was left utterly dumbfounded. Was the former goddess truly offering herself? Chapter 54. Is there a spy among the security guards? Because you have changed beyond recognition, far surpassing Hu Kuan, Lu Qingxi hinted. Surely not. How could I not know? Luo Peng seems to lack a bit of confidence that he is merely an employee, fortunate to have crossed paths with Zhang Tong. To claim he is superior to Hu Kuan is sheer nonsense. You are the human resources manager at Tianbao Auction House, with a promising future ahead of you. Just consider the front desk staff and clerks earn an annual salary of 1 million. Surely, your remuneration cannot be any less. It is bound to be even higher. Besides, you are a college roommate of the boss. How could he not value you? As the boss ascends to become a top-tier billionaire, your fortune will undoubtedly rise as well. Those who follow the two Ma's are all affluent individuals, remarked Lu Qingxi. So, are you saying my excellence is merely a result of having a good brother? Luo Peng's expression turned complex. It is Zhang Tong who has altered my destiny. Do you still have feelings for Tan Jia? Zhang Tong inquired that I am not sure. I feel a bit dazed right now. Luo Peng admitted, his thoughts muddled. Tan Jia is not someone to be underestimated. I perceive her as a high-level green tea. You may find it challenging to tame her, Zhang Tong cautioned. You must ponder carefully before making a decision. Do not fall into the trap of being a sycophant. The interview continued, yet the top beauties were absent this time, having nearly exhausted the pool of campus flowers from the nearby universities. Zhao Qian from Xiangzhou University, Luo Wei from the College of Arts, and Hua Qingxiang from the Music Academy. However, there were still plenty of attractive women of above-average beauty. Zhang Tong hired for more. Su Shanshan, the belle of Xiangnan Normal University. Age 20. Chen Fong, a yoga instructor. Age 22. Pan Yu, a professional model. Age 23. And Xiao Lily, a refined office lady. Age 25. But they were all rare beauties, their looks only slightly inferior to Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi. Yet, they were not offered $1 million salary, but rather 800,000. But it was not due to reluctance, but rather to reflect a sense of hierarchy. Top beauties command $1 million salary, while ordinary beauties must earn less to attract talent. This is the foresight of a great boss. They were all more attractive than Tan Jia, and I could pursue one of them, but I fear they may be deceptive and already have boyfriends. Luo Peng felt somewhat unsettled. They are all high earners with homes. Even if they lack boyfriends, those they do have will likely break up, for love is built on mutual social standing, Lu Qingxi pointed out. Thus, you have ample opportunities. As for Tan Jia, do you truly believe she has never been with a man? Although she is a high-level green tea, she could have also slipped up. That makes sense. I must reflect carefully and ensure I am not deceived. I shall never be a sycophant again, Luo Peng nodded. You are merely 22 years old. There is no need to rush, Zhang Tong added. Look at me. I have not even pursued a girlfriend and do not wish to. You have already supported two. What need have you for a girlfriend? Luo Peng said enviously. The boss has indeed supported two beauties? Hua Qingxiang vaguely overheard and pulled Lu Qingxi aside, curious to inquire that no, do not listen to his nonsense. Lu Qingxi's cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet immensely sweet inside. This is a form of honor. The day's interviews finally concluded. Next came the busy time for Luo Peng and Zhao Qian, arranging accommodations for the security personnel, Lu Qingxi, Hua Qingxiang, and others. Additionally, the security team assisted Lu Qingxi with her move. As for Tan Jia, she, of course, had no accommodation and needed to manage on her own. Although she waited for Luo Peng to finish work, he turned her down, leaving her dejected. After the company staff had dinner together, the security captain, Wang Hao, came to report, "Boss, I wish to request some special equipment related to surveillance and security, requiring 3 million in funding, 0.6 million, as my villa also needs to be equipped with these technological instruments." Zhang Tong was certainly generous. "Thank you, boss," Wang Hao expressed, his face filled with gratitude and satisfaction that in his previous jobs, when he requested 3 million for equipment, the bosses were stingy and not at all forthcoming. Some even outright refused, unwilling to part with a penny. That it seems he has finally encountered a wise leader and must work diligently to earn the boss's approval. Thus, he boldly declared, "Boss, the security guard named Lu Jie poses a problem. He is most likely a spy with ill intentions toward you. Today, he has been inquiring about everything concerning you, first asking Luo Peng, then Zhao Qian, and later helping Lu Qingxi move, where he also probed her. Speaking with remarkable skill, he is the top-tier spy. Consequently, all three had no suspicions and divulged much about you, yet they could not escape my keen observation." "What? A spy? You must be mistaken," Zhang Tong responded. Utterly bewildered, but he did not believe it at all. He had no enemies, merely seeking treasures without competing with anyone. How could there be a spy? "Boss, please trust the experience and intuition of a soldier," Wang Hao said earnestly. "Consider this. Are there truly no enemies? I see that merely that piece of jade worth billions could attract wolves, but I only presented this piece of jade today." Zhang Tong replied, "Others have never known. Yet you have auctioned off jade worth billions before and possess 9 roots of millennial ginseng valued at 20 billion, but this information was gleaned from Manager Luo's words, which I overheard," Wang Hao noted. "These matters are known worldwide." Zhang Tong's expression gradually became serious. "Does this mean I have attracted wolves wishing to seize my wealth? It could also be commercial espionage. Of course, there might be other reasons. Perhaps you, boss, have secrets worth sending experts to infiltrate and spy upon." Wang Hao suggested that I have no secrets. They must be after my wealth. I suspect they are growing impatient. Zhang Tong scoffed that he had cultivated a formidable strength through rigorous training, and his physique was undergoing profound transformation. Not only was his power surging, but his sensitivity was also developing. He could sense hostility and any threats. He had a strong intuition akin to the cicadas sensing the autumn breeze or ducks knowing the warmth of spring waters. Thus, if someone plotted against him, he would feel it. Lu Jie was someone he had recruited and did not sense any malice from him. This was somewhat perplexing. Could it be that Wang Hao was too sensitive? Yet he dared not let his guard down and ordered, "Keep a close watch on him and observe whom he associates with. Leave it to me. I will certainly uncover who is behind him." Wang Hao declared confidently. I asked the security captain earning 500,000 a year, along with his belief that Zhang Tong was a wise leader. He was certainly motivated to perform well. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Tong received a WeChat message from Wang Hao. "Boss, Lu Jie has gone out. I am tracking him, that he is very alert and cautious. He is indeed a formidable spy. I nearly lost him." What the hell did is he really a spy? Zhang Tong felt a rush of excitement wash over him, though it also seemed absurd that he was an ordinary person, harboring only minor secrets, yet genuinely harmless, having committed many good deeds that he had never anticipated that a spy would appear in his vicinity. What could the spy's purpose be? Chapter 55. The Subtle Temptation. I finally have my own house. A 3-bedroom apartment, and it feels marvelous, so comfortable. From this moment on, I have become a high-ranking white-collar worker, a homeowner. Fortune has turned, and the future looks bright. Hua Qingxiang wandered around her home, inspecting every corner and rolling on each bed. Then she eagerly began cleaning, ensuring every inch was spotless. She contemplated what types of greenery and trinkets to purchase to make her home more warm and beautiful. Suddenly, Lu Qingxi arrived with a smile, saying, "Qingxiang, let us go visit the boss's villa. It's already 9 o'clock. Isn't it too late?" Hua Qingxiang glanced at the time and her own outfit, which was quite revealing and alluring. Going out dressed like this at night seemed a bit risky. It's not late at all. The boss's villa is very close. We'll be there in just a few minutes. And there is no need to worry about safety. The security here is excellent. Lu Qingxi tugged Hua Qingxiang along as they left. Will visiting the boss at night give him the wrong impression? Hua Qingxiang asked anxiously that I'm actually worried about the boss misunderstanding, which is why I brought you along. Lu Qingxi replied with a smile. Our boss is a bit reserved and tends to overthink. As for me, I simply wish to discuss work matters with him. Really? The boss is quite intriguing. Hua Qingxiang giggled, indicating your charm is considerable that I no need to flatter me. You are not so bad either. You are also a top-tier beauty, which is why you passed the interview, earning $1 million salary and aiming to marry a wealthy man, reaching the pinnacle of life. Lu Qingxi remarked that, oh, what are you saying? Hua Qingxiang's cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering that $1 million salary is indeed exhilarating. While I may not claim to marry a wealthy man, I need not worry about being single. Henceforth, I shall enjoy financial freedom and relish life. Boss, I have arrived and am at your villa's door. Zhang Tong suddenly received a WeChat message from Lu Qingxi, just as he was coming to grips with the fact that Lu Jie was a spy. He placed a hand on his forehead. Goodness, on the very first day, they come knocking at my door, that I ask this truly acceptable? Yet his heart raced wildly. The image of Lu Qingxi, strikingly beautiful and alluring, flooded his mind, igniting an uncontrollable impulse within him. Should I open the door or not? How can I educate her properly to guide her back to the right path? Thus, Zhang Tong opened the door, only to find Lu Qingxi and Hua Qingxiang standing elegantly at the entrance. Both adorned in eye-catching attire, captivatingly beautiful, their fragrances enchanting and evoking a myriad of thoughts. What brings you here? Zhang Tong felt both disappointed and elated. Disappointed that Lu Qingxi was not there to throw herself at him. Elated that Lu Qingxi was not there to throw herself at him. Indeed, such is the contradiction of men, that I have come to discuss matters concerning work with you, that I have heard that the auction is set for December 1st. And with only 3 days remaining, I find myself rather anxious, particularly as I am still unaware of the specific items to be auctioned. Lu Qingxi expressed her trepidation. Zhang Tong ushered them inside. And Hua Qingxiang, eager to assist, volunteered to brew tea. Zhang Tong proceeded to inform Lu Qingxi about the auction items, primarily consisting of a millennium-old ginseng and jade, that I intend to compile all the auction items into a dossier. Lu Qingxi remarked. How can we conduct the auction without even a catalog? She lamented. There isn't enough time to prepare. Let's just approach this auction casually. Since it's all my own belongings, I needn't worry too much. Zhang Tong replied. However, starting from the next auction, there may be treasures belonging to others, and we must adopt a more formal approach. Boss, may I take a tour of your villa? Hua Qingxiang interjected, seeing that the two were engrossed in their work-related discussions. The villa's opulence was overwhelming, and she yearned to see it in its entirety. Upon receiving permission, she jubilantly ascended the stairs to explore. Boss, I brought Hua Qingxiang with me. I hope you're not too disappointed. Lu Qingxi teased with a mischievous smile. How dare you jest with the boss? Such audacity must be punished. Zhang Tong feigned anger, pulling her close and playfully slapping her pert posterior, which jiggled softly. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, punish me as you see fit. Lu Qingxi reclined across Zhang Tong's lap, her demeanor exuding a blend of coyness and seduction, her voice laced with an irresistible allure. My goodness, what a gem! Zhang Tong mused inwardly that he quickly released her, for Hua Qingxiang was still present, and he wished to avoid any scandalous rumors. Once Lu Qingxi returned to her seat, Zhang Tong swiftly redirected the conversation. Have you settled in comfortably? Are you pleased with your accommodation? Yes, it's similar to Secretary Zhao's place. Both are duplex suites, spacious and delightful. Dadio, come visit me when you have the time. I would love to perform a dance for you, Lu Qingxi replied, her smile radiant, her gaze enchanting, embodying an air of tantalizing allure that was both inviting and elusive. Zhang Tong silently marveled at her captivating essence. Having such a stunning and exceptional woman as a subordinate was undeniably a source of pride. Boss, your villa is truly luxurious, Hua Qingxiang exclaimed as she descended from the upper floor, her face aglow with excitement and eagerness. Is there no maid yet? I could help with the cleaning in the future. Would that be agreeable? Perhaps not. I plan to hire a cleaner on a regular basis, Zhang Tong responded, captivated by her youthful beauty. What did she mean by that? Did she wish to emulate Lu Qingxi? It's not a bad idea to have someone with $1 million salary work only 2.5 days a week, while dedicating the rest of the time to tidying up, is it? I could even practice my musical instruments without disturbing anyone, Hua Qingxiang suggested that. So, you wish to practice your instrument? Zhang Tong realized, handing her a key. All right, feel free to come whenever you like. I'm usually not here. Indeed, while it appeared he resided in the villa, he often spent his nights at Baoxing, where the benefits of rest, sleep, and training were far superior. Perhaps due to the different environmental energies. You are so kind. I adore you. Hua Qingxiang beamed, her beauty taking one's breath away. Could it be that she was not as innocent as she appeared? Was she merely seeking an opportunity to be alone with the boss? Was she close to climbing into his bed? Lu Qingxi furrowed her brow slightly, recognizing a formidable rival had emerged. Yet, it was her freedom to pursue such intentions. After all, she was not Zhang Tong's girlfriend, nor even a lover, so she felt it inappropriate to comment. Why should she burden herself with such thoughts? Let Zhao Qin deal with the complications, after they had finally taken their leave. Another visitor arrived at the villa. Not a woman, but the head of security, Wang Hao. His demeanor was grave, and he appeared visibly shaken. Clearly, he had made a significant discovery. Chapter 56. Major Discovery. Grand Associations. Wang Hao gulped down 3 cups of tea before exhaling deeply. His expression a tapestry of complexity. Boss, I have tracked Lu Jie and made a significant discovery. He is indeed a spy, a top-tier one at that. Moreover, I have learned who is behind him. Impressive to uncover a lurking spy so swiftly. You are indeed worthy of your former title as a soldier, Zhang Tong thought to himself, filled with admiration, and inquired, who is his handler? They are from the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, Wang Hao replied. This department specializes in handling extraordinary occurrences that housing many experts and remarkable individuals. Such a department exists. What are their intentions? Zhang Tong asked, astonished and bewildered, his heart sinking at the thought of his secret regarding Baoxing being exposed. Indeed, they have determined that you are the fly man who saved someone a few days ago. They are currently investigating you, seeking to uncover your origins. Are you an extraterrestrial being or a practitioner of cultivation? They also wish to understand how you are capable of flight. Wang Hao's expression grew, increasingly peculiar and intricate. The revelation of Lu Jie as a spy prompted him to quickly research the Flyman videos online, comparing them to Zhang Tong, leading him to conclude there was a strong likelihood Zhang Tong was indeed the Flyman. Tension began to mount within him. If Zhang Tong were an alien, would he face elimination? However, if he were a practitioner of cultivation, he likely would not pose a threat. Considering Wang Hao was in his employ, he was gambling on the notion that Zhang Tong was not an extraterrestrial. He firmly believed that while aliens might exist in the vast universe, they might not necessarily set foot on Earth. The probability of Zhang Tong being an alien was exceedingly low. Haha, so that is the case. Zhang Tong relaxed instantly, no longer anxious. When he had utilized the flying orb to save someone, he had anticipated such a scenario that he sought to stabilize Lu Qingxi, intending to buy himself some time to avoid a hasty blunder. Boss, are you truly the Flyman? Wang Hao asked hesitantly. That question will be answered in a few days, Zhang Tong smiled. But I can assure you, I am a native of Earth, not an alien. Boss, you are just teasing me. Wang Hao relaxed, shedding his earlier tension. How many people from the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs are here? What skills and abilities do they possess? I'm not sure of their exact numbers that in truth. I do not know them very well. I only know one of them, the long-browed Taoist. He once taught us Qi training. He was one of our instructors. However, he is a rather unique instructor, being a practitioner of cultivation, possibly one of the few remaining on Earth. Wang Hao explained, Goodness, cultivation truly exists? There are living practitioners? Zhang Tong inquired, intrigued. Of course, cultivation existed in the past. There were many Taoists in ancient times, such as Qin Tan, Laozi, El Dongbin, and Zhang Sanfeng. All practitioners. However, as Earth's spiritual energy gradually diminished, cultivation became unattainable and exited the historical stage. The long-browed Taoist is 120 years old. He entered the Qi training phase in his teens, thereby stepping into the realm of cultivation. After the spiritual energy was completely depleted, it became impossible to begin practicing Qi. Wang Hao recounted, recalling lessons from the long-browed Taoist. Wang Hao regarded Zhang Tong with a peculiar gaze. Could it be that you are not a practitioner? The spiritual energy has depleted. Did the long-browed Taoist mention the reasons behind this? Zhang Tong pondered. Perhaps Baoxing was rich in spiritual energy, which is why his martial arts training progressed with such rapidity. However, the Tongtian fist is rather unique. It focuses on body refinement rather than chi training. IT relies heavily on spiritual energy, and the essence of the sun and moon. It was precisely due to the depletion of Earth's spiritual energy that he had previously been unable to cultivate the Tongtian fist. He had certainly researched this matter, discovering that the spiritual energy springs had been sealed, meaning they might have been locked away. Countless practitioners had sought these springs in hopes of unblocking them. Yet none had succeeded. Such a ridiculous notion. Our batch of special forces has never believed in such things, Wang Hao remarked. Zhang Tong's mind swirled with tumultuous thoughts that he recalled the mysterious passage connecting Earth and Baoxing. Was that not the spiritual energy spring? Could it be that in ancient times, it had flowed freely, allowing spiritual energy to cascade from Baoxing to Earth, thereby enriching the spiritual energy on Earth and enabling cultivation? If I were to open that passage, would it not restore the glory of antiquity? But could anyone find the passage and enter Baoxing? Surely not everyone could, only a select few like those deemed fated. Such as himself. The bronze sword was proof of that. Yet could practitioners locate the entrance based on the source of spiritual energy? It seemed unlikely, as the passage could shift positions, as long as he moved. The passage would also shift, and others would be unable to perceive it. Heavenly realms, the implications were staggering. This matter could not be approached recklessly, that a hasty connection might lead to catastrophic consequences, as some hidden cultivation sects might rise rapidly, thus altering Earth's equilibrium. The clash between technology and cultivation could result in untold suffering. It would be wiser to maintain the status quo, allowing himself to quietly amass wealth and strength and thoroughly relish in life. Is the long-browed Taoist truly powerful? Zhang Tong inquired cautiously, concerned that the individual might come seeking him, disregarding all else. Hard to say that he has only cultivated to the second level of chi training. His strength is limited due to age and frailty. The main issue is that he is afraid to use his magical techniques, fearing a depletion of his lifespan. Wang Hao replied. Can he still employ magical techniques? Zhang Tong's eyes lit up, though they quickly dimmed, that he was focused on body refinement, not cultivation. These were entirely different paths. Magic had no connection to him, and he had no need for curiosity or expectation. The captain is a woman, seemingly formidable. I suspect she is an extraordinary individual, Wang Hao remarked. Extraordinary individual? Do they truly exist? Please, elaborate. Zhang Tong inquired with curiosity. That an extraordinary individual possesses exceptional strength, speed, reflexes, intelligence, and so forth. The notions of spatial and temporal abilities found in novels are sheer nonsense. They simply do not exist in reality. Wang Hao was utterly bewildered, observing Zhang Tong's reaction. It became clear he was neither a cultivator nor an extraordinary individual, that he himself claimed he was not an extraterrestrial. So why could he fly? Ah, it all makes sense now. Zhang Tong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Few could threaten his existence, that as long as he managed the flying incident well. He could continue to operate discreetly and amass wealth quietly, becoming a true magnate in no time. Boss, how should we handle Lu Jie? Wang Hao questioned. For now, let's not concern ourselves with him. Zhang Tong replied with a slight smile. Since he is a national operative, working for the country and harboring no ill intentions, there is no need to take action against him. Now that they had gathered all information about Zhang Tong, he was left with nowhere to hide. Let us go apprehend him. Within a certain building, Wu Na, brimming with confidence, led dozens of exceptionally powerful team members, accompanied by Daoist Chang Mei, towards Zhang Tong's villa. With such formidable strength, even if Zhang Tong were indeed a cultivator, he would have no choice but to surrender. Chapter 57. Deceiving Wu Na. Just as Wang Hao departed, Wu Na arrived at the villa with her team. After knocking on the door, she addressed Zhang Tong. Hello. We are from the National Department and have matters to investigate with you. Please cooperate. They had already thoroughly investigated Zhang Tong, knowing everything about him, including how he stumbled upon a dog-headed gold and earned 50 million from stone gambling on the streets. They even obtained his birth certificate, essentially confirming that he was not an extraterrestrial. As for whether he was a cultivator, that remained uncertain. Of course, they were unaware of Zhang Tong's mysterious passage to Baoxing, as that was far too secretive. Zhang Tong scrutinized their credentials before inviting them inside. His expression slightly perturbed. They've found me so quickly. I thought I could delay for a few more days. That it seems they believe they have me cornered. All I did was help a woman out of kindness. And now I've attracted trouble. Let us see what methods they employ. Daoist Chang Mei, rather impolitely, plopped down on the sofa, regarding Zhang Tong with an odd gaze before finally stating, "You are not a cultivator." "I am quite curious. How is it that you can fly? Are you a cultivator? Does cultivation truly exist, or is it merely the fabrication of novelists?" Zhang Tong asked with curiosity that I indeed am a cultivator. If it weren't for the blockage of the Earth's spiritual energy springs, we would still be in the age of cultivation. Daoist Chang Mei explained that if the spiritual energy springs can emit spiritual energy, from where does that energy originate? Zhang Tong inquired further. It comes from the underground spiritual veins, which are incredibly mysterious. They are unseen and intangible, yet they continuously output spiritual energy, bubbling up from the springs. Daoist Chang Mei elaborated. Could it be that the mysterious passage is linked to the underground spiritual veins? Zhang Tong was astounded, sensing he had uncovered an ancient secret. The connection between Baoxing and Earth might be profound, concealing countless mysteries that he needed to expedite his exploration. Let us not stray off course. We are here to ask why you can fly, Wu Na interjected, tapping the coffee table impatiently. I can fly. How would I know? Zhang Tong responded, taken aback that Do not deny it. You are indeed the flying individual that we have absolute certainty, that Wu Na asserted. It would be wise for you to confess honestly, lest you face consequences for your stubbornness. Where's your evidence? Zhang Tong remained unfazed, having already learned everything the previous night, and even prepared for their visit, that we can certainly gather evidence, but we have numerous matters at hand and prefer not to waste time on you. Therefore, we hope for your cooperation. Wu Na stated, I am not the one you seek. You have mistaken me for someone else, Zhang Tong denied. Without evidence, your claims hold no weight. You left your job in anger, returned to the countryside to start your own business, then experienced fortuitous events that led you on a treasure-seeking journey, and now your wealth exceeds 1 billion, that some of your treasures have unclear origins. Wu Na coldly remarked, for instance, where did your jade come from? Am I a thief or a robber? Has someone reported me? Zhang Tong retorted angrily that aren't you the least bit anxious? Don't you fear we will continue our investigation? Wu Na pressed. Not at all. I encourage you to investigate as thoroughly as you wish. Zhang Tong replied that I am a treasure seeker. All my possessions were acquired through treasure hunting, or were entrusted to me by other treasure seekers for auction. Currently, I only possess a millennium ginseng, jade, and, of course, rubies. These are all treasures birthed by nature, that I believe I have harmed no one and committed no illegal acts. You practice martial arts from a young age. Yet before your senior year, you exhibited no extraordinary traits. Now you possess immense strength. Has your power awakened? Wu Na questioned. Could it be that you have awakened the ability to fly? My strength is simply the result of diligent training in martial arts. I am neither a cultivator nor an extraordinary individual. I cannot fly. Zhang Tong insisted. You are truly mistaken about me. However, I have heard some news related to the flying person. What news? Wu Na's eyes sparkled. It appeared Zhang Tong was unable to withstand the pressure and was about to divulge some secrets. This was far easier than conducting covert investigations. The flying individual can fly thanks to a device. This device will be auctioned at my event. So if you can wait a few days, you shall see it, Zhang Tong stated. Indeed, he intends to auction the flying pearl. After all, the flying pearl is not a unique item. It is born from the bodies of flying clams, and there are countless flying clams in the lakes. During my last encounter, I saw dozens of them, and surely there are even more in the rivers. So he can continuously acquire countless flying pearls that it would be meaningless to hoard them alone. That be why presenting the flying pearls as devices. Perhaps they will be tacitly permitted for auction, effectively obtaining official approval. If he were to show the flying pearls to Wu Na now, it is highly likely they would not be allowed. They are simply too extraordinary to, so small, yet capable of rendering a person weightless and enabling flight. If the principle behind it could be deciphered, perhaps a gravity-defying device could be developed, ushering in a new epoch. But that is undoubtedly no easy feat. It may take years, decades, or even an eternity to decode. After all, they originate from the bodies of Baoxing's flying clams, and replicating them through technological means would certainly not go smoothly. Thus, for the foreseeable future, Zhang Tong cannot auction the flying pearls. That would be an immense loss. Moreover, if they keep auctioning flying pearls with countries worldwide collaborating on research, the competitive pressure would increase. enhancing the likelihood of breakthroughs, allowing the public to benefit more quickly. At worst, he could sell a few to the government to maintain an advantage. A device? How could I not discern it? Wu Na was astonished. Do enlighten me. What sort of device is it? I have yet to see it myself. It will only be revealed on the day of the auction. Zhang Tong replied, but it is said to be small in size. That a small device. How could it enable flight? Wu Na queried. Could it be a large flying talisman? Daoist Chang Mei frowned, pondering, but where does the spiritual energy come from? How is it successfully made? There is no need for you to speculate. In just a couple of days, you will find out, Zhang Tong assured. Produce it now. Let us see. Wu Na insisted firmly, otherwise the auction will not be permitted. That is not a domestically produced device. If you do not allow the auction, others will take it abroad to auction. That if it weren't for my good relationship with him, that device would never have appeared in Xiangnan. Zhang Tong stated. That flying individual is you. Denying it is futile, Wu Na retorted, infuriated. It is not me. It is that treasure seeker. Zhang Tong would never admit it. Otherwise, he would refuse him and cancel the auction for that device. No, you cannot refuse. The auction must proceed. Wu Na was flustered. With insider information now in hand, she could take the initiative. The device would inevitably come into her possession. It's settled. Zhang Tong chuckled inwardly. The auction was now a certainty. Even if they had not approached him, Zhang Tong would have auctioned a piece to test the waters. After all, it was indeed a treasure he had stumbled upon. Keeping it to himself would simply be wasteful. Presenting it would be akin to making a contribution, allowing countless affluent individuals to possess flying pearls in the future. Everyone soaring through the skies would undoubtedly create a magnificent spectacle. The throne of the world's wealthiest would rightfully belong to him. The ensuing conversation between both parties was quite pleasant. Zhang Tong even jokingly asked Wu Na if she had a boyfriend and if she wanted him to introduce someone. How about I set you up with a girlfriend? What do you think of Fan Bingxiang? Wu Na playfully countered, clearly aware of Zhang Tong's previous blind date with Fan Bingxiang. You really are quite intrusive. Zhang Tong thought, seething with frustration, and he felt a strong urge to swat her. Chapter 58. Company opening. Auction commences after several days of intense preparation. December 1st arrived. It marked the opening day of the company, as well as the scheduled auction for the Millennium Ginseng. Bright and early, all company staff were present, including all the newly hired beauties, each adorned in splendid attire, creating the most vibrant scenery. Many guests arrived with floral arrangements. Numerous jewelry industry magnates, world-class treasure seekers, and dignified foreigners were in attendance. Some hailed from the stock gods company, while others represented the world's wealthiest, all drawn by the allure of the Millennium Ginseng. They had long known that the elder of the Fan family consumed Millennium Ginseng, restoring his health and potentially extending his life by another decade. Naturally, everyone yearned to acquire the Millennium Ginseng. Spending hundreds of millions to gain a decade more of life seemed extraordinarily worthwhile. Congratulations, congratulations. Fan Bingxiang also arrived with a floral arrangement, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Thank you. Zhang Tong felt a tinge of astonishment. This woman actually brought a gift. Hadn't I previously vexed her to the point where her face turned ashen? Wu Na also presented a floral arrangement. Today, she adorned herself in a particularly stunning manner, rivaling the likes of Fan Bingxiang and Zhao Qian. After all, she too is a super beauty. Exuding confidence, she radiated an impressive aura. Zhang Tong nearly succumbed to laughter, pondering what expression would grace Wu Na's face upon discovering that the prop was a flying pearl. Would it be one of exasperation or delight? My goodness, there are so many affluent individuals, with the majority being foreigners. Luo Wei, Hua Qingxiang, Lu Qingxi, Zhao Qian, and Luo Peng, among others, were all taken aback. Could it be that the boss's connections are so formidable? Wu Na and Fan Bingxiang sat together, with Fan Bingxiang curiously inquiring, "You seem remarkably relaxed and joyful. Does this investigation yield results? This is a state secret, but soon it will not be. You shall naturally find out." Wu Na smiled. By the way, I'm quite intrigued. Zhang Tong seems indifferent to you and reluctant to propose, yet you still attend his company's grand opening. Isn't that a bit awkward? It is quite normal for a young man of over 100 billion in wealth to refrain from making an overt declaration. It does not necessarily imply that he truly looks down upon me. Fan Bingxiang replied with a smile. You are rather self-assured, Wu Na teased lightly. Let me speak candidly. Since your family values him and you have feelings for him, why not pursue him actively rather than waiting for him to make the first move? He may be far more exceptional than you imagine, that if he is indeed so outstanding, then perhaps you too should make a move, since I believe you are still single, correct? You two would make a splendid couple. It would be a pity to let pride stand in the way of such a union, that Wu Na smiled knowingly that as for me, as a cultivator, I have never considered matters of love and romance. Sigh. I had thought these two stunning women were discussing something else entirely, yet they were talking about the boss. Wang Hao, as a seasoned warrior, had been closely monitoring Wu Na, a rather perilous figure, approaching her nonchalantly and retreating awkwardly. Finally, the auction commenced. Zhang Tong and Lu Qingxi stood on the stage. One was handsome and composed, the other beautiful and exuding noble grace, resembling a pair of celestial beings, drawing all eyes to them. Even Fan Bingxiang felt a twinge of jealousy. Why are all the women beside Zhang Tong so alluring and irresistibly captivating? Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, today, auction features 4 treasures. And the highlight is not the millennium ginseng, but a far more precious and mysterious artifact. Stay tuned. Lu Qingxi's voice was impassioned, clear, melodious, and utterly unfazed. Zhang Tong played the role of translator, rendering her words into English. After all, having once been a top student, English was certainly his forte. What? There exists something more precious than millennium ginseng. The wealthy attendees were taken aback, incredulous. In their eyes, millennium ginseng was the most valuable treasure in the world, capable of extending life, that it could even lead to the development of alternative medications, thereby generating boundless wealth. Surely, this must be an exaggeration. Perhaps it is true. It appears I must prepare additional funds. Some top-tier affluent individuals were highly perceptive. After all, they were astute enough to amass fortunes in the hundreds of billions or even trillions, not merely by luck. The first auction item was a ruby, weighing 187 grams, crystal clear and flawless. The largest and most exquisite ruby in the world. The starting bid was $50 million. I bid $100 million. A foreign female tycoon exclaimed excitedly. $200 million, $300 million, $400 million, $500 million. $700 million, $1 billion. Ultimately, the first bidder secured it for $1 billion, marking a triumphant start and igniting a fervent atmosphere. The staff seemed invigorated, as if a surge of adrenaline had coursed through them, brimming with excitement. The next item up for auction was jade, divided into several lots, 100 pounds, 200 pounds, 300 pounds. Other jades, such as violet and glass-type yang green, were sold piece by piece. Given their scarcity, numerous top executives in the jade industry fiercely competed, with several affluent individuals joining the fray, for these were premium jades, beautiful and exceedingly rare, particularly the glass-type yang green, which was truly a rare find. Fashioning it into jewelry would confer immense prestige and status. Knowledge enriches the individual, while wealth embellishes the home. With great affluence, one would naturally strive to present oneself splendidly. Once the jade auction concluded, the total reached $15 billion, leaving Fan Bingxiang momentarily speechless. Zhang Tong was astonishingly adept at treasure hunting. Since discovering the golden nugget, his fortunes had soared uncontrollably. Today, his wealth could potentially surpass $30 billion. All in cash, he could indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with the Fan family. In hindsight, it was a mistake to have pressured Zhang Tong into expressing his feelings. Rather, I should have pursued him proactively. Even if it did not culminate in a relationship, it would not have resulted in estrangement. Boss, you have struck it rich. Luo Pang was already brimming with excitement, nearly pointing at Yang Bo's nose, exclaiming, "Fool, open your eyes and witness today's astonishing spectacle. What is a true tycoon? This is it. Zhang Tong is extraordinary. He is truly a rising star in the treasure hunting realm." Many treasure seekers envied and admired Zhang Tong for establishing an auction house to sell the treasures he uncovered. There was no fear of being swindled. Henceforth, Tianbao Auction House would gain worldwide renown. In the future, treasures they discovered could also be auctioned there, potentially fetching even higher prices. The boss was simply remarkable, incredibly wealthy. All the beautiful staff members blushed, their gazes toward Zhang Tong filled with sweetness. Of course, their admiration stemmed from how well Zhang Tong treated them, providing such excellent benefits merely because of their beauty. Such a boss is hard to come by soon. The auction for the millennium ginseng commenced. Everyone was alert and eager, ready to engage in fierce competition. Chapter 59. The Global Tycoons Battle for Millennium Ginseng. On stage, 9 staff members held high a root of millennium ginseng, its long, white tendrils cascading down to the floor. Lu Qingxi passionately proclaimed, "Each of the 9 roots of millennium ginseng weighs approximately 7 pounds. Undoubtedly authentic. Millennium ginseng can revive the deceased." The patriarch of the Fan family is 83 years old. His bodily functions had deteriorated, multiple organs failing, and he had fallen into a coma, with doctors predicting only 3 days left. Yet after consuming a root of millennium ginseng, he was resurrected. The doctors claimed he could live for another 20 years. This is truly a priceless treasure, rare and hard to come by. Now, the bidding for the first root of millennium ginseng begins. With a starting price of 100 million RMB, she spoke no falsehood. Indeed, the elder Fan was increasingly healthy. After a hospital checkup, it was said he possessed the physique of a man in his 60s. Does that not imply he could live for another 20 years? 200 million, someone boldly shouted. This was a representative from an American pharmaceutical company. Seizing the initiative, they immediately raised the bid by 100 million. 300 million, that a top tycoon was equally unyielding. 20 additional years of life. Do not speak of 300 million. Even 10 billion would be trivial. Who among us does not possess wealth in the thousands of billions? 500 million. 600 million. 1 billion. Ultimately, a frenzied old tycoon secured it for the astonishing price of 1 billion. Though what the heck, millennium ginseng is worth this much. Zhang Tong was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend. At that moment, he even doubted whether he had been tricked. In the past, when Fan Bingxiang purchased millennium ginseng, that man's surnamed son appraised it at only 50 million. Fan Bingxiang had bought it for 4 times that price. At the time, it felt as though Fan Bingxiang was exceedingly generous and magnanimous. Naturally, it could also be that the medicinal properties of the treasure star ginseng surpassed those of earthly ginseng, hence enabling the elder Fan to extend his life by 20 years. Consequently, the price naturally soared. Without that initial root to set the precedent, the subsequent ones could not command such astronomical prices. Hence, Zhang Tong did not dwell on it. The ensuing auction became increasingly frenzied and astonishing. The second root sold for 1.1 billion, but the third fetched 1.15 billion, but the subsequent root sold for 1.28 billion. With the final root even reaching 1.5 billion, the Zhang Tong profited a staggering sum of over 13 billion. Though were these tycoons out of their minds? Fan Bingxiang was so enraged she nearly spat blood, her expression darkening. This time, she had come representing the Fan family to bid for the ginseng, having prepared 5 billion in funds. Yet she ended up not acquiring a single root of millennium ginseng. Previously, she had bought Zhang Tong's millennium ginseng for 2 billion. Truly a remarkable bargain. And oh wonder Zhang Tong harbored no fondness for me. It was evident he had long known he had sold it at a loss. Selling it to me for 2 billion was likely just to repay a favor. Such a treasure. Being able to acquire even a single root for 2 billion was a tremendous stroke of luck for the Fan family. To expect to obtain more at a low price? That was merely a dream. Wu Na cast a sidelong glance at Fan Bingxiang. Isn't it a good thing we didn't acquire any? Why are you reveling in misfortune? Fan Bingxiang glared at Wu Na, indignant. Given that there are so many roots of millennium ginseng, there must surely be plenty of those aged 800 or 900 years. Why should I be concerned? Wu Na remarked mischievously. As long as you set aside your pride and seek Zhang Tong, you shall naturally have your wishes fulfilled. Fan Bingxiang was at a loss for words. The last time had been a disaster. The Fan family had their sights set on Zhang Tong, hoping for a union. She too had developed feelings for him and desired a deeper relationship, perhaps even to step into the realm of matrimony. Yet, she had hoped for Zhang Tong to express himself, to uphold the dignity and face of their prominent families. Little did she know, Zhang Tong remained silent. Seemingly indifferent to her, it had nearly driven her to despair, prompting her to vow never to engage with him again. Although her grandfather had advised her to pursue him, she had never harbored such intentions. Did it mean she now had to seek him out again? Today, our boss has earned 29 billion. Truly remarkable, simply astounding. The myriad of staff, from security to receptionists and appraisers, were all in a state of shock, joy, and excitement, sharing in the pride of the moment. Following such a wealthy and extravagant boss, how could one possibly lack a bright future? 2 mistresses are insufficient. one must acquire several more. After all, how else could one possibly spend such a vast fortune? Luo Pan, fully engrossed in the moment, murmured with an air of lasciviousness. Below, the grand auction's final treasure was about to be unveiled, an item that would undoubtedly shatter your preconceived notions and ignite boundless inspiration in our scientists. Potentially heralding the fifth technological revolution, Lu Qingxi exclaimed passionately, "What could this treasure be?" It turned out to be a pearl no larger than a bean. Hua Qingxiang smiled as she lifted a tray revealing a small bead, pale with a hint of yellow, utterly unremarkable in appearance. Such a tiny bead is a treasure. I see no merit. The crowd expressed their bewilderment that Wu Na furrowed her brow, questioning whether this bead was merely a prop. Could it truly grant flight? That seemed impossible. This wondrous artifact is known as the flying pearl, that as the name suggests. It facilitates flight. Lu Qingxi continued, recently, during the incident involving a flying person who soared to rescue another, it was this very flying pearl that enabled such a feat. What? How can this be? Countless onlookers were left dumbfounded that a bead so small could indeed allow a person to fly. Was it some magical artifact from a novel? Or perhaps extraterrestrial technology? Ladies and gentlemen, the flying pearl is neither a magical artifact nor an alien contrivance. It is a treasure birthed from nature itself, a pearl, extracted from an enormous clam. Yet it possesses the extraordinary ability to allow flight. Lu Qingxi explained. The crowd stood in stunned disbelief, struggling to accept the notion that such a remarkable gem could exist. The secret of the flying pearl was revealed due to the clam's immense size, which could leap from the water to snatch birds from the air. When the pearl was extracted, it was deemed of poor quality and discarded on the ground, only for a dog to pick it up in its mouth and take flight. Lu Qingxi elaborated. What? A flying clam? Is it a spirit that has birthed this miraculous flying pearl to take it in one's mouth and soar? This is simply unbelievable. The crowd was brimming with excitement and curiosity. They were well versed in the extraordinary, yet the concepts of flying clams and flying pearls were entirely novel to them. Can we conduct an immediate demonstration? A wealthy individual eagerly shouted. Yes, let us test it. The others eagerly chimed in, that as you wish. Zhang Tong said, placing the pearl into a small pouch attached to a string, which was worn around the neck, ensuring that its usage would not be hindered, while also preventing accidental swallowing, lest it drift into outer space. The rules of flight were simple. Open your mouth to descend, close it to ascend, lean forward to move ahead, and recline to fly backward. Hurry and fly, do not waste time. The crowd had no patience to listen to Zhang Tong's instructions. They were eager to witness the effects, fearing he might be exaggerating. It seems everyone is too impatient. I shall perform immediately, but you must prepare yourselves for an overwhelming shock. Do not let your hearts falter. Zhang Tong declared earnestly that in recent days, he had quietly honed his flying skills and achieved a monumental breakthrough, guaranteed to astonish the crowd. Chapter 60. The most expensive little pearl in history. Zhang Tong donned a mask, wary of being recorded, for that would inevitably lead to his fame and the attention of countless individuals. He then sat cross-legged, holding the flying pearl in his mouth, and instantly soared into the air. Heavens, he's flying! How miraculous! The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement and wonder. Zhang Tong hovered in midair, perfectly still, resembling an ethereal being. Suddenly, he sprang into action, executing punches in midair with remarkable precision. Performing countless somersaults with the speed of a whirlwind, he began to circle, gaining velocity and producing a whistling sound. He even executed inverted flights with unmatched grace. If one were unaware of the circumstances, they would surely believe him to be a genuine superhero. With such a magical treasure, there will be no need for special effects in films. One could conduct battles in midair. This was an anti-gravity treasure, capable of altering one's weight. Something beyond the reach of earthly technology. It also illuminated new avenues for scientific development that I care not for the technology behind it. All I know is that with such a treasure, who needs airplanes or cars? It's far swifter and eliminates the worries of traffic. The multitude of wealthy individuals were utterly astonished, overwhelmed with joy. Such a treasure was truly a divine gift. Our boss is remarkable, having procured an item capable of transcending the heavens. All the staff stood in awe, utterly flabbergasted. The head of security, Wang Hao, however, was rendered speechless. So the flying man was indeed the boss, not a cultivator. His flight was aided by this extraordinary pearl. Our boss has tested it. It surpasses the speed of planes, as it can nearly achieve infinite acceleration. Lu Qingxi chuckled. This scoundrel is too crafty. He claims it's a prop? Is this truly a prop? It is clearly a flying artifact. Wu Na seethed with rage, her teeth clenched, wishing she could confront Zhang Tong. Now she comprehended that she had been duped by him, and the consequences were dire. The treasure must be secured. However, the funds she brought today were insufficient. Captain Wu, the flying pearl must be the inner elixir cultivated by a clam spirit. Chang Mei Dao remarked, to replicate it through technology would be exceedingly challenging, if not impossible. After all, they belong to two different realms. Comparing airplanes and cars to the flying pearl is simply futile. The former consumes fuel, while the pearl requires no energy whatsoever. I have used it for a prolonged period without any depletion. Zhang Tong gracefully descended to the stage, smiling. Its speed far exceeds that of planes. With protective armor, it can easily surpass the speed of missiles. In fact, one could reach America in just 10 minutes. 10 minutes to America. This is utterly unfathomable. If this treasure could be replicated through technology, it would undoubtedly transform humanity, someone exclaimed. The astute individuals had already begun mobilizing funds in secret. The flying pearl must be acquired. It could certainly forge a prosperous commercial empire for millennia, even surpassing the world's wealthiest. May I give it a try? A stunning beauty from Russia raised her hand and shouted that of course. Zhang Tong smiled and nodded, guiding her on the necessary precautions. The Russian beauty then took flight, her confidence soaring as she accelerated rapidly. Heavens, what a wondrous treasure! If I were outside, I would simply fly back to Russia, she exclaimed with exhilaration. The others, inspired by her bravery, clamored for their turn to fly. A dozen individuals took to the skies, each soaring with remarkable grace, including Chang Mei Dao, Wu Na, and Fan Bingxiang at that moment. Everyone was convinced. The unassuming pearl was indeed a miraculous treasure, capable of granting flight. This auction house was truly extraordinary, having procured such a phenomenal item. Finally, the flying pearl was retrieved and the auction began. The starting bid was set at 10 billion, 11 billion, 18 billion, 25 billion, 50 billion. The price escalated rapidly, with numerous bidders vying for the treasure. After all, many wealthy individuals were present, and as the bidding intensified, some less fortunate bidders withdrew. Wu Na, though not wealthy herself, represented her country with 10 billion in funds. Alas, that amount was but a drop in the ocean, wholly insufficient for the auction. 60 billion, 80 billion, 100 billion, 120 billion, 150 billion. Finally, no one dared to bid higher. The mere pearl was valued at 150 billion, utterly beyond imagination. Today's auction netted Zhang Tong a staggering 430 billion, an unprecedented leap into the ranks of the nation's elite billionaires, leaving countless individuals in awe and admiration. If one were to inquire about the most lucrative venture, the answer now undoubtedly differed from the past. It was treasure hunting, an entirely risk-free endeavor. The boss has struck gold. This is truly remarkable. No wonder he was so generous, providing us with such splendid treatment. The employees were all abuzz with excitement and pride, eager to boast to friends and family about the joy of having a super-rich boss. How could one safely return home? The successful bidder for the flying pearl was treasure hunter Smith, backed by a powerful and discreet American family. Smith was immensely confident in his ability to return home safely. However, the value of the flying pearl was paramount, drawing the attention of many that a single misstep could result in its theft. Such a small pearl, if taken, would be nearly impossible to trace. Moreover, this significant treasure could potentially trigger the fifth technological revolution. Whoever possessed the flying pearl would hold the key to becoming a superpower. This item was far more valuable than a millennial-old ginseng, that if Huawei learned of the miraculous flying pearl at the auction, how could they refrain from intervening? It was evident they had been unaware prior, but now they knew. There was a high likelihood they would obstruct Smith's return with the pearl, claiming it posed a threat to national security and could not be allowed to leave the country. He would be left powerless. Thus, he made a crucial decision. Upon securing the flying pearl, he dashed outside and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that whizzed away at an ever-increasing speed. Too swift for the eye to follow, The fierce winds nearly scattered him, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Such rapid speed renders even missiles incapable of interception, even if interception were possible. The precious flying pearl would be destroyed in the process, leaving no one the victor. Thus, he remains relatively at ease, having escaped with remarkable swiftness that Wu Na's complexion darkened considerably. She had initially intended to detain the other party, yet was taken aback by their unexpectedly swift reaction. They fled directly to the United States. What should be done about this? It is all Zhang Tong's fault. He is the one responsible for this predicament. Could it be that Zhang Tong is a spy for the United States? With a scowl, she set out to confront Zhang Tong. This time, if Zhang Tong cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, he shall face dire consequences. Chapter 61. Wu Na is once again deceived that I in the conference room of Tianbao Auction House. Wu Na and Zhang Tong sat facing each other. The Wu Na fixed her icy gaze upon Zhang Tong, emanating an aura of coldness. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table. Do you not realize that your actions are tantamount to treason? Did you not permit me to auction it? Zhang Tong replied, his expression one of innocence. You misled me, claiming it was merely a prop. Now you tell me it is just a prop? It is a remarkably extraordinary treasure, capable of developing anti-gravity devices and equipment, heralding a fifth technological revolution, and is of immense significance to the nation. Now it is in the hands of the Americans, and the consequences are dire. That Wu Na gritted her teeth. Young man, you have landed yourself in serious trouble. Truly serious trouble. Your greed has clouded your judgment that a nation is paramount. Without a country, there is no home. You have auctioned the flying pearl, which has now fallen into American hands, effectively aiding their rise. I cannot fathom how you dared to commit such an act. Your words are exaggerated, Long May Daoist interjected. Zhang Tong remained unfazed that I merely sold a pearl, albeit a rather special one. It is unreasonable for you to vent your frustrations on me just because you failed to win the bid. A pearl that can make one fly, Long May Daoist exclaimed, agitated. Let me enlighten you. The clamshell has transformed, and the flying pearl is its inner elixir. That is why it is so remarkable. There is only one such pearl on this entire planet. It is a priceless treasure, beyond any measure of wealth, that is your only concern monetary gain. Inner elixir? Huh. Zhang Tong burst into laughter. This old man truly lives up to his title as a cultivator. Though he has achieved little in terms of cultivation, he believes in the existence of monsters and their inner elixirs. That it is utterly laughable. What are you laughing at? Both Wu Na and Long May Daoist wore expressions of anger, wishing they could strike Zhang Tong. That I cannot help but laugh. Daoist, you are simply too amusing, Zhang Tong remarked. This is indeed a pearl, a special one, as I found two within its interior, with one being slightly larger. Can an inner elixir truly come in two forms? Not even novels depict such a scenario. What? Two pearls? How is that possible? Long May Daoist's face was filled with shock and disbelief. This completely overturned his worldview and understanding. Yet Wu Na was ecstatic. Quickly, let me see it. Behold, Zhang Tong revealed the other small flying pearl, placing it upon the table. That he had planned this all along. This particular pearl was meant for the state. Should he acquire more flying pearls in the future, he would continue to auction them. Only then would he gain permission. Otherwise, there may not even be a future. That Wu Na immediately placed the flying pearl in her mouth, and to her delight, she began to float. Indeed, it is a flying pearl. How wonderful! Her face radiated joy, but soon turned cold again. Although there are two, it is unacceptable for the Americans to possess even one. However, this treasure does not belong to me. It belongs to another treasure seeker, Zhang Tong replied. Whoever wins the bid, I cannot control, for they have the money. Moreover, my friend mentioned he discovered even larger and more fearsome flying clams, which are considerably difficult to hunt. However, they can still be acquired again, and the next auction may not even be through me. Thus, it is inevitable that the Americans will eventually obtain them. There are other flying clams? Where exactly? Long May Daoist was thoroughly excited. This place must be suitable for cultivation. It is of utmost importance to me. Can you tell me? Not to mention whether that place is suitable for cultivation. Even if it were, do you believe others would disclose such a marvelous location? Zhang Tong replied, he is currently in hiding, fearful of being threatened. That he entrusted me with the auction of just one pearl. And if you wish to take this one, you must pay for it. Otherwise, the possibility of acquiring more flying pearls is utterly non-existent. They will no longer trust me. Sigh. Long may Daoist sighed deeply, his face filled with disappointment. That place must indeed be the legendary paradise, rich with spiritual energy. Unfortunately, it cannot be found. Daoists, do not overthink it. The flying clam is not a monster. Otherwise, how could there be two inner elixirs? Thus, it is a new species, capable of flight without wings that it has merely remained well hidden, undiscovered by anyone. Even if it were discovered, it is likely that the secret of the pearl would have gone unnoticed. Zhang Tong explained that a new species. Impossible. Long may Daoist remained stubbornly unconvinced. How about this? Tell your friend that I will impart to him the secrets of cultivation, on the condition that he takes me to that place to cultivate together. Very well, I will inquire with him promptly, Zhang Tong replied. Then I await your news, Long may Daoist said, pleased. You claim it is a new species. Does that mean there are many flying clams in that location? Not in abundance, but there are both large and small varieties. The larger ones are as big as a car, while the smaller ones are merely the size of a palm. Yet all can fly. And each contains a flying pearl, differing only in size. Zhang Tong elaborated. Daoist, if that is the case, it truly may be a new species, Wu Na remarked. Your hopes may be dashed that if it is indeed a new species. There is nothing to be done. This one will be purchased by the state. How much do you propose? Wu Na inquired. How about half price? Zhang Tong suggested. Half price would amount to 7.5 billion. Wu Na replied. Half price? Are you not concerned that your friend will blame you? Of course, I can persuade him, Wu Na asserted. Zhang Tong continued. Such a treasure, if auctioned to other countries, would never leave the borders and could even be confiscated. This means that it cannot be sold for a high price. Only our country is so open-minded, allowing for successful auctions, yielding a staggering price of 15 billion, that he should be grateful to our nation for such privileges. You make a valid point. Perhaps a special agreement with the state can be reached to allow continued auctions in the future. How many flying pearls do you estimate you can acquire? Wu Na asked earnestly. That it is difficult to estimate the exact quantity, but I believe 1,000 should not be a problem. Zhang Tong speculated conservatively. The numerous lakes and rivers on Baoxing Island suggest that there are plenty of flying clams. And I will eventually be able to hunt many, to 8,000. Does that not equate to 15 trillion? Wu Na and Long May Daoist were left speechless. What an immense fortune. Wu Na quickly moved aside to make a phone call to her superiors, deliberating for quite some time. She then turned to Zhang Tong, stating, the state is willing to reach a special agreement with you, permitting continued auctions in the future. However, the quantity auctioned must be secretly sold to the state at a price of 5 billion per pearl. It is not that the state is pressing too hard, but rather that the number of flying pearls is excessive, that if dozens or even hundreds of flying pearls were released, the price would surely plummet. The state is offering an average price, which means 5 billion per pearl is not low, that if you can persuade your friend, you will have accomplished a great feat, and the state will reward you. I will contact him and see if he agrees, Zhang Tong said. You should ask him right away. This matter is of utmost importance. Wu Na insisted that I cannot reach him right now. I will provide you with a response by tomorrow morning. Zhang Tong replied. You may take this one for now. Very well, Wu Na agreed, a smile gracing her face. Although there was a slip-up, the outcome remained quite favorable that if the state can acquire the flying pearl at a price of 5 billion, other countries will have to bid astronomical amounts. The state certainly holds a significant advantage that if many flying pearls are obtained, they could be allocated not only for research but also for operatives, allowing for easy entry and exit from unfriendly nations without any risk. Rescuing important figures would also be greatly simplified. That it seems Zhang Tong had long since devised a plan for handling the flying pearls. This fellow is bold, but his intelligence is undeniably high. Upon exiting the Tianbao auction house, Wu Na ordered comprehensive surveillance on Zhang Tong, both to protect him and to uncover whom he was in contact with. Chapter 62. At the celebration banquet, everyone is enchanting in a private room of a certain hotel. Tianbao Auction House was hosting a celebration banquet, attended by all staff, including security personnel, with the company's treasury devoid of treasures. There was no need for guards, and simply locking the door sufficed. That in total, there were only 23 individuals present. 8 beautiful women, 2 appraisal experts, 1 financial manager, along with Zhang Tong and Luo Peng. The security personnel sat at one table, while the rest occupied two others that at Zhang Tong's table were himself and four stunning women: Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, Luo Weihua, and Qing Xiang. The four frequently raised their glasses to toast Zhang Tong, their smiles radiant and their glances flirtatious. The wine did not intoxicate, but rather, the atmosphere was intoxicating. Beauty does not deceive, and neither does charm. Zhang Tong felt utterly delightful and immensely proud that he had once vowed that if he ever founded a company, it would be filled with beautiful women. This dream had finally come to fruition. Though the company was small, with only 23 employees, it boasted an impressive 4 top-tier beauties. Each one was captivatingly beautiful, able to garner admiration from countless onlookers. Luo Peng sat at another table, accompanied by 4 lovely women: Susan, Pan Yu, Qiao Lily, and Shen Fong, along with 2 appraisal experts and a financial manager. It was indeed a scene filled with enchanting beauty. One by one, they raised their glasses to him, their voices sweet and melodious, their smiles exceedingly charming. Luo Peng had once been a sycophant in the past. Tanjia had never shown him any kindness. Thus, he was filled with joy, excitement, and exhilaration. This was the pinnacle of life. Today, the company had a resounding success, and congratulations were in order for the boss, who had amassed a staggering 43 billion. Everyone welcomed the boss to deliver a speech. Zhao Qian stood up, laughing sweetly. The crowd of employees clapped and smiled, their faces brimming with anticipation. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. I know it has been quite arduous. Zhang Tong began. Therefore, I am awarding each of you a bonus of 500,000 to my heavens. After only a few days of work, we're receiving a bonus of 500,000. The employees were astounded and elated. The boss was indeed extraordinarily generous. He was truly a wealthy man, lavish to an unbelievable extent that I almost want to follow him sincerely. Lu Jie wore a complex expression, for this was the first time he had encountered such a magnanimous boss. He had not yet resigned, and was tasked with continuing to monitor Zhang Tong's every move. Especially tonight, he must not allow Zhang Tong to escape his gaze for even a moment. Thank you, boss. I love you. All the beautiful women cheered first. Luo Wei even rushed forward to give Zhang Tong a passionate embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek. She hailed from the art academy, not specializing in singing or dancing, but in calligraphy and painting. Monetizing her talent was exceedingly difficult. Before gaining recognition, even if one's artworks were exceptional, they would not sell. Her family was quite ordinary, providing her with minimal living expenses. How could that suffice for a top-tier beauty like her? Yet, she had not found a satisfactory boyfriend. Thus, her life was quite frugal and very tight. The clothing she wore was quite ordinary, but due to her striking looks and keen sense of style, she managed to make inexpensive items appear high-end. Despite an annual salary of $1 million, her pay had yet to be disbursed. She had thought she would have to endure another month of hardship before enjoying a blissful life. Little did she know, the boss would suddenly bestow upon them a bonus of 500,000, which left her utterly elated. Did I ask this a sneak attack? No, I must return the kiss. Zhang Tong had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and felt liberated. Pulling her in by her slim waist, he also planted a kiss on her cheek. Luo Wei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her eyes sparkling seductively. She nearly melted into Zhang Tong's arms. One more. The employees burst into laughter. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, they all felt quite carefree. Even Zhao Qian laughed heartily, showing no signs of anger. She had long since established her position. Why feel jealous and make herself miserable? With such generous salaries and ample bonuses and the opportunity to maintain an ambiguous relationship with such a handsome boss, it was something countless women would envy. Zhang Tong did not overstep. He released Luo Wei. However, she playfully snuck in another kiss, leaving a rosy imprint on his other cheek before giggling and darting away. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their joy palpable. Boss, thank you for your generosity. I raise my glass to you. Hua Qingxiang, blushing, approached Zhang Tong with a glass filled to the brim with white liquor, at least 3 taels. Once Zhang Tong clinked glasses with her, she elegantly downed the drink. Her face turned beet red, and she became unsteady, ultimately collapsing into Zhang Tong's arms with a thud. Wow, is she that easy to get drunk? Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this intentional, or merely a coincidence? Each one of them seemed like a temptress. Lu Qingxi smirked slightly. Enticing the boss was no simple feat. He was not the type of man easily swayed by such advances. Despite her multiple attempts, none had borne fruit. Once, they had even found themselves alone in her room. Yet he had left without hesitation. Another time, at Zhang Tong's villa, he had merely given her a playful swat on the behind before stopping there. Clearly, he had no intention of expanding his harem. One Zhao Qian was sufficient. Nevertheless, he certainly appreciated beauty, thus hiring lovely women to surround him. Perhaps he reveled in the attention and admiration of attractive women. Zhang Tong found himself enveloped in an enchanting floral fragrance. Unable to resist taking a few deep breaths, the aroma was intoxicating, refreshing to the senses. Yet he feigned annoyance, saying, Hey, wake up. You can't just drink and toast like that. I'm so sorry. I'm just so happy. My tolerance has always been poor. One drink, and I'm done. That I've never dared to drink outside. This is my first time. Hua Qingxiang slurred, her eyes glazed over. Very well, Zhang Tong said with a hint of exasperation as he continued to hold her. Then, with fervor, he declared, Ladies and gentlemen, I have not yet finished speaking. Tomorrow, there will be no work, for I have decided to grant a half-month holiday. You may travel as you wish. Men, take your sisters-in-law, and women. Bring your lovers, that if any beautiful ladies find themselves without company, feel free to seek me out. I will gladly discuss matters of overtime with you. Wow, this is incredible, boss. You are too extravagant. Long live the boss. Boss, I love you, boss. You are so humorous. I thought you would accompany me to the Maldives, but you mentioned overtime instead. The crowd erupted in cheers and laughter, each one glowing with happiness, lost in a state of sheer bliss. This was undoubtedly the most extravagant and whimsical boss in the world, issuing a bonus of 50,000 on a whim and granting a half-month holiday with a mere snap of his fingers. It was enough to make one's heart soar with delight. To work in such a company was indeed a blessing from the heavens. Ha. Senpai, this month I received a bonus of 500,000. My fortune is nearing 1 million. Luo Peng couldn't help but boast to Yongbio. Do you ever tire of bragging? Get lost in an office in a certain company in the magical city. Yang Bo was working tirelessly, his face a mask of frustration. Maddie is just bullying me because I'm new, making me stay late every day. That fool Luo Peng frequently comes in to boast without any substance. I am not a fool. Zhang Tong earned 400 billion in a day. Not even 400 could be believed. He wished he could fly over and slap the foolish fatso into silence. Chapter 63. You are responsible for being beautiful, and I am responsible for earning a living. Just as the crowd was in high spirits and excitement, the door suddenly swung open with a bang, and a hefty man stormed in, cursing loudly. What the hell is this noise? Are you trying to invite trouble? Behind him followed more than 20 burly men, all robust and intimidating, with cigarettes dangling from their lips, exuding an air of menace. Upon seeing the multitude of beautiful women, their eyes widened in astonishment, each one captivated by their beauty, yet filled with bitterness at their own lack of such company. What do you want? Zhang Tong halted the security personnel who were ready to retaliate. He detested fighting, especially in a hotel, that a celebratory feast should not end in a brawl. Who am I? You don't need to know. Pang Tan glared angrily at Zhang Tong. Are you a newly established entertainment or modeling company? How is that any of your concern? Zhang Tong retorted angrily that he had initially intended to resolve the matter amicably, but the other party's arrogance was intolerable. Get lost immediately, or you'll find yourselves entering upright and leaving horizontally. A mere small company dared to act so brazenly in front of him. Were they seeking their own demise? Pang Tan was taken aback for a moment before bursting into cold laughter. His companions joined in, sneering at Zhang Tong as if he were a fool. Come on, I'll take you all on. Let us see who is truly seeking death here. Before anyone could react, Luo Peng jumped out, gesturing provocatively. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, his hefty frame was imposing, rivaling Pang Tan's. His sudden appearance was genuinely intimidating, but he was completely unafraid. Behind him sat 10 formidable retired Special Forces soldiers, including a legendary soldier. Moreover, there was the even more powerful Zhang Tong present. Dealing with such clowns required Luo Peng to take the lead. After all, such ostentatious moments should not lack his presence. Did the 4 beautiful women at the table not admire him? This was the first step in attracting women that if luck was on his side, he could enjoy the same privileges as Zhang Tong, being pursued and seduced by countless beauties, free to choose whom to bed based on his mood. Who do you think you are, you little fatso? You have no idea what you are getting into. Anyone under my command could easily take you down. Pang Tan looked at him with disdain. Today, I'll say this once. You will immediately apologize and by our orders, and this matter will be settled. This is merely on account of the numerous beautiful women here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy. His companions glared at them, filled with contempt and anger that we are struggling for our livelihood, earning barely a meager salary, while these entertainment company scoundrels rake in riches. Handing out bonuses of 500,000 and granting half-month holidays that it's utterly unjust. Get out of here now, or you will face the consequences. Wang Hao stepped forward, shielding Luo Pang behind him. The other security personnel remained still, confident that Wang Hao alone could handle the situation, considering he was a former soldier. You are certainly not good people. You must be involved in some wrongdoing, dividing up the spoils, correct? Behave yourselves and come back with us to clarify everything. Pang Tan, filled with menace, charged forward with his companions, ready to attack. Are you city management? In an instant, Wang Hao sprang into action, executing a shoulder throw that sent Pang Tan crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Then, he swept his leg, sending several of the burly men tumbling down. The others, caught off guard, fell inexplicably as well, sprawled out in disarray. This kind of trash, and you dare to claim you could take down my fat brother? Luo Pang laughed uproariously. Wow, this entertainment company must be incredibly wealthy to have hired a soldier king as their bodyguard. Pang Tan was so enraged that he nearly spat blood that in his past. He had served in the military, and indeed as a special forces soldier. His combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable. However, when facing the king of soldiers, he was clearly outmatched, his dignity diminished in an instant. Yet this affair was far from over. Do you dare to confront the city management? Do you wish to court death? One of them could no longer contain his fury and shouted. The sudden influx of global tycoons and treasure hunters to Xiang City necessitated their mobilization for patrol duty, dressed as plainclothes officers, thus serving as a hidden force. Now that their mission was complete, they had come to dine at the hotel. City management. Zhang Tong was bewildered. How had they inexplicably found themselves in conflict with the city management? Nevertheless, he showed no fear, coldly stating, "We are employees of Tianbao Auction House." "What do you intend to do?" "Employees of Tianbao Auction House." All the city management officials gaped in astonishment. Wasn't it precisely because this auction house had attracted countless wealthy individuals with its auctions that they had been summoned to work overtime? They had heard that this auction house had generated over 43 billion in a single day, and one of the treasures was called the Flying Pearl, which supposedly allowed one to soar. A misunderstanding. How trivial. Pang Tan scrambled to his feet, awkwardly admitting, "I thought you were from an entertainment company, flaunting your bonuses and causing a ruckus, which has been quite bothersome to us that we were already in a foul mood due to your late-night commotion." "You've worked hard." Wang Hao casually tossed 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, distributing them, that he had no desire to clash with the city management, let alone engage in conflict. "Thank you." Pang Tan beamed as he accepted the cigarettes, then turned to Zhang Tong with familiarity, asking, "You must be Zhang Tong, the illustrious owner of Tianbao Auction House. Truly young and accomplished, remarkably handsome. I hold you in the highest regard that I shall apply to patrol again during the next auction." Without awaiting Zhang Tong's response, he nodded and bowed, exiting. Once outside, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nearly terrified to think they were employees of Tianbao Auction House. One security guard had effortlessly subdued them all. That fellow must be a retired soldier king, a paragon among them. His combat capability in his 30s not only remained undiminished, but had grown even more ferocious that I thought I was doomed today. Destined for a beating. Yet I ended up with a pack of cigarettes. Truly, those who escape great peril are destined for fortune. Their conjecture was not unfounded. Wang Hao was indeed a paragon among soldier kings. If not for his extraordinary talent, how could he have been nurtured by the long-browed Taoist? Where was I? Ah yes, I was discussing the holiday. Zhang Tong raised his glass, laughing. "You have chosen to work for my company, which I greatly appreciate. Therefore, rest assured, as long as you remain fiercely loyal to me, I shall never neglect you. In short, you are responsible for being charming and beautiful, while I shall take care of earning a living." Laughter erupted from all around. The boss was intoxicated. "He appeals to all," they quipped. "Our security team could never boast such beauty." The numerous lovely ladies giggled, their laughter causing them to tremble. The boss was undeniably amusing. Yet his character was genuinely commendable. Serving under him meant not having to worry about how to assist him in making money. Point one merely needed to perform their duties well, for he was an extraordinarily skilled treasure hunter. And all financial matters were entrusted to him. Chapter 64. Sharing a bed with Hua Qingxiang, Zhang Tong lay in bed, groggy and enveloped in a fragrant haze. Gradually he awakened, his face a portrait of astonishment. Where was he? This was neither a villa nor a hotel, but rather a relatively ordinary room. The bed was quite spacious, and even more bizarrely, Hua Qingxiang lay beside him, entwined in his embrace. This woman had been inebriated to the point of still showing no signs of waking. She looked utterly enchanting, a vision of beauty in a tranquil slumber. Did I get drunk? Is this how it was arranged? Whose idea was this? Zhang Tong rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit dazed. Was this a scheme devised by Luo Peng? It was enough to drive him to madness. He was not that kind of person. He merely wished to provide the super beauties with good jobs, to ensure their happiness, not to create a harem for himself. But now, sharing a bed with Hua Qingxiang, it would be impossible to clear his name. Even if he could, it might still become a reality. She was too beautiful, both sensuous and pure, captivatingly fresh. She nestled closely against him. Who could remain steadfast in such a situation? Just as his breathing quickened and his heart raced with anticipation, the door swung open. Zhao Qian entered gracefully, smiling. "Boss, you're awake? Here, have a cup of tea to sober up." She proceeded to explain the situation. It turned out that Zhang Tong had gotten drunk but had not collapsed, and he was deeply concerned for Hua Qingxiang's safety in her inebriated state. Thus, he insisted on escorting her back to his newly assigned residence, resulting in both of them collapsing onto the bed and being unable to rise. Zhao Qian had to wait by their side for him to awaken. So that was how it transpired. Zhang Tong let out a sigh of relief, secretly feeling fortunate. Had Zhao Qian not entered in time, a mishap would have occurred. He released Hua Qingxiang and jumped up, pulling Zhao Qian as he hurriedly moved outside. "Datio, your place. Is this urgency due to some nefarious thoughts?" Zhao Qian teased with a sly smile. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingxiang pulled the blanket over her head, her delicate face blooming a vivid shade of crimson. Did I in truth? She had already awakened but dared not move or speak, feeling disheartened that her boss could be such a man. Did he plan to take advantage of her in her drunken state? Would he pretend not to know or refuse? Would she be able to keep her job? She was torn, hesitating. When Zhang Tong awoke, filled with restless energy, her heart nearly leaped from her chest. She understood that something untoward was about to occur. He was so strong and powerful that she could not resist, and if that were the case, she might as well enjoy it. Yet, a surprising turn of events unfolded, entirely contrary to her expectations. That it turned out he was such a good person, concerned for her safety and personally escorting her home. After all, she was so beautiful that even sending a security guard with her would be worrisome, fearing that he might misinterpret her beauty. "Boss, I love you. I truly admire you," Hua Qingxiang silently declared in her heart, then sighed deeply. It turned out that Zhao Qian was his woman. That scoundrel Luo Peng had mentioned that the boss kept 2 super beauties. Was Zhao Qian one of them? Who could the other be? Perhaps it was Lu Qingxi. That seemed unlikely. Maybe Luo Peng was simply spouting nonsense. Had Zhao Qian not entered when she did, what might have transpired? Would I have also become one of his women? Would he treat me well in the future? He was kind to all the beautiful employees, no, to all employees that he offered such generous treatment, lavishly bestowing bonuses. Not to mention how he treated his own women. 3 hours later, as dawn approached, Zhang Tong finally emerged from Zhao Qian's room, feeling invigorated and in high spirits. Zhao Qian was undoubtedly a warm harbor, effortlessly soothing his restless heart, making him feel as though he had been reborn. Perhaps this was the unique charm of a super beauty. "Good morning, boss." Upon descending the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Luo Wei. Luo Wei was dressed in black leggings, a white t-shirt, and sneakers, her satin-like black hair tied back in a ponytail, clearly preparing for a run. "Good morning." Zhang Tong felt a wave of embarrassment, nearly covering his face. However, as long as he himself was not embarrassed, the awkwardness fell upon others. Thus, he feigned nonchalance, smiling. "Going for a run? It's raining, so you won't be able to run, and you can't leave either. How about coming to my place for a while?" Luo Wei's delicate face flushed like a blooming red plum, her charming eyes sparkling like peonies in full bloom. an intoxicating fragrance wafting from her, captivating to the senses that it's fine. The rain isn't heavy. Zhang Tong had just finished speaking when Luo Wei stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment. Let me get you an umbrella." She hurried upstairs to fetch an umbrella. "Thank you." Zhang Tong glanced at her flower-like smile, opened the umbrella, and stepped into the rain. The raindrops pattered against the umbrella as he gradually disappeared from Luo Wei's sight. "The boss is so handsome. I wonder what kind of beauty could be his girlfriend." Luo Wei's cheeks were still rosy as she watched him depart. Last night, Zhang Tong had insisted on escorting Hua Qingxiang home, ensuring that all the beautiful ladies accompanied him for supervision. They were all deeply touched. After watching over for a while, they eventually returned, knowing that Zhao Qian was there to guard her. After all, Zhao Qian was the secretary, earning 3 million a year, specifically assigned to such tasks. Thus, Luo Wei was completely unaware that Zhang Tong had actually spent the night at Zhao Qian's place. On the way, Zhang Tong noticed that he was being followed by a total of 8 individuals, both men and women, all highly skilled. Were it anyone else, even Wang Hao might not have detected all the followers. But Zhang Tong was different. His instincts had been continuously sharpening, allowing him to sense any malice. Although the ill intent of these followers was slight, Zhang Tong could still feel it. Were these experts arranged by Wu Na? Were they from the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs? Were they attempting to uncover my connections? Zhang Tong mused quietly. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Tong found no anomalies. Evidently, no one had entered the villa. After all, Wang Kai and Hui Hui had been guarding the house, allowing only Zhang Tong, Zhao Qian, Luo Peng, and Hua Qingxiang, who had come to clean, to enter. Zhang Tong promptly took Wang Kai and Hui Hui through the basement into the mysterious passage. A contemplative look crossed his face. This was somewhat troublesome. Perhaps they were under surveillance that IT was essential to identify that mysterious treasure hunter. Ideally, she would back off. Otherwise, this situation would become unsatisfactory. The mysterious passage followed me? That indicated it could move freely. Could it alter its exit location? Zhang Tong murmured to himself. In any case, I don't wish to exit from the villa. Anywhere else will do, perhaps Changbai Mountain or my rural hometown. If this mysterious passage possessed intelligence, it would surely cater to its master's wishes. And indeed, it did. After Zhang Tong stepped outside, he found himself in a cavern beneath the crater of Changbai Mountain. My goodness, is this truly possible? What a thrill! Zhang Tong's face was alight with ecstasy that he continued his experiments and soon discovered that while he could change locations, he was limited to places he had previously visited, the villa. The company's treasure vault, the rural cellar, and the crater of Changbai Mountain, to venture into other cities. He would need to establish his own territory there, complete with a basement or cellar that he had previously pinpointed. It seemed he must explore other locales. After all, this was the essence of treasure hunting. Chapter 65. The new use of the flying pearl. What? That scoundrel has made no noise at all? He hasn't contacted anyone, nor has he met with anyone. Early in the morning, Wu Na received a report, her expression darkening slightly. That rascal had stayed overnight at Hua Qingxiang's place and then at Zhao Qian's. It was utterly absurd. Not to mention him, there are indeed many extravagant tycoons, albeit Zhang Tong is somewhat younger. But does he not care about her at all? Is it possible that he himself is the treasure hunter? Yet, Zhang Tong had not been away from Xianxing for long and was far too young. Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Suddenly, her phone rang, and to her astonishment, it was Zhang Tong calling. "Hello, my beautiful Wu De. I have contacted the treasure hunter, and he has replied that he is willing to meet our demands, but he has one condition. If any discoveries are made regarding the flying pearl, we must inform him. There is no need for specific technical details, just the basic functions, like what other uses it has besides flying." Zhang Tong, how dare you toy with me so brazenly, treating national matters as a jest? Wu Na erupted in fury, slamming her palm on the table, which instantly splintered into dust. With her esteemed status, who would dare to mock her? This time, she was truly incensed. How am I toying with you? I am conveying a serious message, not a word of jest. Zhang Tong retorted angrily. Are you being overly sensitive? You owe me an apology. Otherwise, I refuse to cooperate with you. You didn't go out today, nor did you use the internet or make any calls. How could you possibly contact that treasure hunter? In fact, you are that treasure hunter, aren't you? How dare you deceive me? You expect me to apologize. How about I invite you for tea instead? Wu Na shouted in rage. Do you think you can invite me for tea? Zhang Tong snickered. He was currently seated atop a mountain in Changbai, surrounded by pristine white snow, feeling a chill even as a superhuman. For Wu Na to find him would be akin to chasing shadows. Then you wait, Wu Na snapped, abruptly hanging up and leading her team directly to Zhang Tong's villa. Zhang Tong, come out! She bellowed, but silence reigned. Not even a dog barked. What was going on? Wu Na sensed something amiss. We have been monitoring him with 8 people, and an hour ago, he entered the villa and has not come out since. He must still be inside, one team member confidently reported. You fools, he has long since escaped, Wu Na exclaimed in frustration. Indeed, they ordered someone to infiltrate and search thoroughly and a living soul was found, let alone Zhang Tong. She trembled with rage. With so many experts monitoring, how could they not discover how he had slipped away? She immediately had them check the location from which Zhang Tong had called. What? Changbai Mountain? How could that scoundrel have reached there so quickly? Wu Na was left dumbfounded. Could it be that he possessed another flying pearl? Had he quietly flown over with Wang Kai and the little squirrel before dawn? Was he meeting the treasure hunter at Changbai Mountain? Soon, Zhang Tong received a call from Wu Na, and he chuckled. My beautiful Wu Da, how are you? Can't invite me for tea, can you? I apologize, I misunderstood you. I thought you had received a reply without having made contact, leading me to believe you were the treasure hunter, deceiving me all along. Wu Na admitted, we have received your reply. The state has tentatively agreed to cooperate. But it will not involve any technical data regarding the research on flying pearls, only their uses. Can my people tracking you withdraw? Withdraw. They are all useless. Zhang Tong replied, Do you still have a flying pearl on you? Be careful not to have it stolen, Wu Na cautioned. Rest assured, Zhang Tong felt a wave of relief. It seemed Wu Na had misunderstood, thinking he had arrived at Changbai Mountain using a flying pearl. Now, even the use of flying pearls for traversing the skies was permitted. How delightful. When is the next auction for flying pearls? Wu Na asked with a serious tone. That it's hard to say. Currently, I have no information. It depends on luck. It could be in a few months, perhaps sooner, or perhaps longer. Zhang Tong replied, while I plan to check the lake. There might still be flying clams inside. I imagine they have also forgotten the past and will emerge to attack me. That would be the perfect opportunity to hunt them down. If there are none in the lake, that would be troublesome. I might have to venture into the sea, which is perilous. Then we must act swiftly. Wu Na insisted. Is there a discovery from the research? Zhang Tong inquired with anticipation. Not so fast. I've only conducted some special experiments. The flying pearl possesses immense capabilities and numerous applications. One flying pearl is simply insufficient for research. We require more. The military is also interested, hoping to deploy experts to rescue some important individuals. Some scientists wish to use them to construct airborne skyscrapers. Construct airborne skyscrapers? How could that be possible? Zhang Tong was astonished. Why supplying energy to the flying pearl? A building can lose its weight and float in the air, Wu Na explained. Although I can share these research results with you, you must keep them confidential and not disclose them. Of course, I am only interested in those functions that aid in treasure hunting. I care not for anything else, Zhang Tong replied, secretly amazed that the flying pearl could absorb energy to enhance its power. Could it truly become an anti-gravity device, creating a city above the sea? However, the more functions, the more pleased Zhang Tong became, for the flying pearl would sell itself. If hunting the flying clams proves difficult, we can assist, Wu Na offered. Really? Zhang Tong was overjoyed. Certainly, Wu Na beamed. Then provide me with several powerful firearms. Zhang Tong requested. I will send you several experts to accompany you with the firearms. No need for thanks, Wu Na replied. Personnel are unnecessary. Just the firearms will suffice. Zhang Tong stated. Wu Na nearly exploded with frustration, but quickly adopted a charming demeanor. Don't be so quick to refuse. The people I send you are the finest beauties, and they are exceptionally skilled. Such beauties as you? Zhang Tong seemed intrigued, but inwardly scoffed. He thought, the finest beauties? Are they more beautiful than Zhao Qian? More alluring than Lu Qingxi? More pure than Hua Qingxiang? More graceful than Luo Wei? I have an abundance of beauty surrounding me that I can hardly keep track of them, all more stunning than you. Have you considered my words carefully? Perhaps it would be best to pass. Zhang Tong declined. In truth, he was merely teasing her. Very well. I will promptly send over the firearms and documentation, Wu Na conceded, feeling somewhat defeated. Zhang Tong was not easily dealt with, nor could he be easily fooled. It was better not to harbor any unrealistic expectations. How exciting! Zhang Tong was genuinely thrilled. He could now acquire firearms. He could shoot at flying clams and monsters. Chapter 66. Has the villa become a den of spiders? Zhang Tong did not immediately return from Changbai Mountain, but instead delved into a mysterious passage to rest and cultivate for half a day. Only then did he emerge from the villa's basement. Just after 8 in the evening, he was soon greeted by the sound of a flute, its notes filled with sorrow and longing, accompanied by other musical instruments and the laughter of several beautiful women. Is this truly my villa? Zhang Tong was taken aback, stealthily approaching to observe, and what he beheld was a mesmerizing spectacle. The hall was adorned with colorful lights, casting a kaleidoscope of hues, dressed in simple yet revealing attire. Hua Qingxiang played the flute. Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, Luo Wei, Su Shanshan, Chen Fong, Pan Yu, and Xiao Lili were dancing, each one adorned in extravagant attire, dazzling beyond compare. Some wore denim shorts showcasing their long legs. Others donned strapless skirts, revealing ample snow-white skin, that a few wore deep V-neck dresses, exposing half of their snowy peaks. Others sported form-fitting skirts paired with red high heels, exuding extreme sensuality. They twisted and twirled with joyful abandon. Good heavens, I was away for just a short while, and my villa has transformed into a den of seduction. Zhang Tong was left gaping, hidden away as he secretly admired and critiqued. Lu Qingxi danced the most provocatively, her expressions and movements utterly captivating, leaving onlookers salivating. Zhao Qian was no less impressive, her dance moves strikingly beautiful, especially the action of closing her eyes and firing a gun, which sent shivers down the spine. Luo Wei exuded an air of royalty, her grace so captivating that one could only think of defiling her. Yoga instructor Chen Fong was also a virtuoso, her dance movements expansive and flawless. Pan Yu, a professional model, showcased her slender waist, long legs, and curvaceous form, dancing with exuberance that electrified Zhang Tong. Office lady Xiao Lili was also in high spirits, wildly tossing her hair, creating a chaotic yet thrilling spectacle that left Zhang Tong as heart-racing. As the performance concluded, they relaxed, engaging in playful banter. Our boss only knows how to make money, but not how to spend it. He just earned several billion and has gone off treasure hunting again with Wang Kai and Hui Hui. Who knows when he'll return? Shall we stay at his villa and throw parties every day? Do you think the boss will scold us when he comes back? What could he possibly say? The boss cherishes us dearly. How could he ever bear to speak ill of us? Did he not once proclaim that he is responsible for earning a living while we are to focus solely on our beauty? Thus, we must take great care of ourselves. In addition to cultivating joy daily, we should also indulge in facial masks and beauty treatments that by the way, I have come across an exceptional facial mask that promises to render our skin more delicate and radiant. Would anyone care to try it? Soon enough, they sprawled across the sofa in various positions, each applying their masks while continuing their cheerful chatter. You have no idea, ever since my annual salary hit 1 million, I have lost all interest in romance that I have told every man who pursued me to get lost. What a relief that is! I once held high hopes for 2 suitors, both possessing homes and cars, earning hundreds of thousands annually. I was torn over whether to choose one for a relationship, but I suddenly realized they are utterly beneath me. That I own a house and a car, along with savings and a good job, things they could only dream of. Hence, I instructed them to keep their distance. You have a house and a car? Really? The boss provided me with a 3-bedroom apartment and bestowed upon me a bonus of 500,000. Surely, that was meant for purchasing a vehicle. Zhang Tong continued to listen with keen interest, eager to hear more of their amusing tales. The effect is indeed remarkable. My skin feels softer now that my complexion is more luminous. This mask is splendid. I adore it. Really? Zhang Tong was somewhat skeptical that they're truly such a miraculous product. He craned his neck to look, but could not discern any difference in their appearances compared to before. Oh dear, the boss has returned. Someone exclaimed upon spotting Zhang Tong that as long as I remain unembarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward. Zhang Tong feigned nonchalance and stepped out confidently. When did you arrive? Boss, we were completely unaware. All the ladies looked a bit bewildered. They had searched thoroughly earlier and had not noticed Zhang Tong's presence. Even Wang Kai and Hui Hui were absent. How did Zhang Tong suddenly appear? Of course I jumped in, he smiled faintly. The boss is quite formidable. He can leap over 10 meters high. This wall could not contain him. Zhao Qian chuckled. No need to worry, the boss has just returned. Really just returned? Why do I feel like he's been back for quite a while? Did he overhear everything we said? The ladies felt shy and embarrassed, recalling the many indiscreet comments they had made. Would the boss mock them? Weren't you off treasure hunting? Lu Qingxi playfully inquired. That I merely took a casual look, akin to a reconnaissance mission. I shall officially embark in a few days, Zhang Tong replied. We should head back, right? The ladies wished to continue their merriment, but were apprehensive. They feared Zhang Tong might become upset. No worries. Carry on with your fun. Do as you please, Zhang Tong reassured them. Then lamented, I've been so busy lately that I neglected many matters that it's unacceptable for beauties of your caliber not to have your own cars. How can you take public transport and risk harassment from unsavory characters? Therefore, the company will provide you with vehicles worth over $1 million. Thank you, boss. I love you. The ladies erupted in excitement, rushing over to embrace Zhang Tong warmly. Some even planted kisses on his cheek. Did I end that moment? They were entirely convinced that Zhang Tong was not angry. Otherwise, how could he bestow such favors upon them? Such a generous and kind boss felt almost like their husband, making him all the more endearing. They began to dance joyfully, pulling Zhang Tong into their midst. After over an hour of revelry, fatigue set in, and they each sank onto the sofa to rest, creating a breathtaking tableau. Suddenly, a visitor arrived, none other than Fan Bingxiang, driving a Ferrari and adorned in the finest designer attire, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. What brings you here? Zhang Tong asked, taken aback. Having had a falling out with this woman, her presence was unexpected. Even though she had come for the opening ceremony and their relationship had somewhat thawed. Yet her late-night visit caught him off guard. Surely, she wasn't unwelcome. Fan Bingxiang's face was a tapestry of longing and playful reproach. Of course you are welcome. Zhang Tong gestured for her to sit on the sofa. The 8 ladies quickly offered her their seats, and Zhao Qian even prepared some fine tea. This was the epitome of a wealthy and beautiful woman. While Zhang Tong could afford to be impolite, they dared not. They then ascended to the second floor, aware that the two were likely to discuss matters privately. Could it be that Fan Bingxiang harbors feelings for our boss? Is she pursuing him? Does it need saying? Coming over at this hour is akin to delivering herself on a platter. Our boss far surpasses the Fan family's influence. His personal fortune could soon eclipse theirs. As they whispered on the second floor, they strained to eavesdrop on the conversation below, particularly Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi, who stood at the staircase, eager to catch every word. Chapter 67. Fan Bingxiang's confession. Fan Bingxiang's delicate face flushed, her enchanting eyes shimmering as she bashfully declared, I like you. Truly, I do. Will you be my boyfriend? She had indeed initiated a pursuit. Wow, a top-tier beauty like Fan Bingxiang is openly confessing her feelings for our boss. He is simply incredible. The ladies upstairs were astounded, each wearing a look of disbelief. Zhao Qian, however, wore a complex expression, torn with conflicting emotions. Would he accept her? Would he henceforth be unavailable to her? Would he still shower her with affection? Could she continue to sneak away with him? He had already given her so much. She was aware of her place. With her current wealth, she could live comfortably for the rest of her life. If she relied solely on her own efforts to earn money, she might toil endlessly and still not amass as much. Marrying a man and managing a household might not guarantee this level of abundance either. She would have to cater to in-laws and a husband, raising children. What a burden! Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. However, her life now was entirely different, filled with happiness and sweetness that made her feel buoyant. And she wanted nothing more than to sing and dance every day. That a confession. Zhang Tong was equally flabbergasted. This wealthy beauty was so forward. Was she not concerned about propriety, her dignity, or the grandeur of her lineage? Would she not be embarrassed if word got out? Yet a swell of pride surged within him. The sole heiress of a multi-billion-dollar family, Fan Bingxiang, was confessing her feelings to him. This was something he had never even dared to dream of. It seemed that wealth truly could work wonders, even bringing celestial beings down to earth. Thus, he resolved to pursue wealth diligently in order to savor the finer things in life. However, we have only just met, and we barely know each other, so I cannot agree to your proposition just yet. Perhaps in the future, Zhang Tong gently declined. Although Fan Bingxiang was stunning and possessed an aura that rivaled the 8 ladies upstairs, perhaps even surpassed them, he was aware that Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, and Luo Wei each had their own unique charms that were equally compelling. But you already know so much about me that didn't you learn of my situation before? I have never had a boyfriend. I lack experience in love. Fan Bingxiang's expression shifted slightly, tears nearly brimming in her eyes. That it is your character and demeanor that I am unfamiliar with. For instance, would you become jealous? Do you possess a strong desire for control? Zhang Tong replied that I am not the jealous type, nor do I have a strong desire for control. Fan Bingxiang assured him, ha. Zhang Tong remained unconvinced. Such sentiments defied human nature. Would she not feel jealousy if he were her boyfriend? Would she not wish to control his wealth? Yet, he found joy in nurturing many beautiful women, relishing their lively banter and colorful appearances, that he had amassed considerable wealth and would only continue to increase it. Who would not covet that? Ultimately, however, he was reluctant to enter a relationship so soon. It would rob him of much of life's enjoyment. Moreover, how many wealthy individuals rush into marriage? Most marry in their 30s or even 40s. I understand your character and know you are kind to all women, but that does not mean you will possess them. Besides, how many wealthy men do not have a few lovers? That is quite common. Why should I feel jealous? My family is researching longevity drugs, and we will soon succeed that we will become the pinnacle of wealth. And as the sole heir, I have no desire to control your fortune. Fan Bingxiang explained earnestly. Then what do you love about me? Zhang Tong countered. Fan Bingxiang faltered, unsure how to articulate her feelings. The TOC she adored his looks felt absurd and lacked substance. Finally, she mustered the courage to say, do you understand the concept of a strategic marriage? Strategic marriage? Zhang Tong replied with a hint of a smile. What is it about me that merits your interest? You possess a wealth of rare ginseng, which we desperately need. Furthermore, we foresee a bright future for you. With your capabilities, you will become one of the top tycoons, perhaps even surpassing our family. That a union between us would be mutually beneficial, securing a legacy for both our families. Fan Bingxiang asserted that if you agree, I promise not to interfere in your affairs, including your relationships with other women. Nor will I control your finances. That I pledge that I will never betray you, and you shall be my only man. Please accept my offer. Zhao Qian, Lu Qing, Si Luo, Wei Hua, and others were all shouting inwardly. Such favorable conditions. If Zhang Tong agreed, he would only need to part with a few strands of millennium ginseng to gain a girlfriend of exquisite beauty and remarkable intellect, along with a connection to a prestigious family. Considering Zhang Tong's current wealth and treasure-hunting abilities, a handful of millennium ginseng would be nothing. Moreover, they would enjoy happiness in the future, continuing to bask in the boss's affection without anyone to interfere. This was the epitome of perfection. Their greatest fear was that once Zhang Tong had a wife, they would be dismissed. After all, no normal woman would want to see her husband showering affection on beautiful employees, even if there was no ambiguity in their relationships. Furthermore, Zhao Qian had a flirtatious rapport with Zhang Tong. It turned out she had intended to exploit my millennium ginseng. Was it my previous remark about needing more than 10 strands of ginseng that had caused this? Zhang Tong awkwardly touched his nose and waved his hand, saying, Miss Fan, I truly apologize, but I do not wish to discuss a girlfriend at this moment. Let us put this matter to rest. As for your need for millennium ginseng, I can sell it to you, even at 1.3 billion per strand. Of course, we will remain friends and business partners. Heavens, the boss had declined, and so bluntly. Fan Bingxiang must be furious. The beauties upstairs were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend. Why would Zhang Tong refuse such a favorable proposition? Was he reluctant to part with a few strands of millennium ginseng? No, it was simply that he did not wish to pursue a girlfriend at this time. After all, he was still quite young, that if he were to have a girlfriend, it would hinder his ability to enjoy himself. Though Fan Bingxiang would not criticize him, society would today as they pondered this. They were also intensely curious about how Fan Bingxiang would react. All right, we wish to buy 3 strands of millennium ginseng. Do you have any? After a considerable pause, Fan Bingxiang's voice finally rang out, yes, please wait. Zhang Tong promptly retrieved a burlap sack from the basement, containing 3 strands of millennium ginseng. Although he had not been treasure hunting that day, he had accompanied Wang Kai and Hui Hui to the mountains, where they had stumbled upon 3 strands of millennium ginseng. He had unearthed them on a whim. Despite encountering an elephant, it had been quite amicable, and no conflict had ensued. Chapter 68. Fan Bingxiang in tears. The beauties laugh and cry with these 3 strands of millennium ginseng. Our Fan family will surely be the first to develop the most miraculous longevity medicine. At that point, we will not merely be 100 billion or 1,000 billion family, but a trillion family. Once the transaction was complete, Fan Bingxiang's face was alight with pride, feeling accomplished once more. So what? Zhang Tong shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. With the treasure in hand, the world was his oyster, but he had no intention of engaging in research or high-tech endeavors. His sole focus was on treasure hunting. With his capabilities, acquiring trillion-dollar wealth might not be exceedingly difficult. But have you considered this? Our Fan family will inevitably develop longevity medicine. Do you not wish to extend your life by several decades? Perhaps you might say that in the future, when the medicine is sold, you could purchase it. However, the super longevity medicine will not be available for sale. It will only be for our Fan family's use. Fan Bingxiang stated, "Now, you still have time to regret." This was troubling. The woman had gained leverage after obtaining the millennium ginseng, aiming to dominate the boss. The expressions of the 8 beauties shifted, secretly admiring Fan Bingxiang's remarkable wit. In such circumstances, she was still able to deliver such a sharp retort. Super longevity medicine? Could it truly grant immortality? Zhang Tong scoffed. While it may not confer immortality, extending life by 30 or even 50 years is certainly possible. Fan Bingxiang replied, "That I will say but one thing. Confidently live for 200 years. One will be able to traverse 3,000 miles of water. Ponder that." Zhang Tong wore a teasing expression. Ever since the day he cultivated the heavenly fist technique, his lifespan had been extended by 100 years, reaching 200. Should he break through once more, his life could extend to 400 years. The power of the heavenly fist continued to grow, and his physical transformation showed no signs of stagnation. Further breakthroughs could be anticipated. The notion that a super longevity medicine could extend life by 30 to 50 years was insignificant in comparison. Moreover, the treasures of the treasure star were countless. If there were miraculous millennium ginseng, there must surely be other extraordinary items that could extend life even more effectively. Did these 2 lines of poetry hold a different meaning? Fan Bingxiang was perplexed, her face a mask of confusion. Unable to fathom why Zhang Tong seemed indifferent to extending his life, that it was inconceivable. No one could be that foolish. Perhaps a poor person might be able to understand. But he possessed ample wealth, more than enough for several lifetimes, allowing him to indulge in the splendors of life. "Miss Fan, take care. I wish you success in developing the longevity medicine soon," Zhang Tong said, sensing her prolonged silence and growing impatient, prompting her to leave, albeit in a gentle manner. Otherwise, it would be too hurtful. Even though Fan Bingxiang's motives might not be pure, if she did not admire him, she would not have confessed her feelings. She was simply rejected without mercy. "Thank you." Fan Bingxiang came to her senses, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, trembling with rage. This scoundrel was utterly lacking in romantic sensibility, urging her to leave without hesitation. Had she delayed him from pursuing the beautiful women? She tried to maintain an air of nonchalance, but once outside the villa, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Congratulations, boss. You've earned another 3.9 billion. The beauties descended the stairs in a line, each more enchanting than the last, their smiles radiant as they congratulated him that a mere 3.9 billion was trivial. They would aim for something grander next time. Perhaps another high-profile auction. Zhang Tong appeared unfazed, as if he had merely earned 39 yuan. "Boss, you are incredible, truly amazing. I adore you." The many beauties gazed at him with fiery eyes, their faces filled with adoration. The youth before them was unlike any other wealthy individual. While others extracted surplus value from their employees' hard work to amass fortunes, he ventured out alone, seeking treasures and returning with billions. His methods were nothing short of divine. "By the way, do you all have boyfriends?" Zhang Tong inquired. "No," they replied, shaking their heads without hesitation, their faces flushed with shy anticipation. Did the boss wish to claim them? Should they consent? "I once said, I am responsible for earning a living. While you are responsible for being beautiful, I wish to do something for you," Zhang Tong stated. "Do not misunderstand. I mean that the company is my home, and it is also yours, boss. You need not be so coy." "Do as you please, that we are willing," the many beauties exclaimed, giggling shyly. "You are to be responsible for your beauty, but purchasing clothing and cosmetics requires considerable expenditure. Therefore, I wish to provide you with a stipend, which I shall call the beauty grant, at 100,000 per month. Of course, if you find boyfriends or get married, the stipend will cease, as that becomes the responsibility of your boyfriend or husband. My goodness, what kind of boss is this? How can he treat us so well? A beauty grant? What a hilarious name. The numerous beauties were astonished, overwhelmed with emotion, some even on the verge of tears. The feeling of being cared for was simply divine. Initially, they thought Zhang Tong intended to do something untoward, but that was far from the case. He was simply finding ways to give them money to spend. Could a boyfriend be this considerate? Could any boyfriend possess such wealth? They now felt as though they were living in a honey pot, earning $1 million per year, with house and car provided, plus a monthly stipend of 100,000. Husband, no, boss, I love you. I will love you forever, always remaining your subordinate, forever beautiful for you. They came to their senses, excitedly expressing similar sentiments that do you have any suggestions to improve the company, making it even better for employees, especially for you to live more happily? Zhang Tong asked. How about a canteen? It's quite troublesome to eat now, as I don't want to cook for myself, nor do I wish to eat fast food. A beauty salon would be wonderful. Then we could indulge in various treatments daily, enhancing our beauty for longer. They began to propose reasonable suggestions that a canteen could be considered. Zhang Tong said. As for the beauty salon, it seemed too complicated, so they would not pursue that. However, beauty treatments could be reimbursed. Boss, you are truly wonderful. I love you. I adore you. The many beauties were ecstatic, moved to tears. They clung to Zhang Tong, leaving numerous lip prints on his face. All right, it is getting late. Everyone should rest, Zhang Tong smiled. Off to sleep then. The beauties cheerfully ascended the stairs. They had originally brought clothes, as they intended to revel in the villa for over 10 days. Little did they expect Zhang Tong to return so soon. However, the boss was even better than their fathers, offering no concerns about being sent away. Perhaps something wonderful might happen tonight. Chapter 69. Not marrying. Letting daddy take care of me for a lifetime. The villa had many rooms, one on each floor, so there was no worry about not having enough space. The beauties each selected a room and settled in. After bathing, dressed in alluring nightwear or enticing lingerie, they lay on the soft beds, lost in fantasies and imaginations. Would the boss come to steal a kiss? If he did, would they agree or feign ignorance? What were they still troubled about? Of course, they would sleep with him. Zhang Tong led Zhao Qian into the master bedroom. Isn't that inappropriate? I should stay in another room, Zhao Qian said, blushing furiously, knowing that so many colleagues were present in the villa. It would undoubtedly be discovered, and that would be mortifying to do. You think they are unaware of our affairs? Zhang Tong inquired. They merely harbor suspicions, and some even speculate that you are financially supporting Lu Qingxi. Zhao Qian teased, expressing her concerns, asserting that if it were confirmed, it would be quite troublesome. What worries me most is that if they discover you are sleeping in another room, they might come to harass me. Zhang Tong remarked. With 7 of them, if each were to disturb me just once, would I even be able to sleep? It won't happen, rest assured. They will merely leave the door unlocked, allowing you the chance to sneak in. If you were to share my bed, wouldn't that just lead to their disappointment? Zhao Qian chuckled, shaking her head in disbelief. Sneak in for what? Zhang Tong touched his forehead, asking, am I to pluck every beautiful flower I encounter? A moment's admiration suffices. You wouldn't merely admire them. You would bring them back to your palace, nurturing them for daily enjoyment. Zhao Qingxi jested, "It's not as outrageous as you suggest at most. I would plant them at the office." Zhang Tong frowned, expressing his disdain for those second-generation wealthy individuals who maintain harems. Yet, those once valiant dragon-slaying heroes often morph into the very dragons they once vanquished. Zhao Qian laughed that you're quite the contrarian. Aren't you? Zhang Tong retorted. Just wait and see how I shall punish you soon. The room echoed with Zhao Qian's pleas for mercy. The atmosphere turned spring-like. As the night swiftly passed, finally, dawn broke, and the 7 beauties rose early, their faces adorned with sorrow and disappointment. The boss didn't come looking for me. Nor for you. Could it be he's lacking in that aspect? What do you mean lacking? He is more than capable that I went to the restroom and, passing by the master bedroom, I heard, oh my, how dare you eavesdrop? It was purely accidental. I assure you, I was not trying to listen. Truly, I wouldn't deceive you that I suspect Zhao Qian is a siren, having utterly captivated the boss at a glance over the shoulder. a smile that bewitches all, rendering the beauty of the six palaces pale in comparison. The boss is not as shallow as you might think, nor as lustful. While he appreciates our beauty and aspires for our excellence, he has never considered possession. Lu Qingxi explained, so do not belittle yourselves. It is not that you are unattractive, nor is it that Zhao Qian has ensnared the boss's heart. She merely sees the opportunity first. With her by his side, why would he seek out other women? We can only wait for our chance. Wait for what chance? He wouldn't neglect us, we should simply enjoy life. Lu Qingxi advised. Indeed, the boss treats us so well, and he harbors no possessive desires. He is our guardian angel. No, he is like a father to us, that a father will care for us for life, as long as we remain unmarried. Only a fool would marry, given how well he treats us. We must repay him with kindness, that I would give everything for him, that I would die for him, I would bear him 10 children. Lu Qingxi was left speechless that a group of shameless enchantresses. Could they all originate from the Pan-Sea cave? Yet, she couldn't help but admire Zhang Tong. He was exceedingly exceptional, with outstanding character, captivating numerous beautiful employees that if he were any other wealthy man, with so many beauties residing in his villa, all secretly enamored with him. How could he endure such temptation? He would undoubtedly sweep them all off their feet. Zhao Qian awoke from her slumber and immediately gazed at the man beside her, her face radiating affection, her eyes brimming with deep emotion. Last night, he truly did not venture out for illicit encounters. Even as she feigned sleep, breathing evenly for half an hour without moving, he remained undisturbed, sleeping soundly. Clearly, he had no inclination for any secret trysts. His character is exceptional, truly admirable, utterly intoxicating. Once they both arose, they found the 7 beauties engaged in various activities. Some were in the kitchen preparing meals, others practicing yoga, while some were honing their singing voices. Each one was a breathtaking sight. Time to eat. Time to eat. Come see if my noodles are delicious. Hua Qingxiang exclaimed cheerily. Delicious, truly delightful. Zhang Tong was the first to extol. Who would have thought the pure Hua Qingxiang was also a culinary expert? Quite impressive. The other beauties were slightly disgruntled. I can cook too. I was merely outpaced by Hua Qingxiang. Later, we shall go shopping. Today I shall foot the bill, without deducting from the beauty fund. Zhang Tong retrieved a considerable amount of gooseberry grapes and duck eggs from a room for the lovely ladies to enjoy, declaring it would be foolish not to spend money. With no siblings and parents long past, he had only a few distant relatives, and thus could only revel in the company of his employees. How wonderful! Our father is treating us. Oh, father, you are so kind. I love you. The beauties erupted in excitement. When did I become a father? Zhang Tong rubbed his forehead, bewildered. I am merely your boss, not your father. Good morning, beauties. Good morning, boss. Today, I am both driver and bodyguard, Luo Peng announced as he parked the car in front of the villa and strode in confidently. Luo Peng now bore no resemblance to his former self. Clad in designer attire, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, adorned with a luxury watch, he radiated confidence, embodying the image of a successful individual. Gone was the despondency of yore. Ever since Zhang Tong opened a fruit shop, appointing Tan Jia as manager with an annual salary of 500,000, she had pursued Luo Peng with fervor, transforming into his devoted admirer that on the first day, he had rejected her, but on the second day, when she arrived with a large bouquet and chocolates, he could no longer resist and accepted her, leading to cohabitation. This green tea girl seemed to have settled down, transforming Luo Peng into an exceptionally dapper figure, showering him with daily care and attention, treating him like royalty. Luo Peng had turned the tables, now reveling in bliss, even contemplating marriage with Tan Jia. Thus, upon witnessing 8 beauties spending the night in Zhang Tong's villa, he felt no jealousy, only immense admiration that my goodness, the boss is incredible. He managed to spend the night with 8 women. How does he endure it? Chapter 70 What? You all have boyfriends? Or is it the same one? A Mercedes and an Audi sped out from the villa. Zhang Tong was accompanied by Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, and Hua Qingxiang. The trio was restless, incessantly inquiring about Zhao Qian, insisting she had worked hard last night and must eat something nutritious to replenish her energy. Infuriated, Zhao Qian nearly lost her temper. Are these 3 enchantresses envious or jealous? The boss didn't sneak away for illicit encounters. I certainly didn't stop him that I'm merely his secretary, without the authority to intervene. Moreover, I too have endured my share of hardship. If any of you could entice the boss, I would be thrilled and much relieved. Their verbal sparring was fierce and humorous. However, a single fist cannot contend with four hands. How could Zhao Qin stand against three beauties? She soon found herself overwhelmed, resorting to covering her ears that I cannot hear you. I will not listen. What can you do to me? Women, especially stunning beauties, are truly peculiar creatures. At times, they're the closest of confidants, sharing everything. Yet at other moments, they engage in jibes and jealousy, even vying for each other's lovers. Zhang Tong shook his head in silence. Before long, they arrived at the Porsche dealership. Could the boss be considering gifting us Porsches? All the beauties were electrified. That my goodness. What a wealthy individual. A stunning saleswoman emerged, her beauty just shy of Su Shanshan, Chen Fong, Pan Yu, and Xiao Lili, upon seeing Zhang Tong surrounded by 8 breathtaking beauties. She was left speechless to as for Luo Peng. Despite appearing as a successful man, he did not enjoy such treatment and was thus overlooked as she recognized Zhang Tong as the true focal point of the group. Welcome. The saleswoman warmly introduced the various models of Porsche. Other saleswomen and customers were equally astonished, staring in disbelief. Where did this ostentatious second-generation rich kid come from, flanked by 8 extraordinary beauties? This must be a sign of divine retribution. I wish to purchase a car for each of them, which would be suitable. Zhang Tong stated nonchalantly that my goodness, how extravagant. Today, I shall strike it rich. The saleswoman's face lit up with joy. 8 beauties, 8 cars, over 10 million. I could earn quite a commission. However, her excitement quickly waned upon realizing there were no cars in stock. Regardless of the model, they could not produce 8 vehicles immediately. It would take several days. Then let us go. Zhang Tong decisively headed to the adjacent Ferrari dealership. How infuriating. I feel as if I've missed out on a fortune. The saleswoman fumed, feeling as if she might vomit blood. This extravagant individual is far too impatient. Does he think he can simply drive away with a car on the same day? It's not as if he is purchasing cabbage. Can't you see? He is merely a show-off, never truly intending to buy a car. He is just trying to impress the ladies. Just wait and see. When he goes to the Ferrari dealership, he won't buy even a single one. The manager asserted that he was envious of Zhang Tong, who had brought along 8 stunning beauties, 4 of whom were among the most exquisite women, truly captivating. The Ferrari dealership was even more luxurious and spacious. With several cars in stock, though they were all quite expensive, typically costing over 200,000, with the priciest models exceeding 500,000 at hello. Beautiful. I am Qin He, son of Qin Ning, owner of Tianyuan Company. May I add you on WeChat? A wealthy second-generation client, captivated by Zhao Qin's unparalleled beauty, rushed over eagerly that I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. Zhao Qin replied, wrapping her arm around Zhang Tong's, gently declining. Then can we exchange WeChat? Qin gazed eagerly and infatuatedly at Lu Qingxi, a paragon of beauty herself, exuding a captivating allure that could utterly ensnare one's senses. That I apologize, but I am already in a relationship. Lu Qingxi replied, wrapping her arms around Zhang Tong's other arm. Who the hell is this bastard? Both of these stunning beauties are his girlfriends. Qin was so furious he felt like spitting blood. Yet he did not lose heart. There were plenty of beautiful women to pursue. Thus, he sequentially approached Luo Wei, Hua Qingxiang, Xiao Lili, Pan Yu, and Chen Fong, only to receive the same response. They all clung to Zhang Tong's arm, declaring they had boyfriends. They all used Zhang Tong as a shield. This was a remarkably simple and efficient tactic, wasting neither words nor breath. Zhang Tong, of course, would not expose them and was even quite pleased to play the role of a decoy. He had to protect the beautiful employees of his company after all. What kind of rich air is this? Yet Qin took it seriously, his eyes turning red with envy and jealousy. Naturally, he was filled with questions that he knew the famous rich airs of Xianqing, yet he had never encountered this particular individual before. Could he be from Yinjing? Or perhaps from Shenzhen or Shanghai? Brother, I saw you arrive with them. You must know him. Who is he? Qin grasped Luo Peng's arm and handed him a Huangdala cigarette. That he is our university's super academic achiever, strikingly handsome, in his senior year, graduating next year. For these beauties. They are essentially the campus flowers of the university town, They are drawn to super scholars. It's simply the way it is. Luo Peng exhaled a smoke ring. People are born into different destinies. Some are born in Rome, while others are destined to be mere cattle and horses. And you, my friend, belong to the latter category, don't get me wrong. I'm speaking in terms of chasing women. You little rascal, you're deliberately trying to provoke me, aren't you? Cheney yelled in exasperation. How dare this little chubby fellow mock him? How dare a mere scholar flaunt his prowess in chasing women? And to have attracted 8 of them? Was this a show-off? Today, he would teach him a monumental lesson that he ignored Luo Peng and strode over with an imposing demeanor, saying, "Ladies, so you are all campus flowers. No wonder each of you is so stunning and enchanting. Some of you even look a bit familiar. You must have been car models. Let me tell you what's so great about being a top scholar. Can he afford to show you cars? Unlike me, I have plenty of money that if you become my girlfriends, I will gift each of you a car, a Porsche Macan from the shop next door." The Porsche Macan is not exorbitant at $600,000, yet it is still a Porsche, and driving it certainly carries prestige. 0.8 cars amount to $4.8 million. That is no small fortune. Only a truly remarkable rich heir could afford such a sum. However, if he could secure 8 stunning girlfriends in one go, that would be entirely worth it. "Young master, you might not have $4.8 million in your account," his lackey cautioned in a hushed tone. "I can borrow from friends." Cheney whispered back, "Such a splendid opportunity cannot be missed. These are 8 extraordinarily rare beauties, and they seem to coexist harmoniously, clearly accustomed to this lifestyle that in training is even required." He then gazed ardently at the multitude of beauties, hoping they would promptly nod and flock to his side. How exhilarating and prestigious that would be. Yet, the ideal was beautiful, while reality was harsh. The 8 beauties utterly ignored him, not even considering or showing the slightest interest. They remained closely clustered around Zhang Tong, displaying an unmistakable intimacy with him. Damn it, what does this scholar possess that makes you all flock to him and disregard me entirely? Cheney was filled with a mix of anger, confusion, and disbelief, but mostly he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Chapter 71. Purchasing a dozen Ferraris. The Ferrari 812 is simply exquisite. The Ferrari Purosang and Ferrari SF90 are equally stunning, making one reluctant to part with them, that if only one could possess even a single car, how blissful that would be. Indeed, Ferrari lives up to its reputation as the king of supercars. It is truly a sight to behold. Alas, it is somewhat pricey, with the lowest model starting at over $200,000 that I cannot afford that. Many people were admiring the cars, most of whom were beautiful women. Luo Peng was particularly focused on the ladies, his eyes sparkling with delight. What could compare to the allure of these beauties? Among so many stunning women, none could rival the 8 beauties accompanying that scoundrel. Cheney remained indignant and deeply vexed, trailing behind Zhang Tong and his companions, eager to witness how this rascal wooed women. Could he truly charm them with his eloquence? Surprisingly, Zhang Tong did not possess the art of flattery. His remarks were straightforward, commenting on which cars were nice, which were beautiful, and never inquiring about prices. That it was evident he could not afford them and was merely there to browse. Damn it. Could it be that this scoundrel truly relied on his exceptional academic prowess to attract these beauties? These women must be incredibly naive to be drawn to a scholar who is financially struggling. Have the campus flowers of today turned back the clock? Are they no longer enamored by wealth, but instead pursuing true love? He was infuriated, increasingly puzzled, and unwilling to accept this reality, that he felt the need to vent his frustrations. This brat sought to unravel the mystery. Luo Peng, of course, noticed his distress and stifled laughter from the side. The car saleswoman accompanying Zhang Tong realized he was merely a student who only looked but showed no interest in purchasing, which left her utterly disappointed. He was there to browse, not buy, thus wasting the opportunity to showcase so many beautiful women. She then approached He, speaking coyly. "Young master He, since you fancy this model, why not purchase it? We have it in stock and you can drive it away today." "I will consider it," He replied, feeling elated that the saleswoman had forsaken Zhang Tong to attend to him. This was indeed a matter of prestige. However, he hesitated to commit immediately. Just think, if he spent millions on a luxury car, would those super beauties not regard him with newfound admiration? Perhaps he would have a chance then, as they might have doubted his financial capacity before. The saleswoman was persuasive, clearly skilled in her craft. "What is your name?" Cheney inquired, impressed by her incisive remarks. My name is Lu Mei. I hope, young master, he will take good care of me. The saleswoman handed him her business card. You are quite impressive, Cheney remarked appreciatively. If I buy a car, will you accompany me for dinner tonight? Let us see which model you choose, Lu Mei replied, casting him a flirtatious glance. How about a Ferrari F8? Would that be enough to entice you to dine with me? Cheney replied with an air of pride. The Ferrari F8, priced just over $3 million, is indeed considered a luxury car, sure to turn heads. Young master, are you not trying to woo women? I am not your target, Lu Mei retorted. Fair enough. However, if none of the 8 beauties wish to accompany me, would you consider dining with me? Cheney suggested, so I would be a backup, Lu Mei said, exasperated. After much contemplation, she ultimately agreed. There was no way this wealthy brat would buy a car without offering something in return. A $3 million commission was not to be missed. Thus, she began to process the purchase paperwork, and Cheney successfully swiped his card. With his head held high, he approached Zhang Tong, mockingly declaring, I just picked up a Ferrari F8. Would you like me to drop a girlfriend back at school? His gaze then heatedly fell upon the 8 beauties, brimming with anticipation to see who would be willing to ride in his car. Surely, one of them would accept. A $3 million Ferrari F8 is often regarded as the ultimate tool for courting women. No thanks, we have our own car, Zhang Tong replied, not even glancing in Cheney's direction. This wealthy heir, who could do nothing but chase women, was beneath his notice that he had no intention of teaching him a lesson. It was akin to an ant provoking an elephant. How could the elephant possibly care? You have a car. What kind of car? Cheney exclaimed in disbelief. Could this pauper have driven here? Impossible if you buy. You'll have one, Zhang Tong replied dismissively. Ladies, I'm buying a dozen. Really? You're not joking, are you? Another saleswoman, who was new and lacked the finesse of Lu Mei, was now assisting them and looked utterly bewildered. This was a Ferrari dealership. Each car cost millions, and she had never witnessed someone purchasing a dozen before. You're buying a dozen. Do you think this is a toy store? Cheney guffawed, his expression one of disdain. Each car costs several million. A dozen amounts to tens of millions. Tens of millions a lot. Zhang Tong inquired nonchalantly. Is it a lot? Who do you think you are? Even Ma Yin wouldn't dare utter such words. Cheney was furious, suspecting the other was merely pretending to be wealthy, which was deeply unsettling. That we will purchase the Ferrari 812, the Ferrari Purosang, and the Ferrari SF90, 4 of each with unique color requirements. Zhang Tong once again ignored Cheney, addressing the saleswoman. Yes, sir, the saleswoman, named Yang Xiaomei, said, her face beaming with joy, excitement reaching its peak. Each of these 3 models priced around $5 million. A dozen cars would total over $60 million. Hopefully he wasn't just boasting. Boss, isn't that a bit too expensive? The 8 beauties and Luo Pang were left in shock, resembling fools. Purchasing a dozen Ferraris at over $5 million each. What's too expensive? It's worth less than a stone I could find. Each of you will have one. So choose your favorite color. By the way, call the finance manager and the appraiser to see what colors they prefer. Zhang Tong said casually, we'll all have one. Damn, that's incredible. So lavish, so exhilarating. They were all nearly beside themselves with excitement. Zhao Qian hesitated, saying, those 3 are too old for such cars. They are suitable. What's unsuitable? You inquire with them, and I find it hard to believe they would oppose. Zhang Tong remarked, I simply wish to avoid trouble. It is more convenient to resolve everything in one go. I promptly asked. Zhao Qian began making calls. Manager Yang, greetings. This is Zhao Qian. The boss intends to allocate a vehicle for you. What color do you prefer? Is it truly a Ferrari worth over $5 million? At that very moment, Yang Yun was blissfully reclining in bed, listening to music. After a half-month holiday, her salary remained intact. How delightful! Upon hearing such good news, she couldn't help but leap with joy, her face radiating exhilaration. Of course, it was true that I favor red. The more vibrant, the better, Yang Yun declared. Immediately, she contacted 2 appraisers, both of whom were left dumbfounded. Yet, neither voiced any opposition. Who would be foolish enough to reject such a stroke of luck? In my old age, I wish to relive the exuberance of youth. Enjoying the thrill of driving a sports car, they each selected their preferred colors. Soon, Zhang Tong successfully completed the transaction. All onlookers were left speechless. Good heavens, are they truly that wealthy? Qin trembled in fear, his heart racing, quickly hiding behind a car, silently pleading in terror, "Do not see me. Do not see me." Chapter 72. The Past of Lu Qingxi. "Where is that fellow?" Zhang Tong suddenly noticed Qin had vanished and inquired. "That fellow simply wishes for clarity. He has undoubtedly sought a graveyard, not daring to linger here." Luo Peng chuckled. "Ha ha." Zhang Tong and the 8 beauties erupted in laughter. "I deeply regretted a lifelong remorse." Lu Mei lamented, tears streaming down her face, her eyes swollen from weeping. Initially, it was she who was to host Zhang Tong, but in a lapse of judgment, she had pursued Qin He, consequently missing out on an enormous opportunity, resulting in a loss exceeding 1 million in revenue, something that could take 10 years to earn back. After all, such fortuitous chances are rare and cannot be encountered again. "I am so fortunate. I have struck it rich," Yang Xiaomei exclaimed, jumping with uncontainable joy that if one makes the wrong choices in life, no amount of effort will suffice. Lu Qingxi sighed deeply. Lu Mei, astute and seasoned in business, had made a poor choice, ultimately losing a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon. However, I seized the opportunity tightly, grasping the golden thigh of a wealthy benefactor. From that moment on, my fate was irrevocably altered. 12 Ferraris arrived simultaneously in the lobby, creating an incredibly ostentatious spectacle. All present were astonished by Zhang Tong's extravagance, witnessing a single purchase of a dozen vehicles, totaling over 60 million. To what extent does one possess wealth? Zhang Tong called Wang Hao to bring several security personnel, who drove 2 Ferraris and a Mercedes-Benz back to the company, informing Wang Hao that the Audi was designated for the security team's use. This delighted the security staff, who expressed their gratitude profusely. Which company offers such generous treatment? Merely 10 security personnel, yet each provided with a luxury vehicle. "Boss, what about my Porsche? How should we handle it?" Zhao Qian inquired. "You may keep it. It's quite nice to alternate vehicles." Zhang Tong replied with a smile that he himself possessed 2 cars, a Ferrari Raphael and a Mercedes-Benz, along with a small truck for transporting goods. In truth, the vehicles purchased today were intended for company employees. They did not belong to the employees but rather to the company, which in turn belonged to Zhang Tong. "Thank you, boss," Zhao Qian beamed. Her eyes filled with heartfelt warmth, capable of melting hearts. Though not his girlfriend, the treatment she received was akin to that of one, that how incredibly fortunate she felt. Soon, Zhang Tong and his entourage departed in the Ferraris. Indeed, the Ferrari worth over 5 million provided a splendid driving experience, with rapid acceleration. However, when compared to the Ferrari Raphael, the difference was still notable, leaving Zhang Tong with little exhilaration. Meanwhile, Luo Peng reveled in the thrill, speeding along and whistling in excitement. Upon spotting beautiful women on the road, he couldn't resist blowing kisses. Driving such a luxurious supercar was a dream he had never dared to envision. Yet today it had become a reality. All thanks to Zhang Tong. "Dad, I love you. You are too good to me." The 8 beauties were equally ecstatic, their gratitude toward Zhang Tong reaching unprecedented heights. "Good heavens, is this a Ferrari convoy? My word. Is this a gathering of wealthy heirs? What a stunning fleet, utterly extravagant and wealthy." Passers-by were utterly astonished. Ultimately, the convoy arrived at the Xianjiang Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment. Standing at 45 stories, each floor was spaciously designed and lavishly decorated, making it one of the premier hotels in Xiangnan. That as Zhang Tong and his companions entered, they were met with countless fervent and envious gazes, not only coveting their luxury vehicles, but also envious of Zhang Tong's company of 8 stunning beauties. The dining area on the 3rd floor was bustling with patrons, thriving with business, thanks to the hotel's exceptional cuisine. Lu Qingxi remarked, "I dined here once in the past. Who brought you here? It wouldn't be a man, would it?" Zhao Qian inquired, "Did I ask that the crux of the matter? I simply stated that the food here is delicious." Lu Qingxi retorted in frustration, "I haven't even attempted to seduce or entice the boss. And yet you remain suspicious of me, provoking me. Do you dare to face the consequences of inciting my wrath? I merely guessed. Why do you take offense? I almost forgot. You are a beautiful anchor." Likely accustomed to dining with wealthy patrons, Zhao Qian provocatively challenged. She firmly believed that Zhang Tong would also seek the answer to why mother works as a cleaner here, and when she was mistreated. "I treated her to a meal at this hotel as a small act of retribution," Lu Qingxi expressed angrily. I apologize, Zhao Qian said. Humph. Lu Qingxi remained somewhat dissatisfied. Zhao Qian was too cunning, always wary of her intentions. You are merely a beautiful secretary. What authority do you have over the boss's choices in women? You possess no self-awareness whatsoever. How long has your mother worked as a cleaner here? Zhang Tong asked in surprise. It's a long story. Lu Qingxi sighed deeply. It turned out that this hotel was a joint venture, and Lu Qingxi's father owned a 0.5 stake. After the divorce, that 0.5 stake was given to Lu's mother. Lu's mother brought Lu Qingxi back to Xiangnan and worked as a client manager at the hotel. However, the good times were short-lived. Someone coveted those shares and sought to acquire them at a low price. Thus, Lu's mother was presented with two choices. One was to accept 10 million and leave, while the other was to retain her shares but be demoted to a cleaner that a 0.5 stake was worth at least 25 million. How could she possibly sell it for 10 million? Reluctantly, Lu's mother ended up as a cleaner, frequently subjected to scorn, feeling utterly frustrated and humiliated, considering she was also a shareholder, that I didn't wish to discuss this. It was all drawn out by you, Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi remarked, her expression darkening. As it was not a dignified matter, that I apologize. Zhao Qian said after expressing her sympathy, but doesn't your father take action? My father is unable to intervene. He lacks the capacity. Moreover, he has a new family to tend to, and he is overwhelmed, Lu Qingxi responded. You have two fathers. This one can certainly take action, Hua Qingxiang teased with a wicked smile. Indeed, this father can take action and possesses the means. The other beauty's eyes lit up with anticipation. Luo Peng also glanced at Zhang Tong, hoping he would assist Lu's mother. They were all individuals with a sense of justice, unable to tolerate Lu's mother's mistreatment. Boss, would you help my mother? Lu Qingxi pleaded, wrapping her arms around Zhang Tong's neck and beginning to act coyly, her eyes sparkling with allure. It is but a small matter. A mere gesture. Zhang Tong smiled faintly, relishing the feeling of being needed. Thank you, boss. I love you, Lu Qingxi exclaimed, holding Zhang Tong tightly, her face brimming with gratitude and affection. Good heavens, I feel as though two mountains are pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. This is quite overwhelming. Zhang Tong's heart raced inexplicably, his breath quickening. You are too much, enchantress. Zhao Qian nearly choked in exasperation. Is it merely an inquiry into your past? Is this your form of retaliation? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? I am not angry. I am not angry at all. That I am simply a secretary. That if you can entice the boss, that is your skill. I only fear that you lack the ability. Chapter 73. Kneel and plead for mercy, and I might spare you. Luo Yin, if you do not wish to be a cleaner, then leave. What have I done wrong? You, a mere cleaner dressed like a seductress. Who do you wish to entice? Do you wish to seduce me? Since I am newly divorced, why not marry me? In the general manager's office, the bald manager was reprimanding the beautiful cleaner, Zhong. You are utterly shameless, Luo Yin retorted, her face filled with disdain and fury. She was strikingly beautiful, with an impressive figure, standing at least 1.75 meters tall, with alluring curves that exuded charm. Though in her 40s, she bore no signs of aging. Her skin remained delicate and smooth, dazzlingly fair, youthful enough to seem as if water could be squeezed from my teeth. And no wonder, Zhong sought to take advantage of her, finding ways to bully her. I can be even more shameless. No, 1,000,000 times more so. Therefore, you would do well to recognize the situation and sell your shares to me at once, or face the consequences. Zhong sneered. You shall reap what you sow. Luo Yin gritted her teeth, nearly shedding tears. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a panting cleaner rushed into Zhong. I have heard some troubling news. She awkwardly fell silent upon noticing Luo Yan's presence. What bad news? Speak up. What are you hesitant about? Zhong growled, his face darkening. This it concerns Luo Yin, the cleaner stammered. Continue speaking. What are you afraid of? Behind you stands me. Do you understand? General, he proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Luo Yan's daughter, Lu Qingxi, had come to dine and was making advances towards an exceptionally distinguished young man, beseeching him for assistance. This could potentially lead to complications. The janitor recounted the details meticulously. Luo Yin, did you hear that? Your daughter is seeking help from someone? He might be quite a formidable second-generation rich kid. You know that I'm quite frightened. General, he scoffed repeatedly, showing no signs of alarm. Just a beautiful anchor. Whom could she possibly know? At most, it's merely her benefactor. They covet her beauty. How could they possibly confront someone of my stature as a hotel general manager? There must be some misunderstanding. My daughter would never throw herself at anyone. Absolutely not. Luo Yin began to feel anxious. This could escalate into a significant issue, setting aside whether that young man possesses any real strength or intent to assist. If he does, with General He's methods, that young man is bound to suffer greatly. And so will my daughter. Can you discern what kind of person that young man is? General He disregarded Luo Yin's concerns and continued his inquiries. While he did not regard the opponent highly, even a lion will exert its full strength when battling a rabbit, that IT might be a director casting for a role, as he is accompanied by 8 stunning beauties and an extraordinarily impressive assistant. The janitor stated. She works at a 5-star hotel and has indeed encountered numerous directors here for casting purposes. A director. How old? Generally asked, his brows slightly furrowed, that if it is a well-known domestic director. He likely has extensive connections and considerable clout, that I estimate he is around 21 or 22, the janitor replied. Alternatively, he could be the heir of a modeling agency, dining with 8 models. Whether he is a director or a wealthy heir. We shall find out soon enough that if it turns out to be unexpected, I shall teach him a monumental lesson, so he understands that some individuals are not to be trifled with. General, he grinned sinisterly, promptly summoning security to seek trouble with Zhang Tong. Daughter, the situation has been exposed that you all must leave quickly. General, he is coming to deal with you. Luo Yan's hands trembled with anxiety as she hastily sent a message. At that very moment, Zhang Tong and his companions were seated in a spacious private room, having already ordered their meals. They were unaware of how their benefactor intended to assist. The 8 beauties and Luo Pang were filled with curiosity, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. They were not entirely clear on the extent of Zhang Tong's capabilities. However, considering he had auctioned such an important treasure, the flying pearl, without any issues, and now possessed a fortune exceeding 500 billion. It was hard to believe he lacked influence. Thus, when Zhang Tong proclaimed he would help, they believed him wholeheartedly. Soon, the dishes arrived: lobsters, 2-headed abalone, Australian crabs, that all incredibly expensive seafood. The wine, of course, was the 1982 Lafite. To be honest, the flavors of the dishes were exquisite. Even the 2 simple vegetables were delightful. Everyone savored the meal thoroughly. The chef here truly possessed remarkable culinary skills, undoubtedly renowned in the industry. Luo Pang remarked that if only I could eat like this every day. Hua Qingxiang exclaimed, her mouth watering, reflecting on her past hardships, that IT was only after successfully securing a job that her struggles began to ease. When had she ever dined on such lavish delicacies before? If you eat like this every day, aren't you worried about gaining weight? Zhao Qin chuckled. Not at all. I practice yoga with Sister Fong every day. Hua Qingxiang replied that at least 2 hours, sometimes even 4. Sister Fong referred to Chen Fong, the former beautiful yoga instructor. Practicing yoga with Hua Qingxiang was a walk in the park. Sister Fong, I want to join you for yoga sessions too. The other beauties chimed in eagerly that you're welcome. Chen Fong responded with a smile. Practicing alone is dull. The more, the merrier, and it helps with consistency. Can I join too? Luo Pang, drooling, inquired. You might want to reconsider. Let the boss decide. Chen Fong politely declined. Suddenly, the door swung open at a man in his 30s, exuding a remarkable presence. Entered, first assessing the 8 beauties and realizing they were undoubtedly models of impeccable beauty, that he felt reassured. This was certainly a group of models. And the young man surrounded by them was likely the heir of a modeling agency, that he cautiously inquired. Hello, my name is the hotel's general manager. You seem quite impressive. May I ask which modeling agency you represent? We are not from any modeling agency. Most of us are students. Please do not attempt to forge a connection, Zhang Tong replied nonchalantly. Due to Lu Qingxi's phone being on silent, she had not noticed the WeChat messages. And thus Zhang Tong was unaware of the other party's intentions. Students? General, he chuckled coldly in his heart before smiling and asking, Then may I inquire who your wealthy father is? My parents are farmers. And they went missing when I was a child. Hardly qualifies as wealthy, Zhang Tong answered. Damn it, what a false alarm. General, he could no longer contain himself. Signaling with a wave, and 8 tall, imposing security guards entered. He revealed his true intentions with a sinister grin, You dare to seek trouble with someone as foundationally weak as yourself. Are you courting death? Who said I was looking for trouble with you? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Zhang Tong replied, perplexed. You previously promised Lu Qingxi that you would assist her mother. I am the one intending to purchase her shares. Is that not a direct challenge? General He, filled with menace, asserted, Are you denying it? Indeed, that is precisely the case. I am here to seek trouble with you, to impart a monumental lesson, so you understand that some individuals are not to be trifled with. Zhang Tong wiped his hands with a towel, stating, If you kneel and beg for mercy now, perhaps I might spare you. Isn't that my line? How did he steal it? General He felt an urge to spit blood from rage. Chapter 74. Terrifying Moments. Very well. So you intend to teach me a lesson. How do you plan to do that? General He was compelled to alter his script, his face adorned with a smirk of disdain. Regarding Zhang Tong as insignificant than a mere student, without any foundation, if he couldn't handle him, he might as well buy a block of tofu to end it all. I wonder how the boss will deal with this fool who has come to provoke him. Luo Peng and the 8 beauties were filled with excitement and anticipation. You hold the position of general manager here. Your salary must be quite substantial, with all sorts of kickbacks and commissions. Perhaps earning millions or even tens of millions annually. Zhang Tong replied coolly, Thus, my lesson for you shall be your dismissal, stripping you of this lucrative job that I will then conduct a thorough audit. If no discrepancies are found, I will initiate a whistleblower reward scheme with a prize of 1 million. And I suspect your corruption issues will soon be exposed. Following that, I shall call the police to ensure you enjoy a few years of vacation in prison. Of course, if you truly have not engaged in embezzlement, you may only lose your position, and you can still conclude your affairs peacefully. What are you to threaten me with dismissal? General He was enraged, his voice rising, that if he were to follow the other party's instructions, his troubles would indeed be considerable, and he would inevitably spend a few years in prison. This method was frightening, sending chills down his spine. This young man may not be simple at all, that I am an ordinary person, yet I possess absolute confidence in dismissing you. Just wait and see. Zhang Tong remained unfazed, composed. Do you know who my boss is? Do you realize what kind of person I am to him? I am his trusted aide, his right-hand man, generating billions in profits for him annually. Furthermore, I am merely acting on behalf of my boss to purchase shares. The true oppressor of Luo Yin is my boss. What can you possibly do to me? General He, filled with rage, inadvertently revealed a significant secret. Now, the other party should be deterred from reporting him. He could then teach Zhang Tong a harsh lesson. So what? I can still dismiss you. Zhang Tong countered with a mocking grin. Dream on. General He bellowed, Get him. Toss this rascal out. Come. I shall take you all on single-handedly. Luo Peng seized the opportunity to show off, stepping forth with an imposing stance. His substantial frame radiated confidence, exuding an air of intimidation. The 8 security guards hesitated, pondering whether this hefty individual might be a bodyguard or a retired Special Forces soldier. We are merely ordinary security personnel. We might not stand a chance. For a moment, they were deterred, hesitant to approach, leaving Zhang Tong and the 8 beauties in fits of laughter. Luo Peng, filled with pride, pointed at them, declaring, You bunch of good-for-nothings. Even if there were 80 of you, I could easily defeat you with one hand. The security guards, now trembling in fear, dared not advance further. A bunch of fools. They are merely students, and this hefty fellow is also a student. What makes him an expert? Charge! Beat him to a pulp. General He, well experienced, discerned Luo Peng's bluff and nearly burst into laughter. Keep performing. Soon enough, I shall reduce you to a pig-ass head. Get down. The 8 security guards felt a wave of relief as they charged forward, ready to surround Luo Peng. Daddy, help! Luo Peng, no longer able to maintain his bravado, hastily retreated. Zhang Tong, however, sprang into action, moving forward with barely a gesture. The 8 security guards cried out in pain as they were sent flying to the ground, sprawled out in disarray. Meanwhile, Zhang Tong returned to his seat, sipping his drink, as if the preceding events had nothing to do with him. My goodness, the boss is incredibly strong. The 8 beauties were flushed with excitement, their hearts racing, particularly Zhao Qian, who was especially affected. After all, she faced Zhang Tong's formidable presence daily. Luo Peng's face beamed with pride, as if to say, This is my dad. Dare to bully me, and my dad will make you regret it. General He, However, stood in stunned silence, his limbs trembling, his complexion shifting, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, that he had never encountered such a powerful young man before. It was simply beyond his wildest imagination. His perception was utterly shattered. Given this, can a young man truly be so naive? Seeking trouble on his own accord might just be an invitation for punishment. Nevertheless, he is ultimately the boss, quite shrewd. And he quickly regained his composure, sneering, "So you're quite capable. But what of it? No matter how skilled you are, one bullet will bring you down. I'll report this immediately and have the police deal with you." Before he could finish his sentence, the door swung open. A stunningly beautiful woman strode in, flanked by two robust and imposing it was Wu Na. She paid no heed to the 8 security guards sprawled on the floor and approached Zhang Tong directly, presenting him with a box and a firearm permit. "Here are the weapons and the gun permit you needed." Weapons and a gun permit. Good heavens, the boss is impressive. Luo Peng and the 8 beautiful women were utterly astonished, brimming with excitement. "Shall we sit down for a meal together?" Zhang Tong nodded and extended the invitation. "That I'm quite busy and have no time to watch you court women," Wu Na replied, turning on her heel and departing. Zhang Tong opened the black box to reveal 2 firearms, one short and one long, along with half a box of ammunition. The short gun was a handgun with a significant caliber, clearly quite powerful, while the long gun was a submachine gun, seemingly the latest model. Zhang Tong was unfamiliar with firearms and unsure how to use them, but there was a manual and plenty of special forces security guards around. So he felt no panic. In stark contrast, his own was in a state of utter disarray, drenched in sweat and as pale as a ghost. What the hell? Is this really a student, dining with 8 model-like beauties? And one of them just delivered guns and a permit. That woman is clearly no ordinary person, undoubtedly a figure of immense power. Call the police? What good would that do? Isn't that akin to seeking death? Dante provoked this bastard, lest he decide to shoot me. At this thought, he felt a warmth spreading in his pants that he was terrified. "Hizong, weren't you just saying you were going to call the police?" "Hurry up," Luo Peng scoffed. "Fine, I'll report it. What do I have to fear? You've assaulted my people. Do you think you have a leg to stand on?" Hizong blustered, his eyes darting nervously. Suddenly, the door swung open again. A distinguished middle-aged man entered, frowning as he inquired, "What's going on?" "Bosta, what brings you here?" Hizong grew increasingly anxious, his expression shifting dramatically. Zhao Qian paid him no mind, approaching Zhang Tong with trepidation and smiling. "You must be Zhang Tong, the owner of Tianbao Auction House?" "I'm Zhao Qian, the owner of this hotel." Previously, Zhang Tong had agreed to Lu Qingxi's request to post in the Tongtian Treasure Group to find out who knew the owner of Xiangnan Hotel, seeking assistance for a matter. Now, the Tongtian Treasure Group was no longer a small gathering, but had expanded to over 500 members, many of whom were world-class tycoons invited after the last auction. Naturally, they were eager to maintain contact with such a remarkable treasure seeker as Zhang Tong. Someone had contacted Zhao Qian on the spot, prompting him to hurry over. "What? This bastard is the owner of Tianbao Auction House." Hizong nearly fell to his knees. Good grief, he was the recently renowned tycoon, Zhang Tong. He had kicked a metal plate this time. What to do? Who could save him? Chapter 75. Zhao Qian weeps. Hizong's demise. "Fool, are you not going to apologize?" Zhao Qian shouted at the sweating Hizong. "Apologies are unnecessary." Zhang Tong waved his hand. "Zhao Qian, let me ask you, do you wish to acquire 0.5 of Luo Yan shares for 10 million? Indeed, that's the case. That of course, 10 million is merely the preliminary offer. We can negotiate further," Zhao Qian replied. "Are there any other partners?" Zhang Tong probed. "There were 2 others. But I've reclaimed their shares. They were essentially 40 million per share. Hizong claimed they had profited handsomely from this investment and were eager to sell to me. Operating alone, I will be far more dedicated. 40 million per share. You still have room for profit? Excellent. I'll buy your hotel at that price. A total of 4 billion. Zhang Tong stated nonchalantly. Zhao Qian's face paled dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Regret washed over him as he desired to pound his chest in despair. How could Zhang Tong be so cunning and audacious? Was he truly intent on purchasing his hotel, all for the sake of avenging his lover's mother? Why hadn't he elaborated more earlier? This was a disastrous loss. He had employed numerous tactics to pressure his partners into selling at a low price. Selling the hotel at the same price would be a catastrophic loss. What now? Are you trying to deceive me? Zhang Tong slammed the handgun he had been toying with onto the table. I wouldn't dare deceive you that I simply have a deep connection to this hotel. Zhao Qian was sweating profusely. How about you increase the offer? Fine, I'll raise it by another billion. A total of 4.1 billion, Zhang Tong replied coldly. This is my final offer, don't be greedy. Or I will find another way to take revenge on Luo Yin. You may not be able to handle it. All right, I'll sell it to you for 4.1 billion, Zhao Qian acquiesced, looking utterly defeated. 4.1 billion was undoubtedly a loss that if he were truly to sell, he could have easily fetched 5 billion. However, considering his previous investment, it was still a profit. With 4.1 billion in cash, even if he never embarked on another venture, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. Yet, the thought of losing 900 million due to offending Luo Yin pained his heart, and he nearly shed tears. However, refusing was not an option. He had no desire to make an enemy of Zhang Tong, a treasure seeker with extensive connections. The flying pearls were all orchestrated by him. Countless world tycoons were his esteemed guests. The firearms on the table further attested to his extraordinary status. Let it be. Better to part with wealth than to invite disaster. Zhao Qian summoned a lawyer to draft the transfer documents. Qiao Lili also participated as a lawyer, having previously worked as a white-collar professional in the legal field. Her mother was also a renowned attorney. This was one of the significant reasons she was able to secure a position at Tianbao Auction House. Soon, the documents were finalized, after both parties signed and Zhang Tong transferred the funds. The hotel changed ownership, that I'm truly finished. I'll likely be fired and may even face imprisonment. His own collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of despair, wishing for death that he never anticipated that Zhang Tong would outright purchase the hotel. Dealing with him would be a mere trifle now. Boss, save me. As Zhao Qian prepared to leave, his own clutched his leg, pleading desperately that if your behind is clean, you wouldn't need my help. Otherwise, do you think I would assist you? Zhao Qian kicked him away in anger and stormed off. Were it not for this he, who had wielded power like a tyrant and bullied Luo Yin, he wouldn't have lost 900 million. He longed to crush his own underfoot. How could he possibly help him? Boss, you are truly wonderful to me. I love you. You will forever belong to me. Lu Qingxi could no longer contain herself, throwing herself into Zhang Tong's embrace, laughing and crying, overwhelmed with emotion. Zhang Tong had spent 4.1 billion to avenge her mother, causing Zhao to suffer a significant loss, and now, as the hotel owner, he was set to deal with his own. This was truly a tremendous support. How could she not be moved? If a man were willing to do this for her, she would gladly die for him. The other beauties also reflected on this. Yet, they understood that should they seek Zhang Tong's assistance, he would go above and beyond to help them as well. Thus, having Zhang Tong as a boss who was even better than a father was an immense blessing. All right, stop crying. You've drenched my clothes. Zhang Tong found it hard to resist Lu Qingxi's allure and stimulation. Actually, I have another reason for buying the hotel. Last night, didn't you all mention wanting me to set up a cafeteria? From now on, Xiangjiang Hotel will serve as the company cafeteria. Wow, that is fantastic. Luo Peng and the numerous beauties lit up, their faces radiant with happiness and excitement. Their boss was incredibly generous to resolve the employees' dining issues. He directly purchased Xiangjiang Hotel. The two locations were not far apart, only a few minutes' walk. What a convenience, sigh. What woman could resist such a man? Luo Yin stood outside, witnessing and hearing everything unfold. She wore a complex expression as she watched Lu Qingxi nestled in Zhang Tong's embrace. It seemed that Zhang Tong was the one her daughter deeply cherished. How was she to face him? As a boss or as a son-in-law? With a conflicted heart, she stepped inside and respectfully said, "Hello, I am Luo Yin, Lu Qingxi's mother. Thank you for avenging me. I am quite taken aback." Lu Qingxi blushed and escaped Zhang Tong's embrace. Even Zhang Tong felt a bit awkward. However, as long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness belonged to others. Thus, Zhang Tong maintained his composure, sizing Luo Yin up. She was stunningly alluring, radiantly beautiful, with a voluptuous figure. She appeared as though she could be Lu Qingxi's elder sister. It was hard to believe she was already in her 40s. That in his heart, he admired her. No wonder she was Lu Qingxi's mother, he declared. From today onward, Luo Yin, you will be the general manager of Xiangjiang Hotel, and his own will be your responsibility. Investigate his corruption and bribery. Your shares will remain intact. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Luo Yin's face lit up with joy. She nearly felt the urge to throw herself at him. The boss was incredibly generous, executing matters with such finesse, buying the hotel and allowing her to manage it, personally dealing with Zhang to avenge her. If she were younger and unmarried, she would surely fall deeply in love with him. She then looked at Zhang, sneering, "Evil begets evil, good begets good. It's not that retribution doesn't come, it's just that the time isn't arrived. Zhang, did you ever consider this day would come? Now, you better honestly confess all your corrupt dealings. Or perhaps you could still seek leniency, but don't think you can slip by unnoticed that I know all about your sordid affairs, including your unsavory encounters with the female staff." "I'm finished, utterly finished." Zhang trembled in fear, his soul seemingly leaving his body, that I in the recesses of her mind. Memories of his past transgressions, corruption, bribery, and the bullying of Luo Yin and the beautiful waitstaff resurfaced vividly. The pride he once exuded now mirrored his profound fear. The satisfaction was palpable. Witnessing the once domineering he transform into such a pitiful figure brought immense delight to Luo Yin. All of this was bestowed upon her by the extraordinary Zhang Tong, a man truly rare in this world. Chapter 76. The fortunate Zhang Tong and the miserable Yang, both having resolved matters at the hotel, Zhang Tong took 8 stunning female employees on a shopping spree. They indulged in a flurry of purchases, bags, watches, clothes, shoes, without a single glance at the price tags. After all, money was plentiful. The sheer thrill left the 8 beauties in a dizzying state of bliss. However, they exercised restraint, avoiding excessive purchases and steering clear of any jewelry stores, not wishing to squander their father's wealth or provoke his displeasure. Zhang Tong, too, had no desire for such indulgences. He firmly believed he could unearth top-tier jewels at Baoxing. Should these women choose to remain his employees for life, he would surely provide for them. Heavens, what sort of wealthy heir was he, parading 8 supermodels through the streets? Even more ostentatious than Wang Tsong. Ha! Did Wang Tsong dare to compare himself? Zhang Tong, known as Fei Ge at the tender age of 22, was a senior in college who, within 2 months of entrepreneurship, had amassed over 50 billion. To say he could escort 8 beauties was an understatement. Even 80 would not warrant a second thought from anyone. Goodness, is he named Zhang Fei? You don't even know of Fei Ge. He is the one who saved a woman from jumping off a building. A treasure seeker who discovered a miraculous gem, the Fei Zhu, allowing one to soar through the skies simply by holding it in their mouth that I see now. He is the one. I was astounded by the rescue video and even considered seeking him out to learn the art of cultivation. As they strolled, Zhang Tong was enveloped by the adoration of 8 beautiful employees, inciting envy and resentment from countless men. Following the auction, the Flying Man incident was clarified, as the official introduction and performance preceding the auction of the Fei Zhu were released. Thus, Zhang Tong acquired 2 new monikers, Flying Man and Fei Ge. Yet, few knew his visage, for he had always concealed his face. The exhilaration was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Luo Peng was liberated from the obligation of accompanying them on their shopping escapades. He sped away in his Ferrari 812, ultimately parking it in front of the Tianbao fruit store, stepping out with an air of triumph. Dressed flamboyantly, Tan Jia rushed out to greet him, exclaiming, "Darling, you're back. Where did you get this car?" "Of course, it was a gift from my father, worth 5.4 million. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful?" Luo Peng beamed with pride. "Absolutely stunning." Tan Jia gushed, her admiration tinged with confusion. "But how could your father afford such a sum? Wasn't he a farmer?" "I mean our boss, Zhang Tong. Now we all call him father because he is extraordinarily wealthy and generous. More so than a real dad. Today, he bought a dozen Ferraris, .1 for each employee." Luo Peng stated that my goodness, how extravagant. Tan Jia's eyes glistened with envy. Regrettably, she had not secured a position at the Tianbao auction house and had settled for being a fruit store manager with an annual salary of 500,000, lacking any benefits. Fortunately, she had caught Luo Peng's attention, ensuring a comfortable future. Consider this. In his quest to resolve employee dining issues and to avenge Lu Qingxi's mother, he spent 4.1 billion to acquire the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel. Luo Peng boasted, "Incredible! How opulent! Lu Qingxi is so fortunate. Being pampered is indeed a different experience." Tan Jia lamented, tears of envy streaming down her cheeks, that if only I were as beautiful as Lu Qingxi. I would certainly climb into Zhang Tong's bed. Such lavish spending. How long could hundreds of billions last? Tan Jia mused, her envy palpable. Why worry about trivialities? Luo Peng shot her a glance. Father has made another trip to Changbai Mountain, returning in just half a day with 3,000-year-old ginseng, which he sold to Fan Bingxiang for $3.9 billion. He mentioned he would be treasure hunting tomorrow, likely making a major score that I estimate he will soon join the ranks of billionaires. Tan Jia was left speechless. What sort of extraordinary individual was he? Was he the reincarnation of the god of wealth? How had she not recognized Zhang Tong's formidable talent for making money? Had she pursued him back then, perhaps success would have been within her grasp that in times of hardship. He is most approachable. After achieving success, it becomes exceedingly difficult. How about I take you for a drive? Luo Peng suggested. Not yet. I haven't finished work. How about after? Tan Jia struggled to resist the overwhelming temptation, fearing Zhang Tong might disapprove, jeopardizing her aspirations of marrying Luo Peng. Thus, she resolved to remain dutiful, never arriving late or leaving early, ensuring every penny earned was transferred to Zhang Tong's account without fail. Hey, senpai, do you think my new car is beautiful? Luo Peng began to tease Yang Bo, sharing a photo of himself in the Ferrari 812. Yet, after half an hour without a response, he grew frustrated that he then sent a candid shot of Zhang Tong shopping with the 8 beauties. Taken from behind to avoid potential repercussions, Zhang Tong spent the night with 8 beauties and is now out shopping. What do you think? Isn't it exhilarating? Yang Bo's reply finally came. Why don't you believe it? You hopeless. Luo Peng sighed deeply. It's one thing to boast about myself, but to embellish Zhang Tong's feats is unnecessary. That I truly know his situation. That I heard he opened a fruit store with Tan Jia as the manager. She's your dream goddess. Didn't you two have a fallout? Tan Jia is now my girlfriend. Thanks to Zhang Tong's assistance, I finally won her over. Luo Peng snapped, exasperated. How do you know such trivial matters? Yet you remain oblivious to everything else. Now you've revealed your hand. Zhang Tong is genuinely in the fruit business. At least there's a glimmer of hope for his rise. Having opened a store, if he can establish a chain and expand nationwide, he might truly become wealthy. But he is still light years away from that. You should stop the boasting. I'm not a fool. When are you returning to campus after the new year? Luo Peng deflected, realizing he must let Yang Bo see for himself to convince him. Possibly only for my defense. I'm quite busy and truly in a relationship. So I might not have time to meet up. Yang Bo replied, that a relationship? With which beauty? The local from Modu, the daughter of the company's vice president. She is about an 80 in looks, but has a terrible personality. The trouble is, she is pregnant, and I'm facing a shotgun wedding, which is quite overwhelming to us. I'm not in the mood to chat. That is tragic. How terrible. Who told you not to believe me? Luo Peng said, shedding a sympathetic tear, that you're still an intern and about to get married due to an unexpected pregnancy without a house, car, or savings. That you'll be looked down upon by her family for sure. You'll never hold your head high again. And oh wonder you say your girlfriend has a bad temperament. Can you blame her for lashing out at you? You're living off her. When is the wedding? Luo Peng inquired again. After the new year, probably around the 5th day. Yang Bo replied that if you have time, come to Modu and visit me. Absolutely. I'll speak to Zhang Tong, and we'll go together. If we don't support you, we'll carry the guilt for life, Luo Peng promised. Chapter 77. Luo Yan's absurd thoughts. Qingxi, how did you come to know Zhang Tong? After their shopping trip, Lu Qingxi returned to the apartment she shared with Luo Yan, ready to answer her inquiries after a long day at work. The family's primary asset was a mere 0.5 stake in the hotel. But due to Zhao Qian's relentless pressure on the partners to transfer shares, dividends had been non-existent for years, leaving their lives rather strained. The reason they lived separately was that Lu Qingxi could no longer endure her mother's constant critiques of her live streaming and had moved out. It was my boldness that brought me close to him, and the outcome has been nothing short of magnificent. Lu Qingxi recounted, massaging her sore calves. There is truly nothing scandalous about it. He is simply a doting boss. Luo Yan was utterly taken aback. How can such an extraordinary boss exist? He pays Lu Qingxi a salary of $3 million a year, while clerks and receptionists earn $1 million. Not to mention, he provides allowances for beauty treatments and even offers reimbursements for them. He has even gifted Ferraris to all his employees. We all call him father now, Lu Qingxi smirked. The nickname doting boss suits him perfectly. You really have some skill, Mom. Make sure to work hard. You must not disappoint your boss's generosity, Luo Yin advised earnestly. Of course, we all work diligently, especially me. In preparation for the last auction, I hardly slept for 3 days. Fearing any slip up. In the end, everything went splendidly, and he was exceptionally pleased, even giving me special praise, Lu Qingxi said proudly. That's wonderful. Luo Yin's face radiated happiness. Now that he is the hotel owner and has made me general manager. My monthly salary has been adjusted to match that of the former manager. 2 million a year. My shares remain intact, ensuring annual dividends. All my worries have vanished. Thanks to him, I truly don't know how to repay him. Leave the repayment to me, Mom. You need not concern yourself with it, Lu Qingxi replied. What do you plan to do? Simply work hard and treat him well. Lu Qingxi remarked that in truth, he had not taken it to heart. For to him, it was merely a matter of raising a hand, requiring little effort. It is indeed a stroke of fortune that you have the opportunity to know him, but do remember to express your gratitude. Luo Yin sighed, asking, by the way, is the auction house still hiring? What do you mean, Mother? Are you still hoping to play someone? Lu Qingxi playfully chided. You heartless sister, have you forgotten your younger sister now that you have attained wealth? Luo Yin responded. How good has your sister been to you? Do you wish for her to join the auction house? That simply won't do. Absolutely not. Lu Qingxi shook her head repeatedly, asserting, we must understand the balance of gain and loss. We cannot incessantly take advantage, or I shall find it difficult to hold my head high. Aren't you performing splendidly as an auctioneer? Surely he is quite pleased with you. You are far more useful than those clerks or secretaries. Not merely living off others. Besides, one should not shy away from employing talented individuals simply because of family ties. Your sister is beautiful and capable. She can surely excel in any role. Of course. If the company is not in need of staff, there is no need to discuss this further, Luo Yin stated. The company truly has no shortage of personnel. Even if it did, I would not introduce my sister. Lu Qingxi replied that my sister is pursuing a career in stardom, and the auction house would not suit her at all. She has only played supporting roles twice. I see little prospect in that. Moreover, the entertainment industry is rife with chaos. How can my sister avoid being taken advantage of? Luo Yin countered. Therefore, if she could work at the auction house, with such excellent benefits, it would be far superior to being a star. My sister's dream is to become famous. If you suggest she work as a receptionist or clerk, she would surely explode on the spot, Lu Qingxi retorted. Ultimately, she believed that even if the two sisters were in the same company, and their relationship with Zhang Tong were entirely innocent, the rumors would undoubtedly multiply tenfold, if not 100-fold, which would be far from advantageous. Very well, I shall find a time to visit your sister, and see if there is any way I can assist her. Luo Yin conceded, realizing she could not sway Lu Qingxi that my sister is with Dad. He is a successful man, and will naturally consider her future, so you needn't worry, Mother, Lu Qingxi asserted. What is he compared to a successful person? He pales in comparison to Zhang Tong, Luo Yin remarked. Moreover, since he has a new love, he may not treat your sister well. Although Qingqing claims to be doing well, I remain unconvinced. Very well, I just happen to be on vacation. So I shall pay a visit to Wuqing to see her, Lu Qingxi determined. The following morning, as Lu Qingxi drove home, she encountered Zhao Qian, Luo Wei, and Su Shanshan, who were on their way to school. They did not dare to drive the Ferrari. It was too ostentatious and might lead to misunderstandings with teachers and classmates. Good morning, three stunning beauties, Lu Qingxi greeted as she parked. The boss is still asleep. Do not disturb him. He did not rest well last night, Zhao Qian replied, returning the greeting, but adding, is he overworking himself? Lu Qingxi inquired with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. And if he is, you had best not provoke me, Zhao Qian replied tersely, though secretly feeling a touch of pride. The boss dotes on me, seeking me out incessantly, showing no interest in the other beauties. Your jealousy is of no use. Zhao Qian asserted that in truth, I am merely concerned for you. Lu Qingxi replied with a smile, noting, you have work and classes during the day, and you are also working overtime at night. You will age prematurely if you continue this way. Look, you already have dark circles under your eyes. Thank you for your concern. I will take heed, Zhao Qian huffed, pulling Luo Wei and Su Shanshan along with her. Along the way, she anxiously asked, do I really have dark circles? Very faint, not noticeable. Do not worry, Lu Qingxi reassured her. I asked Lu Qingxi trying to frighten you? Where could dark circles possibly come from? Su Shanshan and Luo Wei chimed in with laughter. Upon entering the villa, Lu Qingxi discovered Pan Yu, Chen Fong, and Xiao Lili practicing yoga, prompting her to tease, "You all are quite diligent. Did you not go to seek affection?" Unable to push the door open, she hesitated to knock. Pan Yu smirked mischievously, saying Xiao Lili tried to go in. Nonsense. I merely went to report on work. Upon discovering the boss still asleep, I came back down. Xiao Lili insisted, her face flushed. You were indeed attempting to seek affection. What work report could there possibly be? Chen Fong chimed in with a teasing smile. I am the legal aid for the hotel. I found a few minor issues. Xiao Lili retorted defiantly. Then why the stealth? Why wait until Zhao Qian left to go in? And why are you dressed so alluringly? Pan Yu inquired with a playful grin. This up because I had just risen. Naturally, I had to groom myself. Xiao Lili's face reddened further. I did not that I only had a slight inclination. Primarily, I went to report on work. What is there to be ashamed of? I shall now go and entice the boss. To see if he will be swayed, Lu Qingxi laughed, swaying her enchanting waist, leaving behind a trail of alluring fragrance as she ascended the stairs. Lu Qingxi was indeed breathtaking. No wonder she exuded such confidence. If only I possessed Lu Qingxi's allure, I too would dare to entice the boss. The three women gazed on with envy, eager to discover the outcome. They exchanged glances, stealthily positioning themselves to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. Curious to learn how Lu Qingxi, the enchantress, would captivate the boss. Chapter 78. An empty eavesdrop, Lu Qingxi gracefully ascended the stairs, her heart brimming with anticipation. Zhang Tong had yet to rise. She would knock on his door and employ her seductive tactics. He would surely be unable to resist. Yet, reality often diverges from ideals. The door was, in fact, ajar. Zhang Tong had already risen and was busy tidying his clothes, seemingly preparing to depart. Good morning, boss, Lu Qingxi greeted, a hint of disappointment shadowing her expression. Yet she maintained a radiant smile as she stepped inside, her waist swaying joyfully, her curves accentuated as if hiding two adorable bunnies within. That weren't you with your mother? Have you returned so soon? Zhang Tong's face lit up with delight, as he realized Lu Qingxi looked particularly stunning today. Clad in a short red skirt, she revealed a glimpse of her fair waist and long, elegant legs. The curves of her figure breathtakingly beautiful, perfectly in sync with the rhythm of the universe. Her long, raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, tempting one to grasp it with one's hands. Most alluring were her luscious red lips, akin to a ripe cherry, exuding a sweet fragrance. Her physique, beauty, attire, and demeanor were flawless. Truly, she was the epitome of a top-tier beauty anchor, rivaling even the finest models from Han Country. That I missed you, Lu Qingxi declared. Her chest puffing out, accentuating her height and allure, a tantalizing tremor heightening her seduction. However, Zhang Tong merely glanced at her a few times before returning to his task. His resistance was genuinely formidable. Allow me to assist you. Lu Qingxi carefully retrieved the clothes Zhang Tong had hastily stuffed into his bag, folding them with precision. She added playfully, I originally intended to warm your bed, given the cold weather. But I did not expect you to rise so early. Casting flirtatious glances at Zhang Tong, she radiated an electric charm that could leave one feeling weak and breathless. And still you dare to seduce the boss. Have you forgotten the incident with the slap last time? Do refrain from such behavior in the future, that a goddess, especially one as beautiful as you, must maintain her composure. Zhang Tong casually remarked, nonchalantly gathering his belongings before stepping out. Yet inwardly, he felt overwhelmed. This enchantress was too skilled at seduction. She was utterly irresistible that he needed to leave quickly to avoid embarrassment, especially with other beauties present in the villa. Upon exiting the room, Zhang Tong spotted Pan Yu, Chen Fong, and Xiao Lili making their hasty descent down the stairs. They had come to witness the spectacle, but unbeknownst to them, they had been caught red-handed, leading to an awkward encounter. Slow down, be careful not to trip, Zhang Tong tenderly advised, concerned for their ankles as he followed behind, that we merely came to call Lu Qingxi for yoga practice. Chen Fong cleverly fabricated a reason, calming the flustered Xiao Lili and Pan Yu. Beauties should indeed practice yoga to maintain their exquisite looks, Zhang Tong agreed, nodding in approval. Boss, are you heading out? Are you off to seek treasures? Pan Yu inquired, playfully tossing her hair, exuding charm with every gesture. Indeed, Zhang Tong answered, setting down his luggage to enjoy the breakfast prepared by the lovely ladies. Were you off to treasure hunting? Lu Qingxi, in her high heels, descended the stairs with curiosity. T.O. Shenangjia. Zhang Tong replied thoughtfully that we must open more access points. Otherwise, we will be confined to the old family cellar, the company basement, or Changbai Mountain, which is quite inconvenient. Ideally, we should establish an entrance with each treasure hunt, ultimately creating a network of entrances worldwide. This way, I can access any location in an instant, which would be immensely convenient, that no one would be able to track me, nor would they know where I might suddenly appear, all while having the magical flying beads as cover. Others would simply assume I had traversed the night sky. I want to go too, Lu Qingxi exclaimed excitedly. And what do you intend to do? Zhang Tong replied, puzzled. You are a super beauty, an auctioneer for the company, and you wish to go treasure hunting. Do you truly believe there are treasures at Shenangjia? Even if there were, they would be exceedingly difficult to find. The real treasures are abundant in Baoxing. One could simply pick them up, that I just happen to be going to Wuqing. I was about to discuss this matter when I came upstairs, Lu Qingxi stated. And Shenangjia is not far from Wuqing, so it is on my way that we can travel together by car. Very well, we shall go together. Zhang Tong did not refuse. Initially, he intended to fly there, which would have been swift. But that required waiting until nightfall. During the day, it would attract too much attention, and Wu Na would surely cause trouble. Driving would only take about 3 hours, which is relatively quick. Soon, the two set off on their journey. Zhang Tong piloted his Ferrari LaFerrari with an exhilarating speed, while Lu Qingxi occupied the passenger seat. They raced toward Wuqing, attracting the envy and admiration of countless onlookers along the way, that a luxurious car accompanied by a stunning beauty, particularly a top-tier vehicle and an exquisite woman, undeniably commanded attention and evoked jealousy. Let go of that beauty. Allow me to take my chance, one might think. Who is that wealthy second-generation heir, being so ostentatious? That's my goddess. Why is she in his car? The envy was palpable, driving some to the brink of madness. Boss, did Zhao Qian not recognize you during your university days? Lu Qingxi inquired curiously, that I knew her. But she did not know me, Zhang Tong replied. She only recognized you after you purchased a villa. Your relationship developed swiftly thereafter, Lu Qingxi remarked with intrigue, the Dio not pry into the boss's affairs. Zhang Tong shot her a warning glance, or I might just have to discipline you. Come on, to share a bit. From what I can see, you are charming yet not licentious, and you appreciate beauty without possessiveness. But why did you falter in front of Zhao Qian? Lu Qingxi teased. Zhao Qian was my dream goddess during university, that I have known her for 2 years and understand her well, that I firmly believe that for a man and a woman to connect, they must first grow familiar with each other. A foundation of feelings is essential before anything else can transpire, Zhang Tong explained. But Zhao Qian is not familiar with you, is she? Lu Qingxi countered, embodying a spirited debater. Well, she is somewhat acquainted with me. At the very least, she knows I am her senior. I think she has likely investigated my background in secret. Zhang Tong chuckled. So, was your rejection of Fan Bingxiang because of Zhao Qian? In truth, Fan Bingxiang would be quite suitable for you, a match of social standing, and she has agreed to overlook any of your shortcomings. Lu Qingxi persisted with her inquiries that I simply do not wish to pursue a girlfriend. After all, I am still young, Zhang Tong implied subtly. Having cultivated extraordinary abilities, I may live for 200 years, and with recent breakthroughs that might extend to 400. Should I achieve further advancements, my lifespan could reach 800 years. If I were to engage in a romantic relationship now, it could lead to premature commitments, much like Yang Bo's situation. Over such an extended period, a wife and children would inevitably pass away before me, leaving me in a state of sorrow and desolation. What? You suggest taking family members to Baoxing? Do not be naive. Only those destined to enter can perceive the entrance. It is inaccessible to the unworthy. The only beings I can bring are those devoid of wisdom, like Wankai. This secret was something Zhang Tong stumbled upon inadvertently. During his time with Luo Peng in the basement, although the entrance was visible, he himself could not enter. The ground beneath was either solid or empty. Thus, this current state is quite satisfactory, blissful and sweet, joyful and novel. Chapter 79. Arrival in Wuqing. A beauty seeks an invitation in Zhang Tong's mind. Zhao Qian was merely a secretary, not a girlfriend. Hence, any beautiful woman could pursue him, including Lu Qingxi. Elated, Lu Qingxi hummed a tune throughout the journey, casting flirtatious glances at Zhang Tong. Did this girl aspire to become a secretary as well? Zhang Tong stole a glance at her, but refrained from voicing his thoughts, fearing to bruise her pride or attract unwanted attention. They soon arrived in Wuqing, a provincial city that rivaled Xianqing, perhaps even surpassing it in splendor. However, it was still a considerable distance from Shenangjia, as Zhang Tong intended to fly there that evening. Lu Qingxi was in no rush, eager to spend more time with him. Thus, they meandered through Wuqing. Wuqing is quite delightful. I think I shall purchase a villa here for occasional stays. Zhang Tong mused that in truth, he aimed to establish an entrance there as well, which would allow him to create 2 access points in one trip. I'll take you to buy a villa, Lu Qingxi exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Having grown up in Wuqing, she held a deep affection for the city. Zhang Tong's decision to buy a villa here met with her enthusiastic approval. Perhaps in the future, she could share a dual existence with him in their villa. As she directed him, she reached out to an old friend, Su Lan. Are you still in real estate sales? Yes, I am, but I can't do anything else. Business has been tough lately due to falling property prices. I'm nearly starving. You, my beautiful friend, could come to my rescue. Su Lan replied, I am indeed here to save you. My boss is looking to buy a grand villa, the most expensive one. No cheap options. Lu Qingxi declared that I asked that for real? Su Lan asked, her excitement palpable. That of course. I'm not joking. Should we discuss any unspoken agreements? She teased, absolutely. Therefore, you must present yourself beautifully and appear immaculate. Lu Qingxi quipped that I am about to strike it rich. This is my moment, Su Lan exclaimed, her enthusiasm soaring. That's Su Lan. Have you lost your mind? Manager bellowed in response. Apologies, I got carried away with excitement. Su Lan explained that my friend is bringing someone to buy a villa and is looking for the priciest option. The most expensive one is priced at 88 million. Even top-tier tycoons might hesitate, Manager scoffed. Indeed, many wealthy individuals have visited but never committed to a purchase. Another saleswoman chimed in, casting doubts on Su Lan's claims. Your friend is likely playing a prank on you. After some time, a Ferrari LaFerrari roared into view, exuding an air of dominance as it screeched to a halt in front of the sales office. Zhang Tong and Lu Qingxi emerged from the vehicle. My goodness, Su Lan's expression was one of sheer shock, her gaze vacant. The others were equally taken aback that a supercar valued at over 20 million. Where did such a wealthy individual come from? Certainly, Wuqing had never seen the likes of it. Su Lan, you are looking more beautiful than ever, Lu Qingxi greeted warmly. This was not mere flattery. Su Lan was indeed stunning, with a figure to match. However, she could not rival Lu Qingxi, nor could she compare to Susan, Chen Fong, or Pan Yuqiao. Nonetheless, she was undoubtedly a beauty. You too radiate charm and beauty. Could it be that you have encountered a stroke of good fortune? Su Lan embraced Lu Qingxi enthusiastically, that I have indeed encountered a benefactor today. And I am here to assist him in purchasing a villa. This is my boss, Zhang Tong. And this is Su Lan, my dear friend. Lu Qingxi introduced them. Mr. Zhang. It is an honor to meet you, Su Lan said, shaking Zhang Tong's hand, her fingers brushing against his palm. Zhang Tong chuckled inwardly, wondering if Su Lan truly believed Lu Qingxi's words and thought he might have ulterior motives, with a handsome and wealthy man like you. Who wouldn't he want to be pursued? Lu Qingxi whispered teasingly in his ear. Zhang Tong felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment. That Su Lan, you're getting bolder, she teased. However, Su Lan feigned ignorance, warmly inviting Zhang Tong inside. Numerous saleswomen, alongside the manager, gathered around, eager to serve such a significant client, leaving other potential buyers filled with envy. Was this the power of the Ferrari LaFerrari? Zhang Tong wasted no time, directly purchasing the villa priced at 88 million. Boasting over 1,400 square meters of living space, complete with a rooftop observatory, a conference hall accommodating 50 people, an elevator, a garden exceeding 1,000 square meters, a helicopter landing pad, a swimming pool, a private dock, and an 8-car garage. That it was even more opulent than the villas in Xianqing. The location was exceptional, situated on the northeastern shore of Tanshuan Lake, surrounded by mountains and water, forming a rare, ancient coin-shaped island. A private 800-meter-long dam connected it to Jiangxia Avenue, with 1,000 acres of private inner lake. The island, lake view, gardens, and villa harmoniously intertwined, creating the most beautiful private garden in all of Wuching. Truly picturesque. Walking in such a place could elevate one's very essence. Boss, I adore it. It's simply marvelous, Lu Qingxi exclaimed, captivated. For me, the highlight is the basement. It provides a place for a safe, Zhang Tong remarked. Lu Qingxi burst into laughter, wrapping her arms around Zhang Tong's, playfully swaying as she purred. Let us stay in the villa tonight, and you can go treasure hunting tomorrow. All right. She had completely forgotten about visiting her sister. But don't you have matters to attend to? Zhang Tong questioned. I can handle those tomorrow. Spending time with you is far more important. Lu Qingxi giggled. Then it shall be as you wish, Zhang Tong acquiesced. Buying such an extravagant villa warranted a night of indulgence to fully relish the experience. My heavens, what kind of extraordinary tycoon is he? He did not even haggle, simply swiping his card for the entire 88 million that the sales staff were utterly astonished, while the manager was left in shock. A nearby wealthy client, having visited 8 times without making a decision, covered his face in disbelief. For most affluent individuals, 88 million was a staggering figure. Requiring careful consideration, that Su Lan was overwhelmed with joy. Having earned a commission of over 2 million, unable to contain herself, she whispered shyly in Zhang Tong's ear. Handsome, shall we meet tonight? Chapter 80. Ultimately yielding to the enchantress my apologies, beauty, but I am unavailable tonight. Zhang Tong replied with a smile, politely declining. He was not a man to be trifled with. He is certainly not a stallion. Otherwise, with so many beautiful women around him, he would have already taken them all to bed. He strongly disagrees with the notion of a relationship devoid of emotions. After dining together at a hotel, they returned to the villa. Lu Qingxi was brimming with joy and excitement, eagerly suggesting a swim in the pool. Are you out of your mind? It's December, and you still dare to swim? Zhang Tong exclaimed, pulling her back. What's the big deal? I often swim in winter. Besides, you mentioned December in the solar calendar, but it's actually only early November. The water temperature is at least 10 degrees. Lu Qingxi retorted, determined to swim. That I'm just worried about you catching a cold. Zhang Tong replied, no longer dissuading her. Before long, Lu Qingxi donned a seductive bikini. Her stunning figure fully revealed. Zhang Tong, mesmerized, felt his heart race. With a splash, Lu Qingxi leaped into the water, joyfully swimming and exclaiming how refreshing it was. Watching her glide through the water, like a mermaid, was breathtaking. Zhang Tong sat enraptured, blissfully lighting a cigarette. Boss, dare you come down for a swim? Lu Qingxi provoked playfully. What do I have to fear? Zhang Tong chuckled, realizing he was a master of physical prowess. He wouldn't feel cold even in the snow. He changed into his swimwear and jumped in, joining her in the playful splashing. What an exhilarating experience, Zhang Tong mused, realizing the joys of the wealthy were abundant. In times of poverty, all that awaited was suffering. An hour later, they emerged from the water. Lu Qingxi began to shiver uncontrollably. I'm so cold. Please share some warmth with me, she pleaded, throwing herself into Zhang Tong's embrace. The contact of their skin ignited an electric spark. Oh my, this is too thrilling. Who can withstand such temptation? Zhang Tong felt his face flush and his heart race, unable to resist pulling her closer. Soon, they succumbed to passionate kisses, their bodies trembling, unsure if it was from the cold or something else entirely. Half an hour later, the fervent kiss finally came to an end. Lu Qingxi was overwhelmed with shyness and joy, having finally made a breakthrough in her relationship with Zhang Tong. Now was the time to seize the moment. Zhang Tong sighed, realizing he had fallen prey to this enchantress that he could no longer apply the brakes. In the opulent room, the night lights twinkled enchantingly. After her bath, Lu Qingxi wore a tight black mini skirt, revealing her flawless, fair legs with a hint of her upper body visible, reminiscent of a pristine snowfield. Dazzling to behold. She began to dance gracefully, as melodious music filled the air, singing, I am a fox that is cultivated for 1,000 years, 1,000 years of solitude. Her frail figure and alluring posture captivated all. Her bright eyes sparkling, her smile radiant yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. Such beauty was intoxicating, causing hearts to race. Zhang Tong leaned against the headboard, entranced, feeling nothing but delight. Lu Qingxi was not the type of woman who would recklessly attempt to seduce her boss. She had never been desperate. After waiting so long, she struck with precision. Moreover, she possessed a remarkable sense of charm, dancing to entertain, adept at pleasing men, provided one had the means to inspire such behavior. Although Lu Qingxi had once been a beautiful streamer, often singing and dancing in her broadcasts, this sultry dance was a privilege reserved solely for Zhang Tong. That it was both an honor and a treasure. Eventually, Lu Qingxi melted into Zhang Tong's embrace, and delightful things began to unfold. The moon shyly retreated behind the clouds. The following day, before dawn broke, Zhang Tong utilized his flying pearl to soar deep into the Shenangjia region, seeking a cave to explore. Indeed, a mysterious entrance appeared, and he jumped inside. That he soon reached the treasure star. Barking and squeaking, the pets Wang Kai and Huahui greeted him with joy. Zhang Tong tested the waters and, without any surprises, discovered he could use his powers effectively, wielding significant force. Thus, with a bronze sword in his left hand, a short gun in his right, a long spear made of iron trees strapped to his back, and several burlap bags tucked at his waist, he set off with great determination toward the lakeside. The treasure star basked in the midday sun, its rays piercingly bright. Recent heavy rains had widened the streams, leaving traces of water everywhere. Soon, Zhang Tong encountered numerous rolling stones, likely washed down by the rain, which he skillfully cleaved apart with his sword. Among the stones, he found some jade, but only those of high quality held his interest. "Is this the glass variety?" Zhang Tong marveled at a boulder the size of a basket, which had tumbled down and cracked open, revealing a vibrant green interior. Its clarity and rich hue were breathtaking, far surpassing the previous piece of glass-like jade he had encountered. Could this be the fabled glass-type imperial green? Had he finally stumbled upon the emperor of jade? Cautiously, Zhang Tong began to carve away, revealing a piece shaped like a bucket, perfectly uniform in quality, every inch a mesmerizing green, its translucence akin to glass. That my heavens, such a massive piece of glass-type imperial green. This must weigh around 200 pounds. Just how much is it worth? Zhang Tong's face radiated astonishment and excitement. Such a treasure. While he planned to sell it, he would certainly keep half for crafting jewelry, either for himself or as gifts, ensuring he would be the envy of many. What a delightful surprise this torrential rain had brought him. Indeed, the treasure star was teeming with riches. Continuing on his journey, the rolling stones became increasingly sparse as he distanced himself from the mountainside. Suddenly, Huahui, leaping out from the bushes, unearthed a sparkling object, chattering excitedly. What could it be? Zhang Tong reached out, only to be left dumbfounded. That a diamond, the size of a peach. It was flawless, shimmering with exceptional quality. In 1905, a diamond weighing 3,106.75 carats was discovered in the premier mine of South Africa and presented to King Edward III, later cut into 9 pieces, the largest being Cullinan I, which adorned the king's scepter, while the slightly smaller Cullinan II was set into the crown. Yet today, the largest diamond in the world is the Golden Jubilee, weighing 545.67 carats. 1 carat equals 0.2 grams, roughly 110 grams, in comparison to the diamond Huahui had found. The difference was staggering. This peach-sized diamond was worth several hundred million, possibly even over $1 billion. Chapter 81. The marvelous treasure within the turtle's belly. Zhang Tong laughed joyfully, having discovered yet another extraordinary treasure. For an auction house, the more variety of treasures, the better. Such a colossal diamond would undoubtedly be a sensational highlight, paired with the glass-type imperial green jade. They could start promoting the next auction. Seeing Zhang Tong's fascination with the diamond, Huahui excitedly gestured toward the bushes, chattering incessantly. Wang Kai understood the cue and began to dig fervently. Within moments, 2 more diamonds emerged, their clarity nearly flawless, nearly colorless, and transparent, each weighing over 100 carats. Generally, the highest quality diamonds fetch around 200,000 per carat, meaning each one could be worth tens of millions. This was even more valuable than jade. After all, encountering a stone, splitting it open doesn't guarantee jade, and even if jade is found, it may not be of premium quality. Zhang Tong eagerly began to search through the sandy debris washed down by the streams. It was loose and easy to sift through. 1 diamond after another was unearthed. After 72 hours, he had collected a burlap sack full, with over 1,000 diamonds, the largest weighing over 5,000 grams. Of course, he did not tirelessly gather diamonds without rest. He returned to his own constructed cave to sleep. Adventuring and treasure hunting should never lead to exhaustion, as that could easily result in losing vigilance and falling into peril. This was the treasure star, home to all manner of terrifying beasts. Zhang Tong was eager to find more diamonds, relishing the thrill of discovering something worth tens of millions. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to have run out. Thus, he made his way to the lakeside. The weather was exceptionally fine that day, the sky clear without a cloud in sight, offering an unobstructed view. Only a few giant birds soared overhead. Zhang Tong tread carefully, constantly scanning the sky, wary of another aerial assault. Finally, he arrived at the lakeshore, wandering around the lake. Yet after searching for a long time, no flying clams emerged to attack him, leaving him greatly disappointed. Did the clams possess a lasting memory, capable of recalling him indefinitely? That would mean his hopes of continuing to auction flying pearls were dashed, that Wu Na would surely be furious. Had he inadvertently played her for a fool? Suddenly, a massive turtle, resembling a small mountain, surfaced from the water, its fierce head darting forward like a swift arrow, extending nearly 100 meters long, lunging viciously at Zhang Tong. What in the world? Such a colossal, terrifying beast lurks in this lake. Zhang Tong felt a chill run down his spine as he retreated like lightning. Yet the beast pressed on, howling as it clambered onto the shore, revealing its thick shell, 8 legs, and a neck that stretched for hundreds of meters. That it was undoubtedly a mutated turtle, rampaging like a massive armored vehicle, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Tong and Wang Kai, moving faster than either of them. Zhang Tong could certainly fly into the air using the flying pearl, but at that moment, a flock of giant birds circled above, clearly waiting to take advantage of the chaos. Therefore, Zhang Tong dared not ascend. Instead, he drew his gun and aimed at the turtle's massive head, firing a shot. The sound of the gunshot echoed, leaving a deep hole in its skull, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The turtle let out a mournful roar. The head also came crashing down with a resounding thud. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Tong, concerned that the mutated turtle might feign death, offered it 3 more peanuts to AT. That moment, the turtle was utterly lifeless, lying there motionless. Whoosh! The enormous bird overhead was startled by the gunfire and flew away, disappearing from sight. That it was evident that it too sensed a grave threat. Fortunately, he had prepared firearms. Otherwise, today would have been quite a debacle. Zhang Tong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Without a gun, he would have had to rely on fleeing like a bead. Currently, his speed of flight was only slightly inferior to that of the giant bird. He could still manage to escape back to the cliff. And now, he stood tall and imposing, having dispatched a mutated giant turtle with a single shot. That he returned to sever the turtle's head and began cutting through its shell. He had heard that treasures could be found within a turtle's body. There were tales of individuals discovering dozens of luminous pearls within a massive turtle shell. Each pearl was worth a fortune. The bronze sword was incredibly sharp. Even though the turtle shell was robust, it could not withstand the blade. Soon it was sliced open. Alas, there were no pearls within the shell. Could they be inside the belly? Zhang Tong felt a pang of discontent. After hunting down a mutated giant turtle, he had found no spoils. Gradually, he began to dissect the creature's belly, searching meticulously. That he uncovered numerous fish bones, but also bones of beasts and birds, all of considerable size. Clearly, this was an amphibious monstrosity, feasting upon whatever flew above, walked upon the ground, or swam in the waters. That it might be one of the rulers of this celestial realm. Zhang Tong harbored a deep-seated apprehension. Surely, there were similar monsters in the ocean, their bodies likely to be terrifyingly immense. Having a firearm did not guarantee safety. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Wang Kai made a discovery, pawing eagerly, and soon unearthed a shell the size of a door panel. It was unmistakably a flying clam shell. Good heavens, that a wave of ecstatic joy washed over Zhang Tong's face. The giant turtle had consumed the flying clam. Perhaps the luminous pearls were still within the monster's belly. However, if the creature ingested the pearls, why had it not taken flight? Was it only able to fly when the pearls were held in its mouth? Zhang Tong's enthusiasm surged as he searched fervently, calling for Huai to assist. True to its reputation as a treasure-seeking rodent, Huai quickly sensed Zhang Tong's quest for the pearls and began to squeak excitedly, pointing the way. Before long, Zhang Tong discovered a single luminous pearl, the size of a bean. Testing it on the spot, he found it could indeed allow him to take flight. Overjoyed, he realized its worth was $15 billion. Of course, selling it to the state would yield only $5 billion. But even at an average price, it was worth $10 billion. Undoubtedly, the luminous pearl was the most valuable treasure Zhang Tong had uncovered thus far. Were there more? Zhang Tong continued his search, that he needed at least two to fulfill his agreement with Wu Na, enabling him to auction one. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Huai sent something again, pointing excitedly to a specific spot. Like a treasure hunter, Zhang Tong diligently scoured the monster's belly, ultimately finding 6 luminous pearls, 2 of which were merely a size smaller than peanuts, while the other 4 were the size of beans. Clearly, the creature had consumed only 2 flying clams and had not yet had the chance to excrete the undigested pearls, possibly due to an inability to digest them in time. Given the monster's formidable strength, it must have devoured many flying clams in succession that he could only wonder how many billions had been squandered. Nevertheless, even with just 6 pearls, Zhang Tong was thoroughly satisfied, for they were worth 60 billion. This was far swifter than robbing a bank. It was time to return. Zhang Tong harvested over 1,000 pounds of turtle meat, resting it on his shoulder, preparing to bring it back for making cured meat. That it might prove quite delicious. That he had taken just 3 steps when he abruptly halted, his eyes fixated on a thicket, his face filled with horror. Chapter 82. Is there a woman hidden in the thicket? The thicket was at least 300 meters away from Zhang Tong, perhaps disheveled by a tempest. It leaned precariously, exposing gaps through which he could see a young, enchanting woman standing inside. Her long green hair cascaded down to her ankles, and she wore nothing at all, revealing a breathtaking sight that was utterly captivating. She stood gracefully, utterly still, her head slightly raised as if in contemplation. My heavens, a woman on this celestial realm? Zhang Tong was utterly astounded. Frozen in disbelief, he stared for a lengthy while, noticing that the woman remained unmoving. Could she be a statue? With this thought, his anxiety eased considerably. He cautiously crept closer, with Wankai and Huai also remaining silent, clearly sensing their master's tense demeanor. Finally, he approached within a few meters. Now he could see more clearly. She was indeed a woman with snow-white skin, delicate and radiant. Her figure was tall and voluptuous, and her features were exquisitely refined, devoid of any blemish. She was undeniably a top-tier beauty. Why was she not wearing any clothes? Even a leaf would suffice. Zhang Tong pondered, perplexed. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Wankai dashed forward, barking frantically at the woman, startling Zhang Tong and sending shivers down his spine. This could provoke her wrath. Who knew how strong she might be? Perhaps she was a practitioner of the arcane arts, surviving in a world teeming with ferocious beasts. However, astonishingly, the woman remained completely still, ignoring Wankai's provocation. Was she deaf? Zhang Tong was astonished. Yet how could a deaf person have survived until now? Perhaps the deaf beauty had companions? He searched cautiously and indeed discovered several more nude women standing motionless a few dozen meters away, all equally stunning and alluring. Why were they all so still? Amidst the shock, he was also filled with profound curiosity. Summoning his courage, he stealthily approached one of the women from the side. To his utter amazement, he realized they were not women at all, but a type of plant. Their feet were roots deeply embedded in the ground. My heavens, how could such a plant exist in this world? Zhang Tong touched his forehead in astonishment, overwhelmed with admiration that he circled around the woman tree, meticulously observing, finding it indistinguishable from a woman, that if he were to speak of this, surely no one would believe him. Goodness, he had nearly frightened himself to death, thinking he had encountered extraterrestrials. Zhang Tong patted his chest, his heart still racing wildly, that he had been genuinely frightened, that he had long perceived this celestial realm as his own, unable to accept the reality of sharing it with others. Drip, drip, dripped, a liquid flowed from the upper half of the tree, splattering onto the ground with a crisp sound. The air was permeated with a rich, milky fragrance. Wankai, testing for poison? Zhang Tong offered some to Wankai, but the dog not only refused to eat it, but instead retreated repeatedly. Huai reacted similarly. Could it be toxic? Zhang Tong's face was filled with confusion. It truly seemed possible. Otherwise, why would the 2 little creatures hesitate to consume it? Zhang Tong began to push aside the underbrush for a closer inspection, that he found that this milky liquid had soaked into the soil, and the plant was flourishing, not appearing toxic in the least. After all, potent poisons could kill even grass. Thus, Zhang Tong filled 3 mineral water bottles with the liquid, intending to take it back for analysis. He instinctively felt this substance was a treasure, likely possessing a significant and valuable purpose. After all, the liquid secreted by this plant, which resembled a woman, would surely be deemed extraordinary if shared with others. Even a fool would find it worthy of attention, let alone Zhang Tong. Then, Zhang Tong began conducting other experiments that he gently touched the woman tree's bark and grasped her delicate hand to show his astonishment. There was a response. The woman's tree's face flushed crimson, displaying an unmistakable shyness. Had it come to life? Was it a plant that had cultivated itself into this form? Zhang Tong stood dumbfounded. Beautiful lady. If you have indeed come to life, please speak. But there was no response. Perhaps his conjecture was mistaken. This was merely a peculiar type of plant that if he were to bring the woman tree back to earth and nurture it to life, the otaku would surely be overjoyed and fulfilled, for she would be far more authentic than a robotic beauty. Zhang Tong's thoughts began to wander, filled with awe. Indeed, the celestial realm was teeming with bizarre flora and fauna, some of which were unfathomably wondrous. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, Huai made another discovery in the underbrush, pointing at a piece of blue stone with excitement. Could the blue stone be a treasure? Without hesitation, Zhang Tong severed it in half with his sword. Yet found no jade within that he flipped the blue stone over, revealing a blue object covered in dirt. Good heavens, this must be a relic from ancient Earth. Zhang Tong was deeply astonished. Yet countless questions surged in his mind. There were no signs of any humans having been here, that it was possible that many years had passed, perhaps hundreds or even thousands. But how could this blue brick remain intact? It completely defied the rules of nature. Was the blue brick special? With this thought, Zhang Tong examined it closely. Indeed, the blue brick was unlike any other, smooth and flat, with sharp edges, showing no signs of wear. Its surface bore a dark pattern, a dragon soaring through the clouds. This was undoubtedly a valuable treasure, though he was unsure of its purpose. Zhang Tong's face lit up with joy. This treasure could not be auctioned off, as it likely would not fetch a high price. However, he could keep it for himself. This was the blue brick of the celestial realm. Only he would know of its true worth. Zhang Tong dug a little longer, but found no further discoveries. This only added to his confusion that if there had once been a house here, there would surely be a pile of blue bricks. Yet here lay a solitary blue brick. How had it come to be? Was it a magical artifact? Had someone thrown the blue brick to create a lake? Did it bounce back here? Zhang Tong's imagination ran wild, yet he found such speculation hard to believe, causing him to chuckle at himself. No longer procrastinating, he resolved to return immediately. The time spent exploring today had been sufficiently lengthy, and he had experienced 2 false alarms, leaving him utterly exhausted. That it was clear that he was no longer suited for further adventures. In the following days, he continued his explorations, yet he uncovered little of significance. The elusive flying pearls remained unfound, and the lake lay in a profound silence. That it seemed that the fish within had all been devoured by that fearsome turtle. If he wished to achieve any fruitful discoveries, a change in direction was imperative. He returned to Earth. Emerging from the basement of the Wuqing villa, it was then that he heard an exceedingly peculiar sound. It resembled the heavy breathing of a person, somewhat reminiscent of a man's. Could it be that a man had entered my villa? Was it brought back by Lu Qingxi? Or had a thief infiltrated my home? Chapter 83. Mistaking sister for elder sister. Zhang Tong's expression darkened slightly as he stealthily approached the first floor, carrying 2 burlap sacks. The absence of anyone on the ground floor made the sound clearer. It seemed to emanate from the second floor. Thus, Zhang Tong silently ascended to the second floor. Upon arrival, he was struck with amusement. Lu Qingxi was practicing yoga, seemingly engaged in a special breathing technique. Clad in form-fitting yoga pants that accentuated her long, shapely legs and a strapless top that appeared barely able to contain her ample bosom, she had her raven hair elegantly pinned atop her head, revealing her long, graceful neck. Her collarbone was exquisitely sensual, and her waist was so slim it could be grasped with a single hand. Her movements flowed effortlessly, exuding a striking beauty. How had Lu Qingxi become so proficient in yoga? Zhang Tong pondered, slightly bewildered that he had witnessed her practicing yoga at the Xiangnan villa. Yet she had not displayed such prowess then. Compared to Chen Fong, there had been a significant gap. But now, she seemed to have progressed immensely. Almost rivaling Chun Fong, that it appeared she possessed a remarkable talent for yoga. Qingxi, your progress is astonishing. Have you been diligently practicing yoga lately? Zhang Tong set down the sacks and approached her. That you've returned? Lu Qingxi slowly turned, her expression not one of surprise, but rather of profound curiosity, as she scrutinized him from head to toe, as if seeing him for the first time. What a reaction! Was she curious about whether he had found treasures? Zhang Tong, in a flash of insight, cast aside his doubts and embraced her without hesitation. After all, they had already shared an intimate moment, and that enchanting feeling lingered in his memory. Having been away from women for over 10 days on Baoxing, he found it hard to contain himself upon encountering the alluring Lu Qingxi. He imagined she must be equally stirred by emotions. Undoubtedly eager for closeness. Stop that, I'm not Lu Qingxi. Lu Qingxi protested, both shy and flustered. Ha! If you're not Lu Qingxi, then who could you possibly be? Zhang Tong chuckled heartily. Are you trying to be funny? Speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open. But if you're an imposter, tell me, what is your relationship with Lu Qingxi? Lu Qingxi blushed, playfully pouting that I'm her boss and also her father. Zhang Tong replied with a teasing grin. How amusing. You truly are Lu Qingxi, the master of seduction, that a boss and a father. What does that even mean? Lu Qingxi looked perplexed, slightly bewildered. Still pretending? Zhang Tong tightened his embrace. Inhaling her intoxicating fragrance, he then leaned in, slowly kissing her luscious red lips. Stop that, I'm really not Lu Qingxi. Lu Qingxi gasped, arching her head back in panic. Yet this movement only drew her body closer to him, enhancing their intimacy and perfectly showcasing her coyness. Last time, you wore a bikini, and now you've switched tactics? You truly know how to tempt. Zhang Tong mused internally, feeling a thrill, just as he was about to take action and teach this enchantress a lesson for her playful tricks. A tense voice echoed from downstairs. Ah, boss. You've mistaken me. I am Lu Qingxi. What? Zhang Tong's movements froze, and he turned slowly to see another Lu Qingxi bounding up the stairs, her expression oddly amused. Seemingly unable to contain a laugh, she held a bag of groceries, clearly having just returned from shopping. Point 2 Lu Qingxi. What was happening? Zhang Tong was utterly bewildered, his mind a muddled mess. Was he dreaming? Or had the women from Baoxing somehow infiltrated Earth, taking on Lu Qingxi's appearance for some nefarious purpose? You're in quite a hurry. The Lu Qingxi in his arms seized the opportunity to escape, smirking. Sister, you're being dishonest. You claim he is not your brother-in-law? I believe he is, boss. I'm really sorry. It was my fault for bringing back my sister, Lu Qingqing, causing you to misunderstand, Lu Qingxi explained. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Identical twins? Zhang Tong finally regained his composure, astonished. Yes, the two sisters answered in unison, their charm captivating. My goodness, they look exactly alike. I can hardly tell them apart, Zhang Tong exclaimed as he scrutinized both women. He noticed they shared the same height, features, and even the same thick, similarly styled hair. Even without matching attire, distinguishing them would be impossible. It was nothing short of a miracle. Twin sisters, both exquisite beauties, that if the two were to stand on stage, one holding a microphone and the other a treasure, it would certainly cause a sensation, skyrocketing the auction house as fame and boosting its business significantly. They were truly treasure girls. Even my parents couldn't tell them apart. Let alone you. In our childhood, one often got to eat twice while the other went hungry, or one would bathe twice while the other missed out entirely, the sister said with mischievous smiles. Qingqing, what do you do? Zhang Tong inquired as he settled onto the sofa, curiosity piqued. That I'm still a student, attending Wuching Film Academy, in my 3rd year, Lu Qingqing replied. That my dream is to become a star. I've played minor roles in a couple of productions, but regrettably, I haven't gained fame since the movies flopped. Become a star? Zhang Tong rubbed his forehead. This was completely different from the job he had envisioned for her. The disparity was vast, yet everyone had their own aspirations. That was entirely normal for such a stunning beauty to wish to become a star. After all, he was merely her brother-in-law, not her father, and had no say in her choices. That I've heard you're quite a generous tycoon. How about you support me? Help me become a star. Lu Qingqing clung to Zhang Tong's arm, gently shaking it and pouting. Qingqing, don't say such things, boss. His career is unrelated to the film industry. He wouldn't even consider the meager profits from movies, Lu Qingxi chided. Who says movie profits are low? Haven't many blockbuster hits come out in recent years, grossing over $5 billion? The investors make tens of billions. Lu Qingqing retorted defiantly. Besides, if brother-in-law invested in an entertainment company, the profits would be even greater. Movies can earn money, and the artists under him can secure various advertisements and performances. It wouldn't be inferior to your treasure hunting endeavors. After all, treasure hunting ultimately relies on luck. If luck is not on your side, hard work is futile. Zhang Tong chuckled silently, resolutely refusing to entertain the idea of this little girl pulling him into the murky waters of the entertainment industry. How much could one possibly earn there? Boss, did you find anything during your treasure hunt? Lu Qingxi quickly shifted the subject, fearing Zhang Tong might agree and be besieged by countless stars, leading to endless rumors. The haul was decent. It's all in the sacks. Take a look for yourself. Zhang Tong replied. Did you truly find treasures in Shenangjia? They aren't just mushrooms or fungus, are they? Lu Qingqing questioned, skeptical as she approached to examine the sacks alongside Lu Qingxi. She was very familiar with Shenangjia, having visited many times, yet she had never heard of anyone discovering treasures there. Chapter 84. Lu Qingqing surprised the sisters were eagerly anticipating while the other wore a playful expression, eager to see Zhang Tong make a fool of himself. Thus, they each hastily untied the cords of the burlap sacks. Lu Qingxi was the first to succeed, gasping in astonishment. Heavens, diamonds? What, diamonds? Are there diamonds in Shenangjia? Lu Qingqing could hardly believe it, immediately leaning over to take a look. She was left speechless, utterly flabbergasted, as she beheld an array of diamonds of various sizes, some as large as a fist, others weighing over 10 carats. Under the light as sparkle, they dazzled and shone beautifully. My goodness, so many! Lu Qingxi exclaimed, having already grasped a handful, her gaze entranced. Wow, this one is enormous! Lu Qingqing marveled, pulling out a diamond the size of her fist. Captivated as she admired it, unable to look away. Boss, how much do you think this bag of diamonds could sell for? Lu Qingxi asked, her voice trembling with excitement. Approximately 2 to 3 billion. The exact amount will only be known once auctioned. Zhang Tong replied nonchalantly, appearing unfazed. 2 to 3 billion. Boss, you are simply incredible. I love you. Lu Qingxi was nearly overwhelmed, almost fainting from shock, as she impulsively leaped into Zhang Tong's embrace, exulting with uncontainable excitement. Her face brimming with pride, akin to a wife celebrating her husband's success. In that moment, Zhang Tong felt a stirring in his heart. Lu Qingxi was genuinely happy for him. Since their intimate encounter, there had been subtle changes. She seemed to care more about him, to value him more. He gently held her tighter, inhaling her familiar fragrance, savoring a uniquely beautiful moment. My heavens, 2 to 3 billion. Lu Qingqing was still in a state of extreme shock, feeling immensely awkward. Just moments ago, she had claimed that investing in movies was lucrative, more reliable than treasure hunting, only to be swiftly proven wrong. Compared to his treasure hunt, investing in films paled in comparison. He had earned 2 to 3 billion in just over 10 days, while the average profit from a film investment was only 2 to 3 million at best. His earnings were 100 times that of a film investment. Truly terrifying. Truly extraordinary. Wait, there is still one sack unopened. Perhaps it contains more treasures. Upon this realization, she hastily untied another burlap sack, only to discover an exquisite jadeite, as large as a bucket, resplendent and breathtaking, causing her heart to skip a beat. Goodness, how can such a beautiful jadeite exist in this world? Could it possibly be the legendary glass-type imperial green? With immense effort, she finally extracted it, revealing its splendor even more vividly. It appeared regal and self-assured, exuding an aura of nobility and beauty. Just how much could such a colossal piece be worth? She lifted her gaze towards Zhang Tong, seeking an answer, only to find the two entwined in a warm embrace. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How shameless. I am still present. Could they not find a more discreet place? After all, I am but a student. Yet her heart was filled with uncontainable joy. My heavens, how could such a wealthy individual be my brother-in-law? At last, I have found my protector. Who would dare bully me now? Who would dare to impose their will upon me? I shall have my brother-in-law deal with them. What bliss! What sheer happiness! She reveled in her fantasies while delightfully admiring the treasure, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy and fulfillment. What am I doing? My sister is still here. Lu Qingxi finally regained her composure, awkwardly escaping Zhang Tong's embrace. Continue. What is there to be shy about? I wholeheartedly support your romance. Lu Qingqing remarked with a teasing smile, ditto, and there's another jadeite of this size. Lu Qingxi's face turned crimson with embarrassment, yet she quickly overcame it upon seeing the treasure again. She became utterly captivated, exclaiming, "Boss, this jadeite is stunning. Could it truly be the legendary glass-type Imperial Green?" Indeed, you have guessed correctly. Zhang Tong praised, "Is it truly the glass-type Imperial Green? Of such immense size?" Lu Qingxi was utterly astonished. "Brother-in-law, how much could this jadeite possibly sell for?" "Qingqing, refrain from calling me that. Address me as brother," Lu Qingxi playfully chided. "Tonggu, you have yet to answer my question." Lu Qingqing whined, "As for its value. I am somewhat uncertain. It depends on the auction. However, a glass-type Imperial Green of such size could easily be valued at over 1 billion. Then surely this must be worth hundreds of billions. With its size comparable to dozens of fists." Lu Qingqing exclaimed in disbelief. "Did you earn over 500 billion from your trip to Shenangjia? There are other treasures within the bag." Zhang Tong chuckled. "More," the sisters gasped in surprise, excitement bubbling within them as they began to sift through the bag of diamonds. Soon, they unearthed a small wooden box containing 6 unremarkable beads. Yet Lu Qingxi trembled with excitement, eagerly asking, "Boss, are these flying beads?" "Indeed, I braved many dangers to procure these 6 flying beads. Alas, treasure hunting is fraught with challenges, and earning money is not easy," Zhang Tong lamented. "You find treasure hunting challenging? You find earning money difficult?" Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing rolled their eyes. Counting on their fingers, 0.6 flying beads are worth 900 billion, and the jadeite and diamonds amount to 500 billion, totaling 1 trillion. How could it possibly be less? Not as much as you think. Half of the flying beads must be sold to the state at a lower price. Thus, the total gain from this venture is about 1 trillion. Give or take, Zhang Tong replied, 0.1 trillion. And you still think it's insufficient? The sisters were left speechless. For ordinary people, this sum was astronomical, a fortune unattainable even over several lifetimes. Even the most formidable tycoons seldom cross the threshold of 1 trillion. Yet this was merely Zhang Tong's bounty from a mere 10 days of treasure hunting. The disparity was staggering. Treasure hunting was indeed the most lucrative profession, surpassing even the speed of robbery. "Tonggu, on our first meeting, you embraced and kissed me, yet you have yet to present me with a gift." Lu Qingqing pouted, playfully demanding a reward. "What gift do you desire?" Zhang Tong inquired, scratching his forehead. "I merely embraced you. Where is the kiss? Give me something nice." Lu Qingqing beamed with anticipation. "How about a set of jewelry? A glass-type Imperial Green bracelet and a diamond necklace. Would that suffice?" Zhang Tong jested. Yes. "Thank you, Tonggu," Lu Qingqing exclaimed, her face alight with joy, utterly elated. She never expected her sister to find such a wealthy boyfriend, and one so generous at that. "Little girl, you truly dare to ask for such extravagant gifts? Those are worth over 10 million. Lu Qingxi shot her sister a disapproving glance. "Isn't it more than just a gift? Tonggu owes me for embracing and kissing me," Lu Qingqing retorted. Clearly, no kiss occurred. Lu Qingxi exclaimed, exasperated. "Then how about making up for it?" Lu Qingqing insisted, worried about losing the jewelry worth over 10 million as she clung to Zhang Tong, standing on her tiptoes, tilting her head back, eyes closed, and lips puckered, as if truly intending to seal the deal. Lu Qingxi was rendered speechless with irritation. Chapter 85. The Portia and the Sister-in-Law Boss. The gifts you promised are far too extravagant. Lu Qingxi pulled Lu Qingqing aside in a panic. "Not at all, just 2 small gifts." Zhang Tong waved his hand dismissively. "I merely worry whether her future husband might misunderstand, potentially causing her distress. When Lu Qingqing marries, her husband will undoubtedly inquire about the origins of these 2 gifts, raising suspicions. Indeed, that is a concern. Qingqing, you cannot accept them." Lu Qingxi's expression changed slightly. "What is there to worry about?" "We can simply say they were gifts from my brother-in-law," Lu Qingqing argued. "Besides, I have no intention of marrying any time soon. I aim to become a star, and want to entertain thoughts of marriage until at least 40. Such a silver-tongued remark left Lu Qingxi somewhat helpless. Her sister was completely infatuated with wealth, firmly believing Zhang Tong to be her brother-in-law, justifying her desire for gifts. Yet it was not that simple. Her standing was not even comparable to Zhao Qian's. However, you must wait some time for the jewelry to be ready. The do you desire anything else? Tong Gu will buy it for you. Zhang Tong offered again. I wish for a Porsche, Lu Qingqing boldly declared, her face alight with excitement. Today has been a windfall. My fortune is about to skyrocket. Having such a wonderful brother-in-law truly makes a difference. Do you not know the meaning of modesty? Lu Qingxi was infuriated, feeling as though she might burst. Did her sister truly believe he was her brother-in-law? He had already contributed so much to their family, spending 41 billion to purchase a hotel and avenging their mother. Now he was bestowing such precious gifts upon her. It was Tong Gu who offered. It was not my request, so do not blame me. Lu Qingqing replied, looking aggrieved that a Porsche is hardly a trivial matter. Do not argue that I too adore this girl, so let her be happy and beautiful. Is that not a good thing? Zhang Tong exchanged glances with Lu Qingxi, signaling her to remain silent, considering it a minor issue. Moreover, Lu Qingxi had indeed become his woman, that it was only natural for him to treat her sister, Lu Qingqing, kindly. Thank you, Tong Gu. You are truly wonderful. I shall love you forever. Lu Qingqing exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Zhang Tong's cheek. Let us go by the car and make the jewelry. Zhang Tong suggested that in a flash. Lu Qingqing drove her newly acquired Porsche while Zhang Tong sped along in his Ferrari, reaching a vast jewelry store in no time. The trio of stunning beauties disembarked, with each lady linking arms with a handsome man as they entered the store. Good heavens! Who is that remarkable person, accompanied by such beautiful twin sisters on a shopping spree? Those twin beauties are simply breathtaking. They must be the pinnacle of modeling talent. Who is that handsome man? Is he a super-rich heir? How could he possibly attract such exquisite companions? Countless onlookers were left in awe, envy seeping into their hearts. Zhang Tong. Suddenly, He Kaixian, idly browsing in the jewelry store, widened his eyes in shock, his teeth grinding in frustration. What the hell? Why has this scoundrel come to Wuqing? Has he come to humiliate me? How could Lu Qingxi possibly have a twin sister? And they are both being courted by this scoundrel. Oh, heavens, how is this fair? I am more accomplished and wealthier than him, yet I cannot even attract a beautiful girl. Recently, I have been pursuing someone, but she constantly demands extravagant gifts that I have exhausted my funds and can no longer afford jewelry. Yet this scoundrel appears to be living off of others. How infuriating, He Kaixian lamented. This fool is in Wuqing. Zhang Tong was taken aback. Why must I encounter this foolish classmate again? I have no desire to embarrass myself. It is too lowly. Lu Qingxi, why are you still with him? Have you also dragged your sister into this mess? He Kaixian exclaimed, heartbroken, unable to distinguish between the sisters. How repugnant you are! Do your parents know how vile you've become? Lu Qingxi retorted, her face twisted in disdain. Who are you to speak? How can you show your face in public looking like that? Lu Qingqing added, astonished, do you not possess any sense of decency? He Kaixian trembled in rage, his face darkening. Rendered speechless, he turned on his heel and walked away, not looking back. His heart was shattered. I was merely concerned for you both, wishing you well. Yet you show me no gratitude, only mockery, alas, my dear goddesses. You are so heartless and foolish. He had finally emerged from his shell, only to retreat once more. Boss Zhang, you are even more impressive than before, and both ladies are extraordinarily radiant, evoking envy. Zhao Yue, the owner of Zhao Gua Jewelry Company, greeted them with a radiant smile, ushering Zhang Tong and his companions into the VIP room. Of course, Zhang Tong contacted her, requesting her assistance in crafting some exquisite jewelry. The headquarters of Zhao Gua Jewelry Company is located in Wuqing. Zhang Tong produced a jadeite stone the size of several fists, accompanied by a collection of diamonds weighing over 10 carats, which he transformed into bracelets, pendants, and necklaces. My goodness, is this glass-type imperial green. It's simply breathtaking, utterly stunning. Boss Zhao's face radiated surprise and admiration. It had been many years since he had encountered such a magnificent treasure. Today, to witness it is indeed a stroke of luck. Boss Zhao, would you be willing to sell me a piece? Recently, I acquired a substantial glass-type imperial green. Zhang Tong showed her the photographs and promised to list it soon. Your fortune is astonishing. Such a colossal glass-type imperial green must be worth billions. You are truly a reincarnation of the god of wealth. How miraculous! How incredible! Zhao Yui gazed at Zhang Tong as if he were a celestial being. Her recent fortunes have been quite favorable, perhaps due to the blessings of beautiful women. Zhang Tong jested, perhaps I should invite more campus beauties to work alongside me and see if my luck improves even further. Zhao Yui chuckled in response. She promptly summoned the finest jewelry crafting master to discuss matters with Zhang Tong. Lu Qingqing emphasized, among the pieces, I have a bracelet and necklace. Master, how should we design them? Such a beautiful lady as yourself undoubtedly deserves a unique design. The master, an elderly gentleman, scrutinized Lu Qingqing intently, inspiration striking him as he immediately sketched a design. How exquisite! I adore it, Lu Qingqing exclaimed. Her face alight with joy, squeezing Zhang Tong's arm tighter in her excitement. Lu Qingxi shot a disapproving glance at Lu Qingqing, but felt powerless to intervene. I am presenting you with a gift. You must reciprocate. Zhang Tong laughed. Can you promise me one thing? What is it? You don't expect me to be your girlfriend, do you? I have no desire to compete with my sister. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. Could it be that my brother-in-law is a rogue, wishing to indulge in both sisters? You shall be disappointed. I, Lu Qingqing, am not that sort of person. Chapter 86. Caught by Lu's father, I envision you and your sister co-hosting the next auction. You needn't utter a word. Merely hold the treasures aloft, Zhang Tong proposed with a smile. Couldn't you simply find another beauty for this task? Your company has plenty of lovely ladies, doesn't it? Lu Qingqing was momentarily stunned. This task seemed too simple, too effortless. She had anticipated a romantic proposition instead. Indeed, there are many beauties, yet none share the same twin bond as your sister, Zhang Tong replied with a chuckle. It appears that business is indeed cunning. You have truly recognized my unique advantage. This will undoubtedly create a sensation, adding a noteworthy highlight to your auction house, enhancing its reputation and profitability. Lu Qingqing finally grasped the idea, pouting playfully as her eyes darted about. Then I must take a position as well and demand equal treatment to my sister. You are being unreasonable. Lu Qingxi's expression darkened, her feelings complex. She had initially hesitated to introduce her sister to the company, fearing the potential gossip it might incite. Yet now, Zhang Tong had taken the initiative, raising her concerns. However, the prospect of twin beauties hosting the auction would indeed elevate their status, significantly benefiting the company. The auction house could not solely rely on Zhang Tong's treasures. It needed to attract countless individuals willing to showcase their own valuables. All right, if not equal treatment to your sister, then you shall receive the same as other female staff. Zhang Qingqing conceded, feeling she had overstepped. Although her sister might not be Zhang Tong's girlfriend, she was undoubtedly a lover, and thus their treatment would differ, that if she were to demand identical privileges, rumors could surface. In that case, an annual salary of 1 million, with bonuses to be calculated separately, along with a housing allocation and a beauty subsidy. Zhang Tong felt a surge of joy within. With this arrangement, Lu Qingqing would participate in all future auctions, thus securing this highlight. However, if Lu Qingqing demanded the same treatment as Lu Qingxi, he would not comply. Not due to reluctance, but out of concern for potential slander that could devastate his reputation. It seemed they had reached a mutually beneficial agreement. How delightful! How comfortable! I haven't even graduated yet, and am already earning 1 million annually. Who could rival that? Lu Qingqing laughed and danced with excitement. Utterly elated. Given your unique circumstances and role, you needn't attend work regularly. Simply showing up on auction days will suffice. You may only need to work a few days each year, Zhang Tong generously added. This arrangement allowed Lu Qingqing to continue her university studies while pursuing her dream of stardom, without any scandal linking her to him. After all, she would only be in Xiangqing for a few days. As for any rumors regarding Lu Qingxi, he was unconcerned. He was neither married nor involved with anyone, and his interactions did not breach societal norms or ethics that he was astute, having anticipated every eventuality. Lu Qingxi was left in awe of his intellect. Even if he were not searching for treasures, he would inevitably become a wealthy magnate. Brother, I adore you. You truly are the best and most handsome boss in the world, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, her joy uncontainable. This arrangement was nothing short of exhilarating. Working just a handful of days, coupled with her beauty subsidy, amounted to a staggering 2.2 million annual salary. Such employment felt akin to living like a celestial being. While employees typically drove Ferraris valued over 5 million, Zhang Tong deemed it prudent to drive a Porsche in Wuching, maintaining a low profile. Did you plan all of this from the outset? You are remarkably cunning. No wonder you have become a billionaire, Lu Qingqing remarked, admiration evident on her face. Since you do not reside in Xiangqing, I can arrange for your housing in Wuching. Zhang Tong continued. I do not require a house. Could you instead supplement my housing expenses? Zhao Qingqing replied, her expression sly. Goodness, are you a money-obsessed individual? Zhang Tong mused, touching his forehead. Where will you stay? You will graduate eventually and cannot perpetually reside with your parents. Especially considering your stepmother, I shall reside in your villa valued at 88 million. Do not misunderstand, I will primarily be overseeing the villa. Such a lavish property would quickly fall into disrepair without proper care. Lu Qingqing asserted confidently. You have quite the audacity. Zhang Tong replied, bemused, you may stay in the villa, but to receive housing assistance, it must be 10 years from now. Naturally, he would not grant her every whim, lest she mistakenly believe she could act with impunity. How stingy! Lu Qingqing pouted, though inwardly she felt quite satisfied. How delightful! I can reside in a villa worth 88 million. Who can boast such luxury? Who would dare to exploit me? After finalizing the jewelry arrangements, the two sisters took Zhang Tong shopping. Each clung to one of his arms, their smiles radiant as they walked, chatting and introducing him to various locales. They were intimately familiar with Wuching and made excellent guides. However, their beauty and poise drew far too much attention, easily rivaling the most elite models from Han Country, even with masks covering their faces. Their exquisite charm was undeniable. Thus, Zhang Tong became the object of envy and jealousy from countless onlookers. Yet, he donned a mask himself, choosing to ignore the stares, unperturbed by their attention. What harm was there in strolling arm in arm? Yet, the world is full of exceptions. Suddenly, a middle-aged couple approached. The man was handsome, and the woman strikingly beautiful. Upon spotting Zhang Tong and the Lu sisters, the man's eyes widened in disbelief, his face turning a shade of fury as he stormed over. Exuding an intimidating presence, I could send you flying several meters with a single slap. Zhang Tong noticed the man, internally sneering. However, Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing turned pale, hastily releasing Zhang Tong's arm and bowing their heads in contrition. Dad, what a surprise to see you here. Goodness, it's Lu's father. Zhang Tong was taken aback. This situation had turned awkward. Accompanying the daughters of another man in such an intimate manner could easily lead to misunderstandings. Lu's father must be fuming, that I'm going to lose my mind. Lu's father raged, his eyes ablaze. The beautiful woman beside him mockingly remarked, Your daughters have finally grown up, understanding the concept of love. How delightful that they have both fallen for the same man and can coexist peacefully. Such character. Silence. Lu's father bellowed. This is a public place. Such words cannot be spoken or it will bring disgrace upon us. Dad, Annie, you've misunderstood. We are not. Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing chimed in simultaneously, perhaps connected by their twin bond, speaking in unison. Uncle and Annie, it is not as you envision. I am, in fact, their father. Zhang Tong began. You are courting death. Before Zhang Tong could finish, Lu's father exploded with rage, nearly choking on his fury. How dare this brat provoke him? To imply he was their father. This insinuated that he had completely ensnared both his daughters. Today, one of us will leave standing, the other lying down. Chapter 87. Lu's father knelt. Shall we find a place to discuss this? Zhang Tong shrugged. Naturally, Lu's father had no objections. They could not afford to clash in public. They entered a restaurant and requested a private room. Upon entering, Lu's father glared furiously at Zhang Tong. What did you just say? Have the audacity to repeat it. Well, listen closely. I am not only the father of your two daughters, but also your ex-wife's father. Zhang Tong declared that, this is infuriating. Lu's father had never been so openly challenged. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he struck Zhang Tong with a powerful punch. However, Zhang Tong effortlessly caught his fist, rendering him completely motionless, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Zhang Tong chuckled. Uncle, do not be angry. Excessive rage can lead to sorrow. That I have yet to finish my words. When I mentioned father, I was referring to the boss who pays the salaries. Presently, I'm the employer of the three women, including your ex-wife. Impossible, Lu Fu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face that my ex-wife works at the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel. How could she possibly be your employee? Father, it is true. Lu Qingxi recounted the entire story. What? You spent 4.1 billion to take revenge for my ex-wife and made her the general manager of the hotel? Lu Fu trembled, his face pale with fear. How wealthy could this young man be? Such extravagance was astonishing that it was no wonder his two daughters were so close to him, accompanying him on shopping trips. Deep down, he knew his ex-wife had been bullied. Yet he felt powerless to intervene. After all, he was no longer the influential man he once was. He had fallen from grace and was living a miserable existence, lacking the former clout he once wielded. How did they become your employees? The voice of the beautiful woman softened, becoming sweetly alluring, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Her name was Chun Nan, once a stunning beauty who could rival Lu Mu. She was also quite cunning. Lu Qingxi elaborated on the details, highlighting Zhang Tong's remarkable qualities that you are Zhang Tong, the owner of Tianbao Auction House. You are the flying man? Lu Fu and Chun Nan regarded Zhang Tong as though he were an enigma. This young man had amassed his fortune through treasure hunting, gold, ginseng, jade, rubies, and precious pearls that in a mere month or two, he had risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals in the country. In comparison, they felt as if their lives had been wasted. Please step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with Zhang Tong, Lu Fu urged, ushering the three out, that he then spoke anxiously. Mr. Zhang, you are my benefactor. My ex-wife's two daughters are living well because of you, yet I have misunderstood you, that I sincerely apologize and wish to make amends. Since it was a misunderstanding, let us resolve it, Zhang Tong replied. We are all men and understand certain matters. You have offered Lu Qingxi a salary of 3 million per year, provided her with a luxury car, and bestowed numerous benefits on Lu Qingxi, including an 88 million villa for her to reside in. I comprehend the implications. Uncle, you have misunderstood me. Do you not realize I am an orphan, with only 2 distant relatives? No matter how much money I have, it is impossible to spend it all. I can only choose to treat my employees well. Zhang Tong clarified. Do you not refute me? You could marry and have 10 or 8 children, founding a prestigious family and composing a legendary tale. With all that wealth, there is no need to squander it frivolously. I understand completely that my 2 daughters are beautiful and intelligent. I can truly comprehend your desire for them to become your partners and bear your children. Lu Fu, in his 40s, had long since developed a solid worldview, speaking with unwavering conviction. How could this old rogue be so single-minded? Zhang Tong found himself both amused and exasperated. He had indeed considered the possibility of not marrying, but having children, perhaps a large family. After all, he had the means to support them. In that case, he could establish a family dynasty that would endure through the ages. With longevity on his side, he could be the stabilizing force of this illustrious lineage. He even envisioned opening a mystical passage that would allow the earth to become infused with spiritual energy, enabling his family to cultivate and achieve immortality. Even if he did not create such a passage, he could build a secluded underground base, drawing spiritual energy from the treasure star for his family to cultivate and surely attain success. Yet, while the notion of founding a family dynasty sounded enchanting, was it truly wise to usher the earth into an age of cultivation or merely elevate his descendants to superhuman status? Such a transformation could trigger a series of unforeseen consequences. Let us not forget that the aliens from the treasure star had all perished, leaving not a single one behind. Therefore, it was perhaps best to maintain the status quo, quietly amassing wealth and strength. Postponing familial matters for several decades or even centuries as a friend. He could understand Lu Fu, but as a father to those daughters, it was a different matter entirely. However, as long as Lu Qingxing was well taken care of, suspicions would not arise, allowing him to remain blissfully unaware of the situation. After all, they would surely grow fond of him. He was extravagantly generous, immensely wealthy, and undeniably handsome. Lu Fu's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions. Yet he implored Zhang Tong, I would like to ask for your assistance. My current circumstances are quite dire. Once a successful businessman, Lu Fu had built his empire on the fruit trade, boasting over 100 chain stores at the peak of his career. Unfortunately, with increasing competition, he now found himself with only a single store remaining, having sold off the rest. The glory days were long gone, and he felt humiliated in front of his former peers, unable to change his fate. Now, faced with a top-tier tycoon like Zhang Tong, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Let me clarify. While there may be some ambiguity with Lu Qingxi, I harbor no intentions toward Lu Qingqing. I am not as promiscuous as you might think, that if you trust me, I can assist you. Otherwise, I will withdraw my support for Qingqing and return her to her previous path that I believe you. Of course, you are helping my sister out of consideration for her. Lu Fu responded with a joyful expression. Not only was he elated that Zhang Tong was willing to help him, but he was also relieved that Zhang Tong had no designs on Lu Qingqing. One daughter, as Zhang Tong's partner was more than sufficient. There was no need for both. This was indeed fortuitous. What would you like me to do for you? Zhang Tong exhaled, finally gaining Lu Fu's trust, which had not been an easy feat, however. Lu Fu's character seemed commendable. After their divorce, he had granted his ex-wife shares in the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel. Valued at 25 million at the time, that it was likely that he no longer possessed even that amount. I understand you have 2 exclusive fruits that are exceptionally delicious. Could you allow me to join the sales channel? That way, my fruit store can thrive. Lu Fu expressed with eager anticipation. I find it difficult to agree. It is not that I lack fruit. Rather, I simply do not have the time to harvest it. I couldn't possibly manage it all, Zhang Tong replied, shaking his head. After all, the fruit was found deep within the mountains, in impoverished and treacherous landscapes. Only he could procure it. Given the time, he could effortlessly seek treasures, amassing billions. Recently, he had spent around 10 days treasure hunting in Shenanjia, uncovering hundreds of billions worth of treasures. Wow. Lu Fu was left dumbfounded. What kind of extraordinary individual was this? How could he be so adept at treasure hunting? What could he possibly do to help me? Surely, asking him for money would be too humiliating that he'll not be disheartened. I will ponder a bit and find you a different venture. The fruit business ultimately has too slim a profit margin. Zhang Tong assured him. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Fu nodded eagerly, his face alight with joy. With such a godly figure making promises, he was certain they would be fulfilled, for Zhang Tong had an abundance of wealth. Lu Fu ordered wine and dishes, and the 5 began to dine. It must be said, the food at this restaurant was extraordinarily good, leaving Zhang Tong pleasantly surprised that he even committed the name of the restaurant, Tianxiang Restaurant, to memory. During the meal, Lu Fu and Shan Nan exhibited overt flattery, striving to curry favor with Zhang Tong. This behavior was quite understandable. While they had once enjoyed success, even at their peak, their fortunes had not surpassed 100 million. Now, dining with a tycoon worth over 1,000 billion, how could they not feel the pressure? Had it not been for their 2 daughters, who were as stunning as heavenly beings and had caught Zhang Tong's eye. Becoming employees at Tianbao Auction House, they might never have had such an opportunity in their lifetime. Lu Fu possessed considerable ability, particularly in eloquence, likely honed through years of navigating the business world. He recounted amusing anecdotes, while Chun Nan, equally astute, played her part well. Their efforts were aimed at forging a connection with Zhang Tong, hoping to elicit his goodwill. Brother Tong, may I join your group of extraordinary treasures? Lu Fu inquired with eager anticipation. You dare to call me Brother Tong? Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing both wished to cover their faces in embarrassment. This was far too sycophantic and excessive. Before them, it was rather inappropriate. Yet Lu Fu could not care less about their feelings. This may well be his only chance in a lifetime. He had to seize it. This address. Zhang Tong found himself at a loss for words. Somewhat astonished. Why do you wish to join this group? Because the group consists of world-renowned billionaires that by simply listening to their discussions, one can learn immensely. While it may not lead to instant success, it can certainly propel one several steps forward. Lu Fu explained. Dining with Buffett costs millions. Brother Tong, please allow me to join. I promise to remain silent, and if I speak out of turn, you may expel me. That is not possible. Only genuine billionaires may join. Wait until your wealth exceeds 100 billion, and then you may join. Zhang Tong decisively declined that if you encounter any difficulties, simply seek my assistance. Will I ever reach the day when my wealth exceeds 100 billion? Lu Fu felt a mix of astonishment, joy, trepidation, and immense anticipation. After the meal, the 5 emerged from the restaurant, only to encounter a group of distinguished middle-aged men, seemingly on their way to dine. One of them, recognizing Lu Fu, called out loudly, "Old Lu, what brings you and your family to Tianxiang Restaurant today?" Just a few days ago, you claimed you had no money to repay me, although it is merely a trifling sum of 100,000. I do not care. However, you cannot keep borrowing without repaying, constantly pushing it back. What the heck? Lu Fu is in such dire straits, he still owes money. Zhang Tong was taken aback that hadn't he just treated them lavishly? This meal had cost 3,000. After all, old Lu, you have misunderstood. Today my daughter is treating us, Lu Fu clarified, attempting to save face. Recently, I've been experiencing some financial difficulties. I will repay you in a few days. So rest assured. When have you ever seen me default on my debts? Lu's father trembled with rage, vowing in his heart that one day he would see the surname Lu kneeling before him, calling him Big Brother. How dare he embarrass him in front of a billionaire? Just wait that I in the past. When you were wealthy, your credit was good, but now you are destitute, reduced to borrowing for fruit purchases. What will you use to repay me? Here's the deal. You can mortgage that fruit shop to me. After all, your shop isn't making any profit anyway. Old Lu revealed his true intentions. Old Lu, don't be like this. Old Lu has a good character. Old Lu, you are being a bit excessive. Let us put an end to this matter, that I'll guarantee that you will repay me in 3 months. Surprisingly, several people in the group recognized Lu's father, and two came to his defense that it appeared that Lu's reputation was not without merit. Last month, you urged me to stock up and even lent me money. So you intended to take over my fruit shop? Let me tell you, you are dreaming. Lu's father was enraged. Regardless of the circumstances, you owe me money. It is only just that debts are repaid. If you do not repay me today, you have two options. Either mortgage the shop to me, or give me your daughter in marriage, and I shall call you father-in-law. That 100,000 will be considered a bride price. And I can help you rise again, expanding your fruit shop throughout Wuching, making your fortune exceed 100 million. That old Lu was well aware that Lu's father had two beautiful daughters. Upon seeing them today, he realized the rumors were true, that he had deliberately divorced not long ago, preparing to marry Lu's daughter, that a series of schemes had been employed, finally leaving Lu's fruit shop with only one location remaining. Today, the moment was ripe to make his intentions clear. That Lu's father remained oblivious, unaware of the machinations at play. There was no animosity between them, and since Lu Guo was the wholesale distributor of fruits, there was no reason to target Lu's father, who sold fruits to Lu Guo. Who do you think you are, speaking so arrogantly? Zhang Tong sneered that I am Lu Guo, the fruit king of Wuching. Without my fruits, old Lu will have nothing to sell. Will his shop survive? When the time comes, he will be compelled to marry off his daughter to me, Lu Guo declared proudly. Zhang Tong chuckled coldly, leading Lu's father and the others away. They first visited Lu's fruit shop, which had an excellent location surrounded by densely populated neighborhoods, with a hospital across the street, covering about 100 square meters. Quite substantial. Once, this shop earned 200,000 a month. Lu's father reminisced about the glorious past. Since the rise of e-commerce, business had declined, and he was now barely breaking even. With poor sales, unsold fruits rotted, and he was hesitant to restock, leading to further deterioration of his business. It was a dire situation. Zhang Tong then inspected Lu's fruit storage, a deep basement with very dim lighting. You all shouldn't come in, he said as he entered and closed the door behind him. What is he doing? Chen Nan asked, bewildered. Do you think you can fathom the thoughts of a wealthy man? Lu's father shot Chen Nan a glare. I am not wasteful, Chen Nan retorted quietly, realizing she could no longer underestimate Lu's father. Why didn't you tell me Dad was struggling? Lu Qingxi questioned her sister Lu Qingqing. They didn't tell me. How would I know? Lu Qingqing responded, equally frustrated, feeling humiliated before Zhang Tong. After a few minutes, Zhang Tong emerged, stating calmly, Uncle, I have changed my mind. You need not switch industries. You can achieve greatness in the fruit business once more. Register a company named Tianbao Fruit Company, that I will hold 51 of the shares. You will hold 49. That I will supply fruits sourced from the depths of Shenangjia, delivered to the fruit seller at midnight. That I have only one request. Crush the Lu family, and make them pay dearly for today's actions. From this day forth, all business dealings with Lu Zhenghua are cancelled. I will not even supply him with fruit peels. That I want his shop closed immediately. Anyone who offends me or refuses to marry their daughter to me will face dire consequences. The following day, Lu Gua issued his chilling orders with a frosty tone. Understood, boss. Numerous managers responded, trembling at the thought of angering the ruthless and unpredictable Lu Gua. Once, I found that scoundrel intolerable. His name, Lu Zhenghua. My name is Lu Gua. How could I not be overshadowed by you? Thus, I have been secretly undermining you, causing your fruit business to falter, shop after shop closing down. Dare to challenge me? I will first bring you down, and in the process, compel you to marry your daughter to me. By the way, those two daughters of yours are truly stunning. Gua grinned maliciously. Being a fruit wholesaler, it was convenient to deal with Lu's father. Why nurturing Lu's competitors and having them open shops in the same area, selling fruits at lower prices. He could keep Lu's father in the dark. If Lu's father learned of this, he would surely be furious, realizing that it was his name that had offended Lu Gua, leading to his gradual downfall, with both daughters eyed as mere prizes. Originally, I offered you a path to survival. Marry your daughter to me, and we would become one family, and I would cease my opposition, allowing you to rise again. But since you have chosen to walk the path of destruction, then so be it. Lu Gua gritted his teeth, a murderous glint in his eyes that he was absolutely confident. All fruit in Wuching flowed from his hands that if he refused to supply Lu's father with fruits, Lu's business would surely perish. However, he was always careful and cunning. After contemplating for a moment, he discerned a flaw and began calling each shop owner, warning them that anyone who assisted Lu Zhenghua in acquiring fruits from him would be blacklisted. This sent a shiver of fear through the fruit shop owners that, oh heavens, Lu's father was in dire straits. The last shop was also on the brink of closure, effectively ousting him from the industry. How tragic! One must never offend Lu Guo in the business world. It was indeed a battleground where one misstep could lead to utter ruin, often without understanding the reason. That Lu's father was a prime example of this. With a maniacal laugh, Lu Gua reveled in his assured victory, filled with an overwhelming sense of triumph. This feeling of wielding life and death with a single word was intoxicating. That I am the fruit king of Wuching. Who dares to challenge me? Lu Zhenghua, I will ensure you kneel before me, respectfully offering your daughter in marriage. It is your honor that I desire her. Refusing my offer would be folly. Early the next morning, Lu's father and Shun Nan approached the fruit seller, filled with trepidation. Had Zhang Tong delivered the fruits? In just one night, could he have gathered them? After all, harvesting fruits from the depths of Shenangjia was no simple task. Even with flying pearls, one could not bring back much at a time. How could a wealthy man like Zhang Tong find the time for such endeavors? Nonetheless, yesterday, Lu's father had registered the company as per Zhang Tong's instructions. Now, they awaited the fruits. Perhaps it would be better to return tomorrow. Chen Nan shared the same concern, fearing disappointment upon opening the door. Since we are here, we must take a look. That Lu's father resolved. Steeling himself as he opened the door, they entered and switched on the light. Fruits piled high, a mountain of them. There were 7 or 8 varieties. Fruits resembling loquats, the size of billiard balls. Grapefruit-sized fruits, apple-like fruits as large as basketballs, tangerine-like fruits the size of pomelos, and grape-like fruits, each the size of a fist. In truth, none of these were familiar to the two of them. These were undoubtedly the fruit Zhang Tong had harvested from Baoxing the previous night. Recently, he had explored Baoxing and discovered many delicious fruits, comparable to the goose egg grapes and duck egg fruits. However, the trees were towering, most reaching the heavens. Now, with flying pearls, he could easily pick the larger fruits. And in just a few hours, he had gathered 100,000 jin. Moreover, he made a miraculous discovery. Carrying thousands of pounds enhanced his physical training, allowing him to absorb the energies of heaven and earth more rapidly, thus accelerating his growth. Especially after exertion, practicing his punches yielded results thrice as fast as before. At this rate, he would soon reach the second level of Tonqianjin. Perhaps this was the reward for his good deeds? Not only could he assist Lu's father, but he could also ensure that countless people enjoyed the fruits from Baoxing, while also bringing down scoundrels like Lu Gua. Of course, he deliberately avoided harvesting goose egg grapes and duck egg fruits. As he had previously stated, they were fruits from Daqing Mountain. In this day and age, the fruits from Shenangjia are indeed extraordinary, and it is only natural that they would evoke suspicion. My heavens, is there really such an abundance? How could this be achieved? Is he some sort of deity? Chen Nan and Lu Fu fell to their knees, utterly astonished. Overnight, he procured a staggering 100,000 jin of fruit from the depths of Shenangjia. What a remarkable ability! It is no wonder he has become a wealthy tycoon, with a fortune exceeding 1,000 billion, that after a while, they finally regained their composure and immediately began sampling the fruits. If they were not delectable, they would surely not sell well, nor command a high price. However, each variety was extraordinarily delicious, nearly causing them to swallow their tongues in delight. They surpassed even the finest fruits available on the market by an incredible margin. My heavens, I am destined for wealth, for untold riches, Lu Fu exclaimed, excitedly dancing with joy. Based on his experience, such high-quality fruits could be sold at 200 per gene for retail and 150 per gene for wholesale. Within a fortnight, they could easily sell out, yielding nearly 20 million in revenue, that if he were to take half, that would amount to almost 10 million, that this could make him a wealthy man overnight. Darling, I want to live in a villa, and I want to drive a luxury car, Chun-Nan said, beaming as she playfully wrapped her arms around Lu Fu's neck. Bye, whatever you desire, I shall procure for you, Lu Fu declared grandly. Then he burst into laughter. Lu Gua, you fool! You dare to covet my fruit shop and even my daughter. You still have the audacity to claim in front of the wealthy tycoon that you are the king of fruits. If you do not provide me with fruit, I shall have no means to survive. You will soon witness the consequences of provoking a wealthy tycoon. Prepare to face your downfall. I, Lu Zhenghua, will indeed bring you to heel. He promptly transported the fruits back to his shop and began a grand sale. Business was booming. Soon, one of Lu Gua's subordinates received the news, stumbling in to report. Panic and shock etched across his face. Boss, it's bad, really bad. Chapter 90. Lu Gua stunned, flustered beyond measure. Lu Gua slammed his palm on the table, having already told them that one must remain unflinching in the face of disaster. Like a deer that does not blink even when a mountain collapses before it. How could you not learn this? What a waste of my teachings, boss. The situation is simply too astounding, too unbelievable. The subordinate struggled to calm himself, breathless and unable to conceal his fear. Did I the sky falling? Even if it were, there would still be tall figures to hold it up. That Lu Gua retorted. The sky has not collapsed. But Lu Zhenghua possesses fruit, an immense quantity of it, of exceptionally high quality, delicious beyond belief, far superior to our own, that I fear our fruits may not sell anymore, that no one will want them. Where did he source his fruit? I did not supply him with any. He wouldn't even get the peels from me. You must be out of your mind. Lu Gua remained unfazed, utterly unconcerned. For he did not believe it for a second. His fruits were not cultivated but wild, sourced from the heart of Shenanjia, that I witnessed it with my own eyes. If you do not believe me, go see for yourself. What? Wild fruits from the depths of Shenanjia. Lu Gua was utterly bewildered. Wild fruits that are delicious. How could that be? Who provided him with such wild fruits? Indeed, there are countless varieties. Those who sampled them all declared them delightful, leading to a frenzy of purchases at a high price of 200 per gene. Now, other fruit shops are devoid of customers, all proclaiming that these are the true fruits. And if they can acquire them in such quantities, there is no need for any other fruits. Boss, with so many fruits in your warehouse, if you do not devise a plan, they may well rot in your hands. Let us go take a look. That Lu Gua finally felt a pang of anxiety. He had hundreds of thousands of gene of fruit on hand and had ordered several million more, all in transit. If they could not sell, he would soon find himself destitute. 10 minutes later, Lu Gua arrived at Lu Fu's fruit shop. Prominently displayed was a banner proclaiming, "This shop offers a large supply of wild fruits from the depths of Shenanjia. Fruits you have never seen or tasted before. If they are not delicious, you pay nothing." Below hung several types of fruit. Loquats the size of billiard balls, pomelos as large as buckets, apples the size of basketballs, oranges the size of pomelos, and grapes as big as fists. An impressive sight indeed. The shop was packed with people, and a line formed outside, each person excitedly discussing. My goodness, these are exquisite, unparalleled in flavor. The fruits we've had before were mere rubbish. These are the real deal. The natural, untainted wild fruits are simply delectable, absolutely exhilarating, that a bite fills your mouth with fragrance and sweetness. That I want 10 gene. I'll take 10 of those giant pomelos. The business was thriving beyond measure. How could this be? Lu Gua's face was a mask of incredulity, as he suspected he was caught in a dream, a nightmare. In fact, while it was true that wild fruits existed in the depths of Shenanjia, it was impossible for them to be of such size and quality. Boss, what should we do? The crowd is growing. And they all claimed the previous fruits were trash. Look at that fruit shop across the street. Not a single customer in sight, and the owner's face has turned green. The subordinate reported, the owner of the fruit shop across the street, surnamed Chow, was a confidant of Lu Guo. Previously, he had obtained fruits at prices lower than Lu Fu's, easily snatching away Lu Fu's business. That in collusion with Lu Guo, they had systematically pressured Lu Fu to the brink of bankruptcy, forcing him to either transfer his shop or marry his daughter to Lu Guo. This plan had been in execution for several years. Yet now, a flaw had emerged. Old Chow, have you ascertained where Lu Fu is sourcing his fruits? Lu Guo inquired over the phone. That he was no fool. How could he reveal such information? Chow's face darkened as he replied, his mood at an all-time low. What are you worried about? So what if they're wild fruits? Can they be supplied long-term? At most, they will sell for a few days, and then they will be gone. It won't significantly affect us. That Lu Guo remained unfazed, only coldly laughing. The banner clearly states long-term and large-scale supply of fruits from Shenanjia. Chow asserted that Lu Fu must have discovered vast areas of wild fruit and devised a means of storage. There are ways to counter this. We can simply track him to discover who he is sourcing from. Lu Guo proposed we can offer a higher price. Currently, he had hundreds of thousands of jade of wild fruits in his cellar. Old Chow exaggeratedly noted, the fruits just sold out. He drove off to restock. I sent someone to tail him and discovered this that it will take at least 10 days to a month to sell out. Can our fruits still be sold? However, Chow was not overly concerned, as he dealt in retail and had limited stock. That if the fruits in his shop did not sell, he could simply refrain from restocking the next day, incurring minimal loss. But Lu Guo's situation was dire, and he had no intention of worrying about Lu Guo's plight. Thus, he did not consider reporting to Lu Guo, opting instead to let him discover it himself. Damn it, did Lu Guo cursed vehemently. How did things turn out this way? Just yesterday, Lu Fu was in a pitiful state, unable to repay even 10,000. How has he suddenly acquired such an abundance of wild fruits? Who could possibly be aiding him? Could it be that youth from yesterday? He had the audacity to question who I was and why I was so brazen, even sneering at me in the end. Who is that person? I must uncover the truth. Yet, at this moment, I find myself utterly helpless, as investigating an unknown stranger without even a name is futile, even with connections. What to do? Lu Guo was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. After much contemplation, he devised a plan. With a sinister smile, he strode into Lu Fu's fruit shop. That Lu Guo, what brings you here? Lu Fu immediately observed him, sneering, you're not here to cause trouble, are you? Let me tell you, that would be in vain. Your fate is already sealed. With the wealthy tycoon Zhang Tong at his back, he had no fear of a mere Lu Guo. Who sold you this fruit? Lu Guo inquired, do you think I would tell you? Even if I did, you couldn't obtain the goods. Lu Fu replied with a mocking grin, I asked it that youth from yesterday who provided you with the fruits? Lu Guo pressed, guess if you can, Lu Fu said with a mocking smile. Only a fool would speak the truth. After years of struggle, even when faced with covert suppression, I have persevered. My capabilities are still formidable. I could guess your lineage. That Lu Guo was infuriated to the point of wanting to spit blood. For the longest time, I could not fathom why the nearby fruit shops could sell their goods at such low prices yet still profit. Now I understand. It is because you offered them an even lower price. You sought to drive me to bankruptcy and purposely extended credit for fruits to me, aiming to seize my fruit shop. Once I am left with nothing, you would come to seek my daughter's hand in marriage, offering me benefits to do so. Lu Fu declared through gritted teeth, I even suspect that your recent divorce was a prelude to executing your final plan. You are truly insidious. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong target. That in any case, I intend to make you taste the bitterness of bankruptcy. You wish for my downfall? That is but a dream. That I shall easily leave you with nothing. Just watch my methods. Lu Guo scoffed, exuding an air of confidence. Chapter 91. The final frenzy. Feel free to employ your schemes. If you can defeat me, I shall take your surname, Lu Fu said, his face alight with disdain and contempt, entirely unperturbed and unfazed. Everyone, please lend me your ears for a moment. These so-called wild fruits, though enormous, have never been seen before. I am deeply concerned they may be mutated fruits resulting from nuclear radiation. Consuming them could lead to dire consequences. Lu Guo feigned a compassionate expression, shouting, Indeed, such colossal fruits are exceedingly strange. They could very well be mutated. My heavens, these are nuclear-radiated fruits. How can one dare to eat them? I shall not purchase. My life is far more important. The revelation was utterly shocking. It turned out to be fruit tainted by nuclear radiation. How could anyone display such a lack of conscience by selling such produce? Is the government not going to intervene? This tactic indeed had an immediate effect. Panic spread among those rushing to purchase, causing them to abandon the fruit. Some even sought to return their purchases. Ha ha ha, do you see it now? It is so simple and easy to leave you with nothing. Now you might kneel and beg me, but I shall not offer you salvation. I desire to witness your complete bankruptcy, leaving you utterly destitute, Lu Gua sneered. Well then, observe my methods, Lu Fu retorted with a cold smile, commanding attention. Listen closely, everyone. Our fruit store is affiliated with the Tianbao Fruit Company. All the fruit is sourced from the depths of the Shenanjia, procured by treasure hunter Zhang Tong, and is completely free of pollution and radiation. In fact, it is beneficial for beauty and health. Tianbao Company was founded by Zhang Tong, the originator of the Tianbao auction house. And Feizhou is one of his remarkable finds. The goose egg fruit and duck egg fruit were also harvested from the heart of the Dakingshan and have been certified. They are snatched up as soon as they are displayed. What? This fruit store is so impressive. It's connected to Feige. It must be trustworthy. Indeed, these were fruits from the depths of Shenanjia. No wonder they were so delectable. Our Shenanjia is truly extraordinary and miraculous. It's no wonder the ancient Shenong chose to sample 100 herbs there. Lu Boss, your fortune has turned. You have caught Feige's eye, and from now on, you shall prosper. The crowd, reassured, began to purchase once more. Dante listened to his boastful claims. How could a mere nobody like him possibly know Zhang Tong? Regardless, those fruits are enormous, and I wouldn't dare eat them without certification if you're not afraid of death. Go ahead and buy them. Liu Guo began to feel anxious, but it was now a matter of either Lu Fu's demise or his own. They could not coexist, but he could only continue to slander and intimidate. That makes sense. Until the certification results are out, I wouldn't dare eat them. Perhaps I'll wait a few days before purchasing. The crowd grew hesitant once more, and many lost their desire to buy. Suddenly, Zhang Tong entered, flanked by Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing, holding several documents. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be misled by scoundrels. Here are the quality certificates, one for each type of fruit. Last night, Zhang Tong had gathered the fruit and contacted Wu Na to arrange for testing. He had anticipated the despicable tactics of his adversaries that Wu Na was slightly displeased, but when Zhang Tong mentioned procuring 6 precious beads, her mood brightened immensely, and she readily agreed. Thus, the results were available so swiftly. Indeed, they bore the official seal of fruit certification. Now we can buy with confidence. I'll take 10 pounds of each. The crowd examined the documents thoroughly and felt completely reassured. Now, anyone who dared to obstruct their purchases would be considered an enemy deserving of severe repercussions. This might be fake. Liu's expression turned bitter, his limbs trembling, his voice strained, but he sensed the looming specter of death. Fake? Who are you to claim that the government-issued certification is fraudulent? Wu Na entered with 2 burly men, casting a menacing glance at Lu Gua. And who might you be? What I am is of no concern to you. Liu Guo was seething, infuriated that this seemingly delicate woman could exude such a commanding presence. Targeting him the moment she arrived, that I bear no grudge against you. I have no intention of marrying you. I am Wu Na, an agent from the Bureau of Anomalous Events, tasked with addressing various irregularities. Wu Na brandished her identification, stating boldly, "You are spreading rumors and inciting panic. Arrest him and interrogate him thoroughly." "Yes, Captain." The 2 burly men seized Lu Gua and pinned him to the ground, handcuffing him. "I refuse to comply. I refuse." Lu Gua shouted in anger. You refuse?" Wu Na scoffed. "For years, you have covertly suppressed Lu Fu, aiming to drive him to bankruptcy and force him to marry his daughter to you. Yesterday, your ulterior motives were laid bare. Today, you spread slander and jeopardized national security. You have become a prisoner of your own making. How do you know these secrets?" Lu Gua's face was a mask of shock. "If you want to keep a secret, do not do anything that would expose it," Wu Na replied disdainfully. Such scum, whenever encountered, she would teach a severe lesson. Thus, Lu Gua was destined for no favorable outcome this time. Haha, this scoundrel has been apprehended. This man in his 40s still fancied himself worthy of courting a young, beautiful daughter. The crowd looked upon Lu Guo with utmost contempt. Zhang Tong's methods were astonishing. In just one night, he had turned Lu Guo's world to ash. Impressive, truly impressive. With such a powerful ally, how could one not rise? Lu Fu and Chen Nan gazed at Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing in utter amazement, deeply admiring Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong demonstrated not only strength but also an extraordinary intellect. Had there been no quality certification, today's conclusion would have been far more complicated. Everyone, I represent the state in handling today's matters. After investigation, all fruit originates from the depths of Shenangjia, entirely free of any pollution or nuclear radiation. In fact, they are highly nutritious, far exceeding that of ordinary fruits. Consuming them may even prolong one's life. Wu Na declared gravely. Thus, you may purchase with confidence. However, do not buy excessively. The supply is limited, and we hope more citizens can partake than my heavens. This is an endorsement from the state. It's remarkable. It was indeed due to the extraordinary quality of the fruit that the government felt compelled to intervene. Hearing this official endorsement was utterly exhilarating. They may impose purchase limits. We must buy more. The crowd buzzed with excitement, each person understanding the implications, stuffing more fruit into their bags as if they were robbing a store. It was a veritable frenzy for Lu Guo's fruit. No one sought to purchase it wholesale any longer. It remained piled high in the warehouse, swiftly decaying and rotting. Lu Guo's underhanded tactics and arrogance had thoroughly incensed Zhang Tong, who had invested considerable effort and time to deliver a decisive blow. Indeed, it was a crushing defeat that in a certain room, Lu Guo found himself being interrogated a veteran of the underbelly of society. He refused to divulge any information, steadfastly denying his attempts to undermine Lu Fu. However, he could not refute his slanderous allegations, though the latter would not incur severe penalties, as he had not completely erred. Selling unverified new fruit varieties without certification was indeed problematic. His most significant offense lay in declaring the certification documents as counterfeit. You scoundrel, at over 40, you still aspire to marry a girl barely in her teens. You have caused the closure of over 100 fruit stores. Are you even human? A burly man delivered a resounding slap, nearly splitting Lu Guo's head, leaving his face swollen and blood trickling from his mouth. You dare strike me? You are violating regulations, that I will sue you. Lu Guo clutched his face, seething with rage and resentment, that I am not a police officer, but an agent from the Bureau of Anomalous Events, that I am not only permitted to strike you, but may also execute you. The man drew a handgun, pressing it against Lu Guo's forehead. Now, will you confess or not? I will. Lu Guo felt a chill run down his spine. This was a genuine death threat. Who would dare to resist? No one, but then you will speak. I will administer a beating first, so you may experience the consequences of lying. The man kicked Lu Guo over and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. It is fools like you who squander national resources, that it is scum like you who waste my time, but do you have any idea how precious our time is? We have national affairs to attend to. The man raged as he struck, utterly furious. I was wrong, truly wrong. Please stop hitting me. If you continue, I will die. Lu Guo, battered and bruised, cried out in agony that he no longer dared to lie and confessed everything. Apart from the name conflict, he revealed his infatuation with Lu Fu's wife, Chen Nan. After several failed attempts to woo her, he had become enraged and resolved to drive Lu Fu to bankruptcy. He began secretly undermining him, only to later discover Lu Fu had twin daughters, both stunningly beautiful. He then altered his plan. Once Lu Fu was on the verge of ruin, he would extend a helping hand, hoping Lu Fu would consent to marry off his daughter to him. After divulging everything, Lu Guo finally felt a sense of relief that he was sent to a standard detention center for temporary confinement. His connections finally revealed their strength. The guards recognized him and treated him decently, at least sparing him from beatings. Officer, can you tell me who I have offended? Lu Guo inquired. It's not about who you've offended. It's about your own self-destruction. Officer, he replied. Lu Jingguo's eldest daughter is named Lu Qingxi. She is an auctioneer at Tianbao Auction House and Zhang Tong's most cherished woman. You dare to set your sights on his woman. You must have a death wish. He is worth hundreds of billions and possesses incredible abilities. Eliminating you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. However, He adheres to the rules and chose to dismantle you through business means. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago, shredded and fed to the dogs. Could that young man be Zhang Tong? Lu was complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just yesterday, he had brazenly schemed against Lu Qingxi in front of Zhang Tong, arrogantly proclaiming himself the king of fruits, claiming that even celestial beings could not save Lu Fu. Now, he found himself facing an overwhelming storm of retribution. Watching his empire of fruit crumble to dust, that he has landed himself in trouble as well. This truly is a reckless act. How could this happen? Why am I plagued by such misfortune? Have I crossed paths with Zhang Tong? Although you possess some degree of strength, it merely amounts to a fortune exceeding 100 million, and at over 40 years of age. Do you truly aspire to win the affections of a stunning beauty like Lu Qingxi? Such aspirations are nothing short of delusional. Not to mention, your numerous schemes and cunning ploys have only led you to your own demise. Officer, he scoffed, remarking that it appears your education has been insufficient. You fail to comprehend the meaning of a beauty brings disaster. Allow me to elucidate. If one lacks the requisite strength, yet seeks the affection of an unparalleled beauty, it will surely invite catastrophic calamity upon oneself. Liu found himself at a loss for words, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Indeed, he had unwittingly charted his own course to ruin. The outcome had long been predetermined. This is all a consequence of inadequate education, merit unaligned with position, and the perils posed by captivating beauty. Officer, he, seemingly addicted to imparting wisdom, continued, both of these phrases are cautionary sayings. You grasp the latter. Now let me expound upon the former. Thank you for the enlightenment. Liu expressed his profound gratitude. Furthermore, I earnestly advise you to liquidate all your assets at once and vanish from Wuching, lest you be spotted again. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to trample you further. The unintentional trampling of an elephant could spell your utter ruin. You would meet your end in an exceedingly disgraceful manner. Officer, he warned. Thank you. Liu was overwhelmed with gratitude. Officer, he is a good man, imparting to him invaluable life philosophies and truths that would surely help him evade disaster. Henceforth, I shall relocate to a small town where no one recognizes me and engage in a fruit business. I should still be able to survive. I will not perish quietly in a filthy gutter. Alas, how regrettable it is that my lack of education in the past blinded me to these truths, leading to today's predicament that he lamented for an extended period before raising his head to say, Officer, he, while I acknowledge your wisdom, I still feel that our names conflict. That scoundrel is named Lu Zhenghua. While I am Lu Guo, I have been suppressed by him. What ill fortune! Lu's father's fruit shop was bustling with activity, with waves of customers coming and going without pause. In just one morning, over 5,000 jin were sold, generating revenue exceeding 1 million. Lu's father would receive around 500,000. That this was akin to picking up money. The speed and profit were astonishing, far surpassing the earnings of over 100 fruit shops from yesteryears. What is the pinnacle of success? This is it. He felt immense pride in having 2 wonderful daughters, which had brought him tremendous fortune. Bliss, sheer bliss. I shall rise to prominence imminently. I shall soon become a wealthy magnate. He could hardly contain himself, counting the money repeatedly, reveling in the increasing sum before him. Darling, today we might sell over 10,000 jin of fruit, that we could earn 1,500,000. A Porsche and a BMW would be within our grasp. Chen chirped joyfully, adding, You mustn't call me a spendthrift anymore. It truly isn't my fault. That scoundrel Lu Guo has been covertly undermining you. Of course, I shan't mention it again. Previously, my anger stemmed from my own impotence. I was foolish not to uncover the cause sooner, Lu's father remarked. Darling, you cannot be blamed. Who could have anticipated such an extraordinary turn of events? Chun-Nan replied, It all boils down to insufficient capability and background. But now, I fear nothing, for I have Tonggo behind me. A look of deep pride graced Lu's father's face. Darling, perhaps you should refrain from calling him Tonggo. He is technically your son-in-law. Chen-Nan suggested that Dio not entertain such thoughts. Merit unaligned with position, I shall continue to refer to him as Tonggo. Lu's father appeared anxious, fearing that his daughter's fortune might not suffice to withstand such overwhelming wealth.